Langqi watched the prince's fighting spirit and eagerness, lowering his gaze. Let's handle Miss Shi's matter first tonight. The prince nodded at Lin Jian and could only say, okay. Watching Lin Jian follow Langqi, the prince sighed. Patience is key. Don't rush, Junlin. Our family situation is quite special, Langqi said gently to Shireen. And since everyone here is a man, it might not be convenient for Miss Shi to stay. This also avoids the possibility of Shireen being a spy or having other intentions. Fong Chingfeng, seeing their support, was quite pleased. Yes, women are precious. It would be bad if we scared her or something. Shireen carefully looked at Lin Jian. Can I wait until I regain my memory? I promise I will leave immediately then. Fong Chingfeng stood in front of Lin Jian. How do we know if you really have amnesia, or if you are pretending? I have a strong intuition, and my gut feeling about you is not good. Lin Jian noticed a hint of confusion on Shireen's face, as if she were silently asking, didn't you say they are all good people? This was different from what you said. Lin Jian sighed. Fong Chingfeng, don't be so harsh. Let's talk calmly. Fong Chingfeng replied, are you protecting her? She's a stranger. It's not about protection. She's lost her memory and is alone. She might be scared. One must remain cautious, Fong Chingfeng said sharply. As the two seemed ready to argue, Shireen looked anxious. Please don't fight over me. If they don't like me, I'll just stay in my room. I won't run around. I just need water and food. Once I regain my memory, I'll leave. Please don't kick me out. I can go back now. She turned to leave, but stumbled and fell. Lin Jian quickly rushed to help her up. Are you okay? Shireen shook her head, but tears fell uncontrollably, making a soft sound as they hit the ground. Lin Jian looked down and saw pearls rolling on the floor. She paused for a moment, realizing that the legend of mermaid tears turning into pearls was true. Noticing Lin Jian staring at the pearls, Shireen grabbed her hand. Sister, do you like them? If you do, I can cry for you all the time. Shireen pinched herself again, and more pearls fell. See, I'm still useful. You can make jewelry or clothes from these pearls. Just let me stay here for a while, and I can keep giving you many pearls. With red-rimmed eyes, Shireen's tears were about to spill, and her face showed helplessness and despair. Seeing her cry, Lin Jian felt a pang of sympathy. Please don't hurt yourself. I don't need the pearls. Looking at the marks on her arm, Lin Jian sighed. They mean no harm. They are just worried about me. It's not directed at you. You can stay here for now. Let's just keep an eye on her for now. Fong Chingfeng wanted to speak, but was stopped by Langqi. Let's leave it like this for now. Jian is soft-hearted. If we really kick her out, she won't feel at ease. If she is sent by someone else, kicking her out will only bring in others. We should just be more vigilant. First, let's keep an eye on her. Fong Chingfeng fell silent, but watching Shireen lean on Lin Jian's shoulder, being comforted by her, felt off. But he couldn't pinpoint why. He noticed that Shireen was very attached to Lin Jian, sitting next to her during dinner. Afterward, the two inexplicably started chatting, and it seemed like they got along well. Even though they had just met, they found many common topics and later even went shopping for clothes together. For some reason, Shireen would buy matching pajamas and outfits in large sizes with Lin Jian. She even recommended some jewelry and lipstick to Lin Jian. In the starry world, deliveries didn't take 2 or 3 days. They arrived in 1 or 2 hours. After trying on the jewelry and lipstick that Shireen picked out, Fong Chingfeng couldn't quite explain it, but they did look nice. Later, Shireen even made a pearl bracelet for Lin Jian using pearls she had dropped. These pearls were beautiful, with a slight pink sheen. Lin Jian complimented them, and when Shireen went to the restroom and returned, she surprisingly held a handful of pearls. Her eyes were red, but she was smiling. Look, these can be made into a necklace and earrings. Lin Jian's expression changed. She rolled up Shireen's sleeves and saw the marks on her skin, even noticing some broken skin from her nails. Have you lost your mind? Lin Jian was very angry. Just because I said I liked them doesn't mean you have to keep giving me things. Shireen held the pearls and murmured, I just hope you won't kick me out, and that you can like me. This isn't a big deal. Isn't it a big deal when you've broken your skin? Lin Jian's mind flashed with countless stories about mermaids, where the main characters were innocent and kind, unaware of the world's dangers and people's greed, often ending up trapped and losing their pearls or facing worse fates. Knowing that Shireen had amnesia, Lin Jian gave her a stern warning. Fortunately, Shireen seemed to listen. I understand. I won't easily show my abilities to others anymore. I will also be cautious and smart, not easily trusting others.
Okay, Lin Jian nodded.
Before you regain your memory, don't trust anyone easily. If anything happens, it's best to ask me, so you don't end up being taken advantage of.
Got it.
Shireen watched as Lin Jian held her hand, and without realizing it, her tense and stiff back slowly relaxed. I will listen to you, sister. Lin Jian, feeling uneasy, personally escorted Shireen back to her room. The few ignored men sensed that things were getting complicated. Originally, their focus today was on the crown prince who was registering with Lin Jian. But now, Lin Jian's attention was inexplicably drawn to a merman she had found. This merman feels off to me. I think so too, the crown prince said, looking at Fong Chingfeng. The fifth match's spirit is a merman, right? After registering him, this merman appeared. But they're different, Fong Chingfeng said irritably. I can't believe I'm so unlucky. I finally picked someone, and he's still alive. I can't possibly trip myself twice. The crown prince will definitely be the first and the last. Each of them had their own channels and had someone investigate Shireen. But they couldn't find any useful information. Just keep an eye on her. Tomorrow's matters are important. When tomorrow's matters were mentioned, the atmosphere among them became tense. As Lin Jian left Shireen's room, she received a call from the nurturing center, asking if she needed assistance. Lin Jian waved to Shireen while closing the door and said, "No need, I will go to the nurturing center tomorrow." "Okay, we welcome your visit." The call quickly ended, and Shireen inside the room didn't hear everything. "Where are you going? What are you carrying?" She looked down at the pearls she had brought back, which she had turned into a necklace and earrings without resting. Then she went to the guest bathroom and filled the bathtub with water before lying down in it. Her legs transformed into a tail. The bathtub felt a bit small, but she didn't get out. She sank into the water and sensed her surroundings. There were spirit beings outside the room watching her. There were dogs, birds, wolves, lions, and a strange gaze, likely from that nine-tailed fox. Everyone she had seen today was there. They were cautious, but they couldn't challenge her. She easily sensed her partner's presence through the water. Her partner seemed to be brushing her teeth, doing it very seriously. She dared not make a sound and carefully left, afraid of being discovered again. The next day, when Fong Chingfeng got up to wash up, she already knew. Then came Lang Qi, Sherboen, Su Ming, and soon after, the crown prince arrived as well. They all gathered together. Then her partner also got up. Once her wife went downstairs, they headed to the study. The plants outside the study had been watered, and she barely caught a glimpse of what seemed to be an ancient and mysterious ceremony. Her wife took turns touching their wrists, and Fong Chingfeng reached for another hand. After finishing, they held their breath, anxiously waiting for her to speak. When she finally confirmed something and left with one person, the others were either disappointed, frustrated, or in despair, as if their souls had been taken away. What were they doing? Shireen couldn't understand, but she recalled the contact Lin Jian received last night. She had a pearl necklace and pearl earrings and bumped into Lin Jian, who was about to leave. Lin Jian smiled when she saw her. "You're awake. What do you want for breakfast?" "Just tell the robot." Seeing the beautiful woman early in the morning eased Lin Jian's tension about going to the maternity center. "Okay." Shireen nodded and quickly ran over, handing her the necklace and pearls. "I made these last night. You have to accept them, sister." "Thank you. But this is enough," Lin Jian said, and the pearls matched her outfit perfectly. When Shireen saw Lin Jian was leaving, she looked uneasy. "Sister, are you going out?" "Yes, I might be back by noon." Shireen bit her lip. "Sister, can you please not go?" The men were so emotional, and she cautiously didn't want Lin Jian to leave. "Sister, I'm scared if you go." Lin Jian looked a bit troubled, but quickly shook her head. "I can't. I have important matters to attend to." She patted Shireen's shoulder. "If you're scared, just stay in your room. They won't bother you." After saying that, Lin Jian left without hesitation. Shireen stood for a moment, and then the study door opened, revealing Fong Chingfeng's desperate shout. Why can't I win this time? No, next time it has to be me, I swear." Then, a few footsteps were heard coming from the study. Shireen didn't bother to look and silently returned to her room, lying back in the bathtub. As she submerged in the water, her figure slowly disappeared amidst the rippling waves. Lin Jian got into the car and headed to the maternity center. There was some traffic due to the morning rush, but she eventually arrived at the center. The maternity center was large and bustling, and Lin Jian blended in with the crowd without drawing attention. "Which way do we go?" "Let me check." "To the left," Lang Chi gently reminded her. As they walked toward the maternity center, Lang Chi seemed a bit dazed. The presence of the crown prince hadn't changed the situation. His physical condition was simply better than theirs. Then, without any surprises, they arrived at the fertility center. They submitted their fertility application, but Lin Jian disliked hearing about fertility values and refused to undergo any tests, so he made his own choice. "I understand what you both mean. Please confirm your signatures here. Since many people come for fertility, please pay attention to the numbers being called."
Okay.
Lin Jian and Lang Chi nodded. Lin Jian felt like they were waiting at a modern hospital for their turn. "Let's sit for a moment." Just as Lang Chi was about to take Lin Jian to a nearby resting area, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Oh, Marshal? And Miss Lin." Lang Chi frowned and turned around, seeing Ruan Yijiao and the staff following her. The staff next to Ruan Yijiao explained, "We are live-streaming Miss Ruan's fertility journey. This is a program created for the new fertility regulations. I didn't expect to run into you here." Lang Chi did not think it was a coincidence. "Miss Ruan, please feel free." Lang Chi directly pulled Lin Jian away. Ruan Yijiao had been waiting for this day for a long time and would not back down because of Lang Chi's cold demeanor. She even enjoyed seeing his cold face, as it meant he cared about her presence. Why did he care? It was because he knew her fertility rate was high. Ruan Yijiao looked at Lin Jian, her eyes filled with pity and disdain. She slowly spoke to the camera while filling out her application. Once she finished, it was Lin Jian and Lang Chi's turn. "Please follow us." The staff led Lin Jian and Lang Chi to a room labeled for males. "This is the male collection room. You can go separately or together. Having a matching partner can be more helpful." Lang Chi reacted first. No need. Once Lin Jian realized, her face turned bright red. What kind of suggestion was that? What help did she need to provide? "I'm leaving first." Lin Jian couldn't bear to look at Lang Chi, fearing her mind would conjure some inappropriate images. She lowered her head to leave, but was caught by Lang Chi's hand. Lin Jian's eyes widened. "Marshal, you don't need my help, do you?" Lang Chi was momentarily stunned, realizing the warmth in his hand that was holding Lin Jian's. He released her hand. "No, I just wanted to say, don't be scared. If you need anything, just find me." He would never ask Lin Jian for help. Lin Jian then understood her misunderstanding, and in an instant, she felt her cheeks burning uncontrollably. She must have turned into a little yellow character in the Marshal's mind. Lin Jian quickly replied and ran away. Wolf Chi looked at Lin Jian, her ears flushed red, wishing he could find in the ground to hide in. The smile in his eyes spread wider. After watching Lin Jian enter the women's room, he turned back, took a deep breath, and was about to go in when he heard Ruan Yijiao's voice. "Marshal." This time, Ruan Yijiao was alone, without any staff. She gently asked the staff, "Can I speak to the Marshal alone?" The staff quickly nodded and stepped aside. The smile in Wolf Chi's eyes slowly faded. "What do you want to say, Miss Ruan?" "Marshal, you still have a chance to reconsider." Ruan Yijiao gazed at Wolf Chi's handsome face, which had not changed in 10 years, and a hint of infatuation flashed to her eyes. First love is unforgettable. She had looked for substitutes, but no one compared to the Marshal, not even in hair color. Even if someone dyed their hair silver like his, they still fell short. She resented Wolf Chi's coldness, but she was unwilling to accept that he could have a child with Lin Jian. Even if they were not conceiving naturally, she couldn't bear it. He should be with her, not with her. Marshal, if you want a child, you shouldn't choose her. You should choose me. You know that only I can give you a child. I have my standards, so I'm giving you one last chance. I can overlook the past if you choose me. Ruan Yijiao waited for Wolf Chi to waver, to feel conflicted. But Wolf Chi answered almost instantly no. Just one word, but without hesitation. He even took a step back. Ruan Yijiao's confident expression suddenly turned stiff. Marshal, do you know what you're saying? I want to ask you, Ruan Yijiao, do you know what you're saying? The disgust on Wolf Chi's face was clear. I had been holding back, but you really are repulsive.
What?
Ruan Yijiao's ears buzzed. Unable to believe such harsh words came from Wolf Chi, I kindly gave you a chance and offered to help you have children, and you call me repulsive? I just like you. Why insult me like this? On what grounds do you say that? This time, Ruan Yijiao was truly hurt. Her eyes turned red from anger and sorrow. The proud and noble young lady with tears in her eyes always moved people, but Wolf Chi's disgust only deepened. Kindness? Wolf Chi was tired of her endless entanglement. Ruan Yijiao, I know everything you've done. Repeatedly framing and deliberately slandering Jin, mocking her as if she were no different from a lady of the night, and now trying to ruin what she and I are creating together. Do you really like married men, just like Chingfeng said? Aren't you worried about what your followers will think of you? This time, Lang Chi seemed possessed by Fong Chingfeng, and his words made Ruan Yijiao question if she was dreaming. A general shouldn't speak like this. At least, he wouldn't talk to a woman this way. But when she bit her lip, she realized it hurt. Everything was real. She truly felt the general's disdain and mockery.
How can you say that about me?
What did I say that was wrong? How can you still protect her? Her eyes were filled with jealousy. Why did Lin Jian deserve this? You're projecting your own feelings. Do you think Jian is like you? You should be grateful you're a woman and haven't spread those rumors. Otherwise, he would make sure she wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. The phrase projecting one's own feelings pierced Ruan Yijiao's heart like a knife. You. Lang Chi ignored Ruan Yijiao's ugly expression and said directly, if you target Jian again, don't blame me for being rude. I gave you face before, but Ruan Yijiao, I don't like you. I didn't like you before, and now I find you even more disgusting. This is my final warning. Don't come after me again. Otherwise, it would be her who would be embarrassed. Ruan Yijiao imagined the words he didn't say. How can you treat me like this? Lang Chi paid no attention to Ruan Yijiao's mix of love and hate. Lin Jian had no idea that this conversation happened after she left. Once she entered the room, a female robotic assistant approached her with a gentle voice, accompanied by soft music. It made her relax without realizing it. Lin Jian declined the robot's offer to help her change into a sterile maternity dress and did it herself. Her estimation was correct. She was right in the ovulation period, so everything went smoothly. Having seen the struggles of surrogate mothers in modern times, she was relieved that these issues were resolved in the interstellar era. After confirming she was in her ovulation period, Lin Jian lay down in the preparation chamber as instructed. The chamber was filled with warm liquid, and she could even play games or watch videos. She remained alert throughout, and after nearly half an hour of soaking, a prompt indicated it was time to finish. The entire process was painless, and in the end, a mature genetic egg was successfully extracted. Her choices were fully respected, and no tests were conducted on her or the genetic egg. The specially designed round capsule was carefully protected. Lin Jian glanced at it twice before confirming her signature. Then Lin Jian took a quick shower and changed back into her clothes, spending about an hour in total. Miss Lin Jian, your match, Mr. Lang Chi, has successfully submitted the genetic fluid. The nurturing center will soon begin the process for you both. This process will take about 2 to 3 hours, so please be patient. When Lin Jian came out of the room, Lang Qi was there to meet her. Nothing happened, right? Everything went smoothly? Lin Jian nodded, remembering not to ask Lang Qi if everything went well. We still have to wait 2 or 3 hours. There's a leisure game area and a dining area over there. Let's go. Lang Qi was calm because he could guess the outcome. He was thinking about how rare it was for him to be alone with him.
Okay.
Lin Jian felt very nervous and couldn't calm down. She was thinking about how she would become a mother at such a young age. She was also worried about her and Lang Qi's situation. One had a fertility value of 5 and the other 0, which was like being infertile, yet somehow getting pregnant. This would surely attract attention and make them a topic of discussion. Her body couldn't withstand any scrutiny, and she was anxious about her fertility value being revealed. She urgently needed to do something else to distract herself. Just as they were about to head to the leisure area, familiar livestream staff and Ruan Yijiao appeared again. Ruan Yijiao had returned to normal, but she seemed to have a darker aura. Beside her, Ying Shiji was carefully trying to comfort her. Lin Jian and Lang Qi frowned simultaneously, realizing that Ying Shiji, who had previously insulted Lin Jian, was also there for nurturing. Wasn't he arrested? Ying Shiji had indeed been arrested, but after paying a large bail and with the Queen's guarantee, he was released to come here to nurture a child. If he were sentenced, he planned to use a method similar to Jing Bufei's for parole, hoping to suffer for only 3 months. The Queen supported Ying Shiji because the Ying family was her source of wealth. The money earned from the game was unimaginable for ordinary people. Ruan Yijiao was nurturing him because she had given him shares. Ruan Yijiao already had a following, and with a chance encounter with Lin Jian and the Marshal, the livestream viewership reached an astonishing level. People were criticizing Ying Shiji's appearance, but after the complaints, they still played the game. In fact, Ying Shiji's presence was seen as a unique form of advertisement. Those who had never played the game before ended up trying it out. Ying Shiji knew that his hope for parole rested on Ruan Yijiao, and he was trying to win her over completely. After offending the Crown Prince, Ying Shiji quickly calmed down. The Crown Prince had no heirs, which was a problem for him. Moreover, the Queen Aunt supported the second prince, so he didn't need to fear the Crown Prince. Thinking about his child, who would be a brother to the second prince's child, the royal heir, he felt excited. Miss Ruan, you can choose any of my properties. Once the pregnancy is successful, half of them will be transferred to the child's name. Ruan Yijiao finally showed a good attitude, and netizens were amazed by Ying Shiji's generosity. He was so encouraged by the online reactions that he even contacted a lawyer to discuss the matter. Though there were no results yet, it felt as if the pregnancy had already succeeded. He was very confident. Even though Ruan Yijiao only agreed to give him one chance and he had to pay a high price, including giving her shares, he believed he would succeed with his high fertility value of 15. The netizens saw nothing wrong, and Ruan Yijiao didn't stop him either. She glanced at Lang Qi nearby, her eyes filled with impatience for revenge. Ying Shiji was determined to make Lin Jian regret her ignorance. So when Lin Jian and her group went to the entertainment area, he shamelessly followed them, praising Ruan Yijiao and flaunting his wealth. Lang Qi had hoped they could stay quiet for 2 hours, but Ying Shiji's loud voice ruined that. No matter where they went, he followed. After 2 hours, Lang Qi simply returned with Lin Jian to the results notification area. Surprisingly, Ying Shiji and Ruan Yijiao also came back to wait for the results. Since their registrations were close together, Lin Jian and Ruan Yijiao's numbers rang almost simultaneously. The results for both pregnancies were delivered by a staff member. The results are out. Ying Shiji was overjoyed and quickly stood up to greet the staff. Ruan Yijiao remained calm and dignified in her seat. Lin Jian felt a bit anxious, while Lang Qi observed the program staff from a distance, waiting for them to finish before approaching. Ying Shiji walked up to the staff and immediately spotted the notification indicating a successful pregnancy. It was well known that successful pregnancy notifications were in red to signify celebration, while unsuccessful ones were in black. As the staff member was about to announce the name, Ing Shiji's eyes lit up, and he snatched the red notification envelope. I'm here, just give it to me. The staff member looked at Ing Shiji, surprised. What are you doing? Give it back to me. He wanted to take it back, and Ing Shiji stepped back. Anyway, it's all meant for me. So what's the fuss? The live broadcast staff excitedly directed the filming drone to follow and captured the announcement results, while quietly stopping others from trying to take it back. The staff was blocked and felt very anxious. Give it back to me, that's not yours. The result for Miss Ruan is mine. Besides me, who else could it possibly be for? Ing Shiji smugly glanced at Lin Jian and Lang Qi, who didn't dare to come closer, and chuckled as he opened the document bag. Let me confirm this. Upon seeing the contents, Ing Shiji's smile froze. Why are you not speaking? Ruan Yijiao, sitting in her place, wondered, then explained to the camera. They must be so happy they're speechless. They did this before too. She sighed a little. I've seen them laugh and cry, even unable to speak. It's normal because they're so excited. After saying this, she elegantly stood up and casually turned to Lin Jian and Lang Qi. Seeing Lin Jian's expression, she felt a bit sorry. Jian, don't be too discouraged. You're still young. You have 200 or 300 years ahead. As long as you don't give up, miracles can happen. Lin Jian. She was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Lang Qi's gaze grew colder. Miss Ruan, you've gone too far. Ruan Yijiao replied defensively. I was just comforting Miss Lin. As soon as she finished speaking, Ing Shiji shouted. It's impossible. This can't be happening. He questioned, why are Lin Jian and Lang Qi's names here instead of mine and Miss Ruan's? The staff was at a loss for words. What do you mean? I already said this is not your result. It belongs to Miss Lin and the Marshal. Taking advantage of the program team's shock, the staff finally stepped forward and took the announcement results back. He handed Ing Shiji the other black document bag. This is your announcement result. It's impossible. This can't be mine. Ing Shiji looked at the black text in disbelief. Hearing the conversation, Ruan Yijiao turned back. What's going on? Miss Ruan, he says our baby didn't succeed. Only the Marshals did. Is this a joke arranged by the program team? Ruan Yijiao looked worried. This is not the time for jokes. We're not joking. The staff shook their heads. Miss Ruan, I don't know about any program team. We would never joke during work, especially not in a situation like this. The staff walked over to Lin Jian and Lang Qi and said, Miss Lin, Marshal, here is your notification of the pregnancy results. I apologize, I didn't handle it properly earlier and it got opened. I can prepare a new one for you. Lang Qi hesitated for a long time before taking the envelope and the results. It's fine, no need, he replied mechanically, then stared blankly at the results. Successful? Successful?
Impossible.
Someone voiced Lang Qi's thoughts. It was Ing Shiji who said it. Ruan Yijiao stepped forward and snatched the document from Ing Shiji's hands. Is this our notification? Yes, Miss Ruan, this is your result notification. Unfortunately, both of you have failed to conceive, the staff said, maintaining a normal tone. They had to deliver many failed results each day. Even Ruan Yijiao, with a fertility score of 60, only succeeded about once a year, with the rest being failures. Normally, she would be used to it, but not today. Because Lin Jian had succeeded. Looking at the printed results, she bit her tongue and regained her voice. Excuse me, is there a mistake? Yes, there must be a mistake, Ing Shiji immediately added. There is no mistake, the staff quickly denied. We confirmed multiple times. The results are accurate. The first step of pregnancy for Lin Jian and the Marshal is indeed successful. When the results were announced, the staff felt confused and worried about making an error. However, after checking several times, they confirmed there was no mistake. No, it's impossible. The Marshal's fertility score is 0. How could it be successful? Ing Shiji shouted what everyone was thinking. This was also Lang Qi's own thought. He looked again and again, still feeling dazed, thinking he must have read it wrong, so he checked repeatedly. But the results clearly showed the names of Lin Jian and Lang Qi. Lin Jian was momentarily stunned, then felt a sense of relief. After a period of purification and recovery, the Marshal had regained fertility, and her perfect fertility score was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Lang Qi still staring at the results, she leaned in and asked, "Haven't you seen enough?" The next moment, Ruan Yijiao suddenly said, "The Marshal is doubting it himself." She took a deep breath and looked at the staff. "I think you must have made a mistake from the beginning. Even if the Marshal had a child, it could only be with her. There must be an error." She cut off the staff's response, saying, "Perhaps my genetic material was swapped." She glanced at Lin Jian, her eyes filled with cold disdain. "I demand a thorough investigation." The viewers of the live broadcast began to doubt whether there had been a mistake. The staff helplessly explained, "Miss Ruan, we wouldn't make such a basic error. We have verified everything, and there's no problem." Ruan Yijiao showed a hint of impatience. Ing Shiji shouted, "Just because you say there's no problem doesn't mean we believe you. Something must have been switched, or someone in your organization was bribed. My child cannot be at risk. Check it now." He looked at the video and added, "You cannot refuse. With so many viewers watching, if you keep refusing, it means there's something wrong with your center." Ruan Yijiao firmly stated, "It's best to investigate." Lin Jian pulled at the speaking Lang Qi, saying, "Then let's check. I don't want to be confused with others." Her words made it sound like she had switched Ruan Yijiao's embryo, and their gazes made her feel uncomfortable and sick. "Let's let the evidence speak for itself." The staff gratefully glanced at Lin Jian. "Then let's investigate. We ask all viewers to supervise." They didn't want to be falsely accused. "I suggest that Miss Lin should have an examination. If her fertility score is above 5, it could delay her future. If it's not an issue with her fertility score, then there must be something else going on." Ruan Yijiao analyzed step by step, and Lin Jian felt a heaviness in her heart. Ing Shiji immediately chimed in, emphasizing the need to clarify the situation. Lang Qi noticed Lin Jian step back and furrowed his brows before speaking. "Miss Ruan, your unreasonable behavior seems suspicious. It really just doesn't meet your expectations, does it? Or is it because of a high fertility score that Miss Ruan can only accept her success now?" He stepped forward, looking intently at Ruan Yijiao, which also caused the staff encouraged by her to stop. He directly asked the staff, "Is it true that the fertility center has new rules allowing only Miss Ruan to succeed? If others succeed, do we have to question it? Even check their fertility scores?" "Miss Ruan's assumptions astonish me. Who gave you such authority?" Lang Qi's gaze was sharp and penetrating, as if he could see right through Ruan Yijiao. "If Jian's fertility score is fine, will you check me next? If I pass, will you want us to provide blood samples for further research until you find an answer that satisfies you?" The previously noisy scene fell silent in shock. Indeed, who gave Ruan Yijiao such authority? Why was she able to say that so confidently? Under Lang Qi's gaze, Ruan Yijiao couldn't help but take 2 steps back.
Marshal, I didn't mean it that way.
"I was just so confused."
No, you did.
Lang Qi looked directly into Ruan Yijiao's eyes. "Miss Ruan, I don't understand why you reacted so strongly. You insist we can't succeed. But before, when I was in a closed coma, no one thought I would wake up. Yet because of Jian, I did wake up. So why can't we succeed today? When has the world ever banned miracles?" Ruan Yijiao's eyes showed panic, while Lin Jian's panic turned into surprise. She slowly exhaled, unconsciously tugging at Lang Qi's sleeve. She knew that succeeding today might attract attention and doubt, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Ruan Yijiao was so sharp, suddenly pinpointing the key issue, which caught her off guard. The truth was indeed that without her full support, success would not have been possible. With so many viewers watching the live stream, she felt a chill, fearing that the truth might be exposed. Fortunately, Lang Qi spoke up, blocking all of Ruan Yijiao's doubts. He attributed his success to miracles, avoiding the crisis of her being checked for fertility values on the spot. Ruan Yijiao looked at Lin Jian being protected by Lang Qi, filled with anger and sadness. "The Marshal doesn't need to exaggerate. I was just voicing everyone's doubts. I think many people are curious about how your fertility value recovered and how you succeeded. Am I not allowed to ask?" In her last sentence, she sounded quite wronged. Lang Chi shook his head. You are not asking, you are pressuring. Because your fertility value is high and others keep failing while you keep succeeding, you've been placed on a pedestal. Do you really think you are a god who can command everyone? Lang Chi lowered his gaze and shook his head. Today I am still the Marshal. I stand here, and you dare to treat my match this way, instructing staff to check her fertility value.
What about ordinary people?
What else would you do? If that person got pregnant naturally, what would you check? Would you want to cut the baby out to sea? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Ruan Yijiao's expression finally changed. Marshal, I said I was just curious. Why do you have to accuse me of so many things? She looked at Lang Chi with a sense of grievance. This time, Lang Chi remained silent, just watching her quietly. The viewers in the live stream also fell silent, watching Ruan Yijiao. Perhaps the Marshal was exaggerating, but Ruan Yijiao had indeed acted as if she was in charge. Ruan Yijiao froze, especially when she saw the looks from others, and she suddenly couldn't hold it together. Why are you looking at me like that? I just had doubts. What kind of looks are those? You all know it's impossible. You are not just doubting. Lang Chi hit the nail on the head. You have been defending yourself all this time, yet you haven't even apologized to Jian. You have been bothering us today. Haven't you been trying to compare yourself to Jian, showing off your success with a fertility value of 60? Because you miscalculated, you are now acting irrationally. Ruan Yijiao's pupils constricted sharply. The panic of being seen through and the grievance she had suppressed made her completely lose control.
How dare you say that about me?
You want me to apologize to Lin Jian? Does she deserve it? What is she? Just a worthless person with a fertility value of 5. The audience in the room and online erupted at her words, witnessing Ruan Yijiao's loss of composure. This was the first time Ruan Yijiao had ever lost control like this. Hikuei never expected that the carefully planned show, aimed at impressing Ruan Yijiao by stepping on Lin Jian, would have such an unexpected incident on its first broadcast. Before the viewers could fully react, he quickly shut down the live stream. The staff looked to him for help. What should we do? Hikuei wondered the same thing. He had invested a lot in this live stream. It shouldn't have gone this way. If only Ruan Yijiao hadn't lost her composure, they could have explored why Lin Jian and Lang Chi were successful, or even entertained some conspiracy theories. This show could have been a hit. But Ruan Yijiao, used to being domineering, completely lost control, making it impossible to investigate the truth or understand how miracles happen. Earlier, Lin Jian's expression had been off. They just needed to dig deeper into the fertility value. Hikuei was regretful and thinking about how to save the show, and for the first time, he felt a strong curiosity about Lin Jian. Ruan Yijiao didn't notice this. When the live stream ended, she realized she had lost her composure, and countless viewers had seen her outburst. The thought of those clips possibly spreading made her furious. Lin Jian, don't hide behind the Marshal. Be honest about what you did. You can't possibly be successful. Ruan Yijiao walked directly up to Lin Jian and tried to grab her. You were so close with so many people. With a loud slap, Ruan Yijiao's words were cut off.
What are you talking about?
Lin Jian told Lang Chi to step back. Marshal, move aside. We women can handle our own matters. Lang Chi blocked her from checking the fertility value, so now she was ready to fight back. Ruan Yijiao had practically delivered herself to her. She had been bothering Lin Jian for too long. It was time for revenge. Ruan Yijiao didn't expect Lin Jian to strike back, and it took her a moment to react while covering her face.
You
dare hit me. Angry, she wanted to retaliate, but as a pampered young lady, she was no match for Lin Jian, who easily caught her attacking hand. With a swift punch to her stomach, Lin Jian said, You keep spreading rumors, thinking I'm an easy target? Lin Jian didn't use any special powers. She applied the skills she learned from Lang Chi and Fong Chingfeng on Ruan Yijiao. The scene turned chaotic. Hikuei and Ing Shiji wanted to step in to help but were stopped by Lang Chi. Wolf Chi. Lin Jian easily subdued Ruan Yijiao, showing great skill and even a bit of Hanzhou's unique fierce beauty while keeping everyone frozen in place. Miss Ruan insulted me first and struck first. I advise everyone not to act rashly, or I won't hold back. Help me. Are you all dead? Linjin, let me go. You're finished. I won't let you get away with this. The one-sided beating only ended when the interstellar police robots arrived. Ruan Yijiao's well-maintained hair turned into a messy nest. Her face bore handprint marks, her eyes were bruised, and she was bleeding from her nose. This was the first time she had ever looked so disheveled, not to mention the pain all over her body. Lin Jian knew pressure points, was strong, and was skilled at inflicting pain, making her doubt her life choices. In just a few minutes, Ruan Yijiao experienced suffering like never before. When she was helped up, she was filled with thoughts of revenge. But she was soon invited out by the people from the birthing center, and Ing Shiji was also sent away. After being shoved into a car, he sat in shock for a long time, then suddenly clutched his head. Everything was so dramatic. After slapping himself twice to confirm he wasn't dreaming, he felt like he was going crazy. Along with his disbelief, there was an indescribable regret. Why did I fail? I clearly had 60 fertility points. Why did I fail? And Lin Jian, with only 5, succeeded. The Marshal with 0 fertility points succeeded, so if it were my case, it would surely succeed? This thought inevitably crossed his mind. So if I hadn't rejected Miss Lin and cherished the opportunity to match with her, I would already have a child? I wouldn't even have to face prison for insulting Miss Lin. All of this is because I pursued Ruan Yijiao, and yet she hasn't given me a child.
Why?
Why did this happen? I can't just let this go. Ing Shiji grabbed Ruan Yijiao beside him. Miss Ruan, you have 60. Why did you do worse than 5? He stared at Ruan Yijiao intensely. This doesn't count. You must give me a child. Ruan Yijiao slapped him. Get lost. Ing Shiji raised his hand, but then realized and lowered it again. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ruan Yijiao, I'm not joking. I must have a child. I rejected Lin Jian for you, and even faced prison. You must give me a child and help me get parole, or I won't let this go. Get lost. Ruan Yijiao hated him so much at that moment that she wished she could kill him. I'm not leaving, don't provoke me. Ing Shiji stared hard at Ruan Yijiao. You must give me a child to prove your abilities. Ruan Yijiao was startled by his gaze, and then became even angrier. Who did Ing Shiji think he was to speak to her like that? Lin Xian had successfully conceived but was too afraid to check the fertility value. There must be something suspicious, and she would find out. She took out her smart device and messaged, "Find out the status of Lin Jian's pregnancy." Then she messaged Hikuei, "Immediately change the online reviews. No matter what methods or reasons you use, I don't want to see anyone criticizing me." Hikuei, who usually replied instantly, did not respond right away this time because he was observing Lin Jian. On the other side, at the fertility center, Ruan Yijiao was taken away, and the crowd was dispersed. Only Lin Jian and the staff remained. The staff wiped the sweat from their forehead and returned to work. Congratulations, the pregnancy has been successful. This is the first step and the most crucial one. 99% of parents are stopped at this stage. But luck and happiness are with you. Congratulations again to both of you. He bowed to congratulate them and continued with the process. Now both of you need to sign to confirm you received this news. He led them to the window. The mother signs here, and the father signs here. The pen was first handed to Lin Jian. She glanced at the content, saw no issues, and quickly signed. Then she passed the pen to Lang Qi. Lang Qi took the pen, but his hand trembled. Lin Jian noticed. What's wrong? Nothing. Lang Qi shook his head, took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the pen, and carefully signed. He thanked the staff, but even at that moment, he still felt like he was dreaming. Everything felt unreal, just like when he saw Lin Jian confront Ruan Yijiao. Lin Jian felt a bit hungry and told Lang Qi she was going ahead. After taking a few steps, she turned back and saw Lang Qi standing there, looking more confused than ever. Then he pinched himself. Lin Jian paused for a moment and suddenly realized what was happening. She returned and took his hand. Stop pinching yourself. She found it a bit funny, yet also felt a sense of nostalgia as she softly said, "Yes, Marshal, we have a child. This time it's real, not a trick." The lie they once told was no longer a lie. "It's all true. Don't think it's a dream." In an instant, Lang Chi seemed to return to the front lines, back to endless suffering and darkness. Once there was a little girl who gently kissed him and told him they had a child. Then she pulled him out of the abyss. She changed his destined outcome. She saved him, purified him, and helped him escape, allowing him to truly live instead of struggling in pain. She made his wildest dreams come true. And now, she brought him another dream he never dared to imagine. He actually had a child. After his fertility value dropped to 0, Lang Chi never thought he could have children again. He cooperated only because he wanted to be with her. Once again, what he never dared to dream became a reality. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lang Chi reached out and embraced Lin Jian. She paused for a moment, feeling warmth at the back of her neck, and asked, "Marshal, are you okay?" After a moment, the Marshal's hoarse voice came from beside her neck. "I'm fine. I just can't believe it." Lin Jian raised her hand and gently hugged him back. An unspoken comfort filled Lang Chi's heart. He closed his eyes and held her tightly, as if he were holding the whole world. People came and went around them. Some looked at them and others took pictures. But in that moment, their world consisted only of each other. As Lang Chi calmed down, he slowly released Lin Ji. "Thank you, Jen, for giving me such a big surprise." He looked at her with seriousness in his eyes. "I will do my best to take care of you and our child for the rest of my life." His life began anew because of Yan. His world changed. In addition to his duties as a marshal, he now had the responsibilities of being a husband and a father. Lin Jian felt that Lang Chi seemed different, and she slowly exhaled, "Okay." Lin Jian appeared calm because she knew this possibility existed. But calmness didn't mean she wasn't anxious. She naturally matured and evolved into a qualified future mother. She was just a recent college graduate. Although she seemed prepared and mature, she didn't feel confident inside. Being a mother was a different experience. She was afraid of not being a good mom. Yet, in that embrace, under Lang Chi's promise, she gradually felt at ease and less afraid. She wouldn't be alone. She had the Marshal. Just like before, he always stood behind her to support her, and this time would be no different. He was her strongest support, and even if things went wrong, she wouldn't be scared. Indeed, fate's choice was the best. Choosing Lang Chi to be the child's father was the perfect arrangement. Lin Jian clenched her fist and said, "I will also work hard to be a good mom." Lang Chi found her so adorable that he chuckled, but then he looked at her youthful face and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. She was still a child herself, so young, and now she had to become a mother. Amid the joy, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. For a moment, Lang Chi felt that no matter how well he treated her, it would never be enough. He had always felt he owed her something, and now that feeling reached its peak. He gently patted Lin Jian's head and said, "You don't have to try so hard. I'm here for you." Lin Jian didn't expect him to respond that way, but she nodded and replied, "Okay." The scene of them smiling at each other was beautiful, but it was tough for the staff nearby. "Excuse me, Marshal, Miss Lin." Lin Jian turned around, surprised to see him, and asked, "You're back?" The staff member replied, "I never left." He had been completely overlooked. He was used to being ignored, but this time, for some reason, he felt a chill in his heart and a fullness in his stomach, wanting to knock over the bowl of dog food in front of him.
"Sorry.
Do you need something?" Lin Jian tapped her toes nervously. "The doctors said they need to talk to you about the baby."
I was just about to say that.
Unfortunately, with the earlier commotion and then the two of them embracing, he hadn't had the chance to speak. "The doctor?" Lin Jian immediately felt anxious, fearing there might be a problem with the baby and worried the doctor might notice something unusual about her. "Don't be scared, don't worry." Lang Chi held her wrist and said, "Let's go see the doctor first. Don't frighten yourself." "Okay." The doctor looked at them with surprise and said, Your baby has successfully developed at an early stage, but it's a bit different from others. It might be the first time someone has successfully conceived with a fertility value of 0, or there could be other reasons. In any case, we need to continue monitoring. So, is the situation bad? Lin Jian felt worried, thinking it might not be the Marshal's issue but hers. The doctor shook his head. It's not necessarily bad. It's just that your embryo is different from those that have successfully developed before. Since there are no precedents, we can't guarantee what the final outcome will be. We will focus on monitoring, and we will inform you of any developments. Lin Jian nodded, okay. Now, please sign this. It was a supplementary agreement stating that the embryo had abnormalities, but the parents confirmed they would continue with the pregnancy. Lang Chi took the document, glanced at it, and signed first. When they were leaving, the doctor surprisingly stood up to see them off. Miss Lin, I know the Crown Prince. I saw the news about you and the Crown Prince registering yesterday. Congratulations. Only then did Lin Jian realize it was because of the Crown Prince. Hello. The doctor noticed Lang Chi turning back and stopped talking. Lin Jian sighed in relief. She was worried the doctor would ask her for a health check or a fertility test. However, as she walked from the office to the lobby, she felt uneasy because she sensed many eyes on her. Lang Chi felt it too. He calmly glanced back, causing those who wanted to approach to hesitate. We took a bit of time. Fong and the others should have had lunch by now. I know a place with a spicy flavor you like. Lang Chi still wanted to spend time alone with Lin Jian and hoped to calm the people at the villa.
Lin Jian nodded, okay.
Seeing the restroom ahead, she said, I need to go to the restroom. When Lin Jian came out, someone suddenly grabbed her hair from behind. Ran, why are you running? Wait for me. With a gasp, Lin Jian turned around. The grip on her hair wasn't strong, and when the woman saw her face, she immediately let go. I'm sorry. I mistook you for my daughter. You both have similar clothes and hair. The woman looked to be around 30, but advanced skincare technology made it hard to guess her age. As she kept apologizing, Lin Jian scratched her head. It's fine. Just after leaving the restroom, she felt an even stronger sense of being watched. Eyes from all directions were on her, and in the next moment, a handsome young man suddenly mustered the courage to approach. Hello, Miss Lin, my name is Mao Chong. My spirit form is also a cat, and I have an A-level psychic ability. I would like to ask for a chance. I can give you everything. He spoke quickly, his gaze intense. Lin Jian shook her head and walked forward. Mao Chong didn't dare to stop her and quickly retreated, saying, I really know how to make people happy, and I have strong abilities. I can ensure you experience ultimate joy during deep purification. Lin Jian looked at Mao Chong in shock and took a step back. What was he saying? She really didn't want to be the kind of girl who understood everything immediately. Noticing Lin Jian's retreat, Mao Chong realized he might have frightened her and quickly knelt on one knee, raising his hand. I mean no harm. I just want a child. My fertility score is only 1, and I had almost lost hope, but then you appeared, Miss Lin, and I was so happy that I couldn't help but step forward to advocate for myself. He moved humbly, not daring to offend or touch her, but his eyes were filled with eagerness. That intense gaze was the reason Lin Jian feared her fertility score being revealed. She tightened her grip. I refuse. My relationship with the Marshal was just an accident. I can truly give everything, Mao Chong said, stepping forward on his knees. I have some assets, and our spiritual forms are both cats. Just as Lin Jian was about to step back, her shoulder was suddenly embraced. It was Lang Chi, who had been waiting outside. You scared her. Mao Chong froze upon seeing Lang Chi, then spoke again. I just want a chance, Marshal. I will be very obedient. But Lang Chi didn't listen to the rest. He simply held Lin and left. Mao Chong watched their retreating figures, filled with frustration. If the Marshal could do it, he could too. Why not give him a chance? His fertility score was even better than the Marshal's. He could succeed. This was the common thought among those watching Lin Jian. She felt the intense stares on her back and quickened her pace, shaking off those gazes. Fortunately, those stares, including Mao Chong, who had mustered the courage to approach her, did not dare to follow. With Lang Qi around, and the suspicion of trailing being troublesome, plus many had seen or heard about Lin Jian hitting someone, it served as a warning to everyone. She even dared to hit Ruan Yijiao, which left an impression on all. As they watched them leave, many showed regret and sighed. Some began to frantically apply to be Lin Jian's match or sought information, reaching out through their networks to connect with her. Only one person in the crowd remained unusually calm. He adjusted his hat and left quietly. Upon closer inspection, he was carefully holding a strand of hair. Lin Jian is quite interesting. After leaving the hall, Hikuei dialed a number. Hello, fresh hair that has just been taken from the follicle can be used for fertility testing, right? If it can be done, that's good. Please conduct all possible tests. The cost is not an issue. Great, I'll send it over now. After the call, Hikuei looked at the hair in his hands, his eyes filled with determination. No matter what purpose Lin Jian was hiding, there was nothing he couldn't uncover. He didn't notice that the huge statue fountain at the entrance of the fertility center suddenly swelled for a moment. The water below bubbled angrily. Hair. How dare you touch my wife's hair? Hikuei naturally couldn't hear this angry shout. As usual, he passed by the statue fountain, but suddenly the fountain grew larger and drenched him completely. What's wrong with this fountain? Hikuei quickly shook off the water. Since he was busy with tests, he noticed his hair was still fine and didn't mind the wetness. The suddenly erupting fountain slowly returned to normal. Meanwhile, inside the villa, time seemed to stand still. Fong Chingfeng and the others heard that Lin Jian and Lang Qi's baby had successfully developed. They were shocked and couldn't believe it, followed by endless jealousy. Ruan Yijiao said it was impossible, and they all thought so too. But when they saw the news online and the photos of Lang Qi and Lin Jian embracing, they finally felt it was real. Ming, back in his room, kept staring at that photo, his eyes filled with anger. It felt like his heart had been pierced, leaving him breathless. He thought this time he was just a step behind and could catch up next time, but now it seemed more than that. Lin Jian was embracing Lang Qi, and they would have a child connected by blood. That child would be the bond between them, uniting them forever. The thought of forever drove Ming mad with jealousy. What he had always pursued were those very words. Not only Ming was in pain, everyone felt like their hearts had cracked. Shireen murmured, "No wonder she was so sure about wanting to have a little lion for me." He had thought Lin Jian was just trying to get his father to sign something, but he didn't expect. If he had won against the Marshal this time, perhaps they would already have a little lion. The smart device beeped, showing his father's profile picture, and Shireen scoffed. After returning from the front lines, his father had indeed cut off contact and even deliberately made things difficult for him, forcing him to compromise and seek out Ruan Yijiao. During this time, he had tried every tactic, even involving others. They had been at odds, not contacting each other at all. But now his father had reached out to him. Shireen didn't answer, but his father sent a message. "When will you bring Miss Lin back to the Shir family? Please explain to her that I was confused before. Since you both registered as a match, I should wish you well. To show my apology, I will make up for the meeting gift I owed her. Let her see these lists. She can choose anything she likes, as long as she's willing to leave a legacy for the Shir family." Father Shir initially invested heavily to please Ruan Yijiao, and now that list of benefits has been sent unchanged to Shireen and Lin Jian. You should aim to go to the fertility center with her next month. Once you have a child, I will hand over the Shir family to you. This was the first time Father Shir had been so persistent, but Shireen ignored him, yet he continued to send messages. "Why aren't you responding? Just so, you know, natural conception is actually better than going to the fertility center. Many children conceived naturally have greater talents. Our Shir family has a strong connection to the lion spirit, and we don't have the issues of a short lion lifespan. I won your mother's affection through this connection, which led to your successful birth. Your physique and conditions are better than mine, so you can fully utilize your strengths to enhance your competitiveness." Upon careful analysis, Father Shir realized that Shireen was at a significant disadvantage. The Crown Prince and General Fong Chingfeng and Ming are not simple characters. Among such exceptional individuals, Lin Jian has become a match for them. Their reproductive value is 0, otherwise, it would be impossible. Bowen's looks and abilities are not inferior to theirs, but to stand out, he must be unique and strong. Their subordinates have been defeated, showcasing their uniqueness and strength. Father continued to send messages, even sharing videos of his younger self trying to win over Bowen's mother, filled with useful information. He urged him to study hard and to let go of his pride and shame. Father image in Bowen's mind collapsed. But that didn't matter. What was important was that Bowen accidentally opened one of the messages and, upon seeing it, hurriedly closed it. However, those images were firmly etched in his mind. Bowen rubbed his forehead, filled with frustration. He realized that Father was his nemesis. They would never be on the same wavelength. We are just partners. They had agreed on their partnership. Being able to go to the fertility center was already a huge honor, and he had no desire for natural conception. Not to mention the confusing things he was teaching. Jian would not be swayed by such distractions. But why was it getting warmer? Bowen sighed and took a couple of steps. It was still hot. Suddenly, the lion from his mental realm appeared, observing him for a moment. Master, are you in your mating season? How strange. His master, usually so focused, seemed indifferent to women. The lion had previously suspected that its master was special and preferred men. Otherwise, after 200 years of being single, there would have been more impulses. Unexpectedly, after 200 years, the master finally showed signs of attraction, which was a cause for celebration. The lion seriously instructed, "You need to fight, get close to her, and drive away all the other males. Then you can be inseparable from her." "I can't do that," interrupted Bowen. "You should return to the mental realm." The lion returned to the mental realm, where it meticulously explained the concept of attraction, warning that if he continued to suppress it, it would affect future experiences. Bowen. On the second floor, the crown prince confirmed the news himself and then let out a sigh. It actually succeeded, even with a fertility value of 0. This success goes against scientific reasoning. But the crown prince smiled. So her fear of success is real, not an illusion. He murmured, "That's why she said she wanted to compete with me for an heir." 100% fertility value. 0 met 100, creating a miracle? He had dedicated his life to research, and if he had encountered something like this before, he would have tried every means to understand the principle thoroughly. But after meeting Lin Jian, he learned to restrain himself and suppress his inner impulses.
She doesn't want to.
Shan Junlin, you cannot investigate. Not only must I control myself, but I must also prevent others from probing. He took out his smart device and, using his seniority and the crown prince's identity, suppressed a wave of researchers and laboratories eager to act after seeing the news. The restless Imperial Research Institute was also forcibly silenced. The crown prince's actions were completely misunderstood by the second prince and the queen in the palace. What is he doing? He won't allow anyone to ask or investigate. What else could he be doing? He's protecting himself from us. The queen's beautiful face was filled with gloom. Previously, when he registered with Lin Jian, I thought it was a good thing, since the fertility value was only 5, so I didn't intervene. I didn't expect there to be something hidden. I wondered why she suddenly approached Lin Jian, thinking he was that purification master. Now it seems he is focused on Lin Jian's special fertility ability. The second prince was anxious and flustered. What do we do now? Their greatest reliance was that the crown prince had no fertility value, if he also had an heir. Let's observe for now, and if necessary, eliminate her. Eliminate her? The second prince repeated himself. The queen looked at him and said, "You need to put in more effort. Why haven't you won over Ruan Yijiao yet? You should push her a bit. Hint to her that she needs to confirm her relationship with you soon and have an heir, or we will turn to Lin Jian. That will surely make her anxious." The second prince frowned. Are we getting rid of Lin Jian or seeking her out? The queen had to analyze the situation for him and even personally edited a message to send to Ruan Yijiao. When Ruan Yijiao saw the message, She scoffed and ignored it because she had already received news that Lin Jian and their team had successfully created an embryo for observation. So it's only half successful, and now we have to observe? She huffed. I thought it was truly impressive that they had successfully conceived, but it turns out to be this? Having spent years at the fertility center, she had seen many cases that were just for observation, and most ended in failure. Either the pregnancy stopped, or there were various issues. In the end, the fetus was just a fleeting hope. When the child has problems, let's see how proud you are then. Having succeeded, and then lost was more painful than failing from the start. Compared to an initial failure, the hope given to parents that ends in disappointment is truly cruel. Ruan Yijiao had seen plenty of such cases before. I'm just waiting to see you cry. She scoffed, eagerly anticipating bad news. However, she felt irritated seeing the shift in people's opinions about her online. If I had known it was a problematic fetus, I wouldn't have cared. Feeling down, she didn't want to take video calls and rejected all contacts, including the threatening words from the second prince. The news of Lin Jian and Lang Qi successfully conceiving disrupted many balances. On the crown prince's side, he was busy receiving numerous messages. Many who were undecided about supporting the second prince, swayed by the queen, began to test the waters with him, because he now had the potential for an heir. Everything was so realistic. As he flipped through the messages, a loud sound suddenly came from the wall, as if someone was hitting it. The crown prince raised an eyebrow. It seems our Fong Chingfeng is feeling agitated. We need to comfort him. The crown prince didn't go through the door, since Fong Chingfeng wouldn't open it. He sent Bai Hu to find Bai Zhuke. Then he elegantly climbed onto Bai Zhuchua's back and, following Fong Chingfeng's habit, climbed through the window. He sat on the windowsill, enjoying and recording the sight of Fong Chingfeng hitting the wall. It actually worked. I should have knocked out the Marshal and gone myself. This is driving me crazy. Clearly you like me, but you always favor the Marshal. Why is the Marshal always first? Why does he hold you so tightly? The crown prince said, if you hit me again, my hand will break. Fong Chingfeng, seeing the crown prince's displeasure, pushed him out of the room. Just then, they ran into Shireen and Ming. The peace they had maintained was shattered. Things would never be the same. Although the four of them seemed to act as usual, everything had changed. They all knew that what was coming next would be a fierce competition without bloodshed. Their eyes met, and an undercurrent of tension flowed. Ming clearly saw the desire and ambition in their gazes. They all wanted children. But he didn't. He wanted to be closer to her more than anything. While they were fighting for children, perhaps that would be his chance. You want children, but I want you. Lin Jian received many messages, all from the crown prince Fong Chingfeng and the others. Fong Chingfeng sent no less than 50 messages, all filled with shocked and distressed emojis. Ming sent a selfie with red eyes, a smile on his lips, but it felt broken. It made one feel an urge to hug and comfort him. Ming's picture caption read, Jian, I'm really happy for you. Lin Jian thought. Red eyes and you call that happy? She felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, but their messages and the delicious food helped ease her worries. Just as she was about to reply, Ming sent another photo, this time of him with a 9-tailed fox. The fox's tail wrapped around his neck, forcing him to tilt his head back, revealing a strong jawline and an attractive Adam's apple. A person and a 9-tailed fox, both beautiful and pure. The caption read, the 9-tailed fox is happy for you too. It was a perfectly normal photo, yet it felt oddly intense. Lin Jian's hand seemed to have a mind of its own. Click, save. What are you looking at? Your eyes are glued to the screen, came the voice of Lang Qi. Nothing. Just a message from Ming and the others. Lin Jian felt strangely guilty, like saving a boyfriend's embarrassing photo while being caught by her husband. Is it Chengfeng and the others? They sent me a lot of messages too. If looks could kill, I would have been torn to pieces by them many times. Lang Qi chuckled and shook his head. Just eat well and then leave. The two of them walked towards the parking lot, and on the way, Lang Qi received a message from General Qi at the military headquarters. They had already learned about Lang Qi's successful pregnancy news. They were happy for him but also couldn't believe it, so they contacted him to confirm. Is it true? That's great. Who would have thought? Just a few months ago, we were hoping you would survive, and now you have a child. With the confirmed news, General Qi felt both joy and a bit of hope. Lang Qi's child would likely have strong abilities, representing the future and hope for humanity. In the last 20 years, not to mention girls, boys with S-rank abilities have been very rare. Now we finally have some hope again. In the past, S, SS, and SSS-ranked individuals were born regularly, but now they are becoming increasingly rare. Ruan Yijiao's children included 1 S-rank and 1 SS rank. With 2 girls as well, her children were considered both plentiful and of high quality, which elevated her status. However, it had been nearly 20 years since an SSS-ranked child was born. The days when Ming and Fong Chingfeng had SSS-ranked births regularly were now in the past. What was even more discouraging was that those few SSS-ranked individuals had also lost their ability to have children. Now, Lang Qi, with a fertility value of 0, had successfully conceived, which was truly uplifting. This not only represented the possibility of another SSS-ranked child, but also meant that Fong Chingfeng, Ming, Shireen, and even the Crown Prince might have children too. The birth of another exceptional heir would bring new hope for humanity. Marshal, Miss Lin is a blessing for the military. You should remember to speak well of General Su and General Feng. You are all comrades, and it would be wonderful for your children to grow up together and fight together. Your camaraderie can be passed down to the next generation.
Lang Qi.
It was great because of them. He now felt incredibly real about having a child. General Qi, do you think this is the right time to say such things? Why not just congratulate him? Why bring up all these other matters? And the doctor said further observation is needed, so I won't be returning to the military for a while. The insect race had been repelled, and now his focus needed to shift to his family and the unborn child. Further observation? Then let's observe. You don't need to worry about the military. The fetus is the priority. Spend time with Miss Lin. Lang Qi nodded. Thank you, General Qi, but I think it's not suitable for them to be involved in the pregnancy yet, as it may not be successful. Please don't contact Xi-en without my consent, as it might put pressure on her. General Qi nodded with an awkward smile. He realized he had been too impatient. Old Qi wiped his face, finally snapping back to reality from the fantasy of the SSS-level trio having a bunch of offspring. Wolf Qi ended the video call and reassured the Snow Wolf, who was almost ready to lash out in frustration. The Snow Wolf, still lost in thoughts of possibly having little snow wolves and little thunder cats in the future, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety at the mention of the military. He imagined little snow wolves competing for attention with little white tigers, little lions, little birds, and little foxes. He even pictured a scene where a little snow wolf, unable to win, sat alone in a corner crying, making him see old Qi in a more unpleasant light. Listening to the snow wolf's thoughts, Wolf Qi felt a mix of sadness and amusement. Little snow wolves and little thunder cats were really adorable. He wondered if their future children would look like him, or like Xi-en, a blend of both of them, intertwined in each other. This thought made Wolf Qi's heart race, not just from the endless imagination of a baby, but also because of the mention of deep purification. They hadn't considered it before due to their rocky relationship, but it was bound to happen eventually. With old Qi's words in mind, Wolf Qi felt a bit confused. Who would she prefer among them? What's wrong? What did old Qi say? Lin Ji-en heard Wolf Qi's conversation and his words, but didn't catch what was said on the other end. Seeing Wolf Qi look at her with a complex expression and a hint of emotion in his eyes made her feel a bit uneasy. It's nothing. I'm just happy for myself. Wolf Qi paused and asked, Ji-en, why did you want a new match without deep purification? Lin Ji-en didn't expect him to ask such a question suddenly. Initially, it was simply because she was a single mother, afraid of getting involved with multiple people, and since she didn't know them well, she didn't want to engage in purification with them. At that time, they weren't interested in her, and Fong Chingfeng was particularly distant. But now he was asking this question. Did he mean something else? Images of the treatment room and abs flashed through her mind, making her gaze drift. As she was thinking about how to respond, Wolf Chi suddenly tackled her as she was getting into the car. In a whirlwind, Lin Jian found herself pushed into the car. Wolf Chi's tall frame held her tightly, leaving her mind blank. Marshal, you. She stammered, wondering if his earlier question about deep purification meant this. And why did he tackle her right after asking? Marshal, I think you are being too hasty. Wolf Chi, feeling relieved with Lin Jian safely in his arms, suddenly realized their position after hearing this. His hand trembled. In a moment of confusion, there was a loud crash, and a glass toy fell and shattered where Lin Jian had been standing. What happened? Lin Jian jumped in surprise. Wolf Chi stood up and helped Lin Jian sit up. I sensed danger, and had to push you down. He felt something was wrong, and without time to see what it was, he had pushed her down and frozen the falling object. Lin Jian looked down and saw the scattered glass shards on the ground. It was a falling object from above. If that large glass toy had hit Lin Jian on the head, it could have caused serious injury. Even with advanced medical technology, head injuries are very serious and can lead to death or severe impairment. Lin Jian felt a wave of fear and a bit of embarrassment. She realized that Wolf Chi had pushed her down not out of sudden desire, but to save her. What happened? Lin Jian looked up to see a car quickly descending. I'm sorry, the child accidentally let go of it. Before the car had fully landed, a well-dressed butler jumped out, hurriedly apologizing. He was of medium build, had a gentle appearance, and was sweating as he carried a small child out of the car. The child, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked about 8 or 9 years old. With rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in a small suit, he looked like a little gentleman, but his nose was red from crying. I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to. I sneezed and accidentally opened the car door, and the toy ball fell out. I'm really sorry. He approached while crying, almost tripping along the way. When he reached Lin Jian, both the child and the butler kept apologizing, showing a sincere attitude. Wolf Chi frowned. Although no one was hurt, we will need to call the police. Please cooperate with the report. He preferred to be cautious and have a record. The boy seemed surprised by this response and looked at Lin Jian. But if you call the police, my parents will find out. Lin Jian saw the plea in his eyes, hoping she would speak up. But Lin Jian remained silent. Eventually, the police arrived, took notes, and sternly reprimanded the boy. Once they got back in the car, Wolf Chi still looked troubled. What's wrong, Marshal? That child seems a bit strange. He looked at the police report from the Interstellar Police and directly entered the boy's name. The information that appeared made his expression darken. Sure enough, there's a problem. That child is Ruan Yijiao's first child, with S-level mental power. It was reported in the news back then. Lin Jian was shocked. Are you saying that it wasn't an accident? It might have been intentional? While other families would send the older ones to deal with the younger ones, Ruan Yijiao did the opposite. In the car separated from Lin Jian and the others, the boy who had just been crying pitifully suddenly changed his expression. I can't believe it didn't hit anyone. It's all Wolf Chi's fault for dodging quickly, and he even called the police. The butler, who had been bowing and scraping earlier, was now sweating even more. Young master, this situation is really dangerous. If someone had been seriously hurt, it would have been a big problem. How big could it get? Can they give me the death penalty? I'm not even 9 years old. I just made a mistake. Why are you talking so much? The butler felt deeply tired and helpless. Young master, you're still very young, but this isn't simple. She is a valuable woman. Is she more valuable than my mom? My mom is the most precious woman. Anyone who makes her unhappy should disappear. The boy snorted coldly, his young face already showing striking features, but his eyes were filled with anger that didn't match his age. She embarrassed my mom. Mom won't even answer my video calls. She deserves it, and I will deal with her sooner or later. Seeing the butler's face in the rearview mirror, he became impatient. Why are you making that face again? You're not thinking of quitting, are you? If you're going to quit, you might as well think of a way to deal with her without anyone noticing. Young master, you can't think like that. The boy snapped, shut up. I don't want to hear your nonsense. You should focus on how to make my mom happy. It was hard to finally see my mom today, and then this happened. I couldn't teach that woman a lesson, and now my mom probably won't want to see me. The next time I can meet her will be next month. Tears fell from his eyes. I miss my mom. I just want my mom and to make her happy. This time he wasn't pretending. He was truly crying. The butler couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him, but he still brought him to Ruan Yijiao's princess castle. Worried that Ruan Yijiao might blame the child, the butler contacted the assistant first to inform them of what had just happened and kindly asked the assistant to tell Ruan Yijiao to meet with the child, even if just for a few minutes. To his surprise, it worked. Ruan Yijiao agreed to see them. This time, she was even more patient than before and even praised her son. Knowing how to support mom, good boy. The boy was overjoyed, as if he had received encouragement. The butler felt something was off and gently suggested that Ruan Yijiao shouldn't act this way. But Ruan Yijiao didn't care. What's wrong with supporting mom? She suddenly realized that having her child grow up was quite nice. He could help her stand up for herself. This time, her followers didn't take action, but her son stepped in without hesitation. And he came out unscathed. After all, he was still young and wouldn't face any consequences. Ruan Yijiao leaned down and kissed her eldest son, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. Son, would you like to help mom again? Many people are criticizing me, and others can't help at all. If you help, I'll love you the most, okay? The boy saw his younger sister and felt a bit of jealousy towards his older sister who grew up by their mother's side, so he nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll help. I will definitely be mom's favorite child. Very good. Ruan Yijiao was pleased. Hikuei was not effective in handling public opinion, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. At the testing agency, Hikuei ignored Ruan Yijiao's anger, thinking he would calm her down once he had results. The results came quickly, and he grabbed them. Fertility value: 5? Really 5, no tricks. Spirit form: cat. Age: 409 years?
Wait.
409 years? Weren't they supposed to be 21? How did it change to 400? Could it be that she was afraid of the test because she didn't want her real age to be revealed? Hikuei shook his head. No. The matching center recorded her data initially. They couldn't have made a mistake with the bone age. So, why has it changed to 409? He suddenly grabbed the testing staff's collar. Did you falsify the results? He didn't know that the hair had been switched, and the hair in question belonged to the woman Hikuei had paid a lot to obtain Lin Jian's hair. Hikuei caused a scene at the testing agency, but didn't get any useful information. While he was brainstorming how to handle Ruan Yijiao's public opinion crisis, she resolved it herself. Ruan Yijiao's S-level psychic son was filmed crying and asking why people were criticizing his mom. The little boy's red, swollen eyes and his determination to defend his mother changed the public sentiment. Ruan Yijiao may have acted a bit out of character, but she had done well by raising such an outstanding son. Lin Jian shook her head upon seeing the video, using a child like that. She got out of the car and with Lang Qi returned to the villa, breaking the strange tension inside. We're back. You're back. The crown prince spoke first, looking at Lin Jian with a different gaze. It seemed like everyone had changed. Only Fong Chingfeng appeared unchanged, clearly feeling wronged. Lin Jian, you and the Marshal actually succeeded in having a child. What about me? When will you go with me? The crown prince added, I also want to know, when will we go for the second time? How will we choose the candidates next time?
Lin Xian Blade.
She knew it would be like this.
Lin Jian urged them to calm down. The doctor spoke with us and said the baby is different from others. We need to observe for now. The results are unknown. So, we should wait until the next 6-month period. By then, you will have recovered more, and it will be safer and more reassuring. Lang Qi added, Jian has mentioned before that having a child is not just about giving birth. It requires good upbringing. Don't rush. Fong Chingfeng smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The Marshal already had a child, so he wasn't in a hurry. Sure, Bowen saw Lin Jian and recalled images he had seen before, trying to ask calmly, will we still follow the recovery status for selection? Fong Chingfeng shook his head. In 6 months, we will all be in similar condition. I think it would be fairer to go by order then. Him, a second candidate, saying this without selfish motives was hard to believe. Lin then glanced at him. He was the one who previously said not to go by order. Seeing the looks from everyone, Fong Chingfeng replied confidently, what? Am I wrong? In terms of order, if he wasn't first, he would definitely be second. Fong Chingfeng looked at them with a scoff. If they agreed, it was fine. If not, he would jump the line. During the 6-month period, he would deepen his bond with Lin Jian. Natural conception is still conception. The third candidate, Ming, stared at Fong Chingfeng, but choosing based on health is the best approach. Fong Chingfeng would not let him take the lead. He hoped everyone would focus on preparing their bodies for parenthood and learning about being a good father, so no one would compete with him for Jian. Both had their own thoughts. The Crown Prince, who had taken the fourth candidate's spot, suggested, why not let Jen choose for herself? He didn't want to go by order, otherwise, he would have to wait another year. Tonight, he could try using the white tiger's tail. Until the last moment, he really didn't want to reveal his cards, but he could cleverly show her how much trouble he was shielding her from. Since Jian has been called cunning, isn't it okay for him to be a little cunning too? Lin Jian looked at the prince's smiling face and felt strangely nervous and guilty. The prince was sharp and clever. She could talk about miracles with others, but he would surely not believe her. Previously, the prince had already planted a seed of doubt in his mind, and with her and the Marshal's child nurturing it, the seed had likely sprouted and even bloomed. Seeing the prince's confident expression, Lin Jian felt she had no choice but to choose him. Although she had thought badly of the prince before, what if she was wrong? Lin Jian forced a smile and was about to respond when Lang Qi took over the conversation. That puts Jian in a tough spot. No matter who you choose, you won't be satisfied, and it will only create unnecessary conflicts and worsen your relationships. Lang Qi scanned the room and, in his role as the primary match, decisively said, let's draw lots. Whoever is chosen is meant to be. This would help avoid trouble. No one opposed him, and Lin Jian looked at Lang Qi with gratitude, saying, I think the Marshal is right. Thank goodness for the Marshal. He is the best. Fong Chingfeng felt wronged upon hearing this, and the prince's smile faded a bit, while Ming added, if Hen says it's right, then it is. His words caught everyone's attention. Shireen stood on the 3rd floor, looking down at the lively scene in the villa, feeling it was strange and absurd, a group of ridiculous men. Her mood was clearly not good, and her gaze towards Lin Jian became even more peculiar. After watching for a moment, she finally spoke, sister. Shireen quickly ran downstairs, grabbed Lin Jian, and expressed her concern, even scolding Ruan Yijiao. I'll go next time too. I could take on 5 of someone like Ruan Yijiao by myself. Lin Jian laughed. You're that strong? Not as strong as you, sister. You've already succeeded. She glanced at Fong Chingfeng and the others. I'm not worried about when you'll go next. I'm worried about whether it will affect you. I noticed that Ruan seems to like the Marshal, so she has been hostile towards you. Fong Chingfeng and the others were stunned. Ruan Yijiao likes the Marshal? Is she targeting Jian because of him? Lang Qi immediately became restless. That was in the past. I rejected her, and I've been rejecting her. Lin Jian was surprised. Shireen, how did you know? I could tell. Isn't it obvious? Shireen looked at them in confusion. Aren't you her match? How could you not know? She was quite dissatisfied, and her discontent was directed at Lang Qi. If your awareness is this low, how can you protect sister? Today's hair incident is quite something. If it weren't for her, someone would have stolen my hair. Lang Qi felt a bit sweaty and started to reflect on his lack of attention. Indeed, you men are naturally a bit careless. After saying this, Shireen realized and turned to Lin Jian. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to undermine your match, but I just feel a bit uneasy. After all, Jealousy can be quite scary, and carelessness can lead to unpredictable consequences. I understand. Yin's righteous and sharp demeanor made Lin Jian feel warm and cared for. Where can I find such an understanding big sister? She held Yin's hand. You really get it. Since coming to this world, Ruan Yijiao had always targeted her, and she rarely met other girls. Shireen was the first, and talking to her felt completely different. Lin Jian found common ground and complimented Shireen several times. What does it matter? I'm just worried that their carelessness might lead to bigger mistakes in the future, putting you at risk and causing unnecessary harm. I saw an old news article today about someone bribing a staff member from their Ruan family to steal her personal clothing, hoping to have a child with her. Today, you created a miracle with the Marshal. Who knows if those people might be watching you too?
Lin Jian was startled.
In modern times, even a single hair can be used for DNA testing, let alone in space. She even recalled the hair that was pulled today. Was it an accident? If someone with bad intentions got hold of something containing her DNA, her secret would be completely exposed. Thinking about that intense gaze from someone named Mao Chong and those burning looks made her anxious. Someone pulled my hair when I went to the bathroom today. Lang Chi stiffened, and the others' expressions changed. The villa's already strengthened security measures were reinforced again, ensuring that many of Lin Jian's belongings would be destroyed and not leaked outside. Shireen hoped Lin Jian would realize the seriousness of the situation, but seeing her so scared made her feel a bit sorry. There's no need to be so nervous. Just be careful in the future. I don't think anyone had the chance to act today. She had hidden the hair close to her heart, so it was safe. But now it seemed that Lin Jian indeed had some secrets. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious. Lin Jian felt relieved by Yin's comfort, looking at her with surprise in her eyes. Even though you have amnesia, you're so sharp and clever. You thought of so much just from the news. Shireen smiled. Really? Yes. Lin Jian nodded confidently and continued to praise. Shireen, overwhelmed by the compliments, excitedly leaned in and kissed her. Lin Jian paused for a moment. Huh? Did she just get kissed? The movements of Lang Chi and the others seemed to be paused. Shireen seemed to realize what happened, quickly covering her mouth, her face filled with panic. I don't know why I did that. Shireen was confused. This time, she truly didn't mean to. Whenever she had the chance, she would get close to Lin Jian, knowing she was soft and pleasant to hold, with bright eyes and rosy cheeks. Looking closely, she could see a fine layer of fuzz. As she gazed, it felt as if she was enchanted, wanting to see if she tasted sweet. In that moment of getting close, she finally realized. Seeing Lin Jian covering her cheeks, her visibly pink and white face turned into a bright red peach. Yin's heart inexplicably softened. It was both sweet and warm, making her feel flustered. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. Lin Jian looked at Shireen, who was covering her mouth, her face quickly turning red. She couldn't help but chuckle. It's okay. A beautiful girl's kiss, sweet and fragrant. Seeing Lin Jian smile, Shireen let out a huge sigh of relief.
Great.
She wasn't angry. The two laughed together. Lang Chi and the others, who witnessed the whole scene, were completely shocked. What was this? What just happened? Why did someone who has just rescued kiss Jian today? Lang Chi and Fong Chingfeng thought, I've only kissed once. Ming and the prince thought, I haven't even kissed at all. Wen was confused. Does Jian like girls? They were all taken aback. Their expressions were stiff and bewildered. When Shireen turned her gaze to them, she suddenly shrank back. Sister, why are they looking at me like that? I didn't mean to offend them. I just thought they weren't attentive. They wouldn't be angry, right? Lin Jian looked at Ming and the others. Ming replied expressionlessly, No, they won't. That's good. Shireen looked relieved. But really, if they get angry over a simple comment, that's unreasonable. With one move, Shireen had taken them all down. None could stand against her. Especially the Marshal. It's because he has a child with you, sister, that you've faced so much attention and trouble. There's no time for reflection, right?
Long Shai was momentarily speechless.
By the way, I really envy the Marshal. He gets to have a child with you, sister, who shares your bloodline. He is so lucky. A sudden shift in focus directed the firepower towards Lang Qi. Lang Qi instantly became the target of everyone. Lang Qi felt overwhelmed. Everyone, please calm down. He noticed that Shireen had said something again, and Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. Was she being influenced? It was quite simple. Shireen mentioned she felt a bit dry and wanted to swim. Conveniently, there was a pool on the top floor of the villa. Lin Jian remembered how stunning Shireen looked with her fishtail when they first met, so she volunteered to take her to the pool. Finally, she got to touch the fishtail. It felt amazing under the sunlight on the water, making it hard to look away. Shireen intentionally teased Lin Jian because it is said that physical contact can deepen feelings. But no one told her that a girl's touch has a magical effect. The moment she touched the fishtail, she almost let out a sound. She had always thought tails were for fighting, never realizing they could be so sensitive. Not just the tail, it seemed every part of her was equally sensitive to touch. She had to bite her finger to keep herself composed. Lin Jian asked curiously, Shireen, are you ticklish? With just a touch, Shireen seemed to shiver slightly. Lin Jian wondered if it was just her imagination, but the fish tail appeared to change color. Just a little, Shireen replied. What was meant to be a plan to tease Lin Jian seemed to backfire on her instead. She tried to stay calm. Sister, do you want to swim together? Lin Jian shook her head. I can't swim. Swimming lessons cost money, and she never had the chance or the funds to learn. Then I'll take you swimming, Shireen said, letting Lin Jian lie on her back as she swam, finally avoiding her hands.
Okay.
Lin Jian felt something was off about Shireen's voice. It used to be clear and pleasant, like sweet spring water, but now it seemed a bit hoarse. However, her attention quickly shifted as they swam. Mermaids are different. They swim incredibly fast, and Lin Jian felt a thrilling rush, as if riding the waves. Occasionally, Shireen would dive down, adding to the excitement. She held onto Shireen tightly, feeling exhilarated. Little did she know, Shireen wasn't trying to tease her. She was just struggling to maintain her balance. The sensitivity of her tail made it hard to focus, and it seemed she had gotten herself into a tricky situation. The tighter Lin Jian held on, the more Shireen felt it. Shireen felt soft and close, and sometimes Lin Jian's legs would wrap around her. She had never experienced such stimulation before. Shireen found herself in a strange state, completely oblivious to the 5 pairs of eyes watching them. It's so exciting. Swimming is so much fun, but unfortunately, I can't do it. Lin Jian had never experienced such excitement. Her heart raced, and she didn't notice anything unusual. Do you want me to teach you? Yes. It's the best way to exercise. Lin Jian finally let go of Shireen, and Shireen sighed in relief, but felt strangely disappointed. After teaching for a while, Shireen realized that even though she wasn't being touched anymore, seeing Lin Jian's graceful figure in the water still made her feel dizzy and confused. Shireen, are you too tired? Let's learn later. Lin Jian noticed something was off and spoke up. Shireen sensed her closeness and nervously nodded without looking at her. Once they returned to the room, Shireen wished she could slap herself. Why are you so useless? That's your wife, and you can't even look at her. When will you ever like her and be able to express it? After scolding herself, Shireen took a deep breath and knocked on Lin Jian's door. Sister, I came to give you a massage so you won't feel sore tomorrow. That's so nice. I'll give you one later too. Lin Jian noticed Shireen's pajamas. What a coincidence. Your pajamas arrived too. We chose the same style, matching outfits. Yeah. Shireen didn't mention she wore it on purpose. Her massage was just right, and Lin Jian felt so comfortable she started to hum. Just then, the TV in the background showed a scene of the main characters kissing. Shireen found it hard to focus, and even closed her eyes. Whenever Lin Jian's shirt lifted slightly, she quickly pulled it back down. Lin Jian soon felt that something was off with Shireen's pressure and suggested she demonstrate first. Shireen lay on the bed, feeling relieved at first. But soon, she realized her relief was premature. Lin Jian's touch was just right, but the TV showed the characters rolling onto the bed. The romantic music and sounds made it hard not to notice. Lin Jian was learning something new. Shireen felt the temperature rise. She felt increasingly warm, as if something inside her was awakening, about to break free. Lin wrinkled her nose and looked down. Shireen, why do you suddenly smell so good? She couldn't describe the scent, but it was very pleasant. Feeling comfortable, she couldn't help but lean in closer. The scent emanating from Shireen caught the attention of the nine-tailed fox. Master, there's a strange scent. It seems to be from a mermaid. It spoke to Su Ming, who was bathing. Su Ming recalled information about the mermaid spirit. The spirit of the merfolk initially has no gender distinction. It only differentiates and confirms its gender when it encounters someone it has feelings for. They will only love one person in their lifetime and will determine their gender based on that person's preferences. When they begin to feel emotions, they emit a special fragrance that can stir feelings in others. This fragrance is also known as the natural spring essence, which helps merfolk attract their beloved and aids in their differentiation. For a merfolk to successfully differentiate, they need to achieve a spiritual union with their beloved. This union is between purification and deep purification. Not only does the spirit need a mental link, but the merfolk also requires a liquid rich in female or male hormones. This requires a level of intimacy beyond simple purification. The appearance of the fragrance helps them complete their differentiation. It seems to be in the direction of Miss Lin's room. Before the nine-tailed fox finished speaking, a figure dashed out. With a loud, the door was nearly broken down, startling the somewhat dazed Lin. Who is it? Hearing the chaos inside, Su Ming felt his head spinning, and his veins were popping as he struggled to contain himself from smashing the door. It's me, Jian. I need to talk to you. After Su Ming spoke, there was still silence inside. Just as he was about to kick the door open, it swung open. A faint but irresistible fragrance wafted in, and Lin Jian, looking a bit dazed, stood there with a rosy complexion. Su Ming? What are you doing here? Seeing Lin Jian fully dressed, Su Ming felt relieved. He glanced inside and casually made up a reason. Then, did Marshal Yuan send a message about Ruan Yijiao's child wanting to harm you today? Lin Jian had previously set up a group and added everyone to it. Opening it, she saw that Lang Qi had sent a message about Ruan Yijiao's child wanting to harm her. Lin Jian glanced at Su Ming, who was wearing a towel around his waist, and her gaze involuntarily wandered. It seems that's the case, but he hasn't harmed me yet. You should go back and continue your shower. Lin Jian was used to their muscular physiques after all the times they had been together. However, today was a bit different. Perhaps he had rushed out, but the towel Su Ming wore was too low, clearly showing the smooth and attractive lines of his body, almost slipping off. Droplets of water still clung to his chest, and his slightly messy hair was damp, creating an unexpectedly alluring sight. Lin Jian didn't know where to look and suddenly recalled the strange dreams she had before. Su Ming seemed unaware of her own beauty and charm, stepping closer to check if Lin Jian was hurt. Lin Jian realized that Su Ming's touch was actually to dispel the mysterious scent that lingered on her, which belonged to a mermaid.
Infine.
As Su Ming got closer, Lin Jian found it hard to look at her chest, so her gaze dropped, revealing an even better view. For a moment, Lin Jian's eyes wandered, and she couldn't help but glance a few more times. Wait, the towel was coming undone. Sister. Suddenly, she heard Shi Ying's voice calling from behind. Lin Jian was turned around by Shireen, and Su Ming quickly caught the towel before it fell, stepping back to avoid Shi Ying's view. A man should not be seen by other women. Not even a glance. Even if that woman didn't seem so innocent. Fortunately, the scent from the mermaid had stopped. I didn't know Miss Shi was here. Jian, I'll leave first. When Lin Jian turned back, Su Ming was already gone. She exhaled, her hand brushing against her warm cheek, unsure if she felt relieved or disappointed. The towel had almost fallen. She wasn't particularly eager to look, just a tiny bit curious, really just a little. Shireen looked at Lin Jian's cheek and raised her voice. Sister, did General Su just say that Ruan Yijiao's child wants to harm you? What's your group about? Lin Jian explained briefly, and when Shireen heard that she had almost been hit, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Ruan Yijiao is bad herself. How can her child be so bad? She really needs to be taught a lesson. Sister, can I join your group? Lin Jian hesitated. I need to ask them first. Shireen lowered her head. Okay, but if they disagree, please don't argue with them because of me. I'm just curious about what the group is, not insisting on joining. Lin Jian quickly reassured her. It's just a group. They will agree. Don't cry. Even though the pearl jewelry was beautiful, she really hoped the pearls wouldn't fall. Shireen looked up. Really? She hugged Lin Jian. That's great. Thank you, sister. You're so kind to me. I don't know what I would do without you. Lin Jian noticed the lovely scent on her. Shireen, you smell really nice. Shi Ying's eyes flickered. Really? I think you smell better. You're the best. Sister, your massage skills are amazing. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Lin Jian felt the tail in her palm getting hotter, and she quietly released her grip. How about I call an ambulance for you? Since the incident with Shi Bowen, when the medical robot checked their fertility values, Lin Jian had turned off all the medical robots in the villa and hidden them away. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but even now, she didn't dare to mention calling a medical robot. The tail that Lin Jian had let go of wrapped around her again, the tip brushing against her palm intentionally. Her hand felt itchy, and her ears were also tickled by the prince. I can't go. If someone sees, it might make the news. Can you check if I have a fever or find a medical robot? Lin Jian hesitated. I'll check for you. As she tried to free herself from the tail's grip to feel the prince's forehead, the tail tightened even more. The prince reached out, cupping her face gently and pushing her back. Now it was Lin Jian who was pressed against the wall by the prince. Her heart raced as she saw him lean closer, and she quickly shut her eyes. Weren't you going to check for a fever? The prince looked at her tightly closed eyes and nervous expression, his fingers caressing her smooth cheek, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Yes, but my hands aren't very accurate. As he spoke, he leaned down, their foreheads touching. The coolness of their noses met, their breaths mingling. Lin Jian instinctively curled up her hand. It was too close. She wanted to push the prince away, but when she reached out, her hand met his noticeably warm chest, and he held it down. My heart is racing too. Lin Jian could feel the prince's heartbeat. His breathing grew heavier as he pulled back slightly. I don't know if it's because of the tiger's tail that shouldn't be touched, or what, but Jian, I feel really uncomfortable and hot. They were very close, and Lin Jian could clearly see the dark emotions swirling in his eyes. Jian, please help me. He looked at her as if she needed to solve the problem he was facing, inching closer. Just as they were about to touch, there was a sudden loud knock on the door. Lin Jian, are you in there? Jing Bufei is looking for you.
Feng Chingfeng est urgent knokin et choued.
Open the door. If you don't open it, I'll break it down. The prince leaned against Lin Jian's shoulder, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I'm coming. In an instant, the prince turned, and his tail and ears retracted. Send Jing Bufei away when he arrives. Didn't we say not to let him cause trouble? Fong Chingfeng looked inside and saw Lin Jian leaning against the wall, her clothes in order, and he sighed in relief. I still need to ask Lin Jian, he said. Fong Chingfeng walked over and took Lin Jian's hand. I'll handle things with Jing Bufei over there. You've had a long day. You should rest well. After sending Lin Jian back, Fong Chingfeng felt relieved, and everyone else did too, including Shireen. They had almost been completely interrupted by the crown prince. Everyone seems to think they can rise by using their looks, Shireen scoffed, but she wasn't worried. That night, apart from Lin Jian, no one else among the six could sleep or go to Lin Jian's room. Everyone was on high alert, keeping watch over each other. In the middle of the night, they met in the hallway and pretended to discuss how to deal with the troublemaker from the Ruan family. On the third floor, Shireen sneered. She had already dealt with them, yet they were still planning. They were truly useless. The boy who had received a kiss on the forehead from Ruan Yijiao felt an unprecedented happiness. He had helped Ruan Yijiao with some public opinion issues and even got permission to stay at her house for a night. The boy was very happy, but unfortunately, an accident happened while he was taking a bath that night. If not for the nanny's timely intervention, he could have almost drowned. Though he didn't die, he swallowed a lot of water. "Mom, someone was holding my head down and wouldn't let me get up, saying I was a bad kid and deserved to be punished, boo-hoo." The boy was very scared and uncomfortable, wanting to find Ruan Yijiao for a hug and comfort, but she impatiently pushed him away. "Don't you know I need my beauty sleep? Why are you making so much noise? There's no one here who would hold you down. If you lie again, you can leave right now." The boy stared blankly as his mother yawned and went back to her room, his trembling body growing more rigid. His mother's love had to be earned. It had a time limit, and to keep it, he had to be useful. The next day, Lin Jian woke up to find the villa empty, including Shireen, who had left a message. She contacted Lang Qi, who said they all have jobs and went to work. In reality, it had been too chaotic last night, and Lang Qi decided to take action as the villa's owner and sent them all away. Lin Jian nodded and was about to hang up when she suddenly heard a familiar voice from Lang Qi's side. "Marshal, why does it sound like a nursery over there? Is there a problem with the children?" Lang Qi quickly reassured her, no problem. "That's good. So, why are you there?" Lang Qi was at a loss for words. "I just felt like I was dreaming, so I came to check. I originally just wanted to come quietly, but I didn't expect Lin Jian to notice me." Lin Nan was surprised for a moment, then laughed. "Thank you, Marshal, for confirming. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought it was a dream. Now that the Marshal is here, it feels more real. By the way, is there any issue with the baby?" Lang Qi smiled. "No, the doctor said the same thing as yesterday. It hasn't changed much." Lin Jian chuckled. "If there were a big difference, that would be bad." Hee. It turns out the Marshal has this unsteady side too, but Lin Jian felt it strangely brought them closer. Lang Qi saw Lin Jian smile and felt a bit awkward. He seemed a little immature. Lin Jian said, "Marshal, if you have time today, I'll go see Bien Su." Lang Qi paused. "Okay, go ahead." Bien Su could already get out of bed. He could go home to rest, but he hadn't been discharged yet because the mastermind was still at large. The culprit had been identified as space pirates, but it involved royal conflicts. There had long been rumors that some space pirates were actually supported by the royal family, sometimes to deal with disobedient people or to plunder resources. This time, the Purification Master became the target of the plunder. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the Crown Prince, he intended to get to the bottom of it. Next, you may need to showcase your purification abilities, build connections, and push back those who want to monopolize the Purification Master. "Sure, I'll follow your arrangements." Lin Jian thought about upgrading and making money. Her mind wasn't suited for political schemes, so she decided to cooperate. When Bien Su saw Lin Jian arrive, his eyes lit up. He had temporarily adapted to the mechanical arm and could support himself with one hand, allowing Lin Jian to play with him while he demonstrated crushing various items. Lin Jian was amazed all day, and later, she performed mental purification on 2 blindfolded individuals. They were severely mentally polluted, on the brink of collapse, and it nearly drained Lin Jian. However, the income was very generous, and Lin Jian felt that with her purification abilities, she could become very wealthy. Though she was a bit tired, her own abilities would also improve. Lin Jian was living a fulfilling life. But perhaps due to too much joy, on the 5th day after the successful pregnancy, she received a call from the pregnancy center. "Miss Lin, there are some issues with the baby. Please come to the pregnancy center." At that moment, Lin Jian was finishing a purification session and felt completely drained. Upon hearing the news, she swayed slightly and almost lost her balance. Miss Lin, Han Zhou and Bien Su supported her from both sides. Bien Su's mechanical arm was cold, which helped Lin Jian regain her senses. "Is the baby gone?" The smart assistant asked about her condition and, after confirming everything was fine, replied, "I don't know the details, but the responsible doctor wants you to come." Okay. Lin Jian hung up, feeling a mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. She had been worried about her fertility value being exposed and didn't feel much excitement about the pregnancy. But after so many days, as she began to accept the reality of having a child, problems arose. I need to go to the maternity center and contact the Marshal. I should go with him. Before she could finish, Lang Qi's voice interrupted.
Thien.
He had just come from a meeting at the military and was still in uniform. Seeing Lin Jian being supported by Han Zhou and Bian Su, he looked confused, and his heart sank. He quickly stepped forward, took Lin Jian, and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Seeing Lang Qi made Lin Jian feel worse. Marshal. Because the Marshal was more eager than anyone for their arrival. If something really happened, he would be even more upset than she was. Despite Lang Qi appearing calm, he was not the same as before. He had been waiting at the maternity center since early morning to check on the baby. In the past 2 days, he had skillfully handled all the inquiries from others, protecting Lin Jian from any storms. But whenever he had a moment, he would still rush to the maternity center. He had even bought some baby clothes online and was caught by Fong Chingfeng. Occasionally, he would ask Lin Jian if she preferred a boy or a girl and if she had thought of names for the baby. He asked because this was what he hoped for. Even though the baby was just an embryo, in the Marshal's heart, it had already grown strong. If it were taken away, it would surely cause great pain. Lin Nan could clearly feel his hand trembling as he held her. I'm sorry, Marshal. Lin Nan didn't know why she apologized. She just felt suddenly very upset. Lang Qi's fate had been too difficult. Why are you saying sorry? Han Zhou stepped back slightly, while Bian Su remained still, his gaze fixed on Lin Jian's pale face. Marshal, Miss Lin just finished her treatment and hasn't regained her strength.
Okay, Lang Qi nodded.
Thank you for your hard work. I'll take her with me. Bian Su instinctively followed along, saying, Lang Qi did not look back. We can go. You just stay here and rest. Bian Su watched the two of them leave, his hands clenching into fists. He was also worried about her. Even following her from behind would be good at this moment. I will keep you updated. Don't worry too much. I will take good care of Miss Jian, Han Zhou said, patting his shoulder and quickly catching up. Don't overthink it. We don't even know the situation yet. Even if something happens, what would you say sorry for? Lang Qi suppressed his feelings and gently patted Lin Jian's head. You say sorry, and it leaves me confused. The warmth of his hand eased Lin Jian's emotions a bit. I just feel like you would be upset.
Lang Shai silently held Lin Jian closer.
When they reached the hospital lobby, Lin Jian and Lang Qi were blocked by a crowd of people. Is that Miss Ruan? The hospital's large screen played educational content about medicine and parenting. Usually, few people paid attention, but today, someone stopped to watch because Ruan Yijiao was there with her eldest son, participating in a parenting talk show live stream. Last time, her son helped her out, and Ruan Yijiao took a few pictures with him, which won her a lot of goodwill. People said she was a good mother, which is why her son defended her so much. A parenting show invited Ruan Yijiao, but it turned out that this so-called good mother lacked knowledge about parenting. Even though there are parenting robots nowadays, the host quickly noticed that Ruan Yijiao was not a caring mother. Ruan Yijiao was annoyed that the host kept asking her questions she didn't know, leading to a heated exchange that affected everyone around them. You said it was a parenting show, yet you bring up what happened a few days ago, saying I look down on low birth rates. Ruan Yijiao shook her head. There are some things I don't want to say, but since you insist, I will respond. I'm not wrong because, as far as I know, yesterday the Marshal and Lin Jian's baby had a mutation issue. Yesterday, the entire maternity center was in chaos, and even the Imperial Research Institute was alarmed. They stayed up all night trying to figure out how to solve the problem. But even today, there is still no good news. Based on my experience. She shook her head, her meaning clear. Lang Qi and Lin Ji, and heard all of this, while trying to avoid the crowd. Upon hearing the last two sentences, Lin Jian turned back and saw Ruan Yijiao feigning sadness, but unable to hide her joy and schadenfreude. Lin Jian, who had held onto some hope, suddenly felt it all crumble. She didn't know this information. Marshal, do you know about this news? Wolf Chi shook his head no. This shouldn't be a topic for her. I'll handle it later. Wolf Chi's eyebrows seemed to freeze, and even the air around him felt colder. When Lin Jian and Wolf Chi arrived at the birthing center, the news was already trending. Lin Jian felt numb. She had just searched for information about fetal mutations in the car. This is one of the reasons why interstellar pregnancies are difficult. Some mutations cannot survive, while others can, and they may even lead to evolution. However, evolution does not always go in a good direction, so mutated fetuses are absolutely not wanted. Generally, the birthing center will advise parents to give up. If the parents do not give up, the birthing center will ultimately terminate the pregnancy. Lin Jian saw cases of mutations, bloodthirsty variants that lacked reasoning, were bizarre and severely deformed. She never expected to encounter this herself. It might be my fault, Wolf Chi said. I have been on the front lines with the insect race for a long time. He was trying to comfort Lin Jian. But Lin Jian didn't need that kind of comfort. It's not your fault. She didn't want Wolf Chi to drown in guilt. She had already decided that if the doctor advised them to give up, she would agree and sign the papers. Otherwise, it would be too cruel for Wolf Chi. They encouraged each other, while many netizens were already mourning for their fetus. Everyone felt sorry for them, but no one was too surprised. After all, this was actually the norm. Ruan Yijiao came off the show, unable to hide her smile. She had finally waited for this day. When she received the video from Jing Bofu, Ruan Yijiao answered cheerfully. Yes, the news is confirmed. It's a mutation. Normally, Lin Jian and the others should be receiving news now, advising them to agree to termination. Just focus on your pregnancy. Don't regret missing out on Lin Jian. Jing Bofu replied awkwardly, I don't regret it. How could I? I don't care if you're serious or not. If you don't take care of the baby and lose this child, then just wait to go back to prison. Ruan Yijiao hung up after saying that. Her smart device was flooded with messages, all asking about the results and flattering her. Ruan Yijiao smiled. I am the embodiment of good fortune. One embodiment of good fortune in this world is enough. In a good mood, she returned home, hugged her eldest son and daughter, and showered them with kisses. My precious babies. Lin Jian and Lang Qi sat in front of the responsible doctor, the same familiar face as last time. The embryo has indeed undergone a change. The doctor looked at Lang Qi. Actually, the change happened right after the Marshal left yesterday. Lin Jian was too anxious to think about whether Lang Qi came to the fertility center every day. Her heart was racing. So, are you here to tell us to give up? It's not a mutation. The doctor shook his head, a strange light flickering in his eyes. When we first detected changes in the embryo, we thought it was a mutation, but it's not. It has split into 2 embryos. Split? Lang Qi felt a tightness in his chest. If it has split into 2, is there still a way? Lin Jian was a bit confused. So what does that mean? The doctor looked very serious. After a day and night of analysis and confirmation by thousands of experts, we have determined that the fetus has transformed into identical twins. Lin Jian. She ignored the long explanation and focused on the key point. Identical twins? You scared me. When the doctor mentioned splitting into 2, Lin Jian felt something was off and had a vague thought. Now it was confirmed. She indeed had twin genes. She thought something was wrong. It scared her. So there are no other issues, right? Just as she was starting to feel the reality of becoming a mother, she was startled. And now it was 2 babies at once. She hadn't considered that before. We still need to observe because from now on it will still be different from all other embryos. Lin Jian looked at the doctor, who seemed unusually excited, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lang Qi was momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Does it mean the baby is fine for now? Yes, identical twins. Marshal, we are going to have 2 babies at once. Lang Qi. 2 babies? The snow wolf in the spiritual sea. 2 babies? Weren't we just told that we couldn't keep even 1 fetus? Why are there suddenly 2 babies now? With both sadness and joy, the contrast was too much for Lang Qi to handle. I need a moment. I understand. The doctor took out a bottle of medicine from the drawer. This will help calm your heart and mind. Lang Qi glanced at it and drank it down. The doctor looked at Lin Ji and Miss Lin, do you need some? I don't need it. The doctor replied, I've already had 3 bottles from yesterday to today. The first bottle was because the embryo detection system suddenly issued a warning, and when I checked, it showed a split change. I searched through all the information and finally found records showing that 1,000 years ago, and even earlier, humans did have identical and fraternal twins, as well as some rare triplets, quadruplets, quintuplets, and even sextuplets. I compared all the relevant data and confirmed that it is indeed the legendary twins. However, I couldn't be sure, so I asked for help with the identification, which eventually caught the attention of the entire Fertility Center and even the Imperial Research Institute. After confirmation from thousands of experts, we reached out to you. Wolf Chi understood the explanation. So, I will have 2 babies? That's right. Nowadays, having even 1 baby is difficult, let alone twins or triplets. Marshal, Miss Lin, you haven't just created a miracle. You are making history again. The appearance of twins shocked everyone.
Lin Thien.
The doctor looked at Lin Jian's expression. It seems Miss Lin is accepting this quickly. I don't even need to explain much, and she is even surprised by our reaction. Have you learned about twins before? Yes, somewhat, Lin Jian replied with a dry laugh. I've read quite a bit. Although twins are rare in modern times, it was unexpected that they became a historical event in the interstellar era. Is this a real-life version of the Marshal's lineage ends and she wins big with 2 babies? No wonder. The doctor understood and then went on to explain a long list about twins, assuring Lin Jian that he would do everything possible to make them feel at ease. According to genetic analysis, it is highly likely that Miss Lin carries the twin gene, which is why this situation has occurred. The doctor had spoken more in these 2 days than in a year, staying up late with bloodshot eyes, but only showing excitement. Wolf Chi felt the same way, deeply moved. When the doctor heard that they misunderstood the child's condition and thought they had lost it, he realized that Ruan Yijiao had spoken carelessly. When he opened his smart device and saw the condolences posted in the news, he became furious. What is this? She isn't even from our fertility center. How can she speak so recklessly? Even if she has a 60 fertility value, she has no right to say that. Who leaked this information? And why is it such false news? The doctor was filled with anger and stormed off, leaving Lin Jian and Wolf Chi behind. I will find someone. The fertility center needs to investigate this thoroughly, or people will say anything. Marshal, Miss Lin, please rest assured, our fertility center will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Wolf Chi looked serious. Okay, thank you, doctor. The complaint was successful. Half an hour later, the fertility center clarified that the child of Lang Qi and Lin Jian was fine. It was not a mutation, but rather identical twins. They shared information about identical twins and congratulated Lin Jian and Lang Qi for having 2 babies at once. They also dismissed several employees from the fertility center for leaking confidential and false information to Ruan Yijiao. They held those employees accountable, subtly blaming Ruan Yijiao for spreading rumors. Miss Ruan, you must not confuse mutation and variation. The fertility center was indeed angry. They hadn't intended for the public to know so soon. They just wanted to continue their observations. Now the pressure was on. The entire star system was watching, and if anything went wrong, they would surely face criticism. They were also inexperienced in handling such situations, which led to misplaced anger. When Ruan Yijiao received the news and opened the headlines, terms like mutation and variation, Ruan Yijiao jealousy, twins, what are twins? Marshal Lin Jian has 2 babies at once, and Lin Jian's twin genes completely dominated the news. Ruan Yijiao looked at the news, and the cup in her hand shattered into pieces. She didn't care if the glass cut her second son's face. She was lost in disbelief and anger. What are twins? How can Lin Jian have 2 children at once? There has never been a case of having 2 children directly. It's impossible. I only had 1 child. Who does she think she is to have 2? It must be a mistake. It's a mutation. Maybe it's a 2-headed monster. She contacted the person who had previously provided her information, someone from the fertility center who had always supported her. However, this time, they were angry with her. What two-headed monster? They are twins. So many experts have confirmed it. You've really caused me trouble this time. Ruan Yijiao gasped for breath, and her sensible eldest daughter tried to comfort her, but was pushed away. Get away. Why can't you be twins or even triplets? You used to get attention, but just wait. From now on, all the attention will be on Lin Jian's children. As long as they exist, they will always overshadow you. Ruan Yijiao's eyes turned red, and another person's eyes were even redder, Jing Bufei. Just when she thought Lin Jian couldn't have children, she learned that Lin Jian had the genes for twins and was having 2 babies at once. Everyone is curious about the twin genes and envies the Marshal, and some even mention him. Jing Bufei rejected Miss Lin because of her low fertility value and ended their match so harshly.
How does he feel now?
He must regret it. If the Marshal, with a fertility value of 0, can have twins, then Jing's fertility value of 30 should mean he could have 3 babies. This statement is actually incorrect and has no scientific basis, but many people believe it makes sense. I feel sorry for him. The gender of a baby is usually determined by the male's genes. He can have daughters, and if he were with Lin Jian, he could have many baby girls. He was initially happy about having 1 baby, but now he feels a bit sorry for him. The comments from netizens struck Jing Bufei like arrows. He could not accept such words at all. The stress from an unstable pregnancy and the fear of possibly returning to prison, combined with this double, made him faint. The doctor who came to help checked the fetus's condition and angrily shouted, "Remember, this patient must not wake up or get out of bed again." But even so, the doctor was unsure if they could save the fetus. On one side, there was sadness, while on the other, there was joy, and the atmosphere had completely changed. Lang Chi received calls from all sides congratulating him, all excited about the twins. He still appeared calm, but once he got in the car, he suddenly felt that his parenting knowledge was lacking. The current learning materials are not enough. Don't worry, there's still time to prepare. Most of it is the same. It just takes more effort to care for 2. You have to be fair and treat them equally so they don't feel favoritism. We'll all learn together. Lang Chi realized, so that's how it is. Lin Jian laughed. Yes, the things you bought before should ideally all be identical, so buy another set.
Got it.
Without mentioning how Fong Chingfeng envied Lang Chi, since she wasn't pregnant, Lin Jian felt that not much had changed. However, the number of people protecting her had definitely increased. Hanzhou was even more vigilant while protecting her. This was because there were reports that a bounty of 30 billion had been placed on her by the Dark Star side. Lin Jian found out that her identity as a purification master also had a bounty, but it was only 20 billion. Lin Jian felt like she hardly recognized the amount of 100 billion anymore. Is it because they are twins that they are so valuable? Later, Lin Jian learned that a few years ago, there was also a bounty of 3 billion issued, targeting Ruan Yijiao. After that, the organization behind the bounty was completely taken down. This time, Lang Chi and his team also wanted to eliminate the people behind it. Because of this bounty, Lin Jian stayed home for several days, while everyone else was busy. Even Shireen said she felt tired in the heat and kept sleeping in the water. Bored, she could only study until Lang Chi informed her it was over. The person who issued the bounty has been found. They are part of the same group that attacked the Purification Master before. Lin Jian, are they still space pirates? Lang Chi, yes, our team went to eliminate them 3 days ago, but just now Hanzhou replied that they were already taken care of by someone else. They ranked 3rd among the space pirates, elusive, but this time they were completely wiped out, not leaving a single survivor. Lin Jian was shocked. Who is so powerful to kill them all? Hanzhou is also worried it was a cover-up, so he is investigating who did it, and it turns out to be the Dark King. The uncrowned king of Dark Star? The Dark Emperor?
Yes.
On Central Star, there is an Emperor of the Imperial Federation, and on Dark Star, there is a Dark King who emerged 2 years ago. Dark Star is vast, hiding countless dark trading forces. This mysterious Dark Emperor has consolidated the power of Dark Star and is not to be underestimated. When Lin Jian saw this news, she thought the name Dark Emperor sounded like something from a novel, not expecting to encounter it in real life. Why did he target them? The information we found is that they wanted to harm the Dark Emperor's wife, so he took revenge. Lin Jian gasped. They even targeted the Dark Emperor's wife. Not certain, Lang Qi shook his head. I hadn't heard before that the Dark Emperor had a wife. She just suddenly appeared recently. A while ago, there were rumors that the Dark Emperor was looking for his wife. However, the information we received earlier indicated that the Dark Emperor was a woman. Lin Jian. So, is it a man or a woman? Not sure now. It might still be a man. The news about the space pirates has spread on Dark Star, and the Dark Emperor's gender and wife are also being discussed. Now everyone is trying to find out who the Dark Emperor's wife is, fearing they might offend her and face disaster. At this point, Lang Qi paused. Some are even guessing it might be you since they were taken down by the Dark Emperor after the bounty was issued. Lin chuckled. They really know how to guess. I don't even know myself. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. With the royal family in the central star, this Dark Emperor is naturally in opposition. She is the match for the Crown Prince, the future Crown Princess. It's a bit funny that she suddenly became the wife of the Dark Emperor. Wolf Qi said, we have clarified things publicly, but most likely, some people still won't believe it. It has become quite mysterious, but since the trouble has been dealt with, I can be free now, right? Yeah, the chaos has stabilized. That's good. Lin Jian returned to work occasionally at the Purification Center and visited the Embryo Center when she had time. Observing the growth and changes of the embryos was quite appealing, both as a medical student and a future mother. Lin Jian never expected that one day she would be called the Dark Queen. Originally, when Lin Jian went to the Embryo Center, she would be followed by annoying reporters. The center seemed like a fashion runway, with various male models showing off. But after the interstellar pirates were eliminated and rumors spread that she was the Dark Emperor's wife, no one approached her anymore. It was said that anyone who had made advances or fantasized about Lin Jian was dealt with. Then, Wolf Qi's clarifications only made things more mysterious. The Dark Emperor's fierce reputation was clearly intimidating. Even Wolf Qi mentioned that the disturbances targeting her had decreased. Soon, Lin Jian gained a new nickname in private, the Untouchable Dark Queen. Lin Jian felt a bit awkward. Today, the Dark Queen Lin Jian went out because Bien Su's custom-made prosthetic arm was finally ready for installation after several adjustments. Han Zhou tested it, and the prosthetic arm demonstrated its strength. When Han Zhou attacked with a hot weapon, it surprisingly transformed back into a mechanical arm. Bien Su, still dressed as a workplace gentleman with long hair, blocked the bullets with his mechanical arm, looking incredibly cool. Lin Jian was mesmerized and couldn't help but record a video. Bien Su cooperated throughout. In the future, if you encounter any special situations, don't hesitate to hide behind me, he said. Seeing Lin Jian's shining eyes, Bien Su felt relieved about his decision and that his efforts were not in vain. He raised his arm, saying, "This way, I can easily hold both of your babies." Lin Jian had mentioned that calling her Miss Lin felt too distant, so Han Zhou naturally called her Madam, and Bien Su followed suit. However, when he called her Madam, it always carried a sense of deep affection. He looked at Lin Jian with eyes full of the forbidden feelings of a humble subordinate coveting his boss's wife. Every time Han Zhou heard or saw this, he felt worried. He never let Bien Su find a chance to be alone with Lin Jian. When he saw Bien Su guiding Lin Jian to feel the difference between the prosthetic arm and a real arm, he rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his own arm. "Madam, compare it with my arm." Bien Su's mechanical arm was made to resemble his real arm, with well-defined muscles and just the right amount of veins. Han Zhou's arm was clearly strong, with sturdy bones and prominent veins. In terms of feel, Han Zhou's arm seemed a bit harder. When Lin Jian touched the vein, a cool voice spoke up. "There is no difference between the prosthetic arm and the real arm. No need for comparison." The voice was clean and pleasant, but this was the sixth time the doctor had interrupted without reason. Just earlier, he had belittled Bien Su's display of the mechanical arm as too showy. Not only that, he had been getting too close to Lin Jian on purpose. Lin Jian could no longer tolerate it. "Doctor, if you are done with your work, you can leave first. This is also for your safety." She reasonably suspected that this doctor recognized who she was and wanted the twins, which is why he was getting close. What a bold move. He must not fear the consequences. Lin Jian spoke with a serious expression. Bien Su noticed Lin Jian's defense of him and showed a hint of a smile. He had long sensed the doctor's hostility and dissatisfaction, and while he could have responded to those comments, he chose to ignore them. He just wanted her gaze to linger on him a little longer. "Thank you, madam, for speaking up for me." "You're welcome." Lin Jian felt a familiar scent from the doctor, but quickly dismissed it from her mind. "If you have to deal with him in the future and he gives you a hard time, let me know, and I will file a complaint." The doctor's name was written on his badge, but she hadn't looked closely before. Lin Jian didn't take the strange doctor seriously. In the medical equipment room, the doctor who had been sent away by Lin Jian pulled off his medical cap, letting his long purple hair fall down, covering the badge that read, Jiang Wang. He grabbed a handful of his hair, his beautiful face, which seemed to have a filter, looked lost, and questioned his life. Doesn't she see that dog is trying to flirt with her? Why is she so nice to that dog but so cold to me, not even looking at me? Even if my appearance has changed a bit, this face isn't bad. Why doesn't she look at me? And she threatened me. He felt very wronged. Inside the villa, she noticed how the men often try to charm her. After observing them, she realized that Lin Jian was still interested in men. Recently, she had been experiencing some changes and signs that she was about to mature, and she was almost certain that she was ready to transition. What she once thought was impossible was now within reach. It was worth it for her to stay close to them. Now, she just needed to wait for the right moment to successfully mature and step into adulthood. Initially, she thought it would be enough to complete her transition and go their separate ways, but the more time they spent together, the more she didn't want to part ways. She believed she was just as good as those men. Why should they be able to stay by her side while she couldn't? She started to think about staying and decided to reconnect with them in her male identity to get things back on track. She prepared everything, even considering her background as a doctor and arranging a reasonable and harmless identity for herself. But then she wondered, why is the difference so clear? It seems that my male identity doesn't appeal to her as much as my female identity does. Maybe I should continue interacting with her as a girl. He pondered seriously, if she really prefers girls, should I consider transitioning into a girl? When Lin Jian said goodbye to Bien Su, she felt a chill run down her spine. What's going on? I should head home quickly. Upon returning home and seeing Shireen, Lin Jian exclaimed, Shireen, you're awake. Seeing Lin Jian's bright smile compared to the coldness in the hospital made Shireen's eyes shine. Sister, do you like me more than men? Lin Jian nodded without hesitation. Yes, I like you more. Shireen had a poor relationship with her match, always feeling they weren't good enough, often pointing out their flaws. The underlying thought was that they didn't deserve her. This is a common issue among friends. They usually don't think highly of the partners their friends choose. Lin Jian understood her feelings and confidently stated her preference for Shireen, wanting to balance her friendships and matches. Watching Lin Jian smile while holding her arm, Shireen bent down and picked her up with one arm. I'll take you swimming. Wow, great. Lin Jian skillfully wrapped her arms around Shireen's shoulders. As the weather warmed up, swimming with the merfolk was always a delight. In the pool, Shireen swam with Lin Jian, once again experiencing that wonderful feeling. Watching Lin Jian swim confidently, Shireen began to seriously consider the idea of matching women. But can women really be matched with each other? There didn't seem to be any previous cases of this, so would it even work? When Lin Jian learned her third swimming style, she and Lang Qi heard the heartbeat of 2 embryos at the fertility center. Lin Jian was familiar with the sound of a heartbeat, but this time it felt very special. Lang Qi felt the same way, and they even recorded a video together. After hearing the heartbeats, everything seemed different. The doctor was very happy, saying that the development was perfect and stable. The fertility center sighed with relief, as they had been under a lot of pressure and had informed everyone about it. This news even made it to the headlines. That day, when they returned home, Han Zhou told Lin Jian, "Mr. Shi is here to visit." Lin Jian felt a headache coming on. Ever since the news of the twins spread, Mr. Shi, whom Lin Jian wanted to confront, couldn't sit still. He came personally to apologize and, under the guise of celebration, tried to offer Lin Jian some of the Shi family's assets. Lin Jian and Shi Bowen had already participated in 2 events with him, as previously agreed. Their relationship seemed harmonious to everyone. Mr. Shi believed it to be true, and since the news had just come out, he quickly visited. Lin Jian could guess what he wanted to say. Since the twins were healthy, could they continue with the pregnancy? Would they consider Shi Bowen? When Lin Jian left the fertility center, the responsible doctor couldn't help but ask if she was planning to continue with the pregnancy. He was naturally hoping Lin Jian would agree to have another set of twins. Lin Jian just smiled and didn't answer. Having twin genes didn't mean every pregnancy would result in twins. Lin Jian lied to Mr. Shi, saying she wasn't available. To her surprise, the palace also sent her an invitation. This is the first time. Although Lin Jian had registered as a match with the crown prince, the royal family never mentioned her, as if she didn't exist. Some speculated that the royal family had not accepted Lin Jian as the future princess. Only the emperor had the authority to grant titles, and Lin Jian needed to be officially recognized as the crown princess for the royal family's approval. The delay in granting her the title seemed to be the emperor's way of finding excuses to refuse, citing reasons like not being married, Lin Jian's reputation, and low fertility value, among others. He seemed to want to pressure the crown prince into a compromise by sending a purification master. The crown prince did not compromise, and as a result, Lin Jian and the Marshal successfully conceived twins, which left the royal family silent. Are they restless now? Shireen leaned over and clicked his tongue. What's so special about the crown princess? Lin Jian laughed. Is it because I've been called the Dark Queen? She was just joking, but Shireen nodded. Yes, the royal family has many complicated rules, and a crown princess with no real power is really petty. Ha ha ha, you've misunderstood.
Lin Xian chuckled.
Don't listen to what people say online. I don't know any Dark Emperor. The Dark Queen is just a rumor. Shireen paused for a moment. But it seems to be true. Lin Jian was in contact with the crown prince about the invitation and didn't hear him. After sending the message, she remembered that the crown prince had mentioned he would be busy for the next 3 days and might not be reachable. Just as she was about to turn off her device, the crown prince replied. He probably wants to discuss the crowning of the crown princess. The twins are very useful, and I finally got what I wanted, my crown princess. Lin Jian touched her nose. The crown prince seemed to care a lot about this matter. Okay, I understand. I will be there on time tomorrow. I will come as soon as I finish my work. Don't be too polite to them. Lin Jian immediately imagined many scenarios of in-laws making things difficult for their daughter-in-law. Although it might not be that extreme, she stayed up all night learning some clever comebacks and reading about emperors and queens. The next day, Lin Jian arrived on time, and the crown prince said he had also arrived. The interstellar palace was completely different from what she imagined. It was filled with a sense of technology. Following the robot attendant, Lin Jian felt like she had entered a tech park. When the robot attendant announced their arrival, Lin Jian met the stunningly beautiful queen. Once the most beautiful woman in the galaxy, her beauty remained unchanged, now enhanced by the charm of a mature woman. Unfortunately, the person sitting next to her was not the crown prince, but the second prince. Lin Jian nodded and greeted them before contacting the crown prince. Did you not say you were here? Where are you? It's just the queen and your brother. Miss Lin. The second prince pulled out a chair for her. Lin Jian sat down and saw a question mark from the crown prince on her device. Then a video call came through. Just as she was about to answer, the queen placed a cup of flower tea in front of her. Thank you. Lin Jian accepted it, and the video call was disconnected. Miss Lin is contacting the crown prince? You two seem to have a good relationship. The queen began. Actually, the main reason I invited you today is to explain some important matters that the crown princess should pay attention to and the responsibilities she needs to take on. She spoke in detail about royal customs, and the second prince added some comments along the way. Have some food and tea. I enjoy flower tea, the queen said. Lin Jian thanked her and was about to check her device when the queen suddenly surprised her. Miss Lin, you give me a very good impression. Much better than Ruan Yijiao. I really like you. Why not consider the second prince? Let them both be your matches. Lin Jian thought she misheard and glanced at the second prince. To her surprise, he smiled and said, Miss Lin, I am sincere. Lin Jian declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have enough matches and do not plan to add more. The queen replied, the second prince may not be as strong as the first, but he is very sincere. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Since the crown prince isn't back yet, I'll take my leave. Lin Jian stood up, and the queen looked helpless. It seems you don't agree with this plan. But she didn't stop her. I'll see you out. As she walked ahead, Lin Jian was about to follow when the queen suddenly turned back. Miss Lin, I think you refuse the second prince because you don't know him well enough. Why not spend some time getting to know him tonight? With that, the door slammed shut. Lin Jian stepped forward but found she couldn't open the door. Her first thought was to call for help or contact the crown prince, but when she checked her device, she discovered the signal had been cut off. Don't bother trying to reach the crown prince or call for help. He has been on patrol for the last 3 days. The second prince scoffed. Isn't his white tiger supposed to be a symbol of justice? Every 3 months, the crown prince patrols to check on the military and important departments, or to see if there are any bug species or their hosts among the people. This is one reason why his position as crown prince is secure. He must be busy somewhere. But he replied to me earlier, Lin Jian said, looking at the second prince, who remained still, his palm quietly charged with electricity. The second prince gave a strange smile and then stood up. If you had agreed to my mother earlier, we could have taken our time getting to know each other and you wouldn't be stuck here. The phrase stuck here made Lin Jian's heart sink. Aren't you devoted to Ruan Yijiao? That was true before, but recently, Ruan Yijiao has been a bit disappointing, making careless remarks and causing trouble. The second prince shook his head. The blessed maiden is already flawed and is not worthy of being my prince consort, crown princess, or even queen. She and Ing Shiji went to the fertility center again, but it still failed. Ing Shiji has a fertility value of 15, yet she still can't succeed. The second prince also has a fertility value of 15, which made him even more dissatisfied. Ruan Yijiao had 2 failed attempts at fertility and kept him waiting, while Lin Jian's twins had already stabilized. The second prince began to take an interest in Lin Jian. I was blind before, and now I want to apologize to Miss Lin. Although this is under the pretense of my elder brother's name, I genuinely want to apologize to Miss Lin and hope she'll give me a chance. He tried to imitate the crown prince, clearly doing things to force Lin Jian, yet he restrained himself from rushing in. Unfortunately, his imitation was awkward. He appeared refined but came off as insincere. He tried to be cultured, but he lacked the true spirit of a scholar. More importantly, his gaze was quite unpleasant. Okay, Lin Jian agreed, holding back her disgust, as they were in the palace after all. Now that we've cleared things up, can I leave? Since you've agreed, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The second prince moved closer. You should at least conceive twins before you go. The second prince also wanted the advantage of twins. It was the best competitive edge. If the crown prince conceived twins first, what chance would he have? The pressure was too great, and the queen was anxious, so she decided to take a firm approach. Instead of persuading Lin Jian to go to the fertility center, this method was better. Natural conception could create miracles, and with only S-level mental strength, he needed a miracle to surpass his elder brother. If you cooperate, we might conceive tonight. My mother has calculated that you are in your fertile period based on your last visit to the fertility center. I will do my best tonight and be gentle. Lin Jian shook her head. I refuse. If you want to live, let me go. Even though the crown prince is your match, It won't be easy for you to get rid of me. The second prince was not angry. You can think of me as my elder brother. Many say we look alike, and our children would be similar enough to inherit the throne. Let's aim for 3 treasures in one birth. That would still be more than the Marshals. Not a chance, Lin Jian said, directly striking the hand the second prince reached out with. The crown prince kept Lin Jian's identity as a purification master a secret, leading the second prince and the queen to underestimate her abilities. After a strange and unpleasant smell, the second prince fell to the ground, twitching a bit, looking at Lin Jian with anger in his eyes.
You.
Lin Jian ran toward the door without looking back, forcefully trying to break it down. Just as lightning struck the door, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. In an instant, she lost all her strength, and her mental energy was suppressed, causing the lightning in her palm to disappear. Lin Jian helplessly slid down, hearing the footsteps of the second prince behind her. The second prince's spirit was also a tiger, which had strong defensive recovery. He silently dragged Lin Jian into the nearby room. I didn't want it to be this way. I hoped everything would start harmoniously, but you forced my hand. A small syringe fell from Lin Jian's back when the second prince threw her onto the bed, causing her a sharp pain. The second prince looked down at Lin Jian. His fake, gentle expression vanished, replaced by a strange smile. The spirit affects its master. For example, when a tiger is attacked and angered, its bloodthirsty nature is triggered. Lin, you shouldn't have attacked me. In the next moment, there was and he broke her hand.
Ah! Lin Jian screamed in pain.
The second prince let out a long breath. Finally, that feels better. He smiled at Lin Jian and said, Don't worry. The treatment robot will fix you up soon. I won't let you die. If I can shape you into what I like, I won't hurt you again. Otherwise, it will affect the process. This was the second prince. He was usually fine, but if angered or hurt, he would go into a frenzy. The emperor and empress had been trying hard to hide his secret. He wiped the cold sweat from Lin Jian's forehead, showing a hint of regret in his eyes. That hurts, doesn't it? I didn't want this. He apologized while looking at Lin Jian's left hand. I like symmetry. This hand should match the other, right? Just as he was about to act, a sharp cat's cry interrupted him, and the little cat scratched the second prince, leaving him wounded.
Ah! It!
The second prince didn't expect Lin Jian's spirit would dare to hurt him, and he became furious. He underestimated the fighting ability of the tabby cat, which left many scratches on him, but he couldn't catch it. The small cat firmly protected Lin Jian. Don't worry, he's no match for me. But the second prince still had his spirit. The summoned tiger was huge, making the little cat look pitiful in comparison. Come back, little cat.
Lin Jian suddenly panicked.
However, the red envelope did not retreat, and the tiger showed no signs of backing down. Both the second prince and the spirit were angered. The tiger lunged at the red envelope with lightning speed. Red envelope. In the final moment, the tightly closed door was violently broken open, and a white shadow flashed by, accompanied by a roar. The tiger was forcefully swatted away. The white tiger's claws were sharp as blades, capable of cutting through anything in an instant. The tiger's face was a bloody mess, looking even worse. Though they were both tigers, their strengths were clearly different. In an instant, the victor was decided. The second prince's tiger was battered and bruised, while the second prince himself was beaten badly by the crown prince, left bloodied and broken. His hands and feet were twisted and contorted, making it hard to tell how many bones were broken. The previously fierce crown prince, upon seeing Lin Jian, instantly turned red with emotion. He trembled as he reached out but hesitated to touch Lin.
I'm sorry.
He carefully looked around and finally avoided Lin Jian's broken hand, scooping her up and rushing out. The queen, having heard the news, arrived at the door. Junlin, what happened? She tried to stop him, but a roar from the white tiger echoed through the palace, its sound so powerful it could paralyze the insect race, causing time to feel as if it had stopped, let alone affecting humans. The queen felt a splitting headache and nearly vomited blood. By the time she straightened up, the crown prince was nowhere to be seen. Weakly, she walked into the room and let out a scream upon seeing the bloody scene. Eyes. She knew the crown prince would be angry about their actions, but she never expected him to go this far. It's my fault for not protecting you, Jian. With the crown prince's heavy breathing and guilt, Lin Jian was quickly carried to the vehicle. Lin Jian didn't see his car and, recalling the previous incident, instinctively resisted. The crown prince held her tightly.
Don't be afraid, Jian.
It's just for treatment. We won't check your other conditions. Just treating the wounds. This time, the treatment was straightforward, with no unnecessary words. Begin treatment. The broken bones are connected. Treatment is complete. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the intense pain in Lin Jian's arm vanished. The crown prince wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Are you feeling better? Lin Jian nodded. Much better. She felt alive again. Interstellar medicine was indeed impressive.
Jian, I'm sorry.
Lin Jian noticed the crown prince's cold sweat was much more than hers, as if he were the one injured, and she couldn't help but sigh. What happened? My smart brain was tampered with by my assistant. Since yesterday, he has been replying to messages while I was busy. Because some important work emails cannot be missed, I sometimes hand them over to him. I didn't expect. The advisor has been by his side for decades, serving as both a right-hand man and the only one who can influence the crown prince's decisions. The queen used the advisor's child to threaten him. The advisor knows the crown prince very well, and when he replied to messages in the crown prince's tone, Lin Jian did not notice anything unusual. He replied and then deleted the message, leaving no evidence, until today, when Lin Jian's message to the palace was seen by the crown prince, who was on a break. He immediately sensed something was wrong, and with Lin Jian unreachable, he rushed back as fast as he could. But he was still a step too late. Thinking of what he had just seen, the crown prince's eyes turned red. I didn't expect them to use such a disgusting method. The crown prince returned Lin Jian to the villa. Facing the grim faces of Lang Qi and the others, he left behind only one sentence. I will not let them go. Lin Jian watched the crown prince's back and thought about how he had immediately turned off the monitoring after his treatment when the device was flashing. She bit her lip. Shan Junlin, do you already know my biggest secret? Did you see my 100% fertility value? Earlier, as soon as she got in the car, the device detected her fertile state and even activated protection. Today, she was in a similar state and had even received treatment. The device might have detected that too. But the crown prince said nothing. Did the device not detect it?
Or did you see it and pretend not to?
No one answered Lin Jian's questions. The crown prince returned to the palace and went straight to the palace medical center. Equipped with the best medical pods and special medicines, they managed to save the second prince, who had been dead for a while. They also healed all his internal and external injuries, restoring him to his former self. As he walked out with the queen, he said, Mother, Shan Junlin wants my life. If you hadn't come in time, I would have died. Before the queen could respond, the crown prince continued, You're right, so why didn't you die? The second prince shuddered at the sight of him, and the next moment, the doors of the medical center closed. The queen's expression changed dramatically as she stepped out. Junlin, open the door. He is your brother. Junlin. The queen was frantic, but the medical center doors, like the ones she had locked earlier, would not open again. Everything mirrored what had happened 2 hours ago, but this time, the people inside were the second prince and the crown prince. The second prince had gone from being the aggressor to the victim. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Bien Su's return broke the previous situation where the 5 people were firmly held down by Shireen. Bien Su had heard about Shireen and knew she was not simple. But seeing the 5 people completely unable to fight back against Shireen, he couldn't help but shake his head. Aside from Su Ming, who still had some strength, the other 4 were surprisingly retreating one after another. Bien Su felt a bit disdainful of their weakness. 5 SSS-level matched individuals can't defeat one amnesiac mermaid, and in the end, it falls to me to protect them. When Fong Chingfeng saw Bien Su, his eyes lit up, and even Lang Qi slowly felt a glimmer of hope. It's good to have you back. As soon as Bien Su returned, He became the hope of the whole village. He wasn't afraid, and in the end, the villa was filled with excitement every day. Pretending to be obedient and subtle, who can't do that? Bien Su also showed restraint. Facing Shireen's hostility, he repeatedly backed down and even quietly avoided showing concern for Lin Jian. A tall guy over 1.9 meters, constantly yielding to Shireen, was quite a compromise. This often made Lin Jian worry and care about him. After Shireen arrived at the villa, she smoothly relied on her pearl tears, but faced her first setback when Lin Jian told her not to target Bien Su. Shireen, Bien Su's injuries are all because of me. He's a good person. Can you two please get along and not be so fierce? Shireen replied, Sister, can't you see he's pretending? When he's alone with me, he's not like this. Seeing Lin Jian looking over, Bien Su quickly said, Madam, Miss Shi really hasn't made things difficult for me. I'm your guard, and getting hurt is part of the job. If you feel guilty, then it's my fault. You two are friends. Please don't argue because of me. Shireen thought, isn't that my line? Why did she take it? Since it's your responsibility, why are you pretending to be pitiful? Tell me how I've targeted you? Bien Su pressed his lips together and said, Miss Shi, I'm sorry. I spoke incorrectly before, always asking about your amnesia and wanting you to go to the hospital. Shireen paused, and then tears fell, dropping like pearls. I see now, you wanted me to leave. Sister, do you also dislike me staying here? Wiping her tears, Shireen said, I'll leave now. The sight of those falling pearls was heart-wrenching. No, I didn't dislike you. Bien Su was just worried about you. He meant no harm. But Shireen insisted on leaving. Your matched individuals have never welcomed me, which is why Bien Su had to step in. Lin Jian recalled that Su Ming and the others had indeed tried to get Shireen to move out a few times and couldn't help but look at Bien Su. Bien Su anxiously said, I absolutely didn't mean that. It's all my fault, and it has nothing to do with the Marshal. Miss Shi, please don't go. Shireen saw his hand and disdainfully pulled away. She didn't use much strength, but Bien Su was suddenly pushed away. He stepped on a fallen pearl and tumbled down the stairs from the 3rd floor. He finally stopped when his head and body hit the corner wall.
Bien Su.
Lin Jian was shocked and was about to run down, but both Bien Su and Shireen reacted quickly. Don't run. There are pearls. Shireen reached out and lifted Lin Jian to prevent her from falling. Bien Su stood awkwardly in the middle of the stairs, his forehead bleeding, but he let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Bien Su.
It's fine, just a little broken bone in my hand, Bien Su said calmly as he resetted himself. The pain in my artificial hand isn't too strong. If it's broken, I'll just get a new one. Lin Jian was worried about his head injury, but he shook his head. It's nothing, just a slight concussion. A bit of treatment will fix it. Bien Su avoided the pearls on the ground. Madam, please don't blame Miss Shi. It's my fault for not standing steady and for trying to pull her. If she called the police to send me to jail, it's all on me. Fong Chingfeng, watching from the window with Bei Shuke, slowly opened his mouth in shock.
Ha, ha, ha.
Lin Jian accompanied Bien Su for treatment and didn't blame Shireen, only asking her not to leave. Shireen looked at Bien Su's back and said, Good, very good. She didn't expect to be defeated by a bodyguard. Outside the window, Fong Chingfeng watched as Shireen slowly crushed the pearls beneath her feet, feeling a chill, while Bei Shuke, equally scared, held his breath and curled up to make himself less noticeable. Once Shireen disappeared, both of them let out a sigh and quickly flew away. Clearly, they were a bit afraid to return to the villa. Fong Chingfeng found the Crown Prince's contact information and vented, Why haven't you come back lately? He felt a bit scared. In the first round, Bien Su won with a clever trick. From that day on, Shireen became quiet, putting away her previous sisterly behavior. She still looked the same but no longer clung to Lin Jian or made domineering comments about matches. She apologized to Bien Su, became more understanding, and stopped being willful. She often locked herself in her room or submerged in the pool, trying to find her memories, and even started looking for a job. I can't keep relying on you. No matter if my memory comes back or not, I need to live independently in the future. Later, Shireen said she found a temporary job and was busy every day from morning till night. Half a month later, with her first paycheck, she bought Lin Jian a vintage gold bean bracelet. Lin Jian was both happy and touched. In the second round, Shireen won. The competition between them was fierce, but without any real conflict, and Su Ming chose to stay out of it. Even Fong Chingfeng became more reserved. Unexpectedly, at the start of the third round, someone indirectly joined the battle, Shir's father. Yes, Shir's father inexplicably involved Shirbowen, trying every way to win favor. Lin Jian liked drinking milk tea, so Lang Qi and Shirbowen suggested they could consider opening a shop. She tried to open a shop, and Shir's father proudly took Shirbowen around to promote it, treating friends and employees to milk tea and urging Shirbowen to send flowers and gifts. If Shirbowen didn't send gifts, he would send them in Shirbowen's name. Knowing Lin Jian liked electronic pickles with her meals, Shir's father specially upgraded the villa to a futuristic home theater with the latest holographic technology. After finishing a session with a patient, Lin Jian returned and habitually turned on the audiovisual system. Seeing the recommended program titled, "Do You Understand Your Spiritual Body?" she casually agreed to play it. She then began organizing the files of the patients she had treated. Each patient she purified had significant mental pollution, but over the days of purification, she felt something was different. However, the videos seemed a bit unusual. For example, it started talking about lions, focusing on the abilities and frequency of the lion's spiritual body. According to scientific research, the average number of times for a male lion's spiritual body is 20, with a maximum of 30 times, and results can be verified. Lin Jian dropped her pen in shock, realizing she wanted to stop it. But pressing stop turned into fast forward, and the volume increased just as it discussed the tiger's barbs, claiming they could cause discomfort to female tigers.
Lion essays with Ned, Barb?
What barbs? It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? The video finally turned off, but Lin Jian's mind was already troubled. She covered her head and tapped her forehead twice, then bent down to pick up the fallen pen. Just as she bent down, a long hand picked it up before she could. Lin Jian looked up in surprise and saw the crown prince. If you're curious, Jian, you can just ask me directly. You can even take action. There's no need to sneak around looking for videos. What does take action mean? Lin Jian shook her head frantically. And no, I'm not curious. I didn't look for this. It was just playing randomly. Being curious is fine. The crown prince smiled. I was afraid you might get tired of the tiger and haven't dared to show up lately.
How could that be?
A white tiger is still a white tiger. The crown prince's absence over time made Lin Jian gradually forget her earlier questions and worries. Now, seeing him, those questions flooded back.
You.
Lin Jian began to speak, but then noticed a movement and turned to see Shirbowen standing stiffly at the entrance. Seeing Shirbowen made Lin Jian feel embarrassed again, and she fell silent. I happened to attend a meeting with Mr. Shir, so we came together, the crown prince explained. Lin Nan responded with a simple, "Oh," wishing she could disappear. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, but upon seeing Shirbowen, her first thought was, is he really that impressive? Just like when she saw the crown prince, her mind flashed with the idea of thorns. Shirbowen wished he could disappear too. He had seen this before, as it was something his father had found for him, targeting Lin Jian's current matching spirit. His father's intention was to make Lin Jian aware of his unique talents, spark her curiosity, and eventually lead her to him, giving him a chance to rise in status. He also subtly blocked the tiger spirit. He ignored it and blocked him again. Unexpectedly, Lin Jian still noticed it. Was the earlier help with the installation for this reason? Seeing the awkward look on Shirbowen's face, Lin Jian tried to act casually. Are there any events coming up that you need me to attend with you? No, Shirbowen replied, his expression softening. Lin Jian had always been cooperative and serious during their previous events, smiling and preparing thoughtfully, engaging with others, and speaking on his behalf. She even made an effort to remember people's identities, positions, personalities, ages, and other important details, and prepared gifts for him. She also remembered his cleanliness habits, shielding him from many things. Others thought he was being difficult, but she understood and made him feel comfortable and warm. With her around, he didn't dislike events as much. After all, she was there. He even looked forward to the next event where he would meet her. He cherished their time together and truly didn't want his father to create any awkwardness. Sherbowen's neck was still red as he tried to remain calm and handed her something. This is a gift from the Minister of Finance. They had met the Minister of Finance at a previous event, and he had no personal ties with the minister, known for his strong methods. But because of Lin Jian, she inexplicably developed a fondness for him. Lin Jian first asked him to deliver some savory snacks to the minister, and then this person returned the favor by asking him to bring something back. Today, he was very friendly towards him. Sherbowen felt a lot from this. The Crown Prince noticed the harmonious atmosphere between them and cleared his throat. I actually have a gift today. Lin Jian replied, Today isn't a special holiday. Why so many gifts? To be honest, it's not really a gift. It's an apology for scaring you last time. The Crown Prince clapped his hands, and robots brought in several password boxes. First was the announcement of the Crown Princess title, which the Crown Prince had brought. Although being crowned as Crown Princess didn't come with much power, the benefits were substantial. The properties, shares, and jewelry from the Queen, the second prince, and even the Emperor were all included, nicely labeled as gifts. With the properties transferred to her name by the Crown Prince, Lin Jian became incredibly wealthy overnight. These apologies were certainly not voluntary, but if they didn't comply with the second prince, they would face imprisonment. The second prince represented the royal family, and such a scandal would give the Federation a chance to further undermine the royal authority. With such a significant leverage in hand, they could only keep retreating. The Crown Prince was pressing for power, and the Emperor dared not delay any longer. He feared that if he waited too long, the Crown Prince would no longer be interested in the Crown Princess position but would seek to become the Emperor himself. The Crown Prince opened the password box for Lin Jian to see. I've been handling the transfer procedures during this time. Because the process is a bit complicated, it was only completed today. Lin Jian looked at the various sparkling gems and jewelry in the open box, as well as the impressive property documents, and was stunned. Isn't this too extravagant? I think it's too little. I've given them a bargain, the Crown Prince said, not quite satisfied. Wait a bit longer, I'll add more later. He was serious, and in his deep eyes was an ambition to succeed. He would rise to a higher position, one that matched her. He would gradually become her irreplaceable partner. The Crown Prince personally opened the last password box, revealing a crown that Lin Jian found somewhat familiar. The crown, made of diamonds, silver, and gold, was dazzling. Lin Jian looked at the Crown Prince in surprise. Isn't this the one you showed me pictures of before? Previously, the Crown Prince had brought back a few photos of crowns. She had curiously looked at them, and when he asked which one was the best, she had pointed to this one after careful consideration. She never expected to see the real thing now. Well, this is what you chose, so at the princess consort ceremony, you will wear this crown. The ceremony will be live-streamed. Do you mind? Lin Jian paused for a moment. The queen had told her that the princess consort usually wears a crown on important occasions. These crowns not only have symbolic meaning but also carry the history and traditions of the royal family. She had also mentioned that the princess consort ceremony would be live-streamed according to the previous rules, but after what happened, and with the crown prince not returning, she hadn't thought about it. She didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Becoming the princess consort has a different meaning. From now on, she would be completely tied to him. When the queen appointed the princess consort, it was a formal marriage registration with the emperor, distancing her from other matches. Now, the crown prince hadn't mentioned anything else. He just went ahead. Isn't this too hasty? I know it's hard for you to accept right now, especially with the shadows the palace has cast on you. But since I have to face them, it's indeed unfair to you. So, you will still have your freedom. Enjoy the privileges of being the princess consort and choose to fulfill the duties as you wish. I promised to do everything I could for you, as long as you agree to participate in the ceremony and let everyone know you are my princess consort, giving me a title.
Linh Thiến đi Blade, a title?
Haven't we already registered our match? But a match can be undone. Being a princess consort cannot. For women, ending a match is simpler and more flexible. They can do so up to 3 times a year. Men in a matching relationship often face rejection if they don't meet expectations, and many are left behind. But once Lin Jian becomes the princess consort and the relationship is formally established, she can no longer easily end the match. Once you have a title, you won't be able to casually end our matching relationship. You can only grow old with me. Dian, even though we will be completely bound together, I won't become complacent. I will be a good match for you, will you agree? As he spoke, the crown prince couldn't help but hold his breath. He had to admit he felt insecure. Lin Jian seemed approachable, kind to everyone, and nice to him too. But it was different. The crown prince didn't want to acknowledge it, but he was indeed feeling anxious. Originally, he had registered their match opportunistically. The royal family was complicated, and he genuinely feared that one day Lin Jian might grow tired and choose to end their match, leaving him to find someone else. Only by binding their relationship and having a lifetime together could he slowly get closer to her and feel secure. The crown prince did not show his tiger ears and tail, but Lin Jian seemed to see him wagging his tail and acting cute. Seeing the nervousness in the crown prince's eyes, as if he were a big cat afraid of being abandoned, Lin Jian smiled and said, "Okay." The crown prince spoke lightly, but he had not appeared for a while because he was busy with these matters. The pressure and obstacles he faced were clear, yet he still managed to accomplish it. She had once criticized Ruan Yijiao for her insincere apology, and in return, he offered her a genuine compensation, which would surely cause the crown princess and the second prince some pain for a long time. Even waking up in the middle of the night would bring regret. He was also working to lift the restrictions on her responsibilities as crown princess while keeping all the rights she enjoyed. The crown prince had gone this far, so how could she refuse? Who hasn't dreamed of being a princess or queen? Who hasn't watched romantic dramas? The crown was beautiful, and although the crown prince was cunning, he had never harmed her. In the next moment, Lin Jian was embraced by the crown prince. "You agreed, Jian, you agreed." The crown prince was so happy that he lost his composure and spun Lin Jian around. Forced to witness their happiness, Shireen thought. For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly wanted to say, "Tigers have barbs. A mother tiger seems to be in great pain." He turned away from their excitement, numbly receiving the notification about the date for the crown princess's official appointment. He personally checked the news content, signed it, and confirmed it for release. The date was set for 6 days later. It seemed rushed, but in reality, the crown prince had been preparing for this since registering with Lin Jian. Everything was ready, and he had explained some of his previous schedules. The news quickly went viral. Shireen felt a similar sensation to when he first saw Lin Jian and Lang Qi share a world kiss, but this time it was more complicated. His father kept contacting him, urging him to win Lin Jian's affection before the crown princess's appointment and to succeed in his pursuit. Shireen, feeling frustrated, turned off his notifications and unexpectedly accepted an invitation to a party that he could attend or skip. Surprisingly, news about the second prince and Ruan Yijiao possibly registering together spread at the same time as the crown princess's appointment news. There were also rumors that they did not plan to announce their pregnancy situation and that it was very likely to happen naturally. This was Ruan Yijiao's first time preparing for a personal pregnancy. As the news of the crown princess's appointment spread, Lin Jian, who was already in the spotlight, attracted even more attention, especially with the second prince and Ruan Yijiao's interference. The crown prince's situation was straightforward. His biggest issue was a fertility value of 0, and the emperor and empress were indifferent towards him. However, with Lin Jian's arrival, there was now hope for a solution. The second prince's main advantage, besides the emperor and empress's favoritism, was Ruan Yijiao. Since they were registered together, the father of Ruan Yijiao's existing child would likely support him. The empress comforted the second prince in the palace, The first person to have an heir holds the advantage. If the child is liked by everyone, the one who gains the people's support first may end up on the throne. You still have a chance, Ruiz, as long as you quickly have a child with Ruan Yijiao. The second prince was frustrated. If Shan Junlin and Lin Jian have twins, then it won't matter if we conceive early. We can't compete. A single child is not as appealing as twins. Not necessarily twins. It's all about probability. The fact that Lang Qi and Lin Jian could have a child is a miracle. Compared to that, your and Ruan Yijiao's fertility value is more reliable. The Empress scoffed. Last time, when Shan Junlin used the medical center's treatment pod, I saw his data. It hasn't changed. His fertility value is still 0. Still 0? The second prince sighed in relief. So, they might not only not have twins, but might not have any children at all? Exactly. The Empress sneered. Ruan Yijiao's value of 60 is stable. The affection and favoritism she has built up won't easily waver, and her son is very cute. He already has many fans. Plus, she plans to conceive personally this time. Let's hope for the miracle of natural conception. Moreover, there's no guarantee that twins will actually be born. The Empress's tone was meaningful. The second prince felt that the Empress's words had a deeper meaning. Meanwhile, there was a lot of excitement online, with reporters uncovering and piecing together the crown prince's secret preparations for the coronation ceremony, reporting on his deep affection. Netizens were thrilled, and reporters continued to dig, waiting to see whether the crown prince or the second prince would be the first to conceive a child. Any photos of the second prince and Ruan Yijiao being close would surely go viral. However, instead of capturing what they expected, they stumbled upon big news. There was an incident at the Fertility Center. Since early morning, the 8-story Fertility Center had been sounding alarms, detecting unusually high data from the fetuses. The alarms rang all night, and all the parents of the fetuses rushed over. Having finally obtained their children, everyone was anxious and protective. The sudden emergence of so many issues was clearly abnormal. Finally, the police arrived and managed to control the riot. Coincidentally, Lin Jian and the Langqi twins were also on the 8th floor. Lin Jian and Langqi rushed to the maternity center in a panic at midnight, and the news quickly broke. The shocking headlines appeared the next morning, catching everyone's attention. Surprise! The future princess's twin pregnancy, Floor has a mishap. Risk of losing the princess title. The lowest fertility value in history may lead to the cancellation of the princess's coronation ceremony. Just the day before, the news reported how much the crown prince adored her, and now it was about the potential cancellation of the coronation, a complete turnaround. The crown prince almost couldn't help but respond. It's fine even if they aren't twins. I like one just as much, and I won't change my mind. But he held back, while reporters uncovered the truth behind the incident. Normally, the maternity center, especially the floors above the 3rd, has strict security. However, this time, a bug species psychic core was mixed in with the potted pebbles. The psychic core, when refined, can be used for various purposes, including being the cause of this incident. It was processed to look like ordinary jade stones, as it had minimal psychic pollution and could stimulate children's mental development. Some parents, eager for their children to succeed, would give these to their kids. While it poses some risks to children, it can also be an opportunity. However, for developing fetuses, it has a deadly impact. A reporter obtained a video from a prospective parent. The affected fetuses can continue to develop after treatment, but their condition has been impacted. It is reported that fetuses over 5 months, especially those 8 to 9 months along, are greatly affected. They were previously calm, but have now become agitated, rolling around in the and kicking. Only the father's psychic energy could calm them down a bit. After the news report, it quickly trended online. The maternity center, under pressure, promised to take responsibility. We will find a way to improve. If we cannot resolve it, we will invite a purification master to cleanse the babies after they are born. We have confirmed that the purification master has strong abilities, and the purification methods are not limited to deep cleansing, so even newborns can be purified. The purification center's promise eased some concerns, and many people became interested in the purification master. However, when reporters inquired about Lin Jian and the Langqi twins, they remained silent. The reporters kept a close watch, but Lin Jian and Langqi never left the maternity building. This unusual situation quickly made everyone realize something was different. That afternoon, some medical experts began to speak out. Compared to larger fetuses, it can be expected that fetuses under 5 months will face similar risks as they grow. With more intervention from the nurturing center, most could survive until childbirth, but twins are different. From my research on twins, Marshal's twins likely share a single placenta with only 2 layers of amniotic membrane separating the 2 sacs, which does not count as an independent system. In such circumstances, twins may harm each other, which is very dangerous. The nurturing center did not respond to this. It was clear they were on high alert, but no matter how reporters inquired, they could only gather vague information. Twins are no longer at the nurturing center, suspected stillborn. Police have launched an investigation. Marshal is reportedly heartbroken and has been hospitalized. Some reporters confirmed that Langqi had taken a leave of absence. Having served in the military for 200 years, he had accumulated a lot of leave and rarely took any. This year-long leave request was unprecedented. With the front line stable, the military approved it. They wanted to send someone to visit, but were politely refused, just like the reporters. Military personnel were kept outside, and the news about the twins possibly being lost only fueled the belief. It was noted that the Marshal had not left his home since returning. Occasionally, Major General Fong and General Su were seen, their expressions heavy and unusual. After such an event, even the day before the live broadcast ceremony for the princess's coronation, people speculated whether the ceremony would be cancelled. With these doubts, the next day, under public attention, the live broadcast of the coronation began on time. Starting at 8 in the morning, it lasted for 6 hours. When it was revealed that the royal family had invited Langqi, Fong Chingfeng, Su Ming, and Shireen to attend the coronation, netizens felt sympathy for Langqi. The Marshal is so unfortunate, having just lost the twins, and now he is to attend the princess's coronation ceremony. The Marshal probably won't show up. The ceremony began promptly at noon, with guests arriving one after another. Despite the certainty that the Marshal and the other 3 would not attend, they all showed up, accompanied by a beautiful woman with long purple hair. The 5 of them made a grand entrance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. They were all strikingly handsome and beautiful, even without any expressions. Everyone's focus was on them until the ceremony began, when the Emperor, Empress, Crown Prince, and Second Prince appeared. All attention shifted to Ruan Yijiao. She appeared in front of the camera alongside the Queen. Dressed elegantly, she wore a beautiful crystal crown that was small yet stunning, part of the royal collection. Recently, the Queen had worn it, and now it was on Ruan Yijiao's head, seemingly confirming previous rumors. Ruan Yijiao brought all 8 of her children, including the youngest still in a robot's embrace. She was strikingly beautiful, and the children's father was handsome too. The kids were all adorable and charming. Although their appearance was brief, their cute and well-behaved looks set the internet ablaze. The children were so lovely that even the Queen couldn't help but smile. They really look like angels, she kindly praised, patting Ruan Yijiao's hand. Although she wasn't the crown princess and didn't have a formal title, it was clear that the Queen and Emperor showed Ruan Yijiao the respect she deserved. The Emperor, Empress, and Second Prince all smiled at Ruan Yijiao, presenting a happy family of 4 while excluding the Crown Prince. The Second Prince kept his distance from the Crown Prince, not even glancing his way. Ruan Yijiao sensed the gazes on her and felt a hint of disdain. Indeed, without the twins, Lin Jian was nothing. Clearly, Lin Jian and the Crown Prince were supposed to be the main characters, yet they stole the spotlight during the live broadcast. When the formal crowning ceremony began, accompanied by music and flower petals, Lin Jian made a grand entrance. Amid the swirling petals, she appeared in a dazzling outfit, like a flower fairy. All eyes were on Lin Jian, and when they saw the crown on her head, everyone gasped. Crowns also have different ranks. The crown Ruan Yijiao wore was a royal collection piece, a coveted item that many envied. However, the top rank belonged to the one Lin Jian held, which belonged to the crown prince's grandmother and was worn by the late emperor 1,000 years ago, a true crown. At the sight of the crown, everyone in front of the screen held their breath. The expressions of the four royals were visibly shaken. The emperor, seeing that crown, seemed to be transported back to the days in his mother's presence. He had been the crown prince for 370 years before finally ascending to the throne. The queen's expression was also grim. When the late emperor had rejected her, she had wanted that crown during her crowning as crown princess, but was coldly refused. Now, her beloved son had presented it to Lin Jian. The appearance of the crown reminded everyone of the late emperor and instantly captured all attention. No matter how much Ruan Yijiao tried to attract everyone's attention, all eyes were on the crown prince and Lin Jian. In the past, the crown princess had to kneel to accept her title, but this time, the crown prince took the golden seal, a symbol of power, and knelt on one knee to present it to Lin Jian. The emperor and empress were taken aback. Lin Jian not kneeling was already a big concession, but they never expected the crown prince to kneel and offer it. "Crown prince, you." Lin Jian was also surprised. The crown prince had told her beforehand that she didn't need to kneel and that he would give it to her, but he hadn't mentioned it would be like this. His gesture of kneeling to present the seal resembled a modern marriage proposal. This moment was permanently captured by reporters' cameras, becoming another iconic image after the century kiss between Lang Qi and Lin Jian. The joy and sincere affection in the crown prince's eyes, along with Lin Jian's surprised expression and the reactions of the 5 others behind them, were all frozen in time. This story-filled image quickly went viral online. Amidst the astonishment of everyone present, the crown prince held Lin Jian's hand, not only placing the seal at her palm, but also taking the opportunity to slip a ring onto her finger. In ancient dramas, the man always gives a ring when proposing or marrying. The ring seems to symbolize a promise, and "I want to grow old with the crown princess," he said, then leaned down to kiss her hand with the ring. The gentle kiss made Lin Jian's fingers curl slightly, feeling a warmth spread across her hand. "What about yours?" "I see you have one too," Lin Jian said, pulling the crown prince closer and taking the men's ring from the box to place it on his hand. "Thank you, crown princess," he replied, his eyes shining with warmth, making Lin Jian's heart race and causing Fong Chingfeng behind them to clench his fists. The crown prince thought he might be falling completely in love. As Lin Jian's heartbeat quickened, he held her hand and pressed the seal, engraved with her name, onto the royal family certificate. This moment was clearly recorded. The relief and satisfaction on the crown prince's face were evident, making everyone in front of and behind the screen smile. Amidst the applause and cheers, the crown prince embraced Lin Jian and kissed her hair. "Jian, from now on, we will never be apart." This moment was captured, and the applause continued for a long time. The ceremony was complete, but the live broadcast was still on, with the emperor's speech and more to come. The crown prince held Lin Jian's hand tightly, still wearing the ring. The audience's attention was on them, and many heard the emperor's words, with cameras focused on the couple. The emperor, frustrated, abruptly left without further comments. His departure went unnoticed by most. Only the queen and the second prince, Ruan Yijiao, followed him, equally disregarded. The crown prince, however, only had eyes for Lin Jian and completely ignored the emperor. Feeling nervous, Lin Jian noticed her palms were sweaty and tried to pull away from the crown prince's grip, but he wouldn't let go. "Let go," she insisted. "I won't." "You're mine now," he replied, tightening his hold. "Everyone is watching." "So what?" The crown prince wanted everyone to see, especially Lang Qi and the others. He wanted them to know he was special and that he would always be with Lin Jian. "Jian, we've completed half of a wedding ceremony today. In ancient times, weddings had a wedding night, so I've prepared a new home. Is it near your current villa? Can you go there tonight?" Remembering the last time, the crown prince was determined not to let anyone disturb them again. Lin Jian felt her face flush, not just her hands. A new home? Was that right? Yes, like the traditional wedding home with red decorations and a cup of wine to share. When the crown prince acted, he captivated everyone. He was aware of the rivalry between Bien Su and Shireen, but he didn't care. Those matters were unimportant. I watched many ancient videos and learned a lot. Will you please come and take a look? Once she was there, whether she stayed would be his challenge. The crown prince was confident he could keep her there. He didn't want Lin Jian to be drawn to the spirit lion. After all, she was curious about the white tiger's features and their connection, and he wanted her to understand and experience it. At that moment, the noise around them seemed to fade away, and all Lin Jian could hear was the crown prince's voice. She found herself answering dryly.
Then.
I'll just take a look. The crown prince had put so much effort into the preparations that Lin Jian couldn't refuse, and she was also curious about what he had arranged. But how did the conversation suddenly shift to a new home? And he even prepared a cup of wine to share. Lin Jian stammered, unaware that Lang Qi and the others were growing increasingly displeased. Although the venue was noisy and they spoke softly, several people had high mental abilities and excellent hearing. Just because others couldn't hear them didn't mean they couldn't. Fong Chingfeng stood up abruptly with a dark expression and walked over. This is too much. They had agreed on the prince's consort ceremony, but he ended up preparing a new room instead. Wasn't it supposed to be a partnership without deep involvement? What is he trying to do now? Previously, the crown prince told him that not recognizing those people would make Lin Jian a laughingstock, and that recognizing her would only bring her benefits. He said so much, yet he never mentioned preparing a new room. He foolishly came to observe the ceremony. He knew that Shan Junlin was not trustworthy. He had opposed this from the beginning and knew it would turn out this way. All this talk about cooperation is fake. If they were truly cooperating, why didn't they prepare a new room for him and Lin Jian?
Shan Junlin.
Fong Chingfeng finally spoke with a frown, but the crown prince grabbed his hand. It's great that you're here. He held Lin Jian with one hand and Fong Chingfeng with the other. Today is my happiest day, because you're both here. The crown prince looked very happy. Fong Chingfeng felt frustrated. You're trying to trick me again. This time, you won't succeed. The crown prince stepped forward and brushed the petals off Fong Chingfeng's shoulder. We're being filmed live. Don't look so sour. You wouldn't want people to see us as enemies, would you? Fong Chingfeng hesitated, then heard the crown prince continue. We all rely on our own abilities. Let's not start with conflict. Otherwise, it will lead to endless fighting. You know, if I wanted to, I could come up with countless ways to keep you and Jian apart. Fong Chingfeng's face turned pale, and the crown prince smiled. I don't want us to reach that point. No one should ruin his carefully arranged wedding night, not even Chingfeng. After the crown prince finished speaking, he pulled Fong Chingfeng to commemorate the good day, completing their first group photo. The crown prince stood in the middle, holding Lin Jian on one side and Fong Chingfeng on the other. He smiled brightly, while Fong Chingfeng looked distressed and Lin Jian appeared curious. Feeling the intense gaze on his back, the crown prince turned around and said, General, Major Su, Mr. Shi, Miss Shi, would you like to take a photo together? What the crown prince said to Fong Chingfeng was not just for him, but for everyone. This was also a rule set by Lang Qi, never cause too much trouble. Tonight, if someone misbehaved, he wouldn't hold back in the future. Everyone listened to the crown prince's words. So, a few people gritted their teeth, but forced smiles as they approached. Shireen took Lin Jian's remaining hand first, while Lang Qi, Su Ming, and Shi Bowen stood behind her. Let's take the photo like this. A few matchmakers were getting along and taking pictures together. This unprecedented scene attracted everyone's attention and all the cameras. Everyone smiled. The crown prince spoke, and Lin Jian immediately smiled. Just as this beautiful moment was about to be captured, an unexpected event occurred. Lang Qi, standing at the back, suddenly changed his expression and made a retching sound. His sudden gagging was very noticeable, and his hand over his mouth was obvious.
Ugh.
The whole place fell silent for a moment, and the next second, the crown prince and Lin Jian turned around immediately. Are you okay, Marshal? Lin Zhen let go of the crown prince's hand and quickly turned to support the marshal, worriedly patting his back. Lang Qi wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, a small black cat medical robot, quietly waiting in the corner, suddenly rushed over. This was the royal family's latest model, a black cat-shaped robot that was both stylish and cute. Compared to regular medical robots, it was more agile, mobile, and precise, making many people eager to buy it. At that moment, it swiftly dodged others and quickly approached Lang Qi, preparing to perform a check. Beep beep, detected that the patient is 13 weeks pregnant and experiencing morning sickness. With a loud clap, someone quickly slapped the top of the black cat robot, forcibly shutting it down. Fong Chingfeng and Ming supported the marshal and quickly left the scene. The crown prince, Lin Jian, and Shireen followed closely, taking the black cat robot with them. The main characters of the live broadcast left unexpectedly. The guests left behind, and the viewers in front of the screen were stunned for a moment before erupting in chatter. Wait, did that medical robot just say morning sickness? I didn't hear morning sickness, but I heard 13 weeks pregnant. It said the patient is the marshal? Seems like it. I'm still in shock. It should be the marshal, but how is that possible? I can only picture him as a fierce warrior. I can't imagine him being pregnant. Me too. Could it be a mistake? Is Miss Lin the one who's pregnant? But the one experiencing morning sickness is the marshal. Definitely the marshal. So the marshal and Miss Lin's twins are fine, and they didn't disappear from the maternity center, but are actually with the marshal? Does that mean the marshal is really facing the issue of being pregnant? The news that the twins were safe and possibly with the marshal spread alongside the announcement of the crown princess's title. The news about Ruan Yijiao and the second prince quickly got overshadowed by Lin Jian, the crown prince, and Lang Qi. Netizens pieced together the truth. When they first talked about becoming a dad, Shireen and Fong Chingfeng mentioned that they could be pregnant dads, but Lang Qi didn't say much at the time. However, he ended up being the one to take on that role without hesitation. 6 days ago, due to the sudden appearance of a bug-like mental core, the twins were indeed in crisis, just as the doctors had said. Other fetuses might have some impact, but with intervention and the parents' mental support, most issues could be resolved. However, if the twins faced problems that harmed each other, the consequences would be severe. 300 years ago, a similar situation occurred at the nurturing center. The fetus was mentally contaminated during pregnancy, and they managed to transplant it back into the mother's. The mother's hormones, heartbeat, blood flow, and mental support ultimately saved the fetus. But there were also failures. One woman had to constantly monitor her fetus, living in a state of tension. Due to the poor condition of the fetus, she ended up having a miscarriage at 5 months, suffering greatly from both physical and mental stress. The responsible doctor looked troubled and guilty, just about to offer advice when Lang Qi spoke up first. Can men connect with the nurturing pouch? The doctor and Lin Jian turned to Lang Qi. Lang Qi held Lin Jian's hand and gently patted it for reassurance. My mental contamination has decreased significantly, so I can provide mental support. In the past, his mental energy would have been harmful to the fetus, but now Lin Jian was closely monitoring their mental condition, and he didn't have to be on the front lines, so he was quite healthy. Recently, he had been sleeping well and looking younger. The doctor was 100 years younger than Lang Qi, but looked even more worn out. He touched his thinning hair and said, "It's possible." "Marshal, are you suggesting?" "Yes, let the nurturing pouch connect with me." Lang Qi didn't hesitate. "I need to monitor the fetus's condition closely. I'm the most suitable for this. I'm used to being alert on the battlefield." He looked at Lin Jian. On the other hand, Jian might find it overwhelming. Lang Qi quickly made his decision. "I'm the best choice in every aspect. You all can prepare for the surgery. I will continue to follow your investigation and handling of this matter." Looking into Lang Qi's eyes, the responsible doctor opened his mouth and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "We will definitely provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation." He was momentarily dazed and finally confirmed. "Have you made your decision, Marshal?" He hesitated for a moment, saying, Even though the nurturing center encourages expectant fathers to connect with a nurturing pouch, many still think that having a big belly is somewhat embarrassing. Ordinary men are reluctant, claiming that a big belly affects their masculinity. Not to mention this is the Marshal, a national idol. Are you saying it's embarrassing? There's nothing embarrassing about nurturing your own child. It's my honor. Those comments seemed ridiculous to Lang Chi. As long as the child is healthy, that's what matters. If any unexpected situations arise, he would bear the pain and pressure. In ancient times, women had to endure the hardships of pregnancy, but now that conditions have changed, how could he let Jian bear it all? She was still so young. He felt it was unfair to make her a mother and to let her experience the pain and pressure of pregnancy. The responsible doctor quickly prepared the consent form for the connection to the nurturing pouch for Lang Chi to sign. Marshal, if the situation stabilizes, we can remove the nurturing pouch at 5 or 6 months and continue nurturing at the center.
Okay, Lang Chi nodded.
Marshal. Lin Ji and saw Lang Chi sign without hesitation and couldn't help but pull at him. You still need to go to work, otherwise. Lang Chi replied, I've already submitted my vacation request. Since I have plenty of accumulated leave, it's fine to take a year off, right up until 3 months after the baby is born. This will give General Su and Major Fong a chance to train. As Lang Chi said this, he suddenly thought it was a good idea to clear out some of those who always came to stay at his home. Keeping them busy would prevent them from bothering him. All right, it's decided. Lang Chi signed and then contacted the military department, suggesting they take the opportunity to train Su Ming and Fong Chingfeng. If necessary, they could even bring in the Crown Prince, who was always on standby as a commander. Lang Chi was quite satisfied, but while waiting for the surgery, he suddenly asked, "You won't dislike me, right?" He had seen online that some men, after personally experiencing pregnancy and having a big belly, were rejected by their partners for losing their masculinity, leading to a breakup right after the breastfeeding period. Men can fear pregnancy, influenced by such news. Lin Ji and shook her head vigorously. Of course not. If I disliked you, I wouldn't be human. Lin Ji and was even more nervous than Lang Chi. I wonder if it will hurt? I'm not worried. Lang Chi shook his head. Don't be nervous. Didn't they say it might only take 5 or 6 months to take it out? It's just a matter of carrying it for 2 or 3 months, and they're all familiar with it. Even so, it's something most men can't do. Jing Bufu wants to be released. Otherwise, he wouldn't accept it. Lin Jian had a lot to say, but didn't know how to express it. She understood that Lang Chi made this choice not only for the child but also for her. He didn't want her to feel pressure or pain, so he always spoke first, even not allowing the doctor to ask for her opinion. Before her journey, her parents were always worried about her facing any hardship. When she was happy or smiled because of her good grades or friendships, her mother would still find something to complain about. They always seemed unable to see her well-being, but the Marshal couldn't bear to see her suffer, even a little. He always tried to shield her from all possible dangers and pains, taking everything upon himself, even the pain of carrying a child.
Lin sinugid Lang Chi Marshal.
She called out, wanting to speak, but tears fell first. Last time, Lang Chi cried while holding her at the nurturing center. This time, it was her crying while holding the Marshal. What's wrong? Lang Chi felt the warmth of her tears, which felt hot against him. He gently patted Lin Jian's back. Don't worry, the baby will be fine, and I will be fine too. Lin Jian nodded and held Lang Chi tighter. The scent on him was somewhat like that of a snow wolf, an indescribable icy freshness. Once she calmed down, Lin Jian felt a bit uneasy. Marshal, you really don't have to be this good to me. Isn't it just to save our child? Why would you say that? Lang Chi replied with a hint of helplessness. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Chingfeng? He thought seriously for a moment. Forget it. If I treat the Crown Prince well, should I also treat Su Ming well? Lang Chi joked seriously, making Lin Jian laugh and easing her complicated thoughts. He had noticed before that Lin Jian, true to her name, always wanted to repay anyone who treated her well. But those who cared for her didn't do it for her to repay them, nor to put pressure on her. They just wanted her to be happy. She was already good enough and responsible enough. Lang Qi gently stroked Lin Jian's hair and, feeling her cool ears, instinctively covered them for her. The warm, dry hand wrapped around Lin Jian's ears made her feel as if the whole world was filled with their warmth. Wolf Qi looked down at the girl gazing up at him, her bright almond eyes reflecting his image, her smiling lips resembling two cherry blossom petals coming together. Perhaps her eyes were too bright, or maybe they were too close. Wolf Qi couldn't help but recall the brief contact during her unconsciousness. His throat tightened as his gaze became calm, yet intense. Lin Jian sensed the unusual atmosphere. She found herself hesitant to look into the Marshal's eyes. It felt like a minute had passed, or maybe just a few seconds. In her daze, she thought she heard a robot notifying Wolf Qi that the surgery was ready. "Marshal, I think they called for you." I heard it." Wolf Qi took a deep breath, released Lin Jian, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, his long, warm hand covering her ears again. This time, his hand slid from her ears to her jaw as he leaned down. He didn't rush to kiss her but looked at her, as if confirming her feelings. Then, the long-suppressed kiss finally came. It wasn't forceful. His kiss was gentle yet firm, just like him. All the restrained emotions and his care for Lin Jian's youth were carefully expressed in that one kiss. Lin Jian's hand instinctively grabbed her clothing. At that moment, her world came to a halt. Aside from the time she had to save him, and the last time when a dream seemed to lead her to kiss Fong Chingfeng, this felt like her true first kiss while awake, just like in the novels. It felt as if she had been electrified over and over. Moments later, she could still feel a tingling on her lips, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. Everything was beautiful. The only problem was that she seemed to have forgotten to close her eyes. She kept them wide open. No wonder the Marshal entered the operating room with a smile. Though it was a bit embarrassing, it seemed to ease Wolf Qi's tension about the surgery. Her mind was filled with thoughts of kisses. Lin Jian took a deep breath to calm herself. Around the corner, Ming, who had come looking for them, stood silently for a long time. Though he did nothing, everyone who saw him instinctively avoided him. He had an inexplicable, chilling presence that made people uneasy. After standing for an unknown time, hearing Lin Jian's joyful voice, he slowly left. The coldness in his eyes was suppressed deep within. On the day after the twins turned 3 months old, the connection between the twins' gestational sac and Wolf Qi was successfully established. Because it has only been 3 months, the embryo is still small and not much can be seen. Wolf Qi stayed at the nurturing center for a day and night, ensuring everything was fine before leaving. Lin Jian accompanied him the whole time, and everything seemed the same as before. However, Lin Jian couldn't help but steal glances at Wolf Qi, quickly looking away before he noticed. After 3 times, Wolf Qi caught on to her unusual behavior and smiled slightly, showing a bit of affection. He began to intentionally look at Lin Jian, making her flustered and chatty, even running out once. But at night, it seemed he looked at her with annoyance, staring wide-eyed. She appeared shy, but didn't look away. This time, it was Wolf Qi who awkwardly turned his gaze away. Outside, people said Wolf Qi was sad and took a leave of absence, but strictly speaking, the Marshal was on parental leave. The media speculated about his sadness, which didn't actually exist. For Wolf Qi, there was no sadness, only sweetness. After leaving the nurturing center, he felt a bit reluctant because their time alone was over. Sure enough, back at the villa, not just Lin Jian, but also Fong Chingfeng and Ming surrounded Wolf Qi, worried he might be uncomfortable. Even Shireen often observed him from the side, no longer targeting him. Bien's Suhan was even more excessive, treating Wolf Qi like a fragile item and being very careful. Wolf Qi gently looked around, unbuttoned his shirt sleeves, and rolled them up to reveal part of his arm. "If anyone is feeling restless and wants to practice with me, just say so." He demonstrated with his actions that he could still fight. Wolf Qi could fight, but could everyone else? Everyone scattered. except for Fong Chingfeng, who held a small notebook and eagerly asked about his feelings during the early stages of pregnancy. Wolf Chi replied that I don't feel anything. Fong Chingfeng cleared his throat, then remember to tell me if you feel anything later. He needed to record it for future reference. He claimed he could personally nurture, and while the Marshal was ahead, he was determined to be the father of the second child. Lin Jian would definitely choose him. He wanted to gather some experience first. Soon it was time for Lin Jian to be crowned as the crown princess. The remaining 5 people, except for Shireen, had significant identities and should have been invited. As for Wolf Chi, the crown prince had mentioned that with so many people present, it was fine if the Marshal didn't attend. But Wolf Chi refused. I won't go. Those media reporters might make up stories, and the crowning of the crown princess is a big day for Zhen. As her guardian, I must be there. Wolf Chi's family came to support Lin Jian on her big day. If anything happens on site, I will handle it. The crown prince replied, I believe nothing will happen, but you are welcome to join us, Marshal. Although there was a lot of drama from Ruan Yijiao and the others, nothing went wrong, and Lin Jian was the true center of attention. However, Wolf Chi did not expect the crown prince to be so dramatic during the ceremony, kneeling and putting on rings. In the end, there were even unexpected surprises about a new house. Wolf Chi reminded himself to stay calm, knowing the crown prince did nothing wrong. Even if Lin Jian went with the crown prince, it was fine. As he was linked to the embryo, he couldn't feel jealous or possessive, but his emotions were overwhelming. When he was invited to take a group photo with them, he felt a wave of nausea rising, likely due to his strong emotions. This was the first time he experienced such an unexpected reaction. Wolf Chi was carefully supported by Su Ming and Fong Chingfeng to a room, away from the crowd, still in shock. The feeling of nausea came quickly and faded just as fast. What did the medical robot say earlier? Hearing Wolf Chi's question, Lin Jian seemed dazed. It mentioned morning sickness, which is a pregnancy reaction. That one sentence left Wolf Chi silent. Fong Chingfeng searched for information on pregnancy reactions. It seems these symptoms usually occur in women, though sometimes expectant fathers may experience them too. However, those truly linked to the embryo are rare. Such situations are indeed uncommon, as the link usually happens after 3 months. The crown prince added, and pregnancy symptoms typically start to decrease after 3 months. Since the Marshal linked 3 months ago, it might relate to the embryo's condition, but the symptoms shouldn't last long. Fong Chingfeng hesitated to speak, but the whole galaxy knew about the Marshal's morning sickness. Lin Jin opened her smart device and saw the news had indeed come out. What should we do? Everyone has seen it. We wanted to keep it a secret. Let them know, Wolf Chi said nonchalantly. We were keeping it quiet because we hadn't investigated thoroughly, but now we have some clarity, so it doesn't matter. Wolf Chi didn't believe the earlier incidents were mere coincidences. He was certain someone was targeting their child. Naturally, he wanted to uncover the person behind it. On the way back, he noticed Lin Jian was constantly checking the news, occasionally frowning. Wolf Chi, feeling helpless, reached out to operate her smart device. Lin Jian was watching the news when he received a notification. Upon checking, he saw that Lang Chi had posted a message on the platform. He quoted an eye-catching article titled National Heartthrob Marshal Becomes Expectant Father? Fans Heartbroken. The article included a few comparison photos before and after pregnancy, along with pictures of the matched partner expressing dissatisfaction and ending the match. The article ended with concerns for Lang Chi. Would the Marshal also be disliked by Lin Jian and even lose his title as the national heartthrob? Because of the catchy title and the photos, the post went viral within half an hour. Lang Chi responded directly, Are fans heartbroken because they envy the twins? Attention to those who want children. Mocking an expectant father may anger the heavens, and you might find that you can't become one, even if you want to. This response, along with the playful tone at the end, left everyone confused. For a moment, everyone who saw the news was speechless, especially those struggling with fertility, who felt they couldn't express their feelings. Lin Jian, worried that someone might not believe it and criticize, kept refreshing the page, completely forgetting about his own news. Lang Qi, helpless, raised his hand to cover Lin Jian's eyes from behind. All right, stop looking, you're frowning. Lin Jian's eyelashes fluttered, making Lang Qi's palm tingle and his heart race. His gaze fell on Lin Jian's red lips, his eyes deep.
We've arrived.
The crown prince's voice interrupted Lang Qi's thoughts. After ensuring Lang Qi was fine, the crown prince took Lin Jian back to the palace. The live broadcast had ended, and the coronation ceremony was officially over. But that didn't mean everything was finished. The next steps were crucial. Lin Jian, as the crown princess, was making her first public appearance and would accompany the crown prince to meet important figures from the empire and federation. Lin Jian met the federation's leader, Leopard Prime, for the first time. Her spirit form was a leopard, with SSS-level mental strength. Dressed in a white professional outfit and standing about 1.85 meters tall, she had a round yet angular face, exuding elegance, with sharp eyes that combined charm and gentleness. Seeing Lin Jian, she extended her hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Leopard Min as an agile." "Hello," Lin replied, a bit shy as he shook her hand. Leopard Min observed him for a moment and said, "You must be tired. Sit and rest while the crown prince handles the socializing." The crown prince allowed Lin Jian to rest, but kept glancing back at him. Leopard Min shook her head, saying, "I won't steal you away, though I do wish I could."
Lin Jian's eyes widened in surprise.
Bao Min sat confidently with her legs crossed, her strong presence evident as she rested her hands on the chair's back. "Don't be afraid. It just means you have good senses. I rarely meet young girls like you. I want to ask, what do you think about having 6 matchmakers?" Seeing Lin Jian's confusion, she explained, "I decided on the standard of 6 matchmakers. I didn't agree to their suggestions of 10 or more. While it's important for women to enjoy life, having too many people can increase pressure." Lin Jian nodded, thinking that 6 was indeed surprising. Bao Min looked at her expression. "Are they not serving you well?"
Huh.
Did she mean what she thought? "If they aren't doing well, you can add someone you like."
Bao Min hesita.
"But seeing that you seem a bit thin and they are all SSS level, which means they are stronger, it's no wonder you feel pressure. If it's too much, you could try training them. Train them well, and they can continue serving you. If not, you can set them aside." Bao Min shared her experience. "I usually don't dismiss matchmakers, but it all depends on their abilities." Lin, Sigma A, the leader isn't worried about the prince attacking. A light laugh echoed. Lin Jian turned around to see the finance minister she had met before, who sat down to join the conversation. That day, Lin Jian met many women of various styles, many of whom held important positions and had strong presences. Some were simply enjoying life and weren't focused on careers, while others were eager to have children and even asked Lin Jian for tips on having twins. Lin Jian felt like she was finally experiencing the world outside. Her smart device collected many contact details, and while she was in the restroom before leaving with the prince, he noticed a ring on her right hand's ring finger. He caught a faint scent of lion from her. "Mr. Shi is looking for you?"
Lin Thien.
He could tell. She had indeed been stopped by Shireen, who said that since the matchmakers were giving her rings, he would also contribute. "We all wear them so that everyone will believe you won't abandon us just because you become the princess." In the end, he placed the ring on her finger. They were in the hallway, and Lin Jian, worried about being overheard, quickly took out a men's ring to put on him. "All right, I need to go now. We'll talk later." The prince was still waiting, and as Lin Jian turned to leave, Shireen grabbed her hand. "The ceremony isn't over yet." He quietly looked at Lin Jian, thinking about what the prince had said, and gently kissed her hand that wore the ring. "All right, go ahead, the prince is waiting for you." Lin Jian felt a bit dazed and was recognized again. "How did you know it was Shireen?" "I could smell it." The prince took her hand, his arms slightly brushing against hers, as if it were a casual intimacy, also trying to remove Shireen's scent. "It's dark now, let's go home." The prince added, "It's the new home I prepared, not the Marshal's villa." Lin Jian quickly remembered the new house he mentioned. "My toiletries. Everything is ready, just like what you're used to," exactly the same as the villa. This includes pajamas, clothes, and all daily necessities. The prince wouldn't give Lin Jian a chance to return to the villa. If she went back to the villa, would she have a chance to come out again? He didn't believe it. If he were Fong Chingfeng, he would also do everything to keep Lin Jian. So, she couldn't go back.
Oh.
Lin then silently closed her mouth. All the way, she couldn't help but overthink. The prince had prepared a new house. Did that mean he really wanted to have a deeper connection with her tonight? Lin Jian felt nervous, especially since the car was moving quickly. All right, we've arrived. Compared to Lin Jian, the prince was nervous, but also a bit eager. When the car stopped, he got out first and reached out to help Lin Jian. Lin then placed her hand in his, took a deep breath, and got out of the car. This is our home from now on. What do you think? Do you like it? It was similar to the villa, but seemed a bit larger and had more plants and flowers, which was refreshing. Lin Jian clearly liked the villa, which relieved the prince. Let's go. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the prince stopped and frowned. What are you doing here? Why had Fong Chingfeng and Ming suddenly shown up? Of course, we came to check the route. Fong Chingfeng replied matter-of-factly. We also wanted to see how your new house is arranged. The prince gritted his teeth. He had tried every way to keep it a secret, but it still hadn't worked. Did you forget what I said today? The prince questioned in a low voice, causing Fong Chingfeng to freeze, and the atmosphere became tense. Wolf Chi rushed over, apologizing helplessly. It's my fault for not stopping them. After saying that, he looked at Fong Chingfeng and the others. Let's go. Since it was a new house, how could they just walk in? Fong Chingfeng glanced at the Marshal, then at Lin Jian, and finally shot a frustrated look at the prince, feeling quite wronged. Why should I? Just because he is the crown prince and held a ceremony for the crown princess? The crown prince felt helpless and pulled Fong Chingfeng over. I'll talk to him. If that doesn't work, he might just knock him out. Even though they were friends, he couldn't let this go. The crown prince took Fong Chingfeng to negotiate. Lin Jian accidentally overheard Fong Chingfeng making a demand. Don't think you can trick me. If you don't want me to cause trouble, you need to take me with you. Lin Jian. Take you where? Lang Qi also heard this and covered Lin Jian's ears. Don't listen. Ming walked behind the crown prince and Fong Chingfeng, watching them quietly.
Lang Qi.
He was worried Ming might say, then I'll go too. Marshal, are you okay? Lin Jian noticed Lang Qi's pale face. Do you still feel unwell this afternoon? Lang Qi lowered his hand. No, I just can't eat.
Don't worry.
How can I not worry? Lin Jian knew how uncomfortable morning sickness could be. Lang Qi saw Lin Jian holding his arm and paused. Then comfort me a bit. How should I comfort you? Lang Qi took out a ring. For example, you could wear my ring. Lin Jian then noticed that Lang Qi had a ring on his finger, which matched the one he was holding. Since both of their ring fingers were occupied, he put it on her. Just right, fits perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shireen appeared silently from nowhere and placed another diamond and pearl ring on Lin Jian's index finger. They've all worn theirs, so I want to put one on you too. Shireen showed off the same ring on his own index finger. Lin Jian looked at her hand with 3 rings. Did you all go ring shopping today? And Shireen joined in too. Lang Qi paused. It looks pretty good. Shireen immediately replied, my taste is always good, and I didn't just prepare rings. I also arranged a new house. It's just some decoration. Jian, you should come to my place. Lin Jian was at a loss for words. What do you mean? We're just friends, and we're both girls. Shireen was surprised. What's wrong with being girls? Don't you like girls? With all the commotion from the crown prince and Lang Qi these past few days, Lin Jian was too distracted, which affected her development. Otherwise, she would have acted sooner and transformed into a girl already. She had studied hard and was sure she could make Lin Jian happy. Lin Jian, I do like girls, but friendship and love are different. She was afraid that Shireen would lose consciousness and have strange thoughts, so she quickly told her that they were not matched partners and that they were both women. Their relationship was friendship, and they couldn't share a bed. That wouldn't be right. Shireen. She broke into a cold sweat. realizing that Lin Jian actually liked men. She almost misunderstood and thought about completely changing herself into a woman. Shireen quickly responded, "So, if I'm your matched partner, you would share a bed with me?"
Ling Xian.
"You're my friend, not my matched partner." Lang Qi, however, noticed Shireen's reaction and looked thoughtful, then subtly moved to separate her from Lin Jian. "I hope they don't fight." Shireen glanced at Lang Qi's profile, feeling a flash of annoyance. Whether it was the crown prince or Lang Qi, they were both bothersome. He wanted to take Lin Jian away to a place where they couldn't be found. At that time, it would just be the two of them, and he could do whatever he wanted without interruption. He could give her everything the princess could offer, and even more. But taking Jian back from them wouldn't be easy. He needed to think of a good plan. Lang Qi sensed a hint of hostility and unease. Just then, the crown prince finished his conversation and immediately said, "Let's go." Lin Nan opened her mouth to speak, but didn't move her feet. Remembering that heart-pounding first kiss and knowing that Lang Qi was pregnant, she felt stuck, as if she had become a terrible emperor in a palace drama. The queen was pregnant and experiencing morning sickness, yet he was looking for other partners. Lang Qi didn't really want her to go. Seeing her hesitation, he felt both happy and pained, knowing that Jian still had feelings for him. That was enough for him. He gently pushed her, his eyes still warm. He was in pain, but didn't want to make things difficult for her. She was free to choose anyone. They were all her matched partners, and he had to set a good example. Lin Jian took 2 steps back but found that Lang Qi wasn't looking at her. He was facing forward. "Let's go." Fong Chingfeng, Su Ming. Fong Chingfeng, who wanted to act cute and sneak into the villa, suddenly froze. They were very reluctant, extremely unwilling. Fong Chingfeng couldn't accept that he was clearly the second matched partner, the first to be matched with Lin Jian, yet the crown prince had gotten ahead of him. Su Ming felt the same anger. Lang Qi and the crown prince were closing in on them. It seemed he couldn't compare to them at all, and even fate wasn't on his side. Feeling disheartened, unwilling, and angry, he still had to follow. The two walked toward Lang Qi, but paused as they passed Lin Jian. Lin Jian raised her hand again, and on her other hand, her index and S were also adorned with rings. They both wore rings on their hands. Lin Jian looked at the 6 rings and fell silent. She had never seen anyone wear 6 rings given by men at the same time. Now, she could only be thankful that they all thought alike and wanted her to wear them often, so the designs were simple. They didn't seem burdensome. Instead, they were elegant and refined. The prince, nearly blinded by the 6 rings, thought. He had intended for this to be a special token for just the two of them. But these shameless people, one after another, had all given her rings, and even Shireen got involved, arranging a new home and suggesting matches. Remembering she was a mermaid, he decided to investigate further. As for the rings, he would let it go. Although he had interrupted, they didn't insist, and he gratefully glanced at Lang Qi the Marshal, truly speechless, accepted that he was the matchmaker in charge. Seeing Lin Jian still looking at their backs, he stepped forward and took her hand. "Let's go." In his heart, he silently said, "My bride." Or, "Let's ride the white tiger in." After saying this, the prince forcefully awakened the white tiger, which had been resting in the spiritual sea. Before the tiger could react, he picked up Lin Jian and placed her on its back. "All right, let's go home." Although the tiger was unexpectedly woken up, it had a good temperament and dutifully carried Lin Jian home. The prince took a deep breath and followed behind, introducing her to their new home. The appearance of the white tiger finally brought Lin Jian's attention back from Lang Qi. After a simple tour, the prince led Lin Jian to the bathroom. "The bathwater is ready. You've had a long day. Wash up and relax." New pajamas and underwear were laid out, all in bright red. Even the bath towels and slippers were red. Lin Jian felt like they were just missing the happy characters and symbols of a long life together, but they looked festive. It made her feel as if they had truly completed a wedding ceremony today. "It feels like the prince is leading me along. He said I was just coming to take a look, and now I'm unexpectedly getting ready for a bath. Bathing sometimes felt linked to other things. As Lin Jian's thoughts wandered, they reached the part of the tour where they would truly explore their new home. The festive decorations, including the double happiness character, dragon and phoenix candles, red bedding, and fresh flowers, made her feel as if she had returned to the modern era to celebrate a new home. However, this time, the wedding photo on the wall depicted the moment when the prince knelt before her during the ceremony today. The clever arrangement hid the others, leaving only the two of them in the scene. Lin Jian felt a mix of laughter and tears. After such a busy day, she couldn't understand how he found the time to choose and customize this photo. How is it? Doesn't it look like an ancient bridal chamber? The crown prince saw Lin Jian nodding, pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, and handed her a drink. Next, we should toast. The drink was sweet and not spicy, but looking into the crown prince's smiling eyes and feeling his hand holding hers made Lin Jian feel a bit flushed. I'll just take a look and then. All right, let's sleep for now. The crown prince easily made the smart home system turn off the lights and close the door. Only the bedside lamp and the flickering candlelight remained.
Lin Xian.
Seeing her expression, the crown prince couldn't help but laugh. Are you nervous, Jian? You look like I might suddenly pounce on you. Just as Lin Jian was about to speak, the crown prince said, but I won't. I will take my time and be gentle. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jian felt dizzy as she was gently pushed down. One of the crown prince's hands supported her head and neck, while the other playfully pinned her down. Aren't you curious if the spirit of the white tiger will affect me? You'll find out tonight.
Lin Xian.
She felt it. There was something pressing against her. Lin Jian's mind went blank. The refined and gentle crown prince didn't kiss her immediately, but looked at her instead. In the dim candlelight, his eyes gradually filled with a mix of emotions. Lin nervously clenched her fists and quickly glanced at him. Crown Prince. You. The crown prince sighed softly and leaned closer, but instead of kissing her lips, he kissed her eyes. Lin Jian's gaze made him feel like he was doing something wrong, yet it was irresistibly attractive to him. His warm lips moved from her eyelids to her nose, and then his hot breath drew closer, landing on the lips he had long anticipated. Their breaths mingled. Lin Jian closed her eyes tightly, but could clearly feel his tenderness and affection. The crown prince patiently helped Lin Jian lower her guard, gently prying her lips apart. The crown prince had always been exceptional and was a quick learner. Though he started off a bit awkward, he gradually found his rhythm, not to mention that some things came naturally without needing to be taught. The candlelight flickered, casting deep shadows of their figures. Lin Jian's feelings of indifference were magnified. The gentle touch felt damp yet sweet, unlike any candy she had tasted before. The prince found her hand, and even the lightest touch sent a jolt through her. Without hesitation, he intertwined their fingers. Lin Jian's mind and senses were completely taken over by the prince. Unfamiliar feelings crashed into her, causing an involuntary shiver. When the kiss ended, the room was quiet. She heard his uneven breathing and felt his heart pounding in his chest. Both were inexperienced and nervous. The prince's throat felt dry as he leaned in again but suddenly paused. Jian, I feel like you're not fully present. You seem hesitant and confused about whether to continue with me. Lin Jian hesitated for a moment. The prince noticed her silence and realized he could overlook the past. His body was urging him, overpowering his reason. But he couldn't ignore it. You seem a bit anxious, are you scared? Lin Jian didn't expect him to be so perceptive. A little, she admitted. She was indeed nervous because she couldn't help but think about her past before coming here. Then, why didn't you push me away just now? Can you tell me what you're afraid of? Lin Jian paused again. What was she afraid of? She had never been in a relationship, and everything felt uncertain. Most girls would feel the same way, right? She didn't push him away because he didn't make her feel uncomfortable. At that moment, he should have been struggling, yet he was holding back. Lin Jian didn't know how to express herself, which left the prince feeling a bit defeated as he lowered his head. Unable to resist, he buried his face in her shoulder. After a moment of calm, taking in her scent, he gathered the courage to ask, Do you dislike me? Not at all, Lin Jian replied quickly this time. You all have been very kind to me, which was something she had never dared to imagine before. So you want to be kind to us too, the prince continued, but you don't seem to like us that much. Or maybe your kind of liking is different from ours. Is that so? Seeing Lin Jian's sincere question and her desire to understand the difference, the prince couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Think about it. I have thought about it, Lin Jian replied earnestly. But my thoughts, whether in ideas or awareness, might not be very mature yet. In modern times, from the initial idea of women needing independence to the notion that independent women are the biggest lie, she was influenced by short videos. She was still young and found it all very reasonable. Now, in a new environment, she continued to be affected by the prevailing thoughts of the interstellar society. At first, she just wanted to work together, but as they spent time together, feelings developed. She wanted to go with the flow and adapt to her surroundings without overthinking it. After all, her classmates and friends would be surprised to see her eating so well, and not eating would be unacceptable. However, there was a bit of confusion. This was her first experience being fully aware of her feelings.
She still didn't know if she had been.
Well, the prince was very kind and made her feel comfortable. The prince realized, "You're still quite young." He felt a bit helpless and admitted, "I was too eager." There were many talented people, and the competition was intense, which made him anxious. He had played with Fong Chingfeng before and hadn't thought much about their age difference. He was simply attracted to her. The prince still couldn't calm down right away and slightly avoided the topic. Regardless of maturity, can you tell me what you're thinking? He thought that perhaps his previous insecurities were due to not getting close to her heart. Maybe tonight would be different. Lin Jian joked, "Are we jumping from a late-night channel to a heart-to-heart show?" She was open to talking and genuinely wanted to know their thoughts. "What do I think?" Lin paused. "I want to decide my own destiny." She was adapting to her new environment and bravely moving forward. "I don't want to waste energy on unnecessary worries. You are my colleagues, my match, and my family. Relationships are not fixed. I need to adapt to changes. I want to be brave and not be limited by the past. I also don't want to hesitate to take the first step because of fear. So, when I get to know you and test the waters, if you make me feel uncomfortable or unhappy, I will stop immediately no matter when. I believe I have that right." The prince nodded. "Yes, you have that right, always." Lin Jian added, "I also remember to take safety precautions because girls must protect themselves. Unless I am sure I want to get pregnant, I will avoid any unexpected pregnancies. I'm still young, and the reproductive technology at the center is quite advanced, so I don't plan to do it myself for now. Doing it alone is full of uncertainties, especially with twins. Just look at how difficult it is for Lang Qi. I don't reject having children, but I don't want to be just a means of reproduction, and I'm not ready to carry a child myself. I previously said I wanted to be responsible for a child, but that means I must first be responsible for myself. Maybe in the future, if she deeply loves someone, she might not mind having children, but that's not the case now. For now, she thinks the reproductive center is a good option. I want to become strong and be my own master. I want to live for myself, like the leaders do." Crown Prince. Is this about the leaders? What did the leaders say to her? Although he didn't know what was said, it was the first time he heard Lin Jian speak so much. Her eyes sparkled in the night light as she shared her thoughts with him, so he stayed silent. Lin paused and looked at the Crown Prince. "If you treat me well, I will treat you well. If you change your mind and leave, I can walk away too. I might feel sad, but I won't lose myself." The Crown Prince nodded, recalling when he asked Lin Jian if the Marshal accepted Ruan Yijiao's proposal, would she immediately end the match? She confidently said yes. Later, before going to the Fertility Center, she also made it clear that she couldn't change her mind midway. From start to finish, she was very clear about these principles. "I understand now. Your thoughts are quite mature. Many people go through life without knowing what they want. You can always be your own master and live for yourself. I know you don't want to get pregnant yourself, and you can rest easy." The Crown Prince thought he understood her well. At this point, he paused. "You say we all treat you well, so you must have someone you like, right?" You all are quite good. Lin affirmed, "You are all my matches. I wouldn't reject you from the start." The crown prince was silent for a moment. "So, who do you like the most? There must be someone she prefers, right? It can't be the same for everyone." Lin's then glanced at the crown prince. "Do you really want to know?" "Crown prince. I'll listen for now. It will change anyway. It might not be him today, but it could be him tomorrow. Lin, right now, it's the Marshal." What first moved her was Lang Chi. He was completely open with her. From his last words and the care he showed, to his choice this time. "The Marshal gave me confidence in this world and in you all, allowing me to take the first brave step. Without the Marshal, she might not have had the courage to change and would have only cooperated. It was the Marshal who broke through the barrier of just cooperation." "Crown Prince, I see." He could guess and feel it, but it still hurt a little. He didn't expect the Marshal to have such a strong influence on Lin Jian. "You've asked me so much. Let me ask you, Crown Prince, do you really like me?" Lin Jian looked at him and said, "It's still because I'm your match and can have twins." The Crown Prince replied, "I was already attached to you before I knew you could have twins." Lin Jian asked, "Can you both adapt to each other's presence?" The Crown Prince said, "We should be able to adapt, though it might be difficult." "Will you two fight and create big problems in the future?" Hearing her mention them again, the Crown Prince couldn't help but kiss her.
Ling Xian relaxed completely.
After their chat, she even felt a bit tired, but then she was suddenly kissed again. The Crown Prince held her tightly and murmured, "I don't want you to keep bringing them up." His voice was soft and a little muffled, and his warm breath brushed against her ear, causing a tingling sensation. It flowed down her ear and into her body. Feeling a shiver, Lin Jian's breath became a bit uneven.
"You."
"Don't worry, I won't let you get pregnant," he assured her, wanting her to feel comfortable. Meanwhile, in another villa, Lang Chi, Fong Chingfeng, and Su Ming returned looking exhausted. Shireen seemed lost in thought and went upstairs right after arriving. Su Ming stared at Lang Chi for a moment and said, "Marshal, you haven't eaten much today.
"You should eat something."
Fong Chingfeng added weakly, "Yes, for the sake of the child, you should eat a little." The robot quickly prepared a nutritious dinner, but Lang Chi only took a couple of bites before vomiting. The vomiting didn't stop like before, it became persistent, and even rinsing his mouth or drinking water didn't help. He hadn't eaten much, and soon it was mostly just mucus and foam. Bien Su and Hanzhou were completely panicked. Fong Chingfeng and Su Ming were at a loss, and even Shireen was alerted. They found the medical robot that Lin Jian had hidden and tentatively diagnosed it as severe morning sickness. The frequent vomiting, if the condition continues to worsen, could lead to convulsions, unconsciousness, or even death. It is advised to go to the hospital for timely treatment. In reality, there are very few pregnant men, and there are many treatment regulations, as suggested by the medical robot. Then what are we waiting for? Fong Chingfeng and Su Ming quickly lifted Lang Chi to the hospital.
Shireen, quickly contact Lin Xian.
"We need to take the Marshal to the hospital first." Shireen nodded, "Okay." Lin Jian couldn't ignore her partner's severe morning sickness while being with another man. Shireen quickly called Lin Jian's smart device. Fong Chingfeng supported Lang Chi, unable to shake off his worries. The earlier conversation seemed a bit like an ancient drama he had watched before. "Quickly report to the Emperor, the princess is experiencing morning sickness." There was a similar feeling, but it was uncertain if there was still time. If the crown prince was too anxious, it might be too late. Fong Chingfeng decided to observe closely. Lin Jian had no idea that Fong Chingfeng was bringing her into a troublesome situation and was lost in her thoughts. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw Hanzhou's expression and wondered what was wrong. Fortunately, Lang Chi was already receiving treatment, which relieved her. However, Lang Chi looked unwell and occasionally retched. "Marshal." Lang Chi felt ashamed when he saw Lin Jian and apologized. "Why apologize now?" Lang Chi managed a slight smile. As Lin Jian got closer, he couldn't help but wrap his arms around her waist and rest his head against her. Even though he had endured severe injuries before, this feeling of nausea was much worse. Lin Jian hugged Lang Qi and patted his back, saying, "Take deep breaths and think about something else to distract yourself." Noticing a burning gaze behind her, she turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Ming silently watched her, without speaking. He kept telling himself that she was meant for someone else, and that it was normal. Fong Chingfeng's gaze swept over her lips, his hands clenched into fists as he looked away. He couldn't tell, he didn't know if they had. But it was obvious they had kissed. It was clear to see. A wave of frustration washed over him, causing the fearless Fong Chingfeng to fall silent, his expression darkening. The crown prince arrived as well, and they all met with the doctor. Facing various gazes, he remained calm, still appearing gentle and refined. After examining and asking questions, the doctor said, "The emotional fluctuations, combined with hormonal effects from the fetus, are the reasons." Seeing that Lang Qi's condition had improved, the doctor sighed in relief after another checkup. Lang Qi finally stabilized by late night and stopped vomiting. He received 4 fluids and drank nutritional supplements. In the end, the doctor said, he could be discharged. If anything happens, make sure to come to the hospital immediately. He looked at the previous examination records and carefully spoke. According to the data, after Miss Lin arrived, both Lang Qi and the fetus showed significant improvement. The fetus had been affected by pollution before and might naturally feel closer to its mother. Her presence has had a calming effect. The fetus's emotions may have also affected the Marshal. The doctor felt that the Marshal was showing signs of needing comfort, and Lin Jian's ability to ease nausea was better than their medical techniques. However, it was hard to say anything without evidence, so he thought the baby affected the Marshal. Next to him were Fong Chingfeng and a few others, and he really couldn't bring himself to speak. He had watched the live stream and knew they were quite unique. They got along like family, but it was surprising that they all came to the hospital together. Because they came together and had a good relationship, he suggested something he wouldn't have mentioned before. "To ensure a good condition, Miss Lin, if it's convenient, please try to stay close to the Marshal and not be too far away for too long." He would never have said something like this before, because he was afraid the others would react badly, and he had to think about his own safety. But their bond was so strong. Wait, why were Su Ming and Fong Chingfeng both looking at him? For a moment, the doctor felt a chill and couldn't help but swallow hard. Did he misread the situation? Fortunately, they were just watching. The Crown Prince, in a good mood, asked, "Is there any scientific basis or data for this?" The doctor shook his head, "Not at the moment, so let's observe for a while." The Crown Prince replied, "All right." Lin Jian nodded, indicating that they would follow the doctor's advice. All the way, she held onto Lang Qi's arm without letting go, and Lang Qi only dry heaved once before they got home safely. Lin Jian had been busy all day and was really tired after all the fuss at midnight. "Marshal, are we going to your place or mine tonight?" Fong Chingfeng, Su Ming, the Crown Prince, and Shireen suddenly looked up. Lang Qi, under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, replied, "Either is fine." Lin Jian thought for a moment, "Then let's go to your room. You're more familiar with it, and you might be able to rest better." The well-being of the expecting father was the most important. Lin Jian quickly made her decision, and Fong Chingfeng felt a mix of envy and frustration. Is this fair? Is this fair? Just before, Fong Chingfeng was happy that Lang Qi was pregnant, thinking he wouldn't have to compete with Lin Jian for at least 3 months. Now, the doctor actually told them not to separate, and they would have to sleep together tonight. Even though the Crown Prince had managed to win back some favor, he didn't know if they had crossed any lines. Moreover, from now on, Lin Jian would be with Lang Qi all the time. He secretly decided to investigate that doctor to see if he was on the Marshal side. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that he arranged such a good situation for Lang Qi? He already had children, twins no less, and now Lin Jian would be with him every day. It was unfair. Life was unfair. Fong Chingfeng stood downstairs, watching Lin Jian help Wolf Qi back to the room, clenching his fists in anger, feeling like he was about to explode. "I want to get pregnant soon too." He wants to sleep with Lin Jian every day. He wants to experience morning sickness and make Lin Jian worry about him. The Crown Prince sighed. Don't get too worked up, or you might cause a fire. By the time the crown prince finished speaking, Fong Chingfeng's head was already starting to smoke. In the end, the crown prince had to push Fong Chingfeng to the bathroom to cool down the flames. But seeing the crown prince only made the flames on Fong Chingfeng's head grow larger, showing signs of losing control. The crown prince could tell what was bothering Fong Chingfeng but said nothing, just turned up the water. Fong Chingfeng opened his mouth to speak, but ended up saying nothing. Finally, he quietly sat in the bathtub, hugging his knees. She was the first to like me, so why do I have nothing now? He looked quite pitiful. The crown prince paused for a moment, then took a photo and sent it to Lin Jian. After all, they were brothers, and it was good to help a friend to avoid others taking advantage of the situation. Lin Jian received the photo. While changing into her pajamas, she decided to check on Fong Chingfeng. At Fong Chingfeng's door, she ran into the crown prince just as he was leaving.
He
Found out you'll be spending time with the Marshal, and he felt upset, the crown prince said helplessly. You were already upset about me going to the new house. Having helped Fong Chingfeng, the crown prince's shirt was half wet, becoming slightly transparent and outlining his muscles. Lin Jian glanced at him a bit longer. Then I'll go comfort him. The crown prince nodded. Remember to come back early to be with the Marshal. It seemed like he was concerned about the Marshal, but really, he wanted to prevent Lin Jian from feeling soft-hearted because of Fong Chingfeng's sad look. Lin Jian agreed and was about to leave when the crown prince grabbed her wrist. He stepped closer, his hand sliding down to intertwine with hers, his tone a bit downcast. Jian, you're being very distant. They had just been so close moments ago. Lin Jian stopped, helplessly hugging him. Is that enough? The crown prince felt a bit of indifference, but couldn't help but hold her, sharing a bit of warmth. There's one more thing.
What?
Why was there more? Pregnant partners shouldn't engage in intense activities. If you want to do something, come to me. Images flashed in Lin Jian's mind.
You.
I still have many places you haven't explored. The crown prince tilted his head and affectionately nudged Lin Jian.
Let's take it one step at a time.
We can explore others later, okay? Lin Jian's heart skipped a beat. She reached out to cover the crown prince's mouth. Be quiet. Earlier, he had leaned in to kiss her again, but he changed his approach. Jian, you might feel scared because it's unfamiliar. How about we get to know each other first? Then he guided her hand to explore his features, his eyes, nose, lips, ears, and Adam's apple. Their positions shifted. It was no longer him directing her, but her taking control. In just a few minutes, she went from being confused to being proactive. Everything felt strange, yet exciting. She knew the crown prince had changed his strategy based on her words, but she felt unable to refuse, much like facing a fierce animal. She studied medicine and knew a lot about human anatomy, but she had never learned in this way. His reactions were the best encouragement, and she discovered many of his secrets. For her, it was like a new world, and she found it fascinating. If she hadn't received a message later, she couldn't say how curious she would have been. However, at this moment, something felt off. The crown prince noticed her anxious expression and believed she had remembered everything. Hearing Lin Jian's honest feelings, it would be a lie to say he wasn't affected, but he quickly composed himself and thought of the best plan. It didn't matter if he wasn't her favorite, he just needed to spark her interest in him. His reactions were meant to please her, hoping to engage her interest as well. He believed it would work. Am I wrong? What if you like the Marshal? He can't be stimulated, and he shouldn't engage in intense activities. There was a hint of relief and a touch of childish glee in the crown prince's tone. It was rare, just a little, but Lin Jian caught on. She released the crown prince, her expression strange. I'm going to see Chingfeng. Thank you for sending me the photo of Fong Chingfeng. The crown prince froze. He suddenly realized that while the Marshal couldn't engage in intense activities, others could. If Lin Jian wanted to study them, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Aside from her preference for the Marshal, she felt similarly toward the others. In fact, Lin Jian had previously chosen to match with someone near death just to exclude him. If it weren't for Jingbu Fu suddenly going crazy, he might never have become her match. So Lin Jian's fondness for Fong Chingfeng might even surpass his own. Will Fong Chingfeng use the pitiful look from earlier to attract her? What if she gets interested? He doesn't want to plant trees just to let them enjoy the shade. That shouldn't be the case, right? It can't be, can it? Wait, Fong Chingfeng wouldn't be hiding and listening, would he? The crown prince couldn't fully convince himself. He looked at the closed door, feeling a bit anxious. He wouldn't be handing the opportunity to Fong Chingfeng, allowing him to benefit. Would he? Impossible, no way. Fong Chingfeng isn't that clever. He's too busy going back to accompany his beloved Marshal. The crown prince walked away, but returned after a couple of steps. Previously, Fong Chingfeng had unexpectedly stayed over at Lin Jian's dorm. He felt like something was out of control, especially when he saw the ring on his hand. He had just given a ring, and then they sent 5 in return. It seemed none of them had any romantic instincts, even less than him, a researcher. He had heard from Fong Chingfeng that Ming said Lin Jian was giving off sparks, making their hearts race. At first, he believed it, but later realized it was their own hearts racing. Ming single-handedly led Fong Chingfeng into trouble, almost dragging the Marshal down with him. Even though they were all SSS level, one moment of distraction could leave them powerless. They were weak, but they had no shame, and they would learn. If they overheard, wouldn't they just imitate him? The crown prince looked around cautiously, feeling he had made a mistake. Although he didn't notice anything unusual, he still felt uneasy. His unease was justified. In the corner of the fish tank, the water rippled silently, and the fish huddled together, trembling. After a moment, they slowly returned to normal. After Shireen arrived, he bought 2 fish tanks, placing one on the second floor and one on the first. Both tanks were quite large, but usually went unnoticed, so no one paid attention. On the third floor, a beautiful mermaid tail emerged from the water. Exploration. Let Jian explore. He swayed his tail, thinking, that's right, Jian really likes my tail. I can let her explore it more in the future. He wanted to be explored. Remembering the feeling Lin Jian had left on him, that sensation seemed to awaken again. He exhaled and sank to the bottom of the water. He wanted to watch that bird. There were too many people, all watching closely. He needed to steal his wife away. Lin Jian knocked on the door, and upon hearing Fong Chingfeng say to come in, she opened the door, only to see Fong Chingfeng taking off his clothes. Fong Chingfeng originally had a slim waist, broad shoulders, and long legs, which gave him a great body ratio. When he took off his clothes while wet, his back was very attractive. His muscles were just right, not bulky, but each one was well-defined, giving him a youthful look. Lin Jian glanced over and quickly turned away. Fong Chingfeng seemed to notice something unusual. Why are you here? I thought it was Shan Junlin. I knocked on the door, Lin Jian explained, only to turn around and realize he wasn't wearing anything either. Why aren't you dressed? I've seen you before, Fong Chingfeng mumbled. Lin Jian remembered it was during acupuncture, but it felt different then. You should put something on. To be honest, Fong Chingfeng was quite fair-skinned for a boy. Why do you care? Anyway, if I get soaked, you won't mind. Fong Chingfeng walked back to the bathtub. You should go. Aren't you supposed to be with the Marshal? All right, then I'll leave. Seeing Lin Jian turn without hesitation, Fong Chingfeng got anxious. Lin Jian, are you really leaving? Lin Jian looked at Fong Chingfeng's expression, both amused and exasperated. Didn't you tell me to go? Just step out, don't get wet. I won't, unless you kiss me. Fong Chingfeng tossed his wet red hair back, revealing his sharp features. He tilted his head slightly to look at Lin Jian, wearing a familiar mischievous smile. Lin Jian, why won't you agree? You promised me you wouldn't just favor the crown prince, and now you're going to be with him. But you won't even kiss me. That's not fair. Seeing the hint of sadness in Fong Chingfeng's eyes, Lin Jian felt a bit overwhelmed. I didn't say no, but maybe in a couple of days. Why wait 2 days? Fong Chingfeng blurted out. I've already undressed, and you want me to wait? Do you really dislike me that much?
Huh?
Lin Jian replied. You knew it was me outside and chose to undress on purpose? Of course not. Fong Chingfeng denied it, but his expression showed he wasn't lying. Lin Jian teased him. So, I misunderstood. You always said I couldn't take advantage of you, and you complained when I checked your pulse. Fong Chingfeng. His foot hurt a bit, probably from something he dropped months ago. Stop changing the subject. Do you really dislike me? I don't dislike you, but can you wait 2 days? It felt too strange to have just met the crown prince today. All right then. Hearing Lin Jian's agreement, Fong Chingfeng felt a bit shy. He had wanted to use the eavesdropping method he learned from Shan Junlin to spark Lin Jian's interest. However, when he tried it, it felt a bit strange. Still, he did get a response. She agreed to let him kiss her. After thoroughly cleaning his mouth, he would choose a fresh flavor. He wanted to perform well and make a lasting impression, so she would always remember that his kiss was the best and others were not worth mentioning. He was determined to focus only on her. But then he realized, wait, she knows I'm undressed and hasn't touched me at all.
Does she not see me as a man?
I need to bring her back. He felt like he was losing his charm. It's not that I lack charm. She must be shy. After all, she remembers what I said. I'll just tell her it's okay to touch me.
Just a little would be fine.
He sounded confident, but his ears were red. Just thinking about her hand possibly touching him made Fong Chingfeng feel warm all over. But just as he was about to chase after her, the shower system above him suddenly malfunctioned and drenched him with cold water. What's going on? Why is there so much water? And it's freezing. Fong Chingfeng complained as he tried to find Lin Jian, but he slipped on the wet floor. With a loud thud, he fell. The water continued pouring down, and he felt completely defeated. His temperature dropped, and he felt weak.
Ouch.
When he muttered this, the shower system abruptly stopped, as if it sensed his discomfort. Coincidentally, Shireen came to find Fong Chingfeng and ended up bringing him a medical robot. When Lin Jian returned to Lang Qi's room, he was adjusting the lighting. I'm back late. It's not late, Lang Qi replied, showing her the lights. Is this brightness and color okay? The warm yellow light was bright and comforting. It's good. Lin Jian thought Lang Qi would ask why it took her so long to change into her pajamas, but he didn't say anything. His room was somewhat empty and simple, with a scent similar to his. She shyly pointed to the bed. Marshal, you can sleep inside. If anything happens, I can take care of you. I don't need to, I'll sleep outside. I'm used to it. Wolf Chi pointed to the pillow. I had the robot bring your pillow down. All right then. Lin Jian got into bed, and Wolf Chi quickly lay down. She felt a bit nervous. On the other hand, Wolf Chi seemed calmer because the snow wolf had previously kept her company while sleeping. Can't sleep? A little. I don't sleep well, so I might kick you.
Don't worry.
He paused, or we can let the snow wolf.
Sure.
Lin Jian's eyes lit up. She turned to Wolf Chi, eagerly waiting for the snow wolf to appear, but it showed up behind her. Lin Jian ended up sleeping between the snow wolf and Wolf Chi. She found it a bit strange, but buried her face in the snow wolf's embrace and didn't think much about it. However, while playing with the snow wolf and giving it kisses, she noticed that Wolf Chi's breathing seemed a bit uneven. Lin Jian quietly glanced over and saw that his cheeks, from his face to his neck, were flushed. She thought it might be because she was too close. Remembering to be cautious during her pregnancy, she subtly moved a bit away from Wolf Chi and hugged the snow wolf tightly. After playing with the snow wolf for a while, she turned back to look at Wolf Chi, only to find that his breathing was even heavier than before and his dark eyes were swirling. His whole demeanor had subtly changed, his gentle features now showing a hint of desire. Seeing her gaze, he immediately lowered his eyes, but his eyelashes trembled with restraint. Lin Jian's heart raced. Marshal.
I'm sorry.
Wolf Chi knew he couldn't hide his feelings. He had called the snow wolf out to ease her tension. But he forgot that while her tension eased, his was just beginning. He wanted to control himself, to be restrained, but he was just a normal man. The doctor had asked her to stay for the baby, yet here he was causing such a situation. He couldn't look Lin Jian in the eyes and lowered his gaze. Don't be afraid, I won't. I'll calm down. You don't need to worry. His voice was hoarse and trembling. Lin Jian quickly said, Marshal, you don't need to apologize. It's all very normal. After all, the Marshal was innocent, and being around her during pregnancy didn't help him stay calm. It was normal for him to feel this way.
What?
How can I help you? Wolf Chi suddenly looked up, then quickly furrowed his brows again. No, it's fine. He turned to get up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Marshal. Lin Jian shifted her knees anxiously. It's okay. Wolf Chi turned back and noticed 2 strands of hair sticking up on her head. He gently smoothed them down and gave her a reassuring pat. It's very late. You should sleep first. It's okay. He paused for a moment and then said, But do you
Want to?
What? Before, you didn't want to connect deeply because of the past. I always hoped you would move on. You don't have to force yourself because of the child or guilt. Lin Han realized he still remembered the excuse she had used. I'm not forcing myself. She shook her head. I want to be with you. Because of you, I'm willing to take the first step to completely overcome the shadows left by the past. Wolf Chi was momentarily taken aback. Seeing he didn't respond, Lin then thought he didn't believe her. Really, Marshal, I like you the most. Those words echoed in Wolf Chi's ears, making his heart race. He reached out and pulled Lin Jian into his embrace. What should he do with her? The joy and bittersweet feelings surged within him, leaving him speechless, only able to repeat, I like you the most, the most. Lin Jian laughed, hearing his heart pounding. She couldn't help but nuzzle closer and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist.
Wolf Chi frose.
L'intiempo sto.
Wolf Chi was standing by the bed while she was half kneeling on it. When she hugged him tightly, Wolf Chi quickly let go of her, moving away fast.
You.
Wolf Chi's eyes showed nothing but helplessness. At that moment, no, he couldn't act impulsively. Seeing Lin Jian sneak a glance, Wolf Chi covered her eyes with his hand. Really, don't look at me anymore. If you do, I might explode. Now you should. Wait until the nurturing pouch is taken away before. He quickly released her and went to the bathroom. Lin Jian's face turned red. Why did it sound like she was so eager despite the nurturing pouch? She wasn't. She was just being kind. Once the bathroom door was closed, Wolf Chi tried to calm down by splashing water on his face. As soon as his hand touched the water, he let out a muffled sound and gripped the sink tightly, his veins showing.
Thien.
Lin Jian looked at the closed bathroom door and turned to see the snow wolf peeking at her. Had it been covering its eyes just now? She had almost forgotten about the snow wolf. With a flushed face, Lin Jian suddenly leaped onto the snow wolf. What should I do? She whispered, hugging the snow wolf tightly. I didn't expect the Marshal would. I didn't do anything. Maybe it was just because he liked her? She heard that when a man likes a girl lying beside him, most would react this way. Previously, she kept saying she would be his guardian, but then things took a turn. Lin Jian played with the snow wolf for a while and noticed that its reaction was very different. It wasn't as playful as before. She lifted the snow wolf's chin and asked, Snow Wolf, do you think I should go help him? The snow wolf looked at the girl sitting on it and thought, haven't I already helped? After their unexpected bond last time, even though they stopped merging, their connection grew stronger. It was more than just feeling each other's presence. They were not one, but they were also one in a way. So if she tackled it, it meant. Her reaction was so strong that it made the snow wolf hesitant to move. What are you daydreaming about, Snow Wolf? Lin Jian petted it, noticing its chin raised high, and patiently stroked its neck. What's wrong with your voice?
Speak.
The heavy breathing from the bathroom suddenly intensified. Lin Jian vaguely heard it and turned to take a look. You are his spirit. You know his situation, right? Give me some advice. As she spoke, Lin Jian glanced at her hands. I don't have practical experience, but I read a lot, so I have some theoretical knowledge. Her face turned red as she said this, and her ears felt hot, her voice soft. The snow wolf thought. Its owner was clearly stimulated by her words and actions.
This.
The snow wolf realized that its owner was very excited, almost going crazy. But too much stimulation could be overwhelming. Just tell me. Lin Jian playfully kissed the snow wolf and urged, "Come on, good snow wolf, tell me." The snow wolf thought. This was already overwhelming for its owner. "If you don't say anything, I'll go check myself." Lin Jian, feeling uneasy, started to get up. The snow wolf panicked. If she went in, she would see her owner.
Don't.
In a rush, it jumped on Lin Jian. It meant well, but forgot how startling that action could be. Hearing something, it worried Lin Jian would notice, and in a moment of impulse, it licked her. Forget it. Let things be as they are. Whatever happens to its owner happens. Snow wolf, that tickles. The commotion between the girl and the wolf drowned out the unusual sounds from the bathroom. All right. Snow wolf, stop licking. The more Lin Jian said this, the more energetic the snow wolf became, and soon it was licking not just her chin and neck, but also her hands. Lin Jian ended up wet from its saliva. She pushed the snow wolf away, but it lay by her ankles and continued to lick. Lin Jian found it hilarious, laughed for a while, and then playfully tugged on the snow wolf's tail. "You still won't listen, and you keep licking." The snow wolf froze when its tail was caught. After a muffled sound in the bathroom, the small movements finally stopped. Lin Jian wanted to hold the snow wolf, but it seemed scared of her pulling its tail and avoided her hand. Okay, I won't pull it anymore." The snow wolf nodded. "Madam, be good, sleep." Lin Jian couldn't sleep, but luckily, Lang Qi came out. "Marshal, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
Lang Qi didn't look at Lin Jian. The snow wolf peeked at its master, as if trying to earn praise or make up for something, and directly asked, "Madam, did we disturb you and the crown prince tonight?" "No, how could I say it was a disturbance?" Lin Jian secretly glanced at Lang Qi and felt that his mood seemed to have improved. "That's good, sleep." The snow wolf raised its paw and patted Lin Jian's arm, then closed its eyes to pretend to sleep. Lin Jian chuckled, carefully not moving, afraid of affecting Lang Qi again. She was actually very tired. After thinking for a moment, she placed her hand on the snow wolf and quickly fell asleep. Once she was in a deep sleep with steady breathing, Lang Qi let the snow wolf return to the spirit sea. The snow wolf was reluctant and looked sad, but Lang Qi ignored it and forcibly recalled it. Without the snow wolf, Lin Jian turned to hug Lang Qi in the spirit sea. The snow wolf said, "Master, you've become bad. Madam likes me the most. If she doesn't see me tomorrow, she'll be sad." Lang Qi didn't respond. He held Lin Jian close and gently kissed her hair, cherishing her with a sense of reverence. Then he fell into a deep sleep as well. Before dawn the next day, the snow wolf was moved back to the bed in a dream. When Lin Jian woke up, she found herself hugging Lang Qi, while the snow wolf was behind her. She wanted to quietly turn back to continue hugging the snow wolf, but the sandwich position made it difficult, waking Lang Qi. "Good morning, Jian." Seeing Lang Qi's gentle expression, Lin Jian smiled. "Good morning, Marshal." After washing up, Lin Jian went to the living room, where Ming was already waiting for her to have breakfast. "You eat first. I'll make something else for the Marshal if he wants to eat later."
Okay.
Lin Jian noticed Ming's dark circles under her eyes. "Ming, have you not been sleeping well lately? Let me help purify your mental pollution." Ming shook her head. "No need. I was just purified not long ago." She smelled strongly of wolf. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning. Such days would continue in the future. Ming was feeling anxious when the military contacted him, so he decided to leave for a while, thinking that out of sight would mean out of mind. After he left, the investigation at the breeding center finally yielded results. The insect race's psychic core on the 8th floor was taken by a mischievous child of the responsible doctor, who sneaked it into a flower pot. The responsible doctor had been negligent and was already facing legal proceedings, which could lead to severe penalties, even discussions of a death sentence. Just as the news broke, there was a dramatic twist. A video surfaced of the mischievous child crying and seeking help from a little girl. "Ruan, what should I do? My dad might die. Didn't you say everything would be fine?" It will be fine as long as you admit your mistake. You're just a child and won't be held responsible. Then why is everyone blaming my dad and saying he should die? The child was very upset. You lied to me. Now my dad is going to die. You need to help him. I didn't lie. That's what my mom said. Your mom is a liar, and so are you. If you hadn't tricked me into bringing the stone inside, I wouldn't have to be your matchmaker when I grow up. You should go confess with me and save my dad. I'm not going. I didn't put the stone there. It has nothing to do with me. You told me to. You said the twins attracted everyone's attention and you didn't like it, so I should get rid of it. The video was clearly taken secretly, and soon the identities of the mischievous child and Ruan were revealed. Ruan, the second child of Ruan Yijiao, was a 7-year-old girl and the only one raised by her. Ruan Yijiao brought 8 children to show off at the ceremony of Princess Lin Jian's coronation, which led netizens to recognize them immediately. The chief family was wealthy, and Ruan Yijiao achieved financial freedom after having her daughter, receiving a large monthly support payment. The head of the chief family was cold in nature but very patient and caring towards his children. In the video, it was clear that Ruan Yijiao had encouraged this behavior, but she denied everything and blamed the children. When the head of the chief family saw his daughter, she was trembling with fear. Mom said she only loves useful children and even taught me how to be one, but I was scared to say anything because I thought she would abandon me. And Mom said if I told, she would go to jail or even die.
I don't want her to die.
The head of the chief family was nearly furious. He never expected that his only daughter would end up in an interstellar juvenile facility because of Ruan Yijiao. The netizens were outraged, realizing that Ruan Yijiao might have instigated everything. However, Ruan Yijiao felt very wronged. I was forced into this. She had met the queen once before. Since she wouldn't give in, the queen said she wouldn't pressure her anymore, but the second prince would still try to match with Lin Jian, especially since Lin Jian was special and could have twins. People were speculating that if the twins were born successfully, they might have SSS-level mental strength. This was clearly putting pressure on Ruan Yijiao. Ruan Yijiao was unaware that the queen and the second prince had already acted, but failed. They were now trying to use her to get revenge for the second prince and eliminate future problems. She knew that even though she didn't particularly like the second prince, she would never allow anyone to take her place as the crown princess. In the end, they used her daughter to target the twins. However, they never expected that the Marshal would be willing to carry the twins himself to protect them, leading to a situation that became too big to handle. She certainly didn't think she was in the wrong. Without evidence, the law couldn't do anything to her. Once my husband has the royal heir, none of this will matter. However, her retribution began. She almost choked on water, nearly drowned while showering, and even developed a fear of water, avoiding it altogether. Whenever she closed her eyes, she was plagued by nightmares, being bitten by various children who questioned her about why she wanted to harm them. Ruan Yijiao reported to the police, "It must be Lin Jian getting back at me. She must have sent that to harm me." However, after investigation, Ming had no suspicion against her. He had never interacted with her, let alone controlled water. Ruan Yijiao's ramblings, combined with her and Lin Jian's identities, pulled the royal family into the matter. News about royal conflicts began to circulate online, analyzing Ruan Yijiao's actions against Lin Jian's children, while the real struggle was between the crown prince and the second prince. After reading the news, Lin Jian contacted Ming. Ming, is your poor condition because of helping me? She cautiously avoided saying the word revenge, clearly sensing that Ming was in worse shape than before. Ming looked at Lin Jian with a hint of greed, instinctively starting a screen recording. "It's nothing. You say it's nothing, but in your condition, you should go home for a bit. I can help purify you." Ming paused for a moment. "How? Do you purify? Real deep purification?" Lin Jian felt there was more to his words, and was pondering when someone came in. "Madam, the queen is here." "The queen?" "Yes. She said she came to give you the crown princess identity chip and brought the media with her." Lin Jian's pupils suddenly narrowed. She knows that the princess's identity chip can be activated by entering her pupil, fingerprint, and genetic information. Once activated, she can access many places in the galaxy and investigate various internal truths. When needed, she can also call upon up to 1,000 interstellar police officers or soldiers for protection, or as long as the reason is valid. Another important feature is that it can prevent any medical robots from scanning her without her consent, blocking private inquiries into her health information, including her fertility value. However, the activation of these privileges requires her basic information to be entered first, including her fertility value, which cannot be avoided. Unfortunately, the Queen personally came, bringing media reporters with her. They had previously agreed that the Crown Prince would handle this matter. Historically, there have been rules to keep the pulse readings of emperors or important royal members confidential. Lin Jian is eager for the princess's privileges, as they would allow her to block checks from medical robots or other devices. She really needs this function. However, entering her information is a challenge for Lin Jian, especially with the Queen present. Su Ming noticed Lin Jian's pale face and frowned. Do you want to meet her? She has come with important matters and media reporters. I can't avoid meeting her. After the incident with Ruan Yijiao, the Queen invited Lin Jian to the palace yesterday, vaguely mentioning it was about the royal image. Lin Jian naturally refused, as it would be foolish to go. The Queen already invited you yesterday? Su Ming frowned. It seems she is determined. Contact me if anything happens. Okay, Lin Jian nodded. Lin Jian ended the video call and contacted the Crown Prince, who said he would return soon. Looking out the window, she saw many cars with royal markings in the yard, giving her a sense of impending trouble. The arrival does not seem friendly. Bien Su looked at Lin Jian with concern. Madam, I'll change my clothes and be right out. Lin Jian changed out of her loungewear and opened the door to see the Queen smiling and explaining to the media reporters. Normally, the confirmation of the princess's identity chip should take place in the palace, but since the princess refused yesterday, saying she was busy and that the matter couldn't be delayed, I came instead. Lin Jian replied with a smile, but the person you sent yesterday didn't mention the identity chip. They said it was about the royal image and that you wanted to help me with Ruan Yijiao's matter. Lin Jian was filled with anger. I will never forgive her, and there is no way to reconcile. Just because I didn't kill Ruan Yijiao doesn't mean I'm innocent. I have shown restraint and will not forgive her. The reporters' eyes lit up, and they immediately asked the Queen if this was true. The Queen's smile became a bit stiff. It seems the staff didn't explain clearly. Lin Jian was actually speaking nonsense. However, the Queen couldn't refute her because she only invited her to the palace yesterday and didn't mention anything about the identity chip. The Queen came in with these issues and wanted to tarnish her reputation, so Lin Jian felt the Queen's negativity rubbing off on her. The Queen tried to cover up the past and handed over a box, getting straight to the point. This is your identity chip. As long as we record your iris fingerprint and genetic information, it will grant you the status of a princess. Let's get started. But Lin Jian didn't take it. Let's wait for the Crown Prince to return. She absolutely would not accept anything from the Queen, just like now. She didn't let the reporters invite the Queen into her home. The Queen's expression showed no surprise, as if she had expected this, and looked helpless. Why wait? This doesn't require. Is there some secret about the Crown Princess's health? She paused. Well, it's curious that the Marshal with a fertility value of 0 could still conceive. Many people online are wondering if your fertility value has changed. What's secret? Lin Jian interrupted her. I just want the Crown Prince to witness this important moment. The Queen's expression froze again. The reporters, who had been pondering, now looked excited. The Crown Princess and the Crown Prince really have a good relationship. The Queen smiled. All right, then we'll wait for the Crown Prince. She explained, I have no other intentions. You are now the Crown Princess, and you need to prepare for pregnancy. This will need to be recorded sooner or later. This is also part of the Queen's duties. After the Crown Princess is officially recognized, the privileges must be implemented quickly. I can't help it. I didn't expect the Queen Mother to be so diligent, even coming to my doorstep. The Crown Prince returned. Mother, with this attitude, One might think you're here to collect a debt. The queen sighed. I'm here to implement the crown princess's privileges. How did it turn into debt collection? Because I clearly told Mother before that I would give the new identity chip to the crown princess. The crown prince held up the identity chip. Why did you go behind my back, Mother? 2 sentences, but the emphasis was a bit much. The queen said firmly, because I must see for myself that you are not faking anything. There can be no mistakes with the crown princess's privileges. The crown prince glanced at Lin Jian with a frown. Let's wait a couple of days. Nen isn't feeling well right now. No, it must be today, the queen insisted. There is no waiting. I am here to ensure there is no deception. If we wait, how can we guarantee the data is real? Her expression darkened. Crown Prince, you know the rules. You keep delaying, and I can't help but wonder what secrets you might be hiding. The atmosphere grew tense. I have said there are no secrets, Lin Jian spoke up. Since the crown prince is present and the chip is fine, let's proceed with the recording today. The queen intentionally brought reporters to make it impossible for her to refuse. Unlike the last time at the fertility center, this was serious. If she refused again, it would clearly indicate that she had something to hide. The identity chip is actually a body chip that can be easily placed on the skin for successful implantation. The sting is minimal and can be ignored. I'll help you apply it, the crown prince said, waiting for Lin Jian to agree. Lin Jian extended her hand. Okay. The tiger mark chip was placed on Lin Jian's wrist. With a slight sting, a panel appeared in front of her, showing that her pupil, fingerprint, and other information were being recorded. Then came the heart rate, blood, and fertility values. The whole process was quick, finishing in just a minute. I'll confirm the information. Once the recording was complete, the queen opened the royal permission system to verify. The crown prince's gaze swept over Lin Jian's slightly tense face, recalling the incomplete records from before, and quickly opened the file, feeling sweat forming in his palms. If her fertility value was truly 100%, then Opening Lin Jian's body information took less than a second, but for the crown prince, it felt like an eternity. His gaze quickly settled on the fertility value section, which displayed a 5.
Still a 5.
The queen's eyes also fell on the fertility value, and upon seeing the 5, her gaze flickered. Confirmation is accurate. She looked at Lin Jian's tense face and asked, "Why is the crown princess so nervous if there is no problem?" Lin Jian replied, "I have said I dislike fertility tests and this world that judges by fertility values. My previous experiences were not good, and I believe the queen understands this." She questioned back, her gaze towards the queen sharp and piercing. "I saw the news about the queen. After you married into the royal family, there were reports saying you couldn't conceive, and some media even claimed you faked your fertility. Don't you find that upsetting?" The queen's smile vanished. The crown princess is quite eloquent. I misjudged her. She extended her hand. "Welcome to the royal family, crown princess." Lin Jian looked at her hand, smiled, and then reached out. Just as her hand was about to touch the queen's, there was a faint sound, and the queen gasped, quickly pulling back. The sudden pain changed the queen's expression, but upon closer inspection, her hand was unharmed. Lin Jian asked, "What happened, Your Majesty?" She didn't seem convincing, but she didn't care. Who knew if the queen had something harmful in her hand? She would definitely retaliate. The queen glanced at her. "It's nothing. My hand just cramped suddenly. Anyway, the royal family welcomes you." She turned to the reporters. "Goodbye, everyone." The grand convoy departed, and Lin Jian smiled at the crown prince. "Let's go." She walked into the house first, and the crown prince quickly followed her. The reporters snapped a few photos before being politely asked to leave. After closing the door, the crown prince said, "I didn't expect her to come so suddenly." "Neither did I." Lin Jian felt a bit unhappy and complained a little, but it was nothing unusual. The crown prince had been called back temporarily and had other matters to attend to, so he left. Once the crown prince was gone, Lin Jian relaxed, her back covered in cold sweat. Thankfully, after almost being forced into a checkup at the fertility center, she had prepared birth control pills in advance. Her first fertility test showed a rate of 5 because she had taken birth control pills, so to avoid any surprises, she thought it might be wise to take them again. Lin Jian discovered that there were very few birth control pills available on the market, as most people were eager to conceive, and hardly anyone bought them. Only a small number of people could get pregnant, often due to mental or genetic issues, and those pregnancies usually didn't last, so the pills were needed in emergencies. Because of this small group, although birth control pills were scarce, they still existed. However, if a woman bought them without a medical reason, it could attract unwanted attention. In the end, Lin Jian anonymously purchased them under Jiang Wang's identity. It was relatively safer for men to buy them. After secretly obtaining the pills, she stored them carefully and took them as soon as she had the chance. She delayed not only because she didn't trust the queen but also because she was worried the pills hadn't taken effect yet. The result proved that she took the right medicine. However, judging by the crown prince's attitude, it seemed he hadn't really had a thorough check before. Although he hesitated to speak earlier, he ultimately didn't ask anything. It seems he is indeed a gentleman. After going through this scare, they managed to get through it and gained an extra layer of protection. Next, they should be able to enjoy some peace for a while. Lin Jian changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes, lay down to rest for a bit, and washed some fruit to bring upstairs for Jiang Wang. "Thank you, Jiang Wang, you helped me again." As she turned around after lighting the incense, she saw Shireen had returned, leaning against the door and watching her.
You startled me.
"When did you get back?" "Wait, your hair." Shireen brushed his half-cut hair, knowing she liked men and had a direction now, so he decided to cut his hair. "I came back when I saw you mention the queen in the group." He was worried she might be bullied, so he rushed back halfway through the cut, but still arrived too late. "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"What made you think of cutting your hair?" His purple long hair was mysterious and beautiful, shining in the water, and she really liked it. Lin Jian felt a pang of regret, thinking about how much she liked it, and Shireen felt a bit of regret too. "Well, it's already half cut." Shireen steeled himself. Then his gaze fell on the fruit. "Why did you put this out again?" Shireen was speechless, and as he reached for the grapes, Lin Jian swatted his hand away. "Don't touch that, there's more in the living room." Shireen looked at the offerings and felt a twinge of jealousy for the first time. "I think this one looks sweeter." "Stop joking." Lin Jian pulled him outside and took a closer look at the side where he had cut his hair. "Actually, you look good with short hair too. It's a different kind of handsome." It seemed more distinctive and even more attractive. "Really?"
Yeah.
Lin Jian immediately took a photo. "Such a handsome friend. Only I have you in the world." "Shireen." She hesitated to say more. He decided to cut his hair and even wore more masculine clothes, but she only called him handsome, with a neutral beauty, without questioning anything. He hoped she would question it, not wanting to remain just friends. But he was also afraid of her doubts and didn't dare to reveal the truth, fearing it would hurt Lin Jian. Lin Jian said he was her only friend, and she cherished him. If she found out he had deceived her, she might get angry and never speak to him again. Lin Jian already hated being deceived. In the beginning, he hadn't thought much about it, just wanting to like Lin Jian. Now that he truly liked her, his feelings had completely changed. The identity of Shireen and her sister's identity put him in a difficult position. Unable to think of a better solution, Shireen felt a bit anxious. Forget it. He would take her away first and think of a solution later. He had to take Lin Jian to a place where there were no Crown Prince Lang Qi and his people. On the other side, the Crown Prince was about to return after finishing his tasks when he suddenly received news. Is there unusual activity from the Dark Star? Yes, or rather, the Dark Emperor is moving. It seems he is mobilizing people on a large scale, but we don't know what he intends to do. It could be an expansion of territory or some kind of conspiracy. With such a large movement, we must stay alert. Understood. Lin Jian was taking a shower in her room and was about to find Lang Qi when someone knocked on her window. "Fong Chingfeng, why don't you use the door?" But it wasn't Fong Chingfeng outside, it was Su Ming. As soon as she opened the window, Su Ming slid down, his face slightly pale and even surrounded by dark energy. His 9 tails appeared, and the tips of his ice blue tails seemed to carry an ominous black hue. "Don't let anyone know I was here. Don't alert anyone." After saying this, Ming could no longer hold on and collapsed. Lin Jian quickly pulled the curtains and summoned a red envelope. After the red envelope and she were drained, Ming finally regained consciousness, and his tails retracted. Lin Jian was sweating. What happened? Why is there such serious mental pollution? Did you not say you were going to the 1st Army Corps base? Was there a bug outbreak there? No, I went to the palace. Ming exhaled, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and helped Lin Jian sit back on the sofa. You mentioned that people from the palace came yesterday, so I checked the surveillance. Lin Jian felt uneasy. They were all robots. Yes, but I felt something was off. After watching a few more times, I finally confirmed that the voices were wrong. Each robot has different functions, and their voices should differ. They shouldn't have one strict voice and one gentle voice. The gentle voice is usually from medical robots or robots with medical functions. Medical robots? Lin Jian suddenly stood up. Are you saying they specifically came to obtain my genetic information? Yes. Ming confirmed. They succeeded. So, her 100% fertility rate couldn't be hidden at all. Medical robots can scan her body for checkups. Once set up, some improper actions are as easy and natural for powerful people as eating and drinking.
It
succeeded. Someone obtained my genetic information and body data. Who? The Queen? Yes, it was sent by the Queen. Lin Jian couldn't describe the expression on Ming's face at that moment, nor could she express her feelings. She listened numbly as Ming said, "The Queen disguised it as an ordinary robot and unlawfully accessed your data. She saw your 100% fertility value." Lin Jian's heart sank completely, so the Queen came in person today to confirm.
Yes, Shumin nodded.
Lin Jian forced a smile and struggled to steady herself. She had been pleased with herself for taking medicine early, thinking she had escaped a disaster. Little did she know, she had already fallen into a trap. The Queen had only allowed her to win this surface battle. What the Queen would do next and what dangers awaited her were unknown to her. She had been cautious, wary of the Crown Prince Ruan Yijiao, but the first to confirm her 100% fertility value was the Queen. Knowing her fertility value but remaining calm, the Queen even deliberately said things to provoke her. Or perhaps the Queen was just playing along with her. Watching her foolishly think she was clever and had escaped a crisis, the Queen must have been laughing at her. Everything that happened during her last visit to the palace made Lin Jian realize the Queen was not simple, and now she was even more certain. But she didn't understand why the Queen had targeted her.
How could she? Why?
You and the Marshal have fertility values of 5 and 0, yet you successfully conceived. She must have suspected something then. Ming understood Lin Jian's thoughts and explained. The Queen investigated the Marshal's fertility center records and confirmed his value was still 0, which is why she focused on you.
I see.
Lin Jian forced a smile. Ming, what do you think she will do?
What will happen to me?
Seeing the helplessness in Lin Jian's eyes, Ming assured her, she won't do anything, and you'll be fine. I have already controlled her to delete the records and altered her memory of this incident. In Lin Jian's wide eyes, Ming added, the Queen doesn't trust anyone.
Right now, only she knows about this.
With the records permanently deleted and her forgetting, no one will know, and there will be no risks. Really? Lin Jian couldn't believe it. Really? As long as I am alive, she won't remember. Lin Jian murmured. So that's why you got hurt? You have that kind of ability. Sort of, it works in some way, Ming said, pressing his temples. The Queen's special status took a lot of my effort, and I almost got discovered. The royal security measures protect not just the body but also the mind, with special safeguards in place. If Lin Jian hadn't cleared the mental pollution earlier, he would have already broken down mentally and wouldn't have been able to recover. She had her memories erased, but if someone is very alert, they might still notice something is off. I need to return to the military to avoid being found out by her. Okay, thank you so much. Lin Jian felt a bit relieved, but looking at Ming, she was momentarily speechless. She didn't expect him to know so much and to help her clean up the mess. What's wrong? Ming had planned to leave, but stopped when he saw her unusual expression. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Jian didn't know what to say, feeling that Ming's reaction was a bit strange. Why don't you ask me anything? You're not saying much. Ming thought for a moment. You're really impressive, much more than Ruan Yijiao. He understood why Lin Jian was so afraid of being tested for fertility. Did you look for someone with a fertility value of 0 to hide this secret? Lin Jian nodded. Yes, I didn't expect to have a 6-month period that messed up my plans. Then why was there no record before, and why was it recorded as 5? Because of birth control pills, Lin Jian explained. I really don't know why it showed as 100%. Maybe I was altered or something else happened. I just had a feeling I didn't want this to be exposed. I don't want dozens or hundreds of children, and I'm worried about the cost of any alterations. So, I kept it a secret and didn't dare to tell anyone outside. Ming nodded. I won't tell anyone. You were right to keep it secret before, and don't tell anyone now, including the crown prince and even the marshal. Especially before knowing what the cost might be, you need to be careful. Human nature is greedy. If it's exposed, even if there is a cost, they will feel guilty but ignore it. They might weave a tight net around her, slowly making her willing. Using sweet words to pamper her until she loses herself, draining her last bit of fertility. All of this is very likely to happen. Okay. Lin Jian thought the same. Thank you, Ming. She confidently patted her chest and said, Don't worry, your health has improved a lot. Although the fertility test still shows 0, I can still give you a little fox. Every 6 months, they still needed to visit the fertility center. Lin Jian had decided that for their second child, she would choose Ming. The situation had happened so suddenly, but Ming, who was aware of it, reacted in a way that strangely reassured her. It made Lin Jian feel like they were united. She knew how strict the palace's defenses were. Once inside, it was almost impossible to return. Yet he still took the risk. After learning the truth, he even used a forbidden ability against the queen, putting his life at stake. If anything went wrong or he got caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everything he had worked for to change the reputation of the nine-tailed fox, his future, and even his life could be lost. But he still did it. With all that had happened, especially tonight, she thought she could trust Ming. After all, she was the one choosing the second child, and she had mentioned wanting to have a 9-tailed fox baby, so he was the one she had to pick. This way, they could negotiate, and he could protect her. However, after Lin Jian spoke, Ming did not seem happy. There was no surprise in his eyes. He fell silent for a moment and surprisingly refused. No need. His gaze turned serious. I never meant to pressure you into having a child. But Lin Jian sensed an indescribable sadness and disappointment in his eyes. The words she wanted to explain got stuck in her throat. I remember every word you said to me, Ming repeated slowly, without looking at her. You said we were a match and should support each other. You said I treat you well, and you treat me well too. You have protected me, and I just want to protect you. Whether it was dealing with Ruan Yijiao or noticing something was off and going to the queen, I just wanted to protect you and treat you well. Ming looked up, pain evident in his eyes. More than a child, what I have always wanted to get closer to is you. I remember every word you said. I will never hurt you or threaten you, but it seems you have forgotten. Ming closed his eyes as if resigned. The light in his gaze seemed to vanish in an instant. In your eyes, I have never escaped the fate of the 9-tailed fox. Lin Jian shook her head vigorously. No, I haven't forgotten. Ming did not respond and softly said, I have to go back. He left without properly saying goodbye for the first time. Lin Jian stood by the window, looking at the night outside, and tapped her forehead. It seemed her words hurt Ming. He probably felt she didn't trust him, as if she was trying to silence him and make a deal. But, Ming, you are so strange. Lin Jian bumped her forehead against the window. You clearly said you wanted a 9-tailed fox before. That little 9-tailed fox is so cute, and you even showed me a picture. Now you say you want to be closer to me instead of having a child? But wanting to be close to me and wanting a child are not conflicting. And anyone would know that I am 100% and wouldn't react like this. Su Ming was too calm, as if she was not 100% but only 10. You are so strange, Su Ming. Lin Jian felt both scared and guilty, cursing in her heart, and finally fell asleep after her thoughts settled. At the base, in the middle of the night, Su Ming, who had been sad for a long time, suddenly sat up. Wait, 100%. He murmured in a daze. It's actually 100%. I am 0. Jian is 100, 100, 100. He had noticed something unusual before, but didn't have time to think. Shocked, he focused on solving the problem, feeling tense and unable to think too much. Later, he was busy being sad, and now he finally realized. Matching a fertility value of 100, something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of, had actually happened to him. Indeed, it's Jian. She truly is Jin. But she doesn't trust me. Su Ming hesitated. However, maybe he was a bit excessive too. After hesitating, he began to reflect. Even someone like Ruan Yijiao made so many people fight desperately, regardless of everything. Who knows what he might do when facing Jin? Besides countless admirers, there could be countless schemes, dangers, and pressures. Jian's nervousness and vigilance were justified. She wasn't wrong. Su Ming began to regret. How could he say such things? Suddenly, the secret is exposed, and she must be anxious. I didn't understand her, and even said I didn't want a nine-tailed fox. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. With a fertility value of 100, anyone would succeed in having a child, and when the time came, she would have to share her attention with others. The more children there are, the more attention will be diverted. Still, we need to have children, preferably not a nine-tailed fox, just a little one. He didn't dislike nine-tailed foxes, he just didn't want his child to go through his experiences. Her child should be cherished and loved by everyone. A small red envelope like hers. Thinking about it made Su Ming's heart soften. Is it too late for me to change my mind? Otherwise, I should apologize to her. Tomorrow, I will apologize at dawn. Su Ming lay down, but all he could think about was the number 100 and the small red envelope. He couldn't sleep at all. The next day, Lin Jian woke up and carefully observed the crown prince, feeling relieved when she noticed nothing unusual. She then asked the crown prince, has the identity chip always been her responsibility? No, actually, it was my father's responsibility, but he is heavily affected by mental pollution. So many things are handled by my mother. The crown prince paused. The royal family has relied on the queen for a long time. Lin Jian understood. No wonder the queen was always present at meetings and events. Why do you ask about my mother? The crown prince countered. I just want to be clear so I know how to handle things if I get blocked at the door again. The crown prince fell silent. It's my fault. I'll pay more attention. He paused. By the way, are you going out today? If so, be careful. There have been some unusual happenings in the Dark Star lately. Rumors say the Dark Emperor wants to bring his wife back. I don't know if the news is true, but things are a bit chaotic. Shireen glanced at the crown prince and handed Lin Jian a peeled banana. I'm going out. Sherbo is hosting a banquet. Lin Jian took the banana. Who is the Dark Emperor's wife? She seems so mysterious. I don't know. The crown prince shook his head. Just drink less tonight, and don't let Sherbo drink too much. Drinking too much can lead to trouble. Seeing Lin Jian nod, the crown prince's gaze fell on Shireen. Her long hair, once down to her waist, now only reached her ears, giving her a relaxed and elegant appearance with her clean and bright outfit. It was hard to tell her gender. Miss Shir. Just call me Shireen, she replied, and the crown prince immediately frowned. Weren't you called Miss Shir before? And what's wrong with your voice? Why does it sound like she's going through a voice change? He quickly glanced at Shireen's throat, but her high collar hid it. That was then. Shireen glanced at Lin Jian. I ate too many spicy foods last night. In fact, she had fully entered the differentiation phase last night and was even starting to change her voice. Once this process begins, there's no turning back. She must quickly let the person she likes help her complete the differentiation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shireen looked at Lin Jian. She would not back down. The crown prince noticed Shireen's gaze and frowned again. Although he had been wary of Shireen before, today she felt completely different to him. He raised the danger level of her intentions. Lin Jian said she would accompany Shirboan to the dinner, but in the end, she didn't go. She suddenly lost contact with Su Ming. Early in the morning, Lin Jian received an apology from Su Ming, saying he had been too impulsive. However, when she tried to video call him back, he didn't answer. At first, she thought he was busy, but he still didn't pick up in the afternoon, and later, she couldn't reach him at all. It seemed something had happened to Su Ming. Fong Chingfeng was transferred to the Second Army's base, and even the Marshal only heard that something had happened at the base. The next day, when Lin Jian still couldn't contact Su Ming, she went directly to the base. But it was in lockdown, so she could only wait outside. By evening, the base was finally reopened, and her message to see Su Ming was relayed inside. "Miss Lin, I'm Captain Jia Yifan, an officer under General Su. It's great that you came." A tall, thin captain rushed out, looking anxious. General Su seems to have been set up and, well, something happened. What happened? Lin Jian was momentarily confused. Something related to feelings, Captain Jia said, only managing to say one word. "You'll understand when you see for yourself." Lin Jian. She paused for a moment before quickly moving forward. As soon as she pushed the door open, she heard faint gasping sounds. Su Ming was leaning back in the bathtub, his neck arched, looking pained, his chest rising and falling, causing the chain above him to move. The chain was thin and looked like a necklace from a distance, but up close, it was clear it was binding Su Ming's hands and body. Su Ming had changed its purpose. His shirt buttons were undone, revealing red marks on his chest and arms from where the chain had tightened. "Su Ming, how did you end up like this? What could she do now?" Lin Jian stepped forward to take a quick glance before looking away. Although Su Ming was lying in the bathtub fully clothed, with only his shirt unbuttoned and his lower body covered by ice, it was still. Captain Jia followed behind and gasped, how did he even break free from the arrest chain? This was an arrest chain. It may look thin, but it was incredibly strong and tightened the more one struggled. Su Ming had surprised him before with the arrest chain, but now he was even more astonished that he had managed to break free. Indeed, an SSS-level mental strength was no joke. Especially since General Su's mental pollution level had decreased since he met Miss Lin, his strength had increased again. Su Ming was submerged in icy water, yet his blood still boiled, making him feel a bit disoriented. He vaguely sensed the scent and presence of Lin Jian, even hearing her voice. He thought it must be an illusion. He missed her too much. He took a deep breath and said, "The suppressants aren't working. Just use the bug chain to restrain me." The bug chain was much thicker than a regular arrest chain and could directly bind and control the insect species.
General Su, Miss Lin.
"Don't contact her. If you dare, I'll tear you apart." Su Ming threatened, turning dangerously to look back, and then he saw Lin Jian. She was very close, and he could see the mole on her nose clearly. Su Ming froze for a moment. Then he slowly turned back and slid into the bath. It must be an illusion.
Su Ming.
Lin Jian hurried to pull him out.
General Su.
Jia Yifan was about to step forward when a humanoid medical robot in military uniform entered from outside. This was a more advanced medical robot, very expensive, with strong diagnostic and surgical abilities, having saved many lives on the battlefield. It quickly moved forward, pulled Su Ming out of the water, and began scanning him. Lin Jian's hands and sleeves were wet, and she quietly asked Jia Yifan, "What happened all of a sudden?" "I don't know. We still haven't found the cause," Jia Yifan replied, looking worried. "We can't determine the source, and it inexplicably affected others, drawing them to him."
Lin Xian felt increasingly puzzled.
Why did this happen suddenly? What happened before? Just as Jia Yifan was about to speak, the robot diagnosed the results. Body temperature too high, abnormal emotional state, strong sedative recommended. Jia Yifan quickly said, "The matching person is right here. Can't we skip it? The patient's condition is unstable. There is a 90% chance it could harm the female matching person. Deep purification is not recommended." Jia Yifan immediately fell silent. If it could harm Miss Lin, then what he was thinking was impossible. Sure enough, Su Ming's eyes were still fixed on Lin Jian, and he immediately said, "Use it." "What side effects does this sedative have?" Lin Jian asked, worried. As soon as she finished speaking, the robot acted quickly and precisely, as if afraid they would change their minds.
Ling Xian.
Such quick hands. It's also used when someone is out of control from insect toxins, Jia Yifan answered for the robot. But the effect is too strong. If it can be avoided, it should be. It can only be used once a year. Using it too often can rebound and damage the body's foundation. As the strong sedative took effect, Su Ming slowly began to return to normal. The robot confirmed the scan again and even used a tiny needle to the skin. Unknown particles have been detected in the patient's skin. A sample needs to be taken for detailed testing. Su Ming looked at his hand, his expression showing a hint of unease. "Take the sample, test it." After taking the sample, the robot went to conduct the tests, and Jia Yifan cleverly slipped away, leaving the two alone. Lin Jian noticed that several people with high military ranks were following the robot, but they didn't enter the room. They just stood outside. Their expressions were complex, filled with both respect and caution, and they looked unwell. Lin Jian recalled the recent lockdown at the base and frowned, turning her attention back to Su Ming, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Are you feeling better now? What suddenly happened?" Su Ming exhaled. "It's really you. I'm not dreaming." "Of course not." Looking at Lin Jian reminded Su Ming of past events. His mind was still hazy, but he quickly apologized. "I was wrong. It's normal for you not to trust me about something so important. Please don't be angry or ignore me." Lin Jian felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. "You didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to apologize. It was actually my fault for what I said. Can I take back what I said before?" "What did you say?"
About not wanting children.
Lin Jian chuckled. "All right, you can take it back." Su Ming finally felt relieved. He wanted a little red envelope, aiming to be a winner in life. Seeing Lin Jian's gaze, he stopped reaching for his shirt. Lin Jian checked his condition and was inevitably stunned by the sight before her. She had never seen this side of Su Ming before. Just moments ago, he had been both threatening and cold, with a fierce aura that felt almost overwhelming. She forced herself to focus and asked seriously, "Are you feeling better now?"
Can you get up?
Su Ming nodded. "Much better. I can get up in a bit." Staying in the water a little longer felt safer. He noticed her gaze, which made him feel both happy and a bit restless. "What happened?" As Lin Jian finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. "The military received a report claiming my superior was being tortured. When they investigated, they found he was already dead. Then they somehow linked it to me, saying I had manipulated him into committing suicide. Coincidentally, I had left the base that night to find you, and someone took advantage of that to hide evidence in my dorm." Lin Jian was furious upon hearing this. "This is outrageous. How dare they? They probably didn't hear the full story about my reputation. They only knew I had a bad name, but didn't realize that crossing me would bring trouble. They thought they could shift the blame onto me and escape while stopping my progress. To put it simply, it's a workplace struggle." Lin Jian pulled Su Ming, saying, "What do you mean retreat? We can't let this go." Su Ming grabbed Lin Jian's hand and replied, "Get it straight, the problem is solved." How did you solve it?" "They always said the nine-tailed fox, could control people's hearts, so I showed them. In the past, he would endure, gather evidence, and take revenge quietly to make others fear him, but this time he used a different approach. I had the interstellar police and military seal off the entire base. He magnified their inner evil, causing them to expose themselves and reveal the true mastermind. I uncovered the real culprit and those who helped hide the truth. Then everyone turned on each other like wild dogs. I ripped off their hypocritical masks, allowing them to finally be their true selves. Su Ming quickly proved his innocence. He was falsely accused, but everyone looked at him with even more fear and wanted to avoid him. Everyone stayed away from him, except for one person, Jia Yifan, who changed his opinion of Su Ming after tasting Lin Jian's pastries. Su Ming knew that getting close to him would also affect Jia Yifan. He pushed Jia Yifan away. However, Jia Yifan still followed him and eventually noticed something was off. A message from the smart assistant alerted Su Ming, and it was indeed the test results. The powder has been tested. It seems to be some kind of butterfly scale powder, but the exact type is undetermined. Lin Jian quickly caught on. Butterfly? The queen. She remembered that the queen's spiritual form was a butterfly. It might have come from when I visited the palace, Su Ming said, looking down. My current condition is likely due to her. But what about the framing? Is it also the queen? It shouldn't be. The evidence was planted too quickly after the incident. However, the factional struggles and royal power struggles have indeed infiltrated the military. Don't overthink it. The scale powder I accidentally got involved with is probably a trap she set. Luckily, the military has strong sedatives. But Lin Jian was still anxious. Su Ming was covering for her secret, which is why he was targeted. Will the queen strike again? In her worry, she grabbed Su Ming's arm. At her touch, Su Ming couldn't help but tremble. Su Ming covered his eyes, saying, No, I won't. He paused and added, Jian, I'm fine now. Why don't you go back first? Lin, are you asking me to leave? Or are you just shy?
No.
Su Ming didn't admit it, but his slightly red ears revealed everything. Lin Jian didn't really want to leave, but she felt uncomfortable seeing Su Ming sitting in the cold water. I'll go out first. You can come in after you tidy up. Su Ming shook his head. There are only men here. They know who you are and they won't sleep tonight. You should go first. I'll have Jia Yifan take you. Su Ming was firm, and Lin Jian nodded, afraid of interrupting him. Okay, contact me if anything happens. Jia Yifan hadn't left. He was at the door. Seeing Su Ming's message, he immediately said, Miss Lin, I'll take you back. Thank you. Lin Jian smiled. Captain Jia, does Su Ming often face unfair situations at the military base or station? No, especially recently. The military is keen on promoting him, and many people are trying to get on his good side. However, everyone is a bit afraid of him, and sometimes they come through me. Lin Jian felt a bit relieved. That's good, but I still feel like he's trying to push me away. Jia Yifan replied. Really? He values you a lot, Miss Lin. However, since Miss Lin had come to see General Su, he should be doing everything he can to keep her there. Why would he let her leave like this? Could it be that strange medication hasn't worn off yet, and he's worried about hurting Miss Lin? Thinking of this, Jia Yifan scratched his head and chose not to say more, to avoid making things worse. He asked me to take you, so I'll ensure you get back safely. That's not necessary. You see, I have someone to protect me. You should go take care of him. At this point, Lin Jian remembered she didn't have his contact information. Let me add your contact. Okay, I'll add you. Hurry back. I'm worried about him. If anything happens, contact me. Jia Yifan glanced at Bian Su and Hanzhou, also feeling uneasy about Su Ming, so he didn't insist. Seeing that Su Ming had someone looking out for him, Lin Jian felt happy for him. Her smart device chimed. The crown prince had sent a message. If the queen says anything, don't worry about it. Okay.
Lin Xian replied.
The queen had contacted her in the afternoon, but it was about urging her to discuss heirs with the crown prince. Lin Jian ignored it. She had her own plans. Just as the crown prince finished replying, Shireen contacted her again. In that moment, Lin Jian felt like she was being pursued by many. Jian, tomorrow is a break. Let's go to the library first, then play some ball.
Lin Xian nodded. Okay.
Last time she mentioned wanting to exercise, Shireen took it to heart and planned to take her to play sports every week, including badminton, tennis, and a special round ball from outer space. When she was with Shireen, she didn't have to think much. She just had to follow along. He would plan everything, but it wasn't always the same. He adjusted based on the situation, which was nice. Did the party go well tonight?
Lin Thien asked.
Did you drink? No, I didn't go since you weren't going. He had only planned to go because he wanted to be with her, but it felt pointless without her. Eating was also better with her. The meals and desserts they shared were delicious and sweet. But when he ate alone, it always felt lacking. Just like now, he thought she would notice his surroundings, but Lin Jian quickly ended the video call. Lin Jian hadn't really paid attention. She felt a bit uneasy. After ending the call, she looked up butterfly scale powder and found that it had various uses, including waterproofing, temperature regulation, camouflage, attracting mates, and communication, with some being toxic.
Poison.
Attracting mates. Jia Yifen's strange comments had drawn others to Su Ming, and it all seemed to fit. Lin Jian tried to contact Su Ming but found she couldn't reach him. Feeling uneasy, she immediately contacted Jia Yifen. He managed to reach Su Ming, saying he was busy. But Lin Jian felt something was off about his tone. After hanging up, she looked at the darkening sky and suddenly spoke. Bien Su, turn back.
What?
I forgot to give the medicine to Su Ming. We need to go back. Lin Jian wasn't lying. She had prepared sleep medication for Su Ming because his dark circles were getting worse. Bien Su listened to her decisive tone and replied, understood. When Lin Jian returned to the base, it was already late at night. I forgot to bring the medicine to Su Ming. I'm delivering it now. Jia Yifen was waiting at the door. Then Miss Lin can just give the medicine to me. No, I want to give it to Su Ming myself. Is he still busy? I'll wait for him in his dorm. I'm tired tonight, so I won't leave. I'll go tomorrow. Jia Yifen hesitated and smiled awkwardly.
Well,
what happened? Is Su Ming's problem not resolved? Jia Yifen closed his eyes and nodded.
yes.
Where is he? In the isolation room. When Su Ming heard about the butterfly powder, he realized something was wrong, which is why he let Lin Jian go. He wanted to avoid attracting others and completely isolate himself, cutting off not just sound but also his presence. However, he seemed to sense Jian's presence again. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp, his tail seemingly having a mind of its own, searching for her scent. Lin Jian had just entered the isolation room when the fluffy tail of the nine-tailed fox wrapped around her waist and pulled her inside.
Su Ming? Lin Jian exclaimed in surprise.
Su Ming stood at the foot of the bed wrapped in a towel, his hair still damp, with the ears and tails of the nine-tailed fox fully visible. A syringe lay on the floor, as if a strong sedative had been partially used. Jia Yifen was listening at the door, about to enter, but was swatted away by a tail.
Get out, he heard.
Jia Yifen trembled, Miss Lin. It's fine, you can go, she replied. Jia Yifen didn't dare hesitate and completely closed the isolation door. He feared that lingering too long would let the scent escape and attract others. Once he ensured the isolation was secure, he turned to see Bien Su standing behind him, looking very frightening, as if he was holding back tears. Jia Yifen forced a smile, but didn't move. Hello, you all look tired. Why not take a break in the lounge and have something to eat? I'll arrange accommodations for you. Don't worry, we can ensure Miss Lin's safety here. No need, we will protect the lady ourselves, Hanzhou said, pulling Bien Su back a few steps. It's fine, we can wait here for a while before leaving. Bien Su nodded, okay, let's wait. They all understood the situation and knew that Lin Jian's choice to return and enter represented her stance. But what if the sedative worked? Su Ming had previously sent the lady away, so she might come out soon. Hanzhou looked at Bien Su and thought of the Marshal, feeling a headache coming on. How would he report this to the Marshal? Eventually, he decided to wait a bit longer, aligning his thoughts with Bien Su's. Jia Yifen wasn't upset. Then I'll wait with you. We'll leave in half an hour. He had a robot bring over a few chairs, placing them a few meters away, and warmly invited them to sit and rest. Inside the isolation room, Lin Jian was wrapped in Su Ming's tail, feeling his warmth and seeing the cold sweat on his forehead. She felt her face flush red from his heat, but gathered her courage to embrace him. Su Ming, I'm back. This time, no matter what you say, I won't leave. As soon as Lin Jian hugged Su Ming, his tail pulled her away.
Hey.
She looked at Su Ming as he moved further away from her. Su Ming, wake up. It's me. Even when he was awake, he trembled and reluctantly pulled her away again. He intended to take her outside, but the isolation room couldn't be opened from the inside, so no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. In the end, he could only place Lin Jian at the door and close the bedroom door. Go back, I might hurt you. Lin Jian said angrily, so you did let me go on purpose. Su Ming didn't deny it. His voice came from the bedroom, strained. Don't provoke me. Jian, just leave. He had promised he would never hurt her. He didn't want to leave her with any psychological scars. He couldn't imagine how wildly someone could act when they lost control. How can I leave like this? Open the door. Lin Jian's voice grew impatient. Stop taking that strong sedative. Jia Yifan said you can only take it once a year, otherwise it will harm your body. If you ruin yourself, you'll regret it later.
Shireen.
Did he hear that wrong? Outside, Lin Jian said, did you hear me? Open the door, or do you want to explode from this? Why are you hesitating? Su Ming cut his arm. The pain and blood brought him back to reality for a moment. I don't want you to feel forced, and I don't want you to be with me out of gratitude. I like you. That's why he wanted Lin Jian, desperately. But I don't want to pressure you, and I don't want you to feel guilty. You appreciate me now, but you might regret it later. Even come to dislike me. So, please leave. He didn't want to reach that point. Her presence, her voice, everything about her was a torment to him. If you don't leave, I won't be able to control myself. Lin Jian gritted her teeth. Do you think I want to be together because of this? I want things to happen naturally. Su Ming gave a bitter smile. So please, just go. Lin Jian had always been kind, and he had taken advantage of her kindness before, like when he took her from Prince Fong Chingfeng. He had deliberately made her soft-hearted, unable to refuse him when he asked her not to abandon the little nine-tailed fox. Like today, with everything in his favor, he could have taken the chance to be with her. This was what he had always dreamed of, but now that she was right in front of him, he hesitated. Usually, he could play little tricks and use her kindness. But today is not the day. On some principles, absolutely not. Just like he never thought of using her full potential to threaten for something in return. He didn't want their relationship to be based on calculations, nor did he want to follow the same path as his parents. Back then, his father risked his life to save his mother, and out of guilt, she agreed to have a child with him. But after he was born, she regretted it and grew to dislike his father. He didn't want to repeat their mistakes. Maybe he would regret it later, but if that happens, so be it. Su Ming picked up a strong sedative to use on himself again. But he heard Lin Jian say, I won't force you, and it's not just out of guilt. I won't regret it or dislike you. So, I command you to open the door right now. She had said before that she and Su Ming were somewhat alike. She noticed Su Ming's changes and had previously agreed to have a little nine-tailed fox with him. He dared to face dangers for her. Why couldn't she help him with his feelings? Honestly, Su Ming was more attractive than her. She had looked at him several times and felt a little drawn to him. But I'm afraid of hurting you. Lin couldn't hold back anymore. Su Ming, are you unable to do this? We are a matched pair, and our relationship has always been good. It's my duty as your match to comfort and purify. What are you hesitating for? If you keep hesitating, I'll doubt your ability, and I might really leave. I believe you will never hurt me. Even if you lose your mind, yet you still hesitate. Just as Lin Jian said this, the door opened, and she was pulled inside again. This time, the movement was even quicker than before. Su Ming, who had been restrained earlier, tightly embraced Lin Jian, wrapping his tail around her.
Thien.
Su Ming's already fragile reason was shattered as he murmured, pressing her against the cabinet. How could she trust him? Thank you for believing in me.
But you
shouldn't say, I can't do this. His intense gaze fell on Lin Jian's lips. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered, and when she looked up, Su Ming's eyes slowly changed. With a slight raise of the corner of his eye, a simple action became captivating and enticing, as if he wanted to charm the world. Even his voice was filled with temptation. I can't help but want to prove that I can.
Lin Thien.
This is so thrilling. It's quite exciting. He really is a nine-tailed fox. She couldn't help but tremble as she reached out to touch Su Ming's face. Su Ming caught her trembling hand, thinking she was scared, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. If you trust me like this, I will stay alert. In moments like this, only by staying alert can we remember and cherish forever. Su Ming caressed her neck and pulled her closer to him. He felt like a beast that had been waiting to strike, fierce and intense, as if he wanted to consume her whole. In the next moment, he began to slow down. The sensations were intense and overwhelming, spreading throughout her body. Lin Jin struggled to catch her breath and pushed him away slightly. But the tail around her waist tightened even more. Ian, don't push me away. I have all the ears and tails you like. 9 fluffy tails swayed gently, as if they had a mysterious rhythm. His ears were sharp and lively, pure white with a hint of icy blue at the tips, looking very cute. Combined with Su Ming's enchanting and ambiguous face, Lin Jian's heart raced. He was both alluring and beautiful. His skin was very fair, and his lips, usually a perfect color, were now deep and rich, with a hint of red at the corners of his eyes. He looked fierce, as if he would devour everything, yet there was a hint of vulnerability, waiting for her approval. This contradiction made him both lovable and tense. Lin Jin couldn't help but grab his ear. A male fox with real ears. The soft, furry feeling was incredible. But as soon as she grabbed, Su Ming shivered. Lin Jin looked at the trembling ear in her hand, and then at Su Ming, her heart racing as well. Thump, thump, thump. Their heartbeats intertwined. The 9 fluffy tails of the fox wrapped tightly around her, getting tighter, around her waist, legs, and arms. Central Star. Wolf Chi checked the time again. It was 11 o'clock, and Jen still hadn't returned. Worried for her safety, Wolf Chi called Lin Jian's video, but it couldn't be connected. He then tried to contact Bien Su, but found he couldn't reach him either. Could she be on her way back? He took a deep breath to calm himself. Just wait a little longer. 20 minutes later, still unable to reach her, he contacted Bien Su again. This time, Bien Su answered, but his expression was off. He tried to hide it but looked a bit lost. With that expression, how can I believe Jian is okay? Just tell me the truth. Wolf Chi was stern, and at that moment, Han Zhou appeared beside him. Marshal, Miss Lin is fine. She just might not be able to come back today. Some unusual things happen at the base, so the two of them are in the isolation room, which is why we can't contact them, Han Zhou explained to Bien Su, trying to be truthful and gentle. Given Bien Su's unnatural expression and Han Zhou's tension, Lang Qi understood.
They.
For a moment, Lang Qi seemed to lose his words. This time, he found it even harder to bear than when the Crown Prince arranged the new room. Perhaps it was because Lin Jian had been by his side during this time, or perhaps it was because Jian had said she liked him the most and promised to be with him until they retrieved the embryo. According to the plan, it would only take 2 or 3 months at most. He had been looking forward to that day, thinking it was just a few months, not long at all. But unexpected events always come faster than planned. He remained silent for a long time. Han Zhou and Bien Su were also quiet. Where are you now? We were brought here to rest. Okay, then you rest and take good care of her. He paused and added, don't say anything and don't do anything. This statement was not just for them. It felt like it was for himself as well. Lang Qi ended the video call and looked up to see Fong Chingfeng in military uniform, stepping out of the car with great energy. He must have dressed well, as he even fixed his hair upon entering the door. Marshal. Seeing him, Fong Chingfeng greeted, looking around. Why are you back? There's nothing going on at the base, so I'm just resting normally, not slacking off. Fong Chingfeng explained, not seeing Lin Jian. Marshal, where's Lin Jian? I'm here to get what she promised me. She had agreed to kiss him in 2 days. But he had to go to the base, which delayed things. He had already waited too long. Tonight, he must kiss her. No matter what, he had to kiss her. He noticed she seemed to really like military uniforms, Her eyes sparkled whenever he wore one. He looked good in it too. Thinking about this, Fong Chingfeng noticed Lang Qi's bad mood and assumed he was upset about his return disturbing them. He couldn't help but grumble. They were matched partners. Just because one was carrying an embryo didn't mean they could completely take Lin Jian away. He quickly dashed past Lang Qi. I'm going to find Lin Jian.
Wait.
Fearing what Lang Qi might say, Fong Chingfeng moved even faster. But when he knocked on the door, no one answered. Lin Jian, open the door. She's not here. She went to find Su Ming. Lang Qi's voice came from behind. Not back yet? Didn't she say she'd be here tonight? Fong Chingfeng took out the smart device but found he couldn't contact her for the moment. Marshal, what's going on? Fong Chingfeng had a bad feeling. Lin Jian wouldn't be caught up by the cunning Su Ming, or even taken away. Would she? I need to go to the base. You don't need to go. Lang Qi stopped Fong Chingfeng. Fong Chingfeng looked at the emotions in Lang Qi's eyes in shock. Why can't I go? Something happened with Su Ming. If you go now, it will only make things harder for Jian. He could imagine what it would be like if he barged into the base at midnight looking for Lin Jian. Fong Chingfeng took a step back. It can't be that serious, can it? Could they really deeply purify her? Lang Qi looked at him quietly, wondering why not? Fong Chingfeng was about to speak when a loud crash interrupted them. The crown prince stood at the door, with a broken flower pot at his feet. The little flowers bloomed brightly, but were shattered. Seeing them turn around, the crown prince realized he had lost his composure and squatted down. I'm sorry. He tried to salvage the flowers. What do you mean by deeply purify? Are you talking about Jian and Su Ming? She said she was coming back. She turned back. As soon as Lang Qi finished speaking, the crown prince trembled, and the pieces cut his hand. Blood splattered onto the yellow flowers. Yet he seemed unaware of it. No wonder he had been restless after contacting Lin Jian. It turned out to be. Silence spread, and none of the three spoke. They didn't know how to get through the rest of the night. Shen Yin stood on the third floor, listening to the commotion below. Water dripped from him onto the floor, and his hands were tightly clenched into fists. We were so close. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, he would complete his plan and take Jian away. Why did it have to be tonight? Why did something unexpected have to happen today? Why did it have to be Su Ming? Amid the dripping water, it seemed like pearls mixed in, a color never seen before, a light blue. The tears of a mermaid are usually white with a hint of pink, but when they feel emotions, they turn a soft pink when happy, looking sweet. If they are sad, they turn a light blue. Because it's hard to feel emotions, it's rarer. Unfortunately, no one cared. This night was unusually difficult and long. It felt long for Lin Jian as well. When she was awakened by the smart device, it was already noon, and she groggily answered. Jian, I'm here to pick you up in the living room on the first floor. It was the voice of Shireen. Lin Jian was a bit confused and asked, What? When Shireen heard Lin Jian's somewhat hoarse voice, as if she had been crying, he immediately sat up straight. Jian, are you okay? Can we do a video call? He switched to video to check on Lin Jian, but before he could see anything clearly, an arm suddenly reached out to block her. She can't right now. Turn off the video. Su Ming's voice and hand appeared in front of Shireen. Unlike usual, Su Ming's voice was a bit hoarse, and there were scratches on his arm, as if someone had clawed at him. Before Shireen could react, Su Ming gently brushed aside the hair from Lin Jian's face. Wake up, you're on video. Lin Jian suddenly opened her eyes. Through Su Ming's blocking hand, she saw Shireen's puzzled face and, behind him, Fong Chingfeng, who had appeared without her noticing. Fong Chingfeng couldn't see Shireen's video. His eyes were bloodshot as he anxiously tugged at Shireen's arm. Are you in touch with Lin Jian? Is her smart device working? She's not with that nine-tailed fox, is she? Realizing what was happening, Lin Jian quickly ended the video call. But in that last moment, she saw Shireen's hopeful expression turn to shock. In Shireen's disbelieving gaze, she swiftly hung up the call. Seeing the call ended and hearing Fong Chingfeng's questions, Shireen finally understood. It wasn't just his imagination. Lin Jian really was with Su Ming. Suddenly, all sound faded away from Sherbowen's ears, and everything felt distant. To stick to his training plan, he never went shopping on purpose. He just wore whatever his assistant brought him. But this was the first time Sherbowen went shopping, really looking at clothes to buy. In the end, he bought several sets of casual sportswear because they looked youthful and included matching couple outfits. He carefully washed and disinfected them before bringing them to Lin Jian. He was excited about the prospect of seeing her every week. He had tossed and turned all night in anticipation of their meeting today. But Su Ming had already silently stepped in and was with her. Fong Chingfeng could still scold him, but he felt he didn't even have the right to be angry. At first, they had talked about collaboration. Sherbowen lowered his head, not noticing that Prince Lang Qi had also arrived. If he had any hope last night, it was now completely shattered. Wolf Qi closed the door and said, "Things went wrong. Things went wrong. If it weren't for the unexpected situation with the baby, he should have been the first to be with her." She clearly said that he was her favorite. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Wolf Qi's mouth as he bit his cheek. "Don't bite your lip." On the other side, seeing Lin Jian biting her lip, Su Ming reached out. "Bite me instead." Lin Jian shook her head. "What would that look like?" Su Ming withdrew his hand. "Are you worried they might mind?" He noticed Lin Jian's struggle and avoidance. Lin Jian didn't want to answer. Last night, she only thought about not letting Su Ming die, but today she felt unsure about facing Fong Chingfeng and Wolf Qi. After ending the video call, she turned and hit her pillow, wincing at the movement. Her body ached all over, and the cause of all this discomfort was Su Ming. Lin glanced at Su Ming, who was kneeling by the bed. At first, he felt anxious because she wasn't responding, but when she finally looked at him, his eyes lit up.
Thien.
"You don't hate me, do you?" Even though Lin Jian said last night that she wouldn't regret it, he still felt scared that she might cool down and dislike him. "Why would I hate you?" Lin Jian replied, confused. "Don't overthink it." "That's good." Su Ming sighed in relief and smiled. Lin Jian looked at him, momentarily stunned, then closed her eyes. "Please. Stop smiling." Su Ming was already good-looking, exuding endless charm. After last night, he seemed even more appealing, with every smile radiating charisma. Not to mention the visible marks on his neck. Just looking at him, Lin Jian closed her eyes again. He had tempted her like this last night, carefully charming and full of tenderness, making her fall for him, and by the time she realized it, it was always too late. Su Ming stopped smiling, but his eyes still sparkled with affection. "I won't smile." Su Ming took her hand. "Don't be upset." Seeing the caution and worry in his eyes, Lin Jian felt a bit helpless. "You don't have to be so careful. I could never hate you." She truly didn't understand why he could be so confident one moment and so insecure the next. With his looks and abilities, what did he have to feel insecure about? Su Ming's tense body finally relaxed, and he couldn't help but muster the courage to kiss her fingers. "Dan, does it still hurt?" Lin Jian's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth. "It's not painful." "That's good." Memories from last night flooded back, and Lin Jian felt helpless. "Can you stop asking that question?" Last night, she confirmed that her family's schemes from her previous life hadn't had time to take effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hurt so much. It was this one word hurt that made Su Ming sweat but still hold back, checking if she was in pain. Not just once. She knew he was worried about her pain, but she didn't expect him to ask so many times. Now, she somewhat regretted saying that she was in pain at the start. She finally understood why the robot quickly gave Su Ming a strong sedative. It was necessary. Even if Su Ming tried his best to stay awake, it didn't mean he could endure it. That could be life-threatening. The robot's choice was correct. Otherwise, she would have been in real trouble. She was still okay today, thanks to him cheating later. To avoid hurting her, he pulled her into a dream. Fortunately, the nine-tailed fox had this cheating tool. Otherwise, she might not have made it. The familiar feeling also made Lin Jian realize that her dreams weren't her fault. Dreaming of Su Ming was all because of his influence. pulled into a half-real, half-fake dream, Ming no longer held back. Once he tasted it, there was no limit. If she hadn't kicked him away, she might still be asleep now. "Are you okay now?" Lin Jian asked first. "I'm fine." Ming shook his head. "The isolation has been lifted, so they can contact you." Was that Sherbo one earlier?
Yes.
They had originally planned to work out together today. "It seems they have been looking for you. I just lifted the block and received many messages." Fong Chingfeng's messages were the most probing, starting with threats and later begging him. Eventually, he even lost his cool and said he wouldn't let it go. He said a lot of bitter and harsh words. Ming finally felt a sense of reality. He was really, truly with Yan now. He always knew he couldn't compare to Lang Qi and Fong Chingfeng, yet he was lucky to be chosen by her and take responsibility. He wondered what he had done to deserve this. "I was worried it was a dream. I kept looking at the marks you left and only dared to confirm when I saw their messages." Lin Jian's gaze quickly fell on his arm, his chest, and even his neck, where there were traces of her scratches. It added a bit of desire to him. But that wasn't the worst. The more serious issue was his back. Lin then gritted her teeth. "Why didn't you let the robot help you heal?" Ming looked down and replied, "It doesn't hurt. He is not foolish. This is her reward. His unique medal. He needs to remember to take more photos to create lasting memories and sweetness. Each shot should have a close-up." Lin then did not realize his dangerous thoughts and weakly said, "You get dressed first and go out. I need to get up." "Are you tired? Let me help you." Ming brought Lin Jian's clothes and even bent down to help her put on her shoes. It was a bit too clingy. After Lin Jian finished washing up and returned, she suddenly thought of something and glanced at the bed sheets. Have the sheets been cleaned? There might be stains or marks on them, so it's best to take them away and wash them to avoid anyone seeing. Yes, they have been taken care of. Lin Jian nodded, thinking Ming had just removed or washed them. Little did she know he had kept them. He would preserve them forever. Ming couldn't help but hug Lin Jian from behind.
"Thank you for trusting me."
Choosing to return and believe in him, Lin Jian seemed to heal the old wounds of past misunderstandings and distrust. "And I've thought it through. I won't care about others' opinions anymore." With a settled heart, he could finally not worry about what others thought. He used to not care, but that indifference was a form of self-exile. He could only pretend not to care. Caring would drown him in suspicion and judgment. But now, he had support, making those people and their opinions truly unimportant. "I used to want to change the reputation of the nine-tailed fox, but starting today, I've decided to be the villain. I don't want their respect or admiration. I just want them to fear and be wary of me, so they won't dare to harm me. In the future, you don't need to go out of your way to clear my name as the nine-tailed fox. People's biases won't change easily, so let things be." "Okay." Lin Jian confirmed that Ming was sincere and nodded. With Ming's strength and never having done anything wrong, why should he endure such unfair treatment? Why should he compromise for reputation? They dared to frame him because he had restraint and cared about his reputation. Good people are often taken advantage of. If that's the case, then let them be afraid. As Lin Jian reflected on this, she suddenly felt something was off. She pushed Ming's hand away.
"You."
"After what happened last night, how can you still?" While discussing such a serious topic, he actually. Last night was last night, today is today.
Thien.
Ming tried the same trick again, but this time it didn't work. The smart device chimed. It was Fong Chingfeng. Lin Jian felt guilty just seeing the name. Even though they were matched partners, she couldn't help herself, so she pushed Ming, who was leaning on her shoulder, away. "You can't make a sound or be around me." Seeing Ming nod sadly, Lin Jian answered the call. As soon as she picked up, Fong Chingfeng said angrily, "I need a reason." His eyes were red, and he was determined to know why. Lin Jian replied, "It's a special situation. It's actually to save a life." "I see." Although he still felt bad, Fong Chingfeng thought it could at least comfort him a bit. He turned on the video but didn't really look at Lin Jian. After confirming, he was about to hang up. But just before hanging up, he suddenly asked, if my situation were special, would you do the same?
Lin Xian replied, yes.
She didn't hesitate. Life is the most important thing, at any time. Fong Chingfeng looked up sharply. Who wants to hear your philosophy?
Take that back.
Lin Jian said, okay, I take it back. That's better. He wasn't thinking about life. It was about himself. Since that's settled, I need to take my medicine now. You should come back. He smiled slightly. Whatever you did to Su Ming, you have to do to me. I can't stand unfairness.
Lin Xian gasped.
Don't do anything reckless. She had worried about balancing things and not upsetting anyone, which is why she agreed to cooperate with them. Fong Chingfeng raised an eyebrow. How is that reckless? It just depends on whether some people can bear to see me suffer. Don't worry, I won't die. Leaving that meaningful statement, Fong Chingfeng hung up the call. Hey, Fong Chingfeng. How can she relax now? He wouldn't really do anything reckless, would he?
Lin Xian felt overwhelmed.
After hanging up the video, Fong Chingfeng noticed Shireen and the prince looking at him and couldn't help but scoff. What are you looking at? If you can, you should eat too. Let's see who she cares about the most. After glancing at the notification on the smart device, Fong Chingfeng scoffed again and walked away. Shireen remained silent. Fong Chingfeng had feelings for Lin Jian. He was her matched partner from the start, so he could feel jealous and threaten, but Shireen couldn't. He were just cooperating. Whatever they did was only embarrassing and annoying her. Even Fong Chingfeng had the right to feel jealous and express concern for her feelings, but he lacked that right and confidence. Shireen handed the clothes he brought to the robot and instructed it to deliver them to Lin Jian's room before leaving. Only the crown prince remained in the villa's living room. He sat quietly for a long time. It shouldn't be like this. We clearly had a good start. He was the first person to be matched with Lin Jian and would not casually break their bond. He even managed to spark Lin Jian's interest. If it weren't for the Marshal's sudden illness, they might have made significant progress by now. But fate can be cruel. In the next moment, the crown prince suddenly looked up. No, I can't give up. While everyone was still reacting and feeling sad, he should strive to win her back. Missing one chance was enough. He couldn't afford to miss another. He had no time to feel sorry for himself. He should remain gentle and be the most special one while everyone else was feeling jealous and upset. Jian was sensitive and thoughtful. If he showed jealousy too often, it might burden her. If he didn't, perhaps she would feel closer to him. Thinking of this, he contacted Lin Jian directly. Everyone was restless, each with their own thoughts, and no one noticed that Shireen had already disappeared. After waiting for a while, the crown prince's call finally connected. Jian, when will you be back? Lin Jian, who was urgently asking online how to manage multiple relationships and balance several matches, responded with a pause. She hadn't figured it out yet and didn't know how to balance things. The sisters online were very enthusiastic, each offering suggestions. However, their ideas left Lin Jian silent, as some didn't understand why she was worried. They suggested simply isolating the matches so they wouldn't run into each other, and the best way was to keep their identities hidden, focusing on being familiar strangers. Others said it was simple, just kiss whoever was causing trouble, or even kiss twice. There was no conflict that couldn't be resolved with a kiss. If 2 kisses didn't work, then they were being unreasonable and should be treated coldly. Another person said this was a matter between the matches and didn't concern the women, so they shouldn't interfere. Lin Jian felt none of this applied to her situation and found it unreliable. She still hadn't learned how to handle it, and when she saw the crown prince's message, her first reaction was guilt. She didn't expect him to answer calmly, just as he always did. He wore a familiar smile. Why aren't you speaking? I don't mean anything else. I just want to pick you up. He seemed unaware of what was happening, but it was impossible for him not to know. This left Lin Jian a bit stunned but also relieved. It's nothing. I'll be back soon. The crown prince was indeed the most rational one. Perhaps he didn't take feelings too seriously and didn't feel jealous. Anyway, that was good. If they both got jealous, she might not handle it well. You don't need to pick me up. I can come back by myself. You focus on your work.
All right.
The crown prince didn't want to burden Lin Jin. Even though he wanted to pick her up himself, he didn't insist. His usual demeanor made Lin Jian feel more at ease. They chatted for a bit before ending the video call. Su Ming, who had been standing quietly, spoke up after she hung up. Are you leaving? I'll take you back. Su Ming certainly didn't want Lin Jian to go, but he couldn't push his luck. No need, I can go back by myself. But Su Ming didn't let go and softly asked, Jian, are you going to be pregnant? Su Ming felt a bit anxious. I saw the Marshal was uncomfortable, and I don't want you to feel bad. Plus, you don't want to be pregnant. Su Ming wanted a little gift, but he was also worried that Lin Jian might feel uncomfortable and then dislike him, since he disrupted her plans.
Lin Xian.
In that situation last night, they obviously didn't prepare any safety measures. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way when she arrived. Lin Min was silent for a moment. I shouldn't be. She had just taken the contraceptive pill not long ago. It might still be effective. After lunch, Lin Jian started her journey back. On the other side, the crown prince went to work but felt uneasy. He eventually returned to the home he had prepared for Lin Jin and himself. Although Lin Jian had only been there once, he still had the robot working there regularly and often returned. While watering the plants to calm his mind, he suddenly received a report from a subordinate. Your Highness, there's an anomaly with a spaceship. We might have captured the princess. It seems the princess has been kidnapped. The video sent by the subordinate showed a spaceport where a spaceship was refueling and had a conflict with another spaceship. During the fight, a box fell and a woman rolled out. This immediately raised alarms. The woman was unconscious, and it was unmistakably Lin Jian. Although she was wearing different clothes from when she video called earlier, her face was unmistakable. The crown prince was taken aback and immediately tried to contact Lin Jian, but found he couldn't reach her. Even Bian Su and Han Zhou could not be reached. The crown prince's expression changed. If he wasn't mistaken, those people should be from the Dark Star. Although they acted well and looked like ordinary people from the Central Star, he noticed their skills during the conflict and their different words when angry. After Lin Jian was taken away, they carefully concealed her and then fled, which only heightened the crown prince's anxiety. They had kidnapped Jian. There had been rumors before that the Dark Emperor liked Lin Jian and even wanted to marry her as the Dark Queen. Those who had harassed her were punished by the Dark Emperor. At that time, he was filled with doubt, but Lin Jian had never encountered the Dark Emperor. It seemed like a coincidence.
But now,
Jian had truly been taken. Follow them, I'm on my way. The crown prince immediately boarded his modified starship, which could travel 3 to 4 times faster. He tried to contact Lin Jian along the way, but still couldn't reach her. Bian Su and Han Zhou were in the same situation. Finally, he contacted Fong Chingfeng. Fong Chingfeng was in a meeting and didn't answer the video call, so he sent a message. The crown prince eventually caught up with the intercepted ship near the Eye of. Furious, his combat power soared, and the battle was intense. But the crown prince was not interested in fighting. He was there to find someone. He captured their leader and demanded to know Lin Jian's whereabouts. Where is the princess? No one could escape his interrogation. There is no princess. The leader seemed to be telling the truth, but someone was secretly piloting the starship away. The crown prince quickly spotted Lin Jian sitting in the co-pilot seat as the ship was shutting down. The white tiger leaped up, and the crown prince rode on its back, chasing after them. When the fleeing person saw him coming, they panicked, and the starship lost its direction. In the end, they unexpectedly crashed into the Eye of Vortex. The Eye of was a massive, constantly spinning whirlpool with no visible end. Within 100 meters, one would be uncontrollably in. It resembled a bottomless pit that could swallow anyone, hence its name. Due to the magnetic field, people would lose their sense of direction inside, making it hard to escape. Furthermore, from previous observations, the area was filled with debris from meteors. These meteor fragments could easily cut through human bodies under the vortex's influence, making every moment inside the whirlpool dangerous. Falling into that eye of was essentially a death sentence. Someone didn't give up and kept searching around. Good luck led to the edge of the swirling starship. With all their strength, they tried to pull someone from the whirlpool, but the person inside remained in a deep sleep, unresponsive, as if their soul was gone, leaving only a shell behind. That was the true eye of, feared by everyone, even the most reckless. As the starship lost control and was about to be into the eye of, the person didn't hesitate to abandon the ship and escape. They managed to escape, but someone passed by them in the opposite direction.
Thien.
The prince saw Lin Jian being pulled into the eye of. Without thinking too much, he hurried to save her. At the last moment, he jumped into the starship and held Lin Jian tightly. But there was no time to turn back. Both of them, along with the starship, vanished in an instant into the eye of. Those who escaped, as well as those on the ship, were stunned. The prince fell in? I can't be seeing this wrong? He didn't fall in. He jumped in to save her. They say the prince and the princess have a good relationship. I thought it was just talk, but it turns out to be true. This isn't the time for that. We've made a huge mistake. Quick, contact the boss. Fong Chingfeng held a military meeting, which was confidential due to future plans. By the time the meeting ended and he rushed over, it was too late. Looking at the whirlpool of the eye of, Fong Chingfeng felt darkness closing in. It's my fault. I was supposed to attend the meeting but said I was going to take medicine. She was rushing back when the accident happened. Shan Junlin also tried to save her. Because of jealousy, a joke, I harmed the two most important people. I deserve to die. I caused their deaths. Fong Chingfeng was on the verge of breaking down. Because of jealousy, he hadn't spoken to Shan Junlin properly in a long time. Now he had ruined everything. Endless guilt and remorse filled his heart, bending his once proud back. I have to save them, save them. He didn't care about the legends of the Eye of. Even if it meant death, he would bring them back. Major Fong, please calm down. Shireen also arrived and, seeing Fong Chingfeng's distress, quickly embraced him. Let go of me. I need to save them. We will save them, but you need to stay calm. Shireen's face was pale, and his hands trembled, but he remained rational. The more we panic, the less effective we will be. We need to work together. I know that, but the longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. Let go of me. I'm not trying to die. As Fong Chingfeng broke free from Shireen and forcefully boarded the starship, Lin Jian suddenly appeared in front of him. Fong Chingfeng, open the door. Don't be impulsive, come down. Fong Chingfeng thought he was imagining things.
You.
How are you here? Didn't they say you were caught in the eye of?
No, it wasn't me.
Lin Jian grabbed Fong Chingfeng's arm. I don't know what happened. I was just playing with Shireen for 2 hours, and then everything changed. My smart device seems to have a problem. The signal is blocked. Shireen? You were with her? Yes, there might be an issue in our area. Bien Su and the others also have blocked signals. Lin Jian wanted to go back by herself, but shortly after leaving the base, she received a message from Shireen saying she was on her way to the base. Lin Jian had to stop urgently and meet with Shireen. When she saw Shireen again, Lin Jian felt something was off. She sensed a dangerous look in her eyes, especially after noticing the red marks on her neck. She kept staring, and Lin Jian only realized there were marks when she looked in the mirror. She awkwardly accepted Shireen's accusation that she was only focused on her match and didn't have time for her. Feeling guilty, Lin Jian admitted she had been neglecting Shireen lately and agreed to spend a day with her, assuring her that friendship mattered too. She also thought about how to face Lang Qifeng and Fong Chingfeng. Shireen took her to Mercury. Mercury was full of water, and many spiritual beings, especially aquatic ones, liked to travel there. Lin Jian didn't expect that after just 2 hours of playing, there would be such a big issue due to a signal problem in that area. She saw a message from the Crown Prince and realized it was too late. Jian, are you okay? Please reply. I know you were kidnapped. It seems to be the Black Emperor's people. Don't be scared, just play along for now. I'm behind you, and I will rescue you. I'll be back soon, don't worry. After that, there was no more news. Lin Jian immediately contacted the crown prince, but couldn't reach him. She contacted Lang Qi, who then realized something was wrong. She and Shireen rushed back as quickly as possible, only to see Fong Chingfeng almost entering the eye of. Fong Chingfeng, if you fall into the eye of again, it will be two of us. Fong Chingfeng looked at Lin Jian's reddened eyes and pulled her into his embrace. Okay, don't be afraid. He held her tightly, almost merging her into his very being. Fortunately, she was safe. Lin Jian found it hard to breathe, but didn't pull away. Fong Chingfeng quickly let her go. Don't worry, I will do everything I can to save Shan Junlin, no matter the cost. They might usually play tricks on each other and feel jealous, but when one of them is in danger, they will definitely help each other. He feels this way about the crown prince, and the crown prince feels the same about him. Lin Jian nodded randomly and took a deep breath to calm down. The crown prince said, "He did it to save me? What's going on?" Fong Chingfeng showed Lin Jian a video the crown prince received earlier. This person looks just like you. That's why he. Lin Jian looked at the person in the video and felt it was absurd. That's not me. Fong Chingfeng silently played the next video, which was captured from a passing starship. It was a bit far away, zoomed in 1,000 times, just enough to see what happened at that moment. Watching the crown prince rush in without hesitation to save her, Lin Jian felt a deep sense of helplessness. That's not me. That's definitely not me. How could he? Isn't he usually very cautious and rational? And the white tiger can tell truth from lies. The eye of is so dangerous. The crown prince knows that falling into it could mean disaster. Yet he still saved her, plunging into the eye of together. Don't say it's not really me. Even if it were, it wouldn't be worth it, not at all. When you think about it, they haven't known each other for long. Even though she has become the crown princess, they are not truly a married couple yet. She has other potential matches, so why would this crown prince, whom she sees as cunning and shrewd, risk everything for her? She thought he didn't like her that much, that he was rational and calm when contacting her, but then he suddenly. Lin Jian couldn't understand. No, Lin Jian, you are worth it. Don't you realize? Shan Junlin likes you, really likes you. Otherwise, he wouldn't ignore my wishes and insist on being your match. From that moment on, he liked you. How could it not be worth it? How could he not save you? No matter how many times you repeat it, he would make the same choice. You think this behavior isn't like the crown prince, since he is usually rational and cautious and can tell truth from lies. But when he sees someone he loves in danger, who can stay rational? Because he cares too much, he loses his reason and can't think clearly, believing it to be real. Or maybe he sensed something was off, but he didn't dare to take the risk. What if it were real? Fong Chingfeng looked at Lin Jian seriously. He couldn't take the risk, so he jumped in, even knowing it was the eye of and how dangerous it was. Fong Chingfeng is a friend of the prince, so he understands him. Because they share the same feelings, he knows what the prince is thinking. At this moment, they seem to connect over their shared affection for the same girl. The feelings the prince couldn't express, he will convey to Lin Jian. Lin Jian's vision blurred. I didn't expect to be just an ordinary person. Don't say you're not worth it anymore. Fong Chingfeng hugged Lin Jian. I know you feel guilty, but don't say those words again. You are always worth it to us. Tears streamed down Lin Jian's face. What should we do now? Fong Chingfeng, can we still save the prince? We can. Let's save him together. Don't be afraid. We will do it together. Lin Jian nodded. Okay, let's save him together. She wiped her tears away. What was that thing that looked like me? It might be a simulation robot. Those people are from the Dark Star, likely from the Black Emperor. They must be plotting something, or they know how important you are to us, and set a trap on purpose. The prince warned me to be careful before. I didn't expect they would create a fake version of me. Fong Chingfeng's eyes turned fierce. They dare to scheme against us. I won't let them get away with it. What does the Black Emperor want? Why are they targeting the prince? Shireen, who had just returned to check the situation, frowned and said, there might be a misunderstanding here. Let's not jump to conclusions. Saving people is the priority. Fong Chingfeng looked at Shireen, his gaze suddenly sharp. What is your relationship with the Black Emperor? Why are you defending him? I saw in the news that the Dark Star and the Central Star have always kept their distance, so I thought we shouldn't make hasty conclusions that could affect our judgment. Saving people is what matters. True, the Dark Star and the Central Star have kept their distance, but ever since the emergence of a Dark Empress, everything has changed. Fong Chingfeng's expression remained cold. Shireen, I don't care about your identity or whether your memory has returned, but remember, neither Jian nor the prince, nor the Marshal, are people you can easily scheme against. I haven't asked you why you took Jian away. Also, the timing of your intelligence system malfunctioning is too coincidental, as if someone deliberately blocked it. Deliberately blocked? Lin Jian looked at Shireen. Shireen wouldn't need to block anything. That's something you need to ask her. Fong Chingfeng sneered. Under their gazes, Shireen's eyelashes trembled slightly. But in the end, Shireen did not explain, only saying, I know that no matter what I say, General Fong won't believe me. The priority is to save lives. He paused for a moment. So far, the Eye of has only rescued one person. This was possible because someone took risks searching the outer area and waiting. Once a starship is found, they immediately try to pull it out of the vortex. The known speculation is that the Eye of keeps rotating. If luck is on our side, the Crown Prince's starship might also be moved to the outer area. Only by continuously searching the outer area can we have a chance to save them. The sooner we start, the better. You all seem unstable, so I will go first. At that moment, Shireen's expression was serious and determined, making Lin Jian feel unfamiliar. Fong Chingfeng squinted, feeling a strange familiarity with this version of Shireen. Shireen ignored them and took action. Fong Chingfeng blocked the closing door of the military starship. You have A-level mental power. Can you handle this, Shireen?
I can.
Shireen was supposed to be inexperienced with military starships, but he seemed very familiar and coordinated perfectly with the other ships. He even approached the Eye of S vortex multiple times, skillfully avoiding the occasional debris flying out. Fong Chingfeng sighed in relief, but his eyes narrowed. And has Shireen regained his memory? She didn't seem like someone who hadn't regained her memory. Lin Jian shook her head. She hasn't said anything. She must be hiding something from us. But she really wants to save lives now. Fong Chingfeng nodded. But wasn't she always critical of us? Especially the Crown Prince. She seemed to dislike him a lot. Why is she suddenly so eager? Lin Jian shook her head. She didn't understand either. She took a deep breath. So we just keep searching? Yes, that's the smartest plan. We'll take turns waiting, and we will definitely rescue him. I want to help too. Teach me. Fong Chingfeng hesitated, but the mental power requirement is very high. Your mental power just meets the standard, but it's still dangerous. Wolf Chi was also stopped from coming, and now Jian wanted to take risks herself. Are you all not in danger? Lin Jian's gaze was firm. I can do it.
Feng Chingfeng couldn't refuse Lin Jiao.
He handed the on-site rescue command to Shirbowen and taught Lin Jian how to use her mental power to control the starship. The Queen and the second prince, Ruan Yijiao, arrived, followed by a group of reporters. The mother and son had red eyes and looked sorrowful. Lin Jian, what are you doing here? Who saved the Crown Prince? The Queen asked in surprise. My royal brother fell into the Eye of to save you. And here you are? You seem to have time to hug other men? Aren't you afraid my royal brother will never rest in peace? The second prince took a moral high ground and continued. Wait, are you colluding with the Dark Emperor to harm the Crown Prince? The reporters became excited and started taking pictures. Lin Jian responded sharply, Sunrise, why do you assume the Crown Prince is dead and rush to judge me? What are your intentions? Are you afraid the Crown Prince and I might have a child, and you won't have another chance, so you set a trap for him? With those words, everyone's suspicious gaze fell on the second prince. What nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? We all hope for a rescue, yet you come in saying he won't rest in peace, wanting to take his place. Anyone who isn't blind can see that. The second prince became flustered. You are slandering me. Enough! The queen interjected. What are you arguing about? This is all a plot by the Dark Star, orchestrated by the Dark Emperor. She quickly shifted the blame to the Dark Emperor. But the Dark Star, facing the accusations, claimed they had never targeted the Crown Prince. The Queen had guarded the Eye of for 3 days, persistently condemning the Dark Emperor, and the relationship between the Dark Star and the Central Star was extremely tense. However, no matter how much they accused or even insulted him, the Dark Emperor remained silent. People from the Dark Star began to voice their opinions, feeling the Dark Emperor lacked courage, but he still did not speak. The situation became increasingly confusing. The Queen, overwhelmed by sadness, fainted due to exhaustion and was ultimately taken back to the Central Star by the Second Prince. The mother and son began to appear frequently, mourning the misfortune of the Crown Prince. Even without confirmed news, they acted as if the Crown Prince was already dead. They no longer visited the Eye of, and most reporters had already left. Everyone understood that the Crown Prince was in grave danger, and even if he were saved, it might be too late. However, the plan for the Second Prince to temporarily take the Crown Prince's place was not going smoothly. Compared to the Second Prince, people admired and preferred the Crown Prince. As long as the news of the Crown Prince's death was not confirmed, this matter would be difficult. Especially since Lin Jian and others had not given up on saving the Crown Prince, and several matched individuals were also involved in the rescue. Their touching loyalty moved many, even becoming a model of friendship. But this was just the surface. In reality, they were not as harmonious as they seemed. Especially towards Su Ming. Even though he always tried his best, he still faced exclusion. If it weren't for this incident. This is what Fong Chingfeng said. They wished they could punish Su Ming, as it was hard for them to show a good attitude. Su Ming did not seek revenge. He came and went quietly, as this was indeed a rare blessing in his life. He came to help only because of Lin Jian. Sure, Bowen felt the same. He joined the rescue effort just so Lin Jian could rest a bit longer. In the past month, although Lin Jian's gaze had grown more determined, she had lost a lot of weight. It was not just due to hardship, but as time passed, hope seemed to fade away. Fong Chingfeng and Lin Jian grew increasingly silent, while the Queen and the Second Prince became more restless. Then, an event occurred. The insect tribe stole important biological energy ships used for medical and military purposes, which were crucial resources for them. This time, the insect tribe launched a major attack to seize them to help their queen recover. If she did, the consequences would be unimaginable. The biological energy must be reclaimed from the insect tribe. In the past, similar situations were handled by the Crown Prince because only the royal family's unique tiger spirit could suppress these issues. The Queen officially pushed for the Second Prince to temporarily take the Crown Prince's place, stating it was the Crown Prince's duty. The Second Prince could accept the urgent mission, but it had to be legitimate. The Queen was betting that the Federation and the public would not risk their safety to protect the Crown Prince. The Second Prince felt that fate was on his side to replace the Crown Prince. He expressed his willingness to go, but it felt unjust and improper. 24 hours have already passed since the incident. If we delay any longer, it will be impossible to recover, and the situation will worsen. Wolf Chi was restricted from coming to the Eye of due to the pregnancy, but he was monitoring the situation from a safe distance, ready to respond to the Queen and her team. However, this time, the situation was too coincidental, revealing their coercive nature, and the problem needed to be resolved. No, Lin Jian shook her head. The Crown Prince is not dead. We will definitely find him. No one can take his place. She was determined to protect his position. Lin Jian looked at the reporters outside. I will not let them succeed. As she stepped off the starship, the reporters surrounded her. Just as Lin Jian was about to speak, she suddenly bent over and began to.
Jian.
Su Ming quickly caught her. Seeing Lin Jian's retching, he froze for a moment, thinking of Wolf Chi morning sickness. Could it be that Jian was pregnant from the last time? Who was the father of the child? Su Ming thought of this and suddenly picked up the confused Lin. Move aside. He hurriedly carried Lin Jian away, and the reporters were instantly in an uproar. Morning sickness. The princess is pregnant. The princess is pregnant? Who is the father? It must be the crown prince's. Who else could it be? Someone said this. Then, a minute later, someone quickly released the news. Good news. The princess is pregnant. The crown prince has an heir. With a fertility value of 5, she has succeeded in conceiving again. Is it a coincidence or is there more to it? The princess is pregnant. A spirit beast white tiger may be born in 10 months. The princess is pregnant, and the battle for the crown prince begins. The news shocked everyone, including Lang Qi. He had to accept the bad news about Lin Jian's possible pregnancy while forcing himself to stay calm. If the princess gave birth to a white tiger, the heir to the throne would likely be seen as the white tiger. After all, the second prince was quite ordinary and had to pressure the public for acceptance as crown prince. Public opinion was shifting, and this time, the queen and the second prince were in the hot seat. What a coincidence, getting pregnant at this time. Once it's diagnosed, it has to be fake. But regardless of whether it's true or not, her pregnancy changes everything, and we can't afford to wait. The queen's expression was grim. This is meant to force everyone to take a stand. If we don't solve this problem and the insect queen awakens, we will be seen as eternal sinners. Not just the crown prince, but the royal family will be in danger. There have always been those who oppose the royal family's existence and privileges. It wouldn't be impossible to overthrow the royal family. The queen made a decision immediately. You must set off right now to retrieve the spaceship. There can be no mistakes. The second prince protested. If I'm not the crown prince, why should I take the risk? Weren't we supposed to force them to agree? They will eventually agree. Enough. The queen's eyes sharpened. If you don't want the crown prince position or even the identity of the second prince, feel free to refuse. The second prince fell silent. The queen took a deep breath, placed her hands on his shoulders, and looked him in the eye. Ruiz, this is something you must go through. You need to listen to me. In the end, the second prince went, saying it was about the safety of the people. Even if it wasn't justified, he had to go, facing criticism if necessary. When he left, no one criticized him. Everyone hoped he would return successfully. Of course, everyone was also concerned about whether the child in Lin Jian's belly was the crown prince's. If the child is the prince's illegitimate son, the situation would be different. Everyone wants to confirm the truth and find out who the child's father is. With a fertility rate of 5 and 0, if another child is successfully conceived, the odds would be more than just a miracle. However, after Lin Jian experienced morning sickness that day, she disappeared and did not appear at the eye of, only saying she was secretly taken back to the central star and couldn't meet anyone. They did not clarify whether she was pregnant or not. But the tight protection around Lin Jian seems to confirm the speculation that she is the prince's illegitimate child. This is unfavorable for the second prince and the queen. The queen, unable to find Lin Jian, repeatedly urged her not to disappear, trying to force her out. Yet, Lin Jian seemed to have vanished completely, while the rescue efforts from the Eye of continued to increase. On the other side, the second prince faced off against the insect tribe. This time, the number of insect tribe members was double that of before, showing their determination to rescue the queen. Fortunately, the second prince brought 3 times more people and weapons than the prince, ensuring he could complete the mission without fail. Everything was going relatively smoothly, but the second prince remained in the back and did not engage with the insect tribe, which was completely different from the prince's approach. The tiger's defensive ability is rare, and previously, the prince's suppression kept casualties low. However, this time, due to the second prince's inaction, the casualty rate kept rising. The whispers and glances made the second prince uncomfortable, but he did not act. Until a soldier, driven to madness by an insect tribe attack, confronted him. If it were the prince, I wouldn't have broken down. You think you can replace the prince? Coward. You just hide in the back, and you think you can be the prince? Uft. The royal family, in essence, needs a spiritual leader whom people respect. Wanting to enjoy privileges without making sacrifices means they will never succeed. The soldier couldn't kill the second prince and was quickly subdued by the others. But his hateful gaze and the looks from those around him made it impossible for the second prince to remain silent any longer. For the sake of the prince's position and to prevent others from looking down on him, he finally took action. Although he wasn't as effective as the prince, and it took longer with greater casualties, he managed to reclaim resources. Those who followed the second prince spread the good news and even shared some impressive and dangerous moments from his battle. The public, who had previously criticized the second prince, changed their impression of him. The queen immediately had people praise the second prince for his responsibility, suggesting that if the prince were gone, the second prince could take his place. This time, the public response was good, and achieving the goal seemed just around the corner. However, when the second prince returned for full examination and treatment at the center, disaster struck. Warning, warning. Mental contamination exceeds limits, affecting fertility value. Fertility value decreased by 15, now at 0. The patient has lost the ability to conceive. What happened? How is this possible? The queen was shocked. The second prince turned pale, as he had never faced the enemy on the battlefield and had only heard about their contamination abilities. This time, lacking experience and wanting to surpass the crown prince, he had been careless. Why did Shan Junlin's fertility value take decades to drop to 0, while mine dropped immediately? I don't believe it. Test again. But no matter how many times they tested, it remained at 0. Lin Jian is pregnant, Shan Junlin might have a child, maybe even twins or triplets, and I have dropped to 0. How can I compete for the crown prince position now? He looked at the queen with resentment, blaming her for pushing him to the front lines, which led to his loss of fertility value. This was his greatest asset. The queen, pale, hurried to comfort him. It's been a month. Your brother won't be back, and Lin Jian is definitely not pregnant. It's all false. Even with a fertility value of 0, the crown prince position is still within reach. The second prince finally convinced himself to accept the situation. Although he lost his fertility value, gaining the crown prince position could still work out. Perhaps due to his previous efforts, Ruan Yijiao might already be pregnant. But Ruan Yijiao was not pregnant, and upon hearing about the second prince's fertility value dropping to 0, she was furious. Hearing the queen say Lin Jian was not pregnant calmed her a bit, and she forced a smile to comfort the second prince. We will definitely have children. If Lin Jian can succeed, so can we. The second prince was disappointed that Ruan Yijiao wasn't pregnant, feeling she was not as good as Lin Jian. However, she was now his only hope, and he decided to believe in her. Okay. The queen said, you two work hard. You will create a miracle. I will keep this matter hidden for now. The fact that the second prince had a fertility value of 0 must be kept secret, but secrets can't stay hidden forever. They needed to confirm the crown prince position quickly. The queen continuously pushed for the second prince to become the crown prince, urging Lin Jian to appear. If Lin Jian did not show up, a meeting regarding the second prince's ascension would take place in 3 days. Everyone was waiting to see if Lin Jian would appear. Lin Jian is hiding and has disappeared because she is not pregnant with the crown prince's child, and in fact, she is not pregnant at all. I'm just dealing with gastritis. The last contraceptive pill she took was effective. She was simply too tired and stressed, which led to her gastritis. However, after the accidental news about her pregnancy, they decided not to clarify. Let's buy some time for Shan Junlin, so he won't be replaced immediately. Fong Chingfeng has lost weight, and his features have become sharper, with dark circles under his eyes. We won't clarify or explain. Let them guess. But you can't work as hard as before. You must rest and go into hiding. Lin Jian agreed, okay, but it's only been a month. He can hold on. There are nutrients on the starship, and the vortex is special. It seems to have disrupted time and space, so we will definitely save him. Shireen added, we will find him. We will definitely find him. Shireen has become quieter and thinner during this time, and Lin Jian feels her features have changed a bit. Even her voice has changed. Those who don't know Shireen's identity might mistake her for a man and call her sir. Lin Jian felt a strange sensation and was about to speak when the AI chimed in. It was Lang Chi. I'm heading out soon. You must return to Central Star. Lang Chi saw the news and was surprised but tried to stay calm. Don't be scared, I'll be there soon. I'm not pregnant, Lin Zhen quickly replied. Marshal, I'm not pregnant. I'm just unwell. Su Ming misunderstood, and the reporters did too. Lang Chi paused, furrowing his brow to hide his emotions. Really? Yes, you don't need to come. Lang Chi hesitated, but you need to rest since you're not feeling well. It's not just you. Chengfeng and the others are also under a lot of pressure. Since someone is taking over, you all should take a break. Okay, I'll rest. You don't need to worry about coming. The group was clearly assigned tasks, and Fong Chingfeng, Shireen, and Sherboen all obediently went to find the medical robots. After ending the video call, Lin Zhen looked at Su Ming, recalling his earlier anxiety, and couldn't help but touch her nose. Are you a bit disappointed? Su Ming shook his head. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed, but if Lin Jian were really pregnant, he would only worry more. His feelings were too complicated to express clearly. It will happen, Lin Yin said, squeezing Su Ming's little finger. Once we rescue the crown prince, everything will be all right. Su Ming carefully linked his finger with hers, suppressing the urge to kiss her, and finally showed a faint smile. During this time, Lin Jian was focused on saving people, and everyone was quite unfriendly towards him. He was afraid that Lin Jian would get annoyed with him, and even suspected that he was the cause of her misfortune, which made him dislike himself. He thought she might be pregnant, but she wasn't, which made him anxious. Thankfully, she didn't seem to be upset with him, and even said they would have a child. Su Ming quietly promised, as long as I have time, I will come over. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. He wasn't close with the crown prince, but since she cared about saving him, their stable life also depended on the crown prince, so he would do his best to help. As long as he could stay by her side, that was enough. Lin Jian looked at Su Ming's smile and sighed when she heard his promise. Did you think too much again? Thinking about how he had been running between the Eye of and their base, Lin Jian couldn't help but hug him. Don't overthink it.
Su Ming hugget her tightly.
Lin Jian smiled, but suddenly felt something was off. When she turned around, she saw Fong Chingfeng watching them, with Shireen standing behind him. They looked at her with expressions that seemed to say, I see you still care for him, and you two are stealing moments together. Lin Jian quickly let go of Su Ming, who silently lowered his head and stepped back, creating distance between them.
Lin Ciento.
This ridiculous and confusing situation was back again. She felt guilty towards both Fong Chingfeng and Su Ming. This wasn't the first time. For the past month, every time she spoke to Su Ming, they would look at her like this. Even Sherboen joined in. He wasn't as obvious, but his gaze was hard to ignore. Their stares made her feel uneasy, and when she turned back, she saw Su Ming looking down, appearing dejected, and busying himself with work. Sometimes he would seem like he wanted to talk to her but would stop and turn away instead. Su Ming had said he didn't want to make things difficult for her, so whenever he noticed her expression was off, he would understand and step back. But the more he understood, the more insecure he became, which made her feel worse.
You don't have to stay so far away from me.
Lin Thien quietly pulled Su Ming closer.
His eyes brightened with hope. In the next moment, Fong Chingfeng, who had been glaring at Su Ming, suddenly looked disappointed and left without saying a word.
Lin Ciento.
This was exhausting. How could she balance everything? It's so hard to keep everything in harmony. Never mind, she decided to focus on saving the crown prince first. They held on for 2 more days, and on the 3rd day, they arrived on time. Lin Zhen still hadn't shown up, as if confirming that she wasn't pregnant. Just when the queen thought things would go smoothly, good news came from the Eye of. The crown prince has been rescued. Everyone thought the crown prince was dead, but he has been found. He was saved by Shireen, who narrowly escaped being completely pulled into the Eye of, almost paying with his life to bring him back. Fortunately, Su Mingfeng reacted quickly, and together they managed to rescue him, and Shireen also returned safely. Lin Jian, who had been hiding near the Eye of and was afraid to show herself, finally appeared and rushed over. The once intact starship was now ruined and twisted. After putting in a lot of effort, she finally opened the starship and saw the two people embracing each other. The crown prince was covered in injuries and blood, but he held on to the person in his arms tightly. Even unconscious, he never let go. That person was Lin Jian. No, it was Lin Jian's simulation robot. In the eye of, he didn't have time to confirm if she was real. He just protected her with all his strength. Lin Jian trembled as she checked the crown prince's condition and noticed a pulse, letting out a sigh of relief. But when she saw his injuries and then looked at the simulation robot he was protecting, which was mostly unharmed, her eyes turned red. What Fong Chingfeng said was true. If he didn't care for her, why would he protect her so fiercely in such danger? Quick, get him to the hospital. The news of the crown prince's rescue spread rapidly, completely disrupting the plans of the queen and the second prince. They were furious, but could only go to the hospital with surprised faces. The crown prince was still in treatment, and the outcome was unknown. Lin Jian had no interest in their act or dealing with the reporters they had brought to clarify things. She had never admitted to being pregnant. It was all speculation from the reporters. Clarifying would only draw attention, so it was better to remain silent. This would also annoy the queen and the second prince. She went directly to find Shireen. They needed to talk. Shireen was also injured, and not lightly. While everyone surrounded the crown prince, he quietly treated himself in the background. After finishing his treatment, he sat in a daze when he felt warmth on his shoulder and turned to see Lin Jian. "Is your treatment done? Are you feeling better?" Her eyes were filled with concern. "I didn't get to accompany you earlier. Please don't mind." Shireen smiled slightly. "I don't mind." He felt satisfied that Lin Jian thought of him at this moment. "Thank you, Shireen, for saving the crown prince." "What's there to thank? No need for that." Shireen avoided Lin Jian's gaze and tightened his grip. "We still don't know how things will turn out." "Thank you." Although the illness was still uncertain, the fact that the person was saved gave hope. Lin Jian thought this was for her sake, but seeing Shireen's expression made her pause. "Shireen, you were really brave when you saved the crown prince. Do you like him?" Lin Jian didn't want to think too much about it, but Shireen's strange behavior after the crown prince's accident made her wonder. Plus, after the crown prince's wedding, she had been feeling uneasy about him. She couldn't help but think that maybe she was jealous because the crown prince was close to Shireen, especially after Shireen had worked so hard for him. Lin Jian didn't like the idea of friends liking the same person and didn't want to fall out with Shireen over the crown prince. Shireen was silent for a moment, pointing to himself in disbelief. "I like the crown prince? You probably don't want to admit it, but feelings can't be controlled." Lin Jian's words were interrupted by Shireen. "Feelings can't be controlled, but you're overthinking it." "Why do you think that?" Shireen's face turned red, looking as if he had eaten something unpleasant. "Am I crazy? I like the crown prince. If he could like men, he wouldn't still be struggling with his identity. He would have already transformed into a woman." Seeing Shireen's anger, Lin Jian realized she had misunderstood. She sighed in relief. "Oh, that's good. Don't be mad." She had felt a bit awkward earlier. "It's all your fault for acting so strangely and trying so hard, which made me misunderstand. Wasn't that all for you?" Shireen blurted out. "For me?" Lin Jian hugged Shireen. "You're so wonderful. I love you. Love you so much." Lin Jian turned and kissed Shireen's cheeks a few times. Shireen's heart skipped a beat. Why was she suddenly? He awkwardly wrapped his arms around Lin Jian's back, and she continued, "You really are my best friend, and I like you so much." Shireen's heart skipped another beat. Best friend? He had been so obvious about his feelings. Shireen reached out, pulling Lin Jian closer to show her he wasn't just a good friend. But just as he did, Lin Jian said, "I'm sorry, Shireen. I won't misunderstand you again." Shireen froze, his actions coming to a halt. He said it was for Lin Jian, but it wasn't entirely true. He was actually trying to solve a problem. He didn't want to affect her or make her feel bad. Of course, there was also guilt involved. The reason for this incident was that he wanted to take Lin Jian away. It was very difficult to take Lin Jian under the watchful eyes of the crown prince and his men. To ensure everything went smoothly, he created a fake Lin Jian to deceive everyone. This was, of course, illegal, and only people from the dark side would dare to do such a thing. His plan was to transport the fake one first to fool a few others while he took the real Lin Jian away. As long as they were in the water, he felt invincible, and Mercury was the perfect place for him to hide, ensuring they couldn't find any clues. Everything was going according to his calculations, and everything was smooth. He intercepted Lin Jian and blocked the signals. He just needed to send the fake Lin Jian back to buy some time, then he could deal with Bian Su and Hanzhou and take Lin Jian far away. Unexpectedly, things went wrong. The crown prince discovered the fake Lin Jian, and since he couldn't contact the real Lin Jian, he mistakenly thought she was the real one. To save Lin Jian, he ended up getting caught in a dangerous situation. From that point on, everything fell apart. He gave up on taking Lin Jian away and focused entirely on the rescue. Although he felt jealous and wanted to take her, he never intended to harm anyone. He just wanted them to leave his wife alone. Lin Jian was the crown princess, and the crown prince had to be safe. He acted selfishly, but he wanted her to have a good life and not suffer with him. If the crown prince really died, it would lead to chaos and constant danger. Such a life was not suitable for Lin Jian, and he wouldn't let her face any danger. He had created this mess, so he had to fix it, which is why he desperately tried to find the crown prince. As a result, Lin Jian misunderstood him. Hearing her apologize made him feel uncomfortable and guilty. "You don't need to apologize to me," he said. He just hoped that when she learned the truth, she wouldn't blame herself. "As long as we can bring the crown prince back, that's all that matters." But when the crown prince was rescued, he was just like the previous person they had saved. His injuries healed, and Lin Jian purified him, restoring his health, but he never woke up. He fell into a deep sleep. Even after using medical methods to stimulate him awake, he could open his eyes and even sit up with support, but he showed no reaction. He had become a soulless shell. The best doctors and the best team are with the prince. For over a month, they tried every possible method, but just like before, he still could not truly wake up. In the end, everyone accepted that the prince might never awaken. The queen and the second prince, concerned about their image, delayed for over a month, but finally showed their true intentions. The queen, having lost her memory of Lin Jian's full pregnancy value, saw Lin Jian using a fake pregnancy to block their plans. She believed that Lin Jian having a child with the Marshal was a miracle, and her reservations disappeared. With the prince now in a deep coma and little hope of waking up, and with no bloodline heirs, for the stability of the royal family, the second prince must replace the first prince as the heir. The meeting to appoint the second prince as the heir will be held tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Lin Jian had known this day would come and felt no surprise when she saw the news. She just didn't expect that this time the announcement would come in the early morning, just hours before the meeting. When Lin Jian and the others saw the news, it had only been a few hours since it was released, showing her determination. She looked at the unaware prince beside her and said, "Prince, if you don't wake up soon, you will lose your position." The prince looked as if he had lost his soul, and Lin Jian felt compelled to try everything, even calling for his spirit. Together with Fong Chingfeng, they brought the prince back near the Eye of, determined to try every method possible. Unfortunately, after going around, the prince still showed no response and remained asleep, while they awaited news from the queen. When they returned to the central star, 3 more hours had passed. It was 3 in the morning, and only 5 hours remained until the meeting. Fong Chingfeng glanced at Lin Jian holding the prince's hand and finally spoke up with determination. "We only have one option left," he said weakly. "You can kiss him. Do whatever you want." Lin Jian replied. Lin Jian had thought of this too, but didn't know how to say it. Fong Chingfeng, facing her gaze, felt drained. "There's no time left. We have to try for a miracle. Last time, the Marshal woke up from a kiss. Maybe the prince can too." He took a deep breath and widened his eyes, saying, You kiss him and I'll watch. Lin Jian asked. You'll watch? How would he watch her kiss? Last time, I just watched the Marshal. As Fong Chingfeng listened, he felt sorry for himself. Why did he have to go through this again and again? When the Marshal was in danger, he personally took Lin Jian to the front lines and stayed with her to find the Marshal, only to watch her kiss him and create a miracle. Now, for the sake of his best friend, he was forced to say these things and even had to witness it to replicate the miracle. Fong Chingfeng felt powerless. I need to prepare myself. Before he could finish, he saw Lin Jian take a deep breath and decisively kiss the prince. Fong Chingfeng. He couldn't believe Lin Jian's actions. Why are you so quick? Did you want to kiss him all along? The soft sensation was both familiar and strange. Lin Jian closed her eyes, waited for a moment, then stood up. Her heart raced as she quickly glanced at Fong Chingfeng. There's no time. Besides, they had kissed before. Fong Chingfeng looked at the prince, hoping he would wake up like the Marshal did. But there was no response. Was it too fast? Not exciting enough? Lin Jian remembered what she had done last time and leaned close to the prince's ear. Your Highness, we actually have a child. Then she quickly kissed him again, trying to recreate the Marshal's success. Fong Chingfeng. When did you have a child? He asked in shock. Lin Jian raised a finger gently, signaling him to be quiet. They communicated silently, not noticing the prince's eyelashes tremble slightly. You don't need to know when, it just happened. Lin Jian deliberately didn't deny it, but the prince still showed no reaction. As time passed, only 4.5 hours remained until the meeting. Lin Jian pushed Fong Chingfeng out of the way, bent down, and this time she opened the prince's lips. And this time, a miracle happened. Lin Jian felt a response. She quickly looked up. Although the prince's eyes were still closed and he was still unconscious, he had responded. Doctor, he responded. Please check him. The medical team, gathered for the meeting in a few hours, immediately began to examine him. But the results were the same. It seemed everything was just Lin Jian's illusion. Fong Chingfeng was in disbelief, looking at the prince. You, Junlin, you rascal. You're unconscious, but your lips are still working. Fong Chingfeng, frustrated, was about to grab the prince by the neck when the door closed again. Lin Jian, undeterred, kissed him 2 more times, each time receiving a response. Not believing it, she confirmed again and called for the doctor. But it was still no use. The test results remained the same. Lin Jian couldn't believe it. How can this be? Is it really just my imagination? It's not your imagination. It's his problem. Shan Junlin, you have the ability to wake him up. However, no matter how much Fong Chingfeng shook him, Shan Junlin did not wake up. Looking at the time, half an hour had already passed. There were only 4 hours left until the meeting began. Lin Jian and Fong Chingfeng felt as if they were back on the front lines, with time running out. Lin Jian couldn't think too much and pushed Fong Chingfeng out again. You go out first. I need to think of another plan. Now, there was only one way to stop the second prince from becoming the crown prince. You've already kissed him. What more can you do? Fong Chingfeng paused sharply, looking at Lin Jiao. Lin Jian avoided his gaze. Don't stay here. Go join forces with the crown prince's side and contact the Federation. Prepare everything to stop this. Thinking about what she had to do, Lin Jian couldn't let Fong Chingfeng linger at the door. She couldn't get over her own feelings. Fong Chingfeng felt a heavy weight in his heart, torn between jealousy, dissatisfaction, and his friendship. He could only weakly say a few words. He's still unconscious. Please go quickly. There's no time left. Lin Jian knew the crown prince was unconscious, but she had no other options. She had exhausted all her ideas. The interstellar medicine didn't work, and she wasn't an expert in traditional medicine either. She had tried everything, even methods of calling souls. But nothing worked. The only solution she could think of was herself. Since the crown prince liked her, it must be useful. The crown prince was in such a predicament, risking his position to save her. She had to do everything she could to protect him. In Fong Chingfeng's suddenly red eyes, She abruptly closed the door. She certainly saw his pleading pain, but right now, the Crown Prince's issue was the priority. With only 4 hours until the meeting, Lin Jian had no time to hesitate. Watching the tightly closed door, Fong Chingfeng's eyes turned red. He raised his hand to knock, but at the last moment, he trembled and lowered it again. No one knew, but ever since he accidentally met the Crown Prince at 6 years old, they had become friends. He didn't mind that the Crown Prince was older and only focused on experiments, and the Crown Prince didn't mind that he was younger, playful, and curious, patiently answering his questions. The two of them had inexplicably become friends. He has had the Crown Prince as a close friend since he can remember. 20 years have passed, and he sees the Crown Prince looking glamorous on the outside, but in reality, he faces many challenges to maintain his status. This is especially true after his fertility value dropped to 0. Fong Chingfeng's hand weakly fell, and he took a step back. He still had many things to do. When he encountered Shireen and Shireen, he dismissed them and didn't let them come over. Especially Shireen, Fong Chingfeng directly pulled him to help. Shireen was clearly reluctant and looked back several times, but he was still taken away by Fong Chingfeng. Inside the room, Lin Jian took a deep breath. I really don't want to touch someone who is unconscious. But there's no choice. It's reality that's forcing me. Because of her experience in the new house, she had some understanding of the Crown Prince, and it turned out he did respond. His heart rate was increasing, and his body temperature was rising. His body was waking up. Lin Jian tried not to think that this might just be a physiological reaction. She assumed the Crown Prince was aware. Shan Junlin, this is the last thing I can do for you. If you don't wake up now, I really won't know what to do. Lin Jian gritted her teeth. I've pretended to be pregnant for so long. It's time for it to be real. The room gradually warmed up, filled with the Crown Prince's heavy breathing and Lin Jian's gasps. Shan Junlin, can you hurry up? There's no time left. Lin Jian's urging voice was filled with embarrassment and helplessness. The meeting to establish the Crown Prince started on time this time. The Queen was on high alert, and the second prince was also tense. Everything was going smoothly, but just as the meeting was halfway through and about to vote, an unexpected guest burst into the meeting room. Princess Consort, General Fong, what are you doing here? The Queen was surprised to see them, but also somewhat expected it. I know it's hard for you to accept, but there's no choice. If you don't have good news about the Crown Prince waking up, please don't interrupt. She pretended to look forward to seeing behind them, but there was no Crown Prince. The Queen relaxed and waved her hand for them to leave. However, Lin Jian stepped forward. I apologize for coming uninvited. Lin Jian politely apologized, then changed the subject. But I have something important to inform everyone, including the Queen. The Queen frowned, sensing something was off. Any matters can be discussed after the meeting. It will be too late after the meeting. After all, the Queen previously said it was because the Crown Prince has no children that the second prince would take his place. Lin Jian calmly asked the shocking question, what if the Crown Prince has a child? The Queen's heart skipped a beat, and the second prince could no longer contain himself and jumped up. Lin Jian, are you still lying? Everyone knows you pretended to be pregnant before. His eyes were filled with anger. He couldn't bear to see the Crown Prince's position slipping away. Lin Jian, don't push your luck. The medical robot is right outside. Do you dare to take a test here? Lin Jian shook her head. I can't, because I am not pregnant. I was misunderstood due to feeling unwell before. The second prince sighed in relief, but grew even angrier. Then why are you causing trouble? But just because I wasn't pregnant before doesn't mean I am not now. Lin Jian interrupted him and took out a document from her bag. This is proof that the Crown Prince has a child. If you keep talking nonsense, I will have you thrown out. The Queen took the paper and quickly read it, interrupting the second prince's outburst. This is issued by the Fertility Center. Did you go there in the early morning? While they thought everything was under control and the Crown Prince was still unconscious, Fong Chingfeng could only contact the Federation to intervene, feeling relaxed and focused on preparing for the meeting. Lin Jian went to the Fertility Center? Lin Jian nodded. Yes, I only learned about it in the morning news. The queen was worried that the crown prince wouldn't have a child, so she decided to let the second prince take his place. I realized my mistakes and decided to go to the fertility center to help him. Fortunately, even though the crown prince is in a coma, his health is fine. Thankfully, I successfully conceived. Lin Jian looked at the queen with a touched expression. Now the queen doesn't need to worry. The crown prince is temporarily unconscious, but he is not dead, and the child is successfully conceived. The public can be reassured. She glanced at the stunned second prince, and there's no need to force the second prince into a role he doesn't want. I saw that he was reluctant to fulfill the crown prince's duties before, only pushed by public opinion to reclaim the energy. In the end, a routine task had an 80% increase in casualties. Sigh. If the crown prince had completely died or had no child, we would have had no choice but to make him take on the responsibility, but now that's not necessary. Lin Jian looked at the queen. The queen doesn't need to force herself anymore. The queen gritted her teeth, her face pale, but she remained composed. When Lin Jian looked over, she nodded and said, "Crown Princess, you are wonderful." The queen smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. It's truly delightful that the royal family has a third generation. I hope this child is born safely. Lin Jian nodded. It will definitely happen. After all, we have already overcome the hardest part, and the pregnancy is successful. As everyone processed this, they whispered among themselves, and some came to confirm the facts. Fong Chingfeng, with a serious expression, showed them the results from the fertility center. Lin Jian felt moved. Perhaps heaven couldn't bear to see the royal family decline, so it sent this child at the right time. At this, the second prince, unable to hold back his emotions, exploded. "Lin Jian, who are you mocking? How dare you say the royal family will decline under my leadership? Who do you think you are?" The queen sensed trouble. Lin Jian was intentionally provoking the second prince. She immediately scolded him, but since his fertility value had dropped to 0, he was in a desperate state, only waiting for the crown prince position to save him, and he couldn't listen anymore. "This is fake. The results are forged. This is all her scheme. Don't believe her. Vote now to confirm me as the crown prince. If you don't vote, no one is allowed to leave this meeting room." The second prince completely lost control, acting even more wildly than Lin Jian had anticipated. Lin Jian was somewhat surprised but also satisfied. The queen's face turned pale, and she ordered someone to knock the second prince unconscious. The second prince is a bit straightforward and dislikes being deceived. Since the crown princess has been using false pregnancy news to trick him, The queen shook her head and looked at Lin Jian. "I hope this time it's not fake." Lin Jian smiled, meeting her gaze directly. "This is a serious matter. It is definitely not fake." The queen's eyes flickered, and she relaxed her grip, adjusting her mindset. "That's good. The crown princess has created miracles twice. Others might try 20 or even 200 times without success, but the crown princess has succeeded twice at the fertility center, and the child's father has a fertility value of 0. Lin Jian instantly felt the intense gazes of the attendees, doubtful, curious, and amazed. Even though she had anticipated this, her heart still tightened. The responsible doctor at the fertility center also found it strange. He said it might be due to harmonious genes and love. "Everyone knows the crown prince risked his life for me, a rare love that transcends life and death." Lin Jian spoke nonsense, then looked up at the queen. "The doctor said it's a good thing, so there's no need to worry." The meeting ended abruptly due to Lin Jian's news. Once again, they successfully stopped them. Back in the car, Lin Jian and Fong Chingfeng slumped in their seats. "Dan Junlin, when he wakes up, I must make it up to him and show him all the compromises I've made for him." He hadn't even gotten close to Lin Jian yet, but he was forced to give them space and time. In the end, he took Lin Jian, who was blushing and too shy to look at him, to the fertility center to testify that the soon-to-be dad was the crown prince and to apply for fertility. He waited anxiously outside, standing in for the crown prince. Even though the child wasn't his, he felt more responsible and nervous than a biological father. His heart raced as he experienced the feelings of a soon-to-be dad, suffering because Lin Zhen's second child's father wasn't him, yet hoping the fetus would develop successfully. Because only then could the crown prince maintain his position. In the end, when the pregnancy was confirmed, he felt both excited and painfully jealous. He still couldn't think about how Lin Jian obtained the crown prince's genetic material. Fong Chingfeng's gaze made Lin Zhen shyly look away, her face burning. When he wasn't looking, she carefully shook her slightly sore hand. She wanted compensation from the crown prince too. Heaven knows what she had been through and what she had done. She had done things she had only read about in novels. Lin Zhen changed the subject. Fortunately, we successfully avoided a disaster again. But new troubles have begun, Fong Chingfeng said, glancing at the people chasing after them and the reporters arriving, their curious eyes scanning Lin Jian's face. Having a child with the Marshal is a miracle, but succeeding with the crown prince is more than just a miracle. There can't be a series of miracles. I know, Lin Jian nodded, then shrugged, but the fact is, it is a miracle. The car was completely surrounded by reporters, as the news had spread widely. The reporters' eyes, just like those in the conference room, were shining. They wanted to understand how such a miracle could happen. They wanted to know Lin Jian's fertility value. Actually, I haven't recovered yet. I'm also curious why it succeeded. Did my fertility value increase? If so, I should go to the hospital for a fertility test. Lin Jian anticipated this, so after receiving the news of the successful pregnancy, she took contraceptive pills again. She cooperated with the hospital for the fertility test, but the result was still 5. After confirming the results, Fong Chingfeng protected Lin Jian as they left the crowd of reporters and returned to the hospital, where the crown prince was being treated. The crown prince was still unconscious, and Lin Jian gently placed the notice from the maternity center in his hand. Shan Junlin, I'm not lying to you. We really have a child. You're going to be a dad, Shan Junlin. The 6-month mark is approaching, so it's like the baby arrived a bit early. I had promised Su Ming that the second child would be his, but now it's yours. Lin Jian opened the crown prince's hand and rested her cheek in his palm. Because of this baby, your position as crown prince is temporarily safe, but this is not the end. It's just the beginning. The baby can only delay things for a while. If you don't wake up soon, your future child will also be caught in the royal struggles. They won't accept this child. And I will be in danger too. My fertility score is only 5 and yours is 0. We have another child, and if you don't wake up, I'm afraid others will target us, maybe even want to use us for research. Although today eased the public's curiosity about me a bit, I'm still very scared. So please wake up soon, Crown Prince. Lin Jian didn't see that the Crown Prince's eyelashes trembled slightly. Little did she know, he had already regained some awareness. He had been trapped in a state of danger for too long, feeling dizzy at any moment. The Crown Prince had been trying every way to avoid danger. He didn't know how long he had been holding on, only remembering the increasing scars on the starship and eventually being thrown off after exhausting his energy. After firmly protecting Lin Jian, he completely lost consciousness. His last impression was that he wanted to die together with her. He thought he was dead, but then he heard Lin Jian's voice. She told him to come home. She said he would lose his position as crown prince. Then she mentioned they had a child, which shocked and confused him, but his body felt too heavy to move, and he was too tired to stay awake. Eventually, he felt her kiss, and in his excitement, he could finally move. But he could only move his tongue. He heard what sounded like a doctor examining him, followed by a disappointing conclusion. Lin Jian confirmed that the good news was he could move again, but the bad news was that he could still only move his tongue. Later, his senses gradually activated, and every sensitive spot was touched. He felt his heartbeat quicken and his body temperature rise. Although he couldn't open his eyes, Lin Jian felt his voice, movements, and hands one by one. At that moment, the Crown Prince realized he seemed to be a bit of a rogue. His body was completely under someone else's control, and that thrilling uncertainty activated all his senses, making him fully awake. Listening to Lin Jian's complaints as she buried her face in front of him, he strangely felt a sense of satisfaction and pride. This kind of experience might only happen once in a lifetime. Imagining Lin Jian's appearance, his body was completely energized. However, he still couldn't fully wake up. After anxiously waiting for several hours, he finally saw her return, confirming that they were going to have a child. At that moment, the crown prince couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. His long-desired dream had come true in such a strange way. Even though he had gone through unimaginable pain, and it was a twist of fate, he and Jen were going to have a child. Jian had given him. Although he felt a bit shy, their relationship was no longer the same as before. He wondered if she was satisfied with him. She should be, right? Despite the situation not being optimistic, the crown prince couldn't help but feel excited.
His heart raced.
When Fong Chingfeng entered, he immediately noticed the crown prince's elevated heart rate. Did you tell him about the baby?
Yes, Lin Fiena did.
The crown prince felt proud. That's right, they were having a baby. After the Marshal, he was the first. Although he wasn't Lin Jian's favorite person, he must be second because they were the second to have a child. Fong Chingfeng looked at the crown prince several times. Why do I feel uneasy? Is he showing off? Is he awake? Lin Jian replied, confused, but he hasn't opened his eyes. Fong Chingfeng suddenly smiled and said, never mind, if he hasn't opened his eyes, then so be it. Anyway, I was there during the pregnancy, and when the child grows up, let him call me Dad. Let Junlin take a back seat, just like Jiang Wang. Now that they have a child, he won't matter as much, and we won't have to worry about him anymore. Fong Chingfeng looked at Lin Jian. From now on, I'll take care of his child, and let the child call me Dad. You are his princess, and I will treat you even better.
Lin Fien?
I'm really being loyal, Lin Jian. I want to take his place and kiss you now. Crown Prince. Fong Chingfeng, what do you mean by taking his place? How can you treat me like this? Lin Jian hesitated, saying this doesn't seem right, does it? What's wrong? He insisted on joining us. I'm still being nice to him. Where can you find a friend as good as me? The Crown Prince was furious, but he had no way out. In the end, a soft kiss sound came from above him. Crown Prince. Fong Chingfeng's voice was playful.
How about it?
Isn't it fun to treat me like the Crown Prince? Look at your blushing face. Stop it, Lin Yin said, her voice shaky, clearly too shy to handle her feelings. You're shy, Fong Chingfeng chuckled, then pulled the blanket for the Crown Prince. Don't thank me too much. This is what brothers do. I won't ignore you. If it's too much, I'll have Shireen take care of you. At this point, Fong Chingfeng suddenly laughed. Shireen likes you. Shan Junlin, you have quite a charm. She risked everything to save you. She was the one who rescued you. If you hadn't registered with Jian, you could have offered yourself to her. After saying this, Fong Chingfeng left, leaving the Crown Prince confused. Who allowed you to take my place? The Crown Prince was furious and struggled wildly. As he fought with all his might, he heard footsteps. The next moment, he heard Shireen's cold voice, no one. The Crown Prince felt Shireen approach him and touch his face. Why not take advantage of the moment, and... She didn't finish her sentence, but her hand began to move down, gliding over his throat, finally resting at his collar. Since it can bear fruit, it means he can. Shireen said another line, her voice filled with frustration, as she started to unbutton his shirt. Crown Prince. His innocence was about to be ruined. After being betrayed by his best friend, he was treated like this. The Crown Prince imagined being rejected by Lin Jian, who would generously give him to Shireen in the future. We're good sisters sharing everything. If you like the Crown Prince, take him. I have someone else. I'm not the type to prioritize romance over friendship. The Crown Prince felt a chill, anger, and injustice flooding his heart. Lin Jian left him to experience all this, and she might actually do such a thing. Perhaps out of anger and fear, the restraints he had struggled against suddenly broke free. He successfully moved and grabbed the hand that was unbuttoning his shirt and suddenly opened his eyes wide.
You want to die?
The crown prince almost crushed that guilty hand, but just as he was about to apply force, he noticed something different. This hand was delicate, and the person in front of him was someone he knew well.
Anne.
The crown prince's voice was hoarse, and then he saw Shireen beside her. Shireen was holding Jian from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, looking at him with a blank expression. The disdain and jealousy that flashed in her eyes did not escape the crown prince's notice. "You too?" He exhaled, grasped Jian's hand, and gently pulled it to his chest, taking another breath. "You scared me." But why was there no sound of footsteps? If there had been 2 sets of footsteps, he should have heard them. Even the breathing sounded like just one. "Of course, it's because I brought her in," Shireen said as he pulled his hand away from Jian. As soon as Shireen spoke, the crown prince heard 2 breaths, meaning Shireen had been holding his breath before. Watching Jian's hand being pulled away and hearing Shireen's possessive words and actions made the crown prince frown. He felt uncomfortable hearing and seeing this. Shireen indeed had someone he liked, but it was definitely not him. It was clearly Jian. The crown prince quickly glanced at Shireen's throat and recalled his voice, his eyes flashing for a moment. "Did I scare you, Anne?" Jian looked at the crown prince, still in shock, never expecting that the plan she and Fong Chingfeng had made would actually succeed. The crown prince really woke up. "So you were really afraid of losing your reputation?" Fong Chingfeng, who was secretly observing, had eyes slightly red like Jen, but he gritted his teeth. "If I had known this earlier, I would have brought Shireen to tease you sooner." He regretted not having found a way to help sooner, instead of worrying and searching for famous doctors. "And you lecher, you were indeed awake. My intuition was right." Nodding along, Jian suddenly realized something was off. "Wait, if that's the case." She looked at the crown prince, who was also looking at her. In an instant, both of their faces turned bright red. The crown prince cleared his throat, feeling a mix of embarrassment and sweetness.
Yansudani stood up.
"You're awake, so we should go rest now. You can handle the rest on your own." After saying that, Jin dashed out of the room without looking back.
"What, Thien?"
The crown prince's voice made Jian quicken her steps.
"Ah."
Just let her be. If she knew that the crown prince was awake but not fully aware, she definitely wouldn't.
"Ah."
This world is too cruel to her. Watching Lin Zhen rush out like the wind. What is she doing? Just as he said that, Fong Chingfeng realized. In an instant, Fong Chingfeng's face turned red, but it was out of anger. He gasped and grabbed the crown prince by the neck. "Shan Junlin, I'm going to kill you. You better make it up to me this time, or I'll really hurt you." The crown prince, being choked, was hitting his hand, clearly in pain, yet he couldn't help but laugh. Although his relationship with his parents was shallow, he still had friends like Fong Chingfeng, Jian, and countless others who cared for him. "You're still laughing." Fong Chingfeng let go of the crown prince, punched him on the shoulder, and walked away. "I'm going to find a doctor. If there's any problem, don't come to me, or I might lose control and hurt you." In the hospital room, only the crown prince and Shireen remained. Shireen frowned at the door, and upon seeing his gaze, he nodded. "I was just cooperating with Jian, goodbye." If it weren't for Lin Jin asking her, he wouldn't have said such cheesy lines. "Wait, Miss Shir." The crown prince paused. "Or should I call you Mr. Shir?" Shireen hesitated for a moment, but didn't respond, walking away without looking back. The crown prince squinted and looked at his wrist. That was where he found the leftover smart chip when he fell into the starship. He quickly tucked it away. This was an important clue. After Lin Jian left the hospital, she went home. She didn't tell Lang Chi in advance, wanting to surprise him. But just as she got out of the car and reached the door, it opened from the inside, and Lang Chi appeared. Even though they video chatted every day, seeing Lang Chi in person felt different for Lin Jian. Lang Chi seemed thinner than in the videos, but his stomach was slightly rounded. "You're back." Lang Chi smiled and pulled her into the house, as if she had just stepped out for a moment. The dark circles under his eyes were heavy, but his gaze remained warm. In an instant, Lin Jian felt a mix of heartache, guilt, and comfort. "Marshal." Lin Jian reached out and hugged Lang Chi. I'm back. Marshal, I'm sorry for not being by your side. Lang Chi was taken aback for a moment, then wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her back. After a pause, he said, if Yen feels sorry, then how about making it up to me properly? How should I make it up? Lin Jian didn't feel upset. Instead, she felt happy. Lang Chi couldn't help but chuckle. How do you want to make it up? Lin Jian looked up at Lang Chi and, after thinking for a moment, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. Is this compensation enough? Lang Chi paused for a moment. It's enough, but it's still not enough. He wrapped his arms around Lin Jian's waist and leaned down. After more than 2 months apart, one kiss was not enough. The emotions he had been holding back suddenly found an outlet, and it was overwhelming. Lin Jian completely lost her composure. She felt thoroughly kissed by the Marshal. Lang Chi never spoke about his condition, but the doctor told Lin Jian that things had changed as the baby grew. The Marshal needed constant care and attention, day and night. However, in the past 2 months, there had been too many issues to handle, and he had to take care of logistics as well. The pregnancy was uncomfortable and clumsy. The doctor said she should spend more time with him, as the baby liked her presence and would be calmer, but she often had no time to be with him. Yet Lang Chi never complained. He never showed jealousy like others might and always remained considerate, never taking his frustrations out on Su Ming. But the more he acted this way, the more guilty Lin Jian felt. She had built up a lot of guilt inside, but in the moment of the Marshal's actions, she couldn't think of anything else. She never knew he could kiss so well, gentle, detailed, and passionate, like a summer popsicle or cotton candy, soft and sweet, like a gentle breeze that enveloped her completely. Lin Jian was overwhelmed by the kiss. She knew kisses could make her heart race and tingle, but she never realized they could also leave her feeling dizzy and enchanted. It felt as if she floated up to the clouds, lost in the softness. She wanted to calm down, but instead, she found herself drawn in deeper. Lang Chi did not let go. He was human too. Watching her grow closer to others and seeing her like someone else, how could he remain indifferent? When Lin Jian woke up, it was already noon the next day. She was in Lang Chi's room, and in front of her lay the snow wolf. The wolf, seeing her awake, happily licked her face. Good morning, Snow Wolf. Lin Jian was still half asleep and groggily glanced at the time. It seems it's not early anymore. It's already afternoon. There was a knock on the door, and Lang Chi entered with a cup of warm water. Seeing his smiling eyes, Lin Jian suddenly became fully awake. Some memories from last night began to surface in her mind. When did the Marshal become so skilled? Just some gentle hugs and kisses, and even though the Marshal is so tender, she can't handle it. What will happen when the pregnancy pouch is taken out later?
Lin Jian's mind raced in uncontrollable directions.
Her memories were too intense, and her imagination too wild. She couldn't bear to look into Lang Chi's eyes and quickly glanced down. As she looked down, she suddenly realized she was wearing pajamas. But she had no memory of changing into them. She tugged at her pajamas and couldn't help but look up. Marshal, the pajamas. What's wrong? Lang Chi asked, puzzled. These are your favorite pajamas. Lin Jian replied, yes, but I don't remember changing into them. Did you? Lang Chi looked completely calm. Is that a problem? Lin Jian hesitated. Well, not really. She didn't dare to say it was a problem, but why did she sleep so deeply? She knew she was tired, but she didn't even notice someone changing her clothes. I put in a lot of effort and was very careful not to wake you. Lang Chi's voice was lighthearted. Don't worry, I didn't do anything bad. I changed you with half-closed eyes. He could have had a robot help, but he was afraid it would wake her up. Half-closed eyes were to avoid waking her and to prevent himself from touching places he shouldn't or seeing things he shouldn't. In the end, he was the one who suffered. It was already hard enough. I thought if you wore comfortable pajamas, you would sleep better. Lin Jian nodded. That was true. She had only woken up in the afternoon. Then, she suddenly remembered her underwear. It was a set she had bought earlier, with little cat paws on top and cartoon cats on the bottom. She bought it because she liked it, but now, next time, She would definitely not wear something so childish. She wondered if the Marshal had seen it. Lin didn't dare to ask and silently vowed to regain her image. She quickly returned to her room and accidentally bumped into Shireen at the staircase. Shireen's long hand steadied her. "Be careful." Seeing Lin Jian come out of Lang Qi's room, Shireen's expression was already not good, and when he saw her face, it darkened immediately. He tightened his grip on her. "You and Lang Qi last night." His belly is already big and he's still. Lin Jian was taken aback by the suppressed anger on Shireen's face. "Shireen, why are you so angry?" Shireen noticed the confusion and unease in Lin Jian's eyes and tightened her grip. "I just saw your expression and thought that Lang Qi didn't care about how tired you were or about the child, which made me a bit angry."
Lin Jian shined in relief.
No, how could the Marshal do that? Once back in her room, Lin Jian looked in the mirror. The blush on her cheeks hadn't completely faded, and her lips had a beautiful rosy hue. More importantly, she felt like she had changed, especially her eyes, which had a slightly charming look. No wonder Shireen misunderstood. "I really am becoming more confident." Lin Jian happily admired her beauty when her smart device chimed. She opened a message from an unknown number. It explained the evolution of merfolk and mentioned that they might deliberately hide their identities to get close to others, even posing as the same gender. It warned that during the emotional connection phase, they could emit a scent that would entice others into a deep spiritual bond. Some people only realized they had been deceived after being used, losing not just their hearts but also their wealth. Once the merfolk's transformation was complete, their gender and appearance would change, making it impossible for victims to find them again. Lin Jian slowed down brushing her teeth and immediately thought of Shireen. It shouldn't be true, right? Although Shireen still hadn't regained her memory and had been acting a bit strange. But she has been so dedicated to saving the Crown Prince. She did it to keep me from worrying. How could she possibly deceive me? After changing her clothes, Lin Jian went to find Shireen, but she was not there. Where did she go without saying anything? Noticing the room next door where Jiang Wang's memorial tablet was placed, Lin Jian remembered she hadn't offered incense in over 2 months and hurried to find some fruit. She took 2 portions since Shireen often sneaked Jiang Wang's offerings. After placing the fruit for Shireen, Lin Jian sent her a message. "Shireen, I received a message trying to divide us, saying that merfolk deceive and use people during their transformation. But I wasn't fooled. It's all just a scheme." Previously, Lin Jian, Lang Qi, and Fong Chingfeng had experienced some strange events. Lang Qi analyzed that this was an attempt to divide them. Typically, relationships between matched individuals were poor, and when the Crown Prince faced problems, others would usually take advantage of it. Yet, they had all worked hard to save him. So the Queen or others are trying to sow discord among us.
Lin Xian huffed.
The Crown Prince has woken up, and they still don't know. They're still trying to create divisions. After mumbling to herself, she received a call from the maternity center. "Miss Lin, the people from the Imperial Research Institute want to observe whether your and the Crown Prince's embryo will become twins."
Lin Xian immediately frowned.
With more people observing and more contact, problems would naturally arise. She quickly refused, "No, I do not agree." But the next moment, someone from the smart brain responded, "Crown Princess, I am the Vice President of the Imperial Research Institute, and this is the Queen's approval." Lin Jian knew the Queen would intervene, but she didn't expect her to be so eager. Lin Jian's eyes flashed with anger. Just as she was about to speak, the Crown Prince's voice suddenly came through. "The Queen is neither the father nor the mother of the fetus. When did she gain the right to interfere with someone else's embryo?" The Vice President's voice was shocked and slightly trembling. "Crown Prince, you are awake?" "Yes, of course I had to wake up. If the Crown Princess disagrees, how could I let you take my child?" Lin Jian could imagine how powerful the Crown Prince had become. Hearing him assert himself, they immediately withdrew the fetus from the nurturing center and sent the Vice President away. Lin Jian felt relieved and ended the call, leaving the task of protecting the fetus to the Crown Prince. For lunch, Lin Jian ate with Lang Qi. Lang Qi didn't eat much because the nurturing pouch had grown, affecting his appetite. Lin Jian watched with sympathy. It was clear that pregnancy was not simple, regardless of gender. No wonder everyone has lost weight. Yes, with this child from the Crown Prince, if we need to connect the nurturing pouch, let the Crown Prince do it. Lang Qi suggested this is also to help develop their bond.
Lin Xian added, okay.
Not having to carry the pregnancy herself, but still having at least 3 children felt very strange. After lunch, Lin Jian and the Marshal lazily lounged on the sofa, enjoying a rare moment of quiet, until Lang Qi raised an eyebrow and looked at his belly. Lin Jian also looked down. What's wrong? They're moving. Lin Jian was amazed. They're moving? It's been over 5 months. Of course they're moving. Lang Qi sighed. They really like you. While they are moving now, it's not as chaotic as before. Last night, their movement had helped him calm down. Is it really that amazing? Lin Jian felt around. Let me do a purification for you. Maybe it will also purify them. Okay. Perhaps because the nurturing pouch was smaller and the gender structure was different, Lang Qi's belly was much smaller, but the doctors still recommended removing the nurturing pouch before 6 months. The purification went smoothly, and the 2 babies have settled down completely. It seems to be very effective. Lin Jian decided to do more purifying during this time. Wolf Qi nodded, but did not let go of her hand. They agreed on a time to go to the hospital to retrieve the gestational sac. When we take it out, it will still continue to develop, but by then we will be able to know the gender. I wonder if it will be a boy or a girl. Lin Jian looked at Wolf Qi. I can't wait to see if they will be like you. The news of the Crown Prince waking up went viral online in the afternoon, and even a video from the gestation center was leaked. This included the Crown Prince directly questioning the Queen about why she agreed to the Vice President's demands, almost accusing her of harming his child. This time, the Crown Prince had a direct confrontation with the Queen and the second prince. Soon after, a video of the Queen looking distressed from being misunderstood and another of the Crown Prince looking sad as he left the hospital followed. The 2 of them acted dramatically, and Lin Jian cautiously messaged the Crown Prince. Are you okay? The Crown Prince immediately called her via video. His cold expression softened when he saw her. I thought you were upset with me. It's fine, Jian, don't worry. I will protect our child. No one will harm them. Okay. Lin Jian touched her nose. I believe you. I was asking what you were doing. I'm calming my people down. The Queen had been escalating the conflict between the Crown Prince and the Dark Emperor. As the conflict intensified, if the Crown Prince were to die, his people would go mad seeking revenge on the Dark Emperor, leading to mutual destruction, which would threaten the Queen's position. If the Dark Emperor also takes action, if we don't have a child, and if I don't wake up, everything will go as the Queen wishes. Lin Jian felt a chill. Indeed, those who play power games are frightening, with one trap leading to another. Although I don't know why, it's good that the Dark Emperor hasn't confronted you directly. Otherwise, you would have been caught in the Queen's schemes. She is still your biological mother. But that doesn't mean she has to care for you. The Crown Prince nodded. Yes, I guess it's because I am her biological child that she dislikes me more. His profile looked somewhat gloomy. After becoming the Crown Princess, she spent 200 years before successfully giving birth to me. Maybe it took too long to conceive, and she faced too much pressure. Later, my pregnancy was difficult, and I was raised by the Empress Dowager, so there isn't much affection. Shan Rui's is the Emperor's legitimate heir, and she raised him herself, so she has always preferred Shan Rui's. Lin Jian felt that this kind of relationship was quite typical. Many parents show favoritism. It's not her fault. Just like her and her brother, who received unconditional love because he was the son. The Crown Prince nodded. Although he was used to it, being so easily abandoned by his own mother, who might even have plans to harm him, was hard to accept. But Lin Jian was right. It wasn't their fault. She loves Dan Rui's, but she loves herself and power even more. He had sensed the Queen's ambition. Once she tasted power, she wanted more and more of it. They were mother and son, but also political rivals. Since my value dropped to 0, she has openly tried to replace the Crown Prince, using my weakness against me. This is the first time she has lost her composure, acting so urgently that she doesn't care about her public image, eager to take action. She fears I might have children, especially twins. But I will keep it a secret until the child is born. I won't tell her the truth.
Lin Cien Nadid.
Okay, you keep it a secret. When will you come back?
What?
Do you want to comfort me? Then I'll be there. Lin Jin gasped and turned to see the crown prince standing behind her. He hugged Lin Jian, trying to appear vulnerable, but was interrupted by Shireen.
Cien.
She rushed back, still sweating. Seeing the two of them together, her lips tightened. Jian, I need to talk to you. The crown prince noticed Shireen and pulled Lin Jian closer to him. What do you want to say? Can I hear it? You can't. Shireen approached to take Lin Jian, but the crown prince blocked her. Their gazes clashed like sharp blades, tension filling the air. Step aside. I want to talk to Jian. I'm not comfortable with that. Lin Jian was confused, not understanding why they were at odds. Crown Prince, Shireen was the one who risked everything to save you before. I know, so I haven't acted against you, but I'm still worried about you being alone with him. The Crown Prince spoke slowly. Why do you dare to come back, mister? Sure? Mr. Sure? Lin and couldn't take it anymore. What do you mean? Can you two stop being so secretive? Jian, let's talk first. His deep blue eyes were filled with anxiety and a plea. The Crown Prince grabbed Lin Jin and said, Don't believe him, Jin. He is lying to you. Didn't you just ask why the Black Emperor hasn't retaliated and why he hasn't been provoked by the Queen?
You can ask Shireen about that.
As soon as the Crown Prince finished speaking, Shireen's face turned pale. Lin Jian's expression also changed as she recalled that message. She bit her lip and said, Is there some misunderstanding here? Shireen was her friend, her only friend. He wouldn't deceive or use her. There is no misunderstanding. I found a smart chip on the spaceship that I mistakenly thought was holding you hostage. After cracking it, I pretended to be the owner and contacted someone called Boss to arrange a meeting, but the person who showed up was Shireen. Even though we didn't catch him in the act, and he suddenly disappeared, I'm sure it was him. He has connections with the Black Emperor. He knows the Black Emperor, and he provided your data and photos, which is how the Black Emperor could create a lifelike robot. The Crown Prince's eyes were fierce. Shireen, I warned you to leave and to part ways with him peacefully. You didn't take my advice and came back instead. Shireen's face turned a shade of green. I came back because I value our friendship. My relationship with Jian doesn't need your interference. If he had known that the Crown Prince waking up would cause so much trouble, he would have delayed helping and sorted everything out first before explaining things clearly to Jian. The Crown Prince frowned, about to speak, when Lin Jin said, Crown Prince, let's talk. The Crown Prince felt uneasy, but decided to step back. All right, call me if you need anything. The living room was left with just Lin Jian and Shireen. Lin Jian's gaze swept over Shireen's face, his throat, and slowly moved down. Upon closer inspection, Shireen had changed. His jawline was more defined, and his features were sharper. Although he still had an androgynous look, those who didn't know him would call him Sir. His voice was also changing. He had cut his hair, and his style had transformed. She had been too busy and had preconceived notions, thinking he was just dressing androgynously. So, Shireen, are you a man or a woman? Did you really not lose your memory? What is your reason for getting close to me? Shireen blurted out, I'm a man, I didn't lose my memory, and I'm here to evolve. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Lin Jian's sudden cold expression and realized something was wrong. That's not what I meant. He looked around and said, There's something wrong here. He suddenly raised his hand, and the water in the nearby fish tank instantly splashed out. Before the raindrops fell, he stood in front of Lin Jian, raising his hand to shield her forehead, preventing the water from hitting her. In the past, Lin Jian would have just praised him for being handsome, but at that moment, she could only manage a bitter smile. Actually, Prince Fong Chingfeng had doubted Shireen before, but Shireen acted so well that she initially remained cautious. Eventually, she unknowingly completely trusted her and never doubted her. As the raindrops fell, an unusual sight appeared in the empty space beside them. the figure of the white tiger gradually emerged. The prince had left, but he was worried about Lin Jian and Shireen being in the same space, fearing that Shireen might lie to Lin Jian again. So, he left the white tiger behind. At that moment, the white tiger's eyes turned golden, and it was using its ability. Under its gaze, Shireen unknowingly spoke the truth. Shireen saw the white tiger gritting its teeth. "No wonder I suddenly babbled nonsense. It was you influencing me. Jian, don't believe what I just said. I was. Because you were influenced by it, you spoke the truth, right?" Lin Jian stared at Shireen. "In front of the white tiger. Tell me why you lied to me." Locked in the white tiger's gaze, Shireen showed signs of struggle and pain but couldn't escape its power. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, and the words came out uncontrollably. "Because you caught me, because I wanted to like you to complete my transformation." Shireen couldn't take it anymore and exploded. He waved his hand, sending water from the bathtub toward the white tiger, forcing it to close its eyes. Shireen grabbed Lin Jian's shoulders. "Jian, although I initially lied to you about your amnesia and did want to like you to complete my transformation, I truly fell for you later. I never wanted to hurt you. I had planned to be honest with you all along, but I just couldn't find the right moment. I genuinely like you. My contact with those people was just to be with you for a long time." Lin Jian picked up his words. "So, you took me to Mercury because you wanted to take me away, right?" Shireen was momentarily speechless. "Yes, I couldn't stand you, and Su Ming's deep purification. I hate them." "Jian, don't be angry. I can explain. You've been lying to me from the start, and now you still don't dare let the white tiger see you. How can I believe your explanation is true? What about being together for a long time? Maybe he just wanted to take her away to complete his transformation." Shireen was silent for a moment. He didn't let the white tiger look at him, because there were some things he couldn't say in front of it. The white tiger was the prince's spirit, and if it knew, the prince would know too. Due to his many lies, Lin Jian couldn't trust him, even without the white tiger. The situation seemed to be at a standstill. "Tian, although my intentions were not pure at first, I never meant to hurt you." Lin Jian felt confused. She knew that Shireen had treated her well, but what did those moments of hugging and kissing mean when she had changed from a girl to a boy? She thought of him as a close friend, sharing her thoughts and even discussing personal matters like her discomfort before her period. She hadn't hidden many things from him, even changing clothes in front of him. And there were moments in the pool. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "I need to calm down. Since you haven't lost your memory, please leave the villa for now." Shireen felt anxious, but had no choice but to endure it. As he was being sent away, he looked back sadly. Lin Jian turned her head away, reminding herself that he was a man, a cross-dressing scammer. Fuming, she wanted to drink some water to cool off. But just as she took a sip, the voice she hadn't heard in a while returned. "Wife."
Tian, wife.
Lin Jian set down her cup, and the voice vanished. Not believing it, she took another sip, and the voice came back. "Jian, I've wanted to tell you the truth for a long time, but I was afraid you'd be angry, so I kept putting it off.
Jian, I truly like you.
I can only start to change because I genuinely like you. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to change at all. Please believe me." "Wife, to be honest, I don't even consider myself a man, because you said you preferred me before. I mistakenly thought you liked women, and I almost decided to become a woman." Lin Jian drank 3 times, and each time, Shireen's voice echoed in her ears. She was both angry and amused. But she couldn't help but drink again, wanting to hear how Shireen would continue to argue. "Then don't go."
Hey?
"Ken, you're here to listen again? I knew you cared about me. If it weren't for the earlier confirmation, I might have become a woman. If you're really angry about me being a man, I could become a woman, but right now, it's a bit difficult, and if I change to a woman, I won't have the tools for deep purification." Hearing this, Lin Jian suddenly stopped. What was he talking about? She gritted her teeth, wanting to hear how much more ridiculous he could get.
Wife.
Tian.
"I'm so glad you're here. Ken, I really want to deeply purify with you. I can't stop thinking about it." After her identity was exposed, some people's true nature was completely revealed. They talked endlessly about their wives and deep purification, no longer pretending. Lin Jian unilaterally cut off the connection again. Shireen still only thought about deep purification, which really meant he was still fixated on division, right? Lin Jian glared at the fish tank, walked over, and reached her hand into it. As Shireen continued to babble about his wife, she gritted her teeth and spoke up. Shut up.
Who is your wife?
You still want to talk about deep purification with me?
Dream on.
If you want to go crazy, then go ahead. After saying this, she withdrew her hand, not giving Shireen a chance to respond. After scolding him a bit, she finally felt a little better. Bai Hu and the prince who entered the room were confused. Although Lin Jian was angry enough to scold the fish tank, Shireen was finally sent away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Before, I checked Shireen with Lang Qifeng and Chengfeng, but we couldn't find anything. She seemed to appear out of nowhere. I always feel like she has other secrets, and it's not just about hiding her gender. Lin Jian asked, what else could she be hiding? Her relationship with the Dark Emperor? The prince shook his head at the smart device. I'm not sure. The situation with the mermaid is quite special. She's more complicated. The Dark Emperor probably hasn't been manipulated because of her efforts, including saving me with all her strength. Lin Jian nodded. No matter what, Shireen had helped and even saved the prince. Everyone has their own secrets and struggles, just like she did. Lin Jian was curious. What are you looking at? You said that smart device was decrypted and restored. The prince noticed Lin Jian's hand resting on his arm and felt flustered. It seemed to be the same hand. Lost in thought, Lin Jian nudged him. Prince, what has been restored? Can I take a look? The prince snapped back to reality, his ears slightly red. Looking into Lin Jian's eyes, he instinctively nodded. Sure. If she wanted the stars, he would find a way to get them for her. The next moment he hesitated. Although it's convenient, it's okay if you don't look.
Why?
Lin Jian was curious. Anyway, you already know Shireen is lying to you. Just ignore her. It's not worth your concern. I want to see it. Show me. Lin Jian paused. She wasn't foolish. She sensed the prince's unusual attitude. The prince had never intended for Lin Jian to see it, but seeing her expression, he finally sent her the records. Some things needed to be understood firsthand. Lin Jian first saw their search and spending records, which showed they had seriously looked into her. Then came their chat records. Some light-hearted jokes were ignored by her, leaving only a simple chat box labeled Boss. The boss is Shireen. Octopus. Boss, aren't you coming back? Boss, not coming back. I've found someone. I'll blend in and fall for her to see if I can complete the task. You all behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. Boss, teach two people a lesson, they are. Boss, teach another person a lesson, he is. Octopus. Boss, why do you always want to teach people a lesson? Are you starting to like her? Boss, like her because she's easy to fool? Stop talking and just finish the task I gave you. Boss, make a realistic robot. After it's done, send it over directly. If you don't want to be caught, don't leave any fingerprints. Octopus. Boss, are you going to take her away? Do you like her? Are you going to change? Can I transform into a sister to find you? Boss, like what? I'm just using her for the task. Boss, her match isn't someone you can mess with. Stay out of my way, or I'll make you regret it. After the transfer, they simply discussed how to sneak her out. Finally, Octopus mentioned an urgent notice about being discovered by the Crown Prince. There wasn't much information, but Lin Jian stared at it for a long time. As the Crown Prince worriedly asked, she snapped back to reality. No wonder you were so angry. I was just a tool to you. Indeed, whether in modern times or in space, looking at someone else's chat records is a gamble. Lin Jian thought carefully and realized she didn't really know Shireen at all. This was the second time she had experienced this. Before her time travel, she had almost found a partner. Because of an anatomy class, she unexpectedly met a classmate who was tall and fair, known as the class heartthrob. After getting to know him, He started pursuing her, and they blushed whenever their hands accidentally touched. Lin Jian thought he was cute and felt they could develop something. But when she borrowed his tablet, she accidentally saw his chat with his roommate. I said I'd win in a month, and I will. Just because you kissed early doesn't mean you've won. The month isn't up yet, I won't lose. I'll catch up and surpass you tonight. They even indirectly discussed the girls in their class, mentioning Lin Jian. I know girls like her very well. The name Jian says it all. Her parents favor boys over girls, and she lacks love. As long as you treat her well, she'll be devoted. Classmate, this time you really hit the jackpot. She has a great figure and is easy to handle. You all better not try to take her from me. She's mine. Familiar profile picture, unfamiliar words, as if familiar people have split apart. The classmate had prepared to confess, but didn't wait for her to speak before hugging her and trying to kiss her. Lin Jian kicked him hard and recited their conversation word for word. Later, he apologized, saying boys care about their pride and just talk big, but he was sincere about her. Sincere. Lin Jian shook her head, smiled at the prince's gaze, and said, "Don't worry, I already know who he is." It was just betrayal and manipulation by a friend. Her only friend was fake. To prove she understood, Lin Jian called a robot to clean up Shireen's room. She also had the robot pack up the pearl jewelry he had given her. Afterward, she deleted and blocked all contact information and removed Shireen's access to the villa. Before crossing over, she had been entangled with a classmate for a while, which had caused her inner turmoil, but this time she wouldn't let it affect her. It was just losing a friend. She could make new ones. Lin Jian told herself this, but after clearing out everything related to Shireen, her room felt empty. Shireen had been more involved in her life than she had expected. Lin Jian paused to wash her hands, deciding to buy new things to fill her room again. Just as she touched the water, she heard Shireen's voice again. Wife. Wife. Is it you, Jian? Maybe he had been looking for her. His voice sounded hoarse. Jian, why did you delete my contact? I can explain. I'm outside, can we talk? Lin Jian replied, No, stop bothering me. Looking up, she saw the mirror shaped like a mermaid's tail, which Shireen had given her. Seeing the friendship forever sticker still on the mirror, her emotions erupted. Shireen, are you annoying? Are you addicted to using me? Is it fun to trick me? Do you think my friendship is laughable? The loud voice calling wife suddenly stopped. The sound of water rushed around her as Lin Jian took a deep breath, thinking Shireen had disappeared, but his voice came back.
No, I'm sorry.
Lin Jian picked up a stone from the sink, which was used as a decoration, and smashed it against the mirror, where the words "Friendship lasts forever" were written. The mirror cracked but remained surprisingly sturdy, not falling apart. Lin Jian looked at her distorted reflection and said, I was just being used. There's nothing to feel guilty about. I'm just naive and easily fooled. It's all my fault. She struck the mirror again. You've really suffered during this time, having to listen to me nag about not being deceived. How ridiculous. The one who got sold and is counting the money is myself. The thing Shireen feared the most had happened. She had seen the chat records. Jian, please don't hurt yourself, and don't take those chat records seriously. They are all nonsense. Lin Jian scoffed, if you hadn't used me, you would have stayed out of my life, and no one would have hurt me. On the other side, it suddenly fell silent. Shireen lost all words. Their first meeting was indeed an accident, but he never corrected it. He thought he could control everything. He was too arrogant. After falling in love, he became greedy. Out of jealousy, he wanted to possess her, which led to the situation today. With the silence around her, Lin Jian struck the mirror hard, shattering it into pieces. She took a step back to avoid the shards. Lin Jian exhaled deeply. Perhaps knowing she had seen the chat records and realizing he could no longer use her, the voice from the water completely vanished. Shireen suddenly appeared in Lin Jian's world and then vanished just as quickly. The next day, Fong Chingfeng, who had been summoned by the crown prince to help, finally returned to the villa. He felt something was off, as if something was missing. Where's Shireen? I still have questions for him. He had been too busy saving people before, but now he needed to have a serious talk. That strange, unsettling familiarity had to be clarified. He left after recovering his memory. Just pretend he was never here. Lin Jian didn't want to say much more. He's just a fraud. Stay away from him and don't believe anything he says. Fong Chingfeng looked up. A fraud? So there really is something wrong with him. He was organizing information about Shireen's odd behavior when he overheard Lin Jian talking to Lang Qi about the nurturing pouch. Fong Chingfeng instantly forgot about Shireen. Although he still felt something was strange, the person disappearing was a relief. What mattered now was that the Marshal was about to take the nurturing pouch, and time was running out. The Marshal's lack of deep purification with Lin Jian was due to the nurturing pouch, and it was obvious what would happen if it were taken away. Watching Lin Jian serve food to Lang Qi, Fong Chingfeng gritted his teeth. Lin Jian would never treat them equally. She always favored the Marshal from the start. If the Marshal and she had a deep connection, she would surely only care for him. Perhaps she would even act like a character from an ancient drama, dismissing others for the one she loves, just like emperors and princes did. Lin Jian might actually do something like that. Then she would continue their collaboration, but only focus on the Marshal. And there are real-life examples of this. Although the match is fixed, one can still choose to be with just one person. The more Fong Chingfeng thought about it, the stronger his sense of urgency became, and he couldn't help but the table. No way, absolutely not.
What do you mean no?
Lin Jian asked, surprised by Fong Chingfeng's sudden change in demeanor during lunch. Fong Chingfeng looked at her. He could not let this happen. He had to act before the Marshal. She needed to be responsible to him. Lin Jian felt a hint of aggression and danger in Fong Chingfeng's gaze. Her heart raced. But Fong Chingfeng quickly looked away. Nothing. Actually, I wanted to ask if you could help my mother with a purification. Purification? Yes. She was trying to get in line, but since the Crown Prince had an incident, your side paused the purifications, so she got delayed. Fong Chingfeng explained. Once you resume, she can get in line again, but she completed a big case recently, and her mental state is quite affected, so she has to take a break to recover. I thought since I know you, maybe.
Sure.
Lin Jian immediately nodded. When shall we go? Fong Chingfeng glanced at the Marshal, who was quietly sipping soup. Whenever is convenient for you. The sooner, the better. Then let's go today. Lin Jian decided to keep herself busy and not think about other matters. Let's leave after lunch and return early. Fong Chingfeng's gaze deepened slightly. Okay. Lang Qi sensed Fong Chingfeng's unusual behavior and vaguely guessed his intentions. The food in his mouth suddenly lost its taste. He could find a way to keep Lin Jian around, but what about tomorrow? The day after? He couldn't risk the baby's health for a deep purification. Not wanting to see Lin Jian leave with Fong Chingfeng, Lang Qi left the villa after lunch, claiming he was busy, taking along Bian Su and Hanzhou, who Fong Chingfeng had dismissed and said didn't need to follow. By the time Lin Jian finished tidying up and came out, Fong Chingfeng was already waiting by the car. Lin Jian paused when she saw Fong Chingfeng, who had changed into a formal vest outfit, wearing a suit jacket that was simple yet sharp. The vest highlighted his waist and abdomen, and he paired it with knee-high boots, his red hair, and a diamond earring, making him look both cool and a bit rebellious, hard to look away from. Upon seeing Lin Jian, he raised his hand and smiled, his gesture casual yet slightly mischievous. At that moment, Fong Chingfeng seemed very different from usual, like a friend who suddenly transformed into a wealthy heir. Lin Jian approached him and felt he looked even more dazzling. She glanced down at her own outfit, starting to wonder if she had dressed too simply. Please, Miss Lin Jian, Fong Chingfeng said as he opened the car door and gestured for her to enter, making Lin Jian look at him several more times. Fong Chingfeng noticed her gaze and lowered his eyes to hide his satisfaction. It seemed that just a little effort in his appearance made her like him more. Today, he intended to charm her with his handsome look. He was determined that she wouldn't be able to resist him tonight. Just as Lin Jian was about to get in the car, several vehicles suddenly approached from above. The windows rolled down, and people identified themselves as being from the Fertility Center, requesting to land. Then a few more people revealed their identities, all renowned medical experts who had met with the Crown Prince several times recently. They wanted to ask Lin Jian for help. After Lin Jian's recent success in fertility, doubts arose about the accuracy of fertility value testing. We've checked and found no issues, but we must emphasize that it's not working, and we can only turn to you now. Actually, we wanted to understand the situation since you and the Marshal succeeded before, but the Crown Prince stopped us. This time we truly have no other options, Princess. Please help us by allowing us to take a small sample of your blood, hair, and nails for research. Perhaps the medication you took before improved your condition, and if we find what changed your body, we could address the current difficulties in fertility across the galaxy. Because she recognized them, Lin Jian allowed them to land, but she didn't expect to face such a significant dilemma. The medication she had taken could temporarily mislead fertility value testing, but blood tests would reveal everything. Her high fertility value was simply because she was wearing a special outfit, and no medication had altered her condition. I refuse. Little did she know who had sent them. Previously, Ming had worked hard to eliminate any risks. Lin Jian directly stated, if you want to investigate, why not check the Marshal and the Crown Prince first? They would be more worth examining, wouldn't they? Fong Chingfeng replied, that's right. Why don't you look for them first? Actually, we already asked the Marshal to help with the check before. The gray-haired expert, over 600 years old, dreamed of solving the problem. He thought that if he found the answer, he would be remembered in history. He bent down with difficulty to make a request. Princess, please cooperate with us for the hope of all humanity. The others hurriedly bowed together. Lin Jian frowned. This felt like moral coercion. Fong Chingfeng's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to pull Lin Jian away, the Crown Prince's car arrived. He looked at the group with a serious expression. Today, under the pretense of the hope of all humanity, you want her to provide blood and hair samples. If you can't find anything, are you planning something else? You've crossed the line. The group was scolded away by the Crown Prince. He frowned and explained to Lin Jian, they must have been stirred up by someone. Researchers can be crazy. Aren't you a researcher too? Fong Chingfeng interjected. The Crown Prince glanced at Fong Chingfeng, who looked striking, and paused. Where are you going? Not just me, but us. Fong Chingfeng held Lin Jian's wrist, looking at the Crown Prince's collarbone, unable to help but smirk. The Crown Prince was wearing a light blue shirt today, the smooth fabric fitting perfectly, exuding understated luxury. But what stood out was that a few buttons were undone, revealing his delicate collarbone, paired with gold-rimmed glasses, giving him an elegant, yet slightly alluring look. He seemed casual, yet it was hard to look away. Compared to Fong Chingfeng, the Crown Prince had a different style. Lin Jian couldn't help but glance at the Crown Prince a few more times, especially at his gold-rimmed glasses. They suited him well, giving off an indescribable charm. At that moment, the Crown Prince's deep, gentle eyes looked at Lin Jian through his glasses. Where are you going? Can I join you? Not convenient. Fong Chingfeng immediately replied, we have important matters. When they were supposed to be together, he was rejected, and today he also rejected the Crown Prince. Fong Chingfeng nudged Lin Jian. Get in the car, then. Fong Chingfeng had a strong intuition. The Crown Prince was trying to take her away, so he wanted to leave quickly to avoid being persuaded. Lin Jian exclaimed, and Fong Chingfeng bent down to pick her up and placed her in the seat. Then he got in the car himself, moving smoothly. The Crown Prince watched Fong Chingfeng's cautious and defensive departure, feeling somewhat helpless. A step too late. He also learned about the day the Marshal took the nurturing pouch, feeling the same sense of crisis as Fong Chingfeng. With the experience of being unconscious, he became somewhat addicted, yet he was left hanging in the air. The Crown Prince let out a sigh. We have a child, but there hasn't been a deep purification. His seemingly casual outfit actually took him quite some time to prepare. Otherwise, he might have arrived even earlier. It was clear that Jian liked it, but there was still Fong Chingfeng. Everyone knew about Fong Chingfeng's feelings. The Crown Prince watched as the flying car slowly disappeared from view. It probably won't succeed, right? Definitely won't succeed. Fong Chingfeng was disliked, and he was certainly worried, but Fong Chingfeng got ahead of him. Absolutely not. The crown prince stood for a moment, not entering the villa, and set off to clear the bugs in the Imperial Research Institute. In the flying car, Fong Chingfeng remained alert until they successfully left and headed toward the outskirts. Once the crown prince didn't catch up, he finally relaxed. We'll be there in a few minutes. The Fong family's resort is on the mountain. It's very cool and comfortable in summer, and you can fly freely.
Ling Xian felt excited.
Is it really that nice? Yes, and at night you can watch the stars. If you like, you can stay overnight. As he spoke, he casually tugged at his tie and unbuttoned one button, revealing a nice-looking Adam's apple. Lin Zhen glanced several times. For some reason today, both Fong Chingfeng and the crown prince looked exceptionally handsome. And the idea of staying overnight. Fong Chingfeng noticed her gaze and felt pleased, but suddenly, the car in front lost control. Accident ahead. Emergency stop. Warning, rear-end collision. The car in front didn't crash, but the one behind did. Fong Chingfeng quickly shielded Lin Jian, preventing her from getting hurt. The cause of the accident was a loss of control caused by birds. There were some smaller crows and some large birds that Lin Jian couldn't name, swarming and crashing into the flying car, attacking humans. Why is there another collective pollution incident? Mental pollution doesn't only target humans. Animals can be affected too, and once they are, it can only be resolved. Fong Chingfeng took a quick glance, tightened his hold on Lin Jian's waist, and before the car lost control, he jumped out with her. Beizhook and Fong Chingfeng worked perfectly together, quickly taking Lin Jian away from the accident site. But those out-of-control birds suddenly turned back to attack them. A swarm of flying creatures surged toward them. Beizhook reacted swiftly, dodging quickly while coordinating with Fong Chingfeng. With Fong Chingfeng, Lin Jian wouldn't get hurt, but she felt like she was going to fall. Startled, Lin Jian leaned back, grabbing Fong Chingfeng's clothes with one hand and tightly holding onto Beizhook with the other to steady herself. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. The North Vermilion bird cried out, Master, please save me. I don't want to be a bald phoenix. Lin Jian trembled. I didn't mean to. I was just too scared. When she let go, she lost her balance, but Fong Chingfeng quickly caught her waist. Fong Chingfeng thought for a moment, adjust a bit. After he spoke, Lin Jian felt a tightness around her waist, and in the next second, her position changed. She went from facing away from Fong Chingfeng to facing him. Hold on tight. If the little phoenix goes bald, it will cry and fuss. It loves its feathers and is very vain. Lin Jian thought to herself, isn't that just like you? She felt a bit uncomfortable facing Fong Chingfeng, but before she could say anything, the North Vermilion bird suddenly dove down. Lin Jian didn't even have time to scream. Her heart skipped a beat, and her survival instinct made her cling tightly to Fong Chingfeng. They dove and spun, constantly dodging attacks, as if they could fall from the sky at any moment. Lin Jian didn't want to die and didn't want to affect Fong Chingfeng, so she kept adjusting her position. Fong Chingfeng was able to free his hands, and his attack power doubled. When everything finally stabilized, Lin Jian's legs were tightly wrapped around Fong Chingfeng's waist, and she was sitting in his arms. All right, it's all taken care of. Fong Chingfeng's voice came to her ears as he gently touched her back and looked down at her. Don't be afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed her lips tangled in hair and her eyes reddened by the wind. Not to mention their position. After the danger passed, Fong Chingfeng felt a rush in his head. Just then, Lin Jian tried to pull away from his embrace, which only made things more intense. Fong Chingfeng let out a low grunt and held Lin Jian tightly. Don't move. He couldn't handle it if she did. Lin Jian sensed something was off. She was about to speak when Fong Chingfeng interrupted. The danger is gone. Let's fly over directly. It will be fun. He wrapped his arms around Lin Jian and lifted her up. Just as Lin Jian was about to push him away, the sensation of weightlessness hit her again.
Ah!
Lin Jian exclaimed, but this time it was different because Fong Chingfeng was firmly holding her waist, and she could hear his heartbeat and the laughter in his chest. Exciting, right? Lin Jian couldn't help but pinch his waist and hit him. Fong Chingfeng, you did this on purpose.
Stop it.
He wouldn't stop. This is just the beginning. If you're scared, just scream. The feeling of soaring freely is truly wonderful. I want to take you to experience it. Now we are heading towards the sea of clouds. In the next moment, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and we were flying upwards. You can open your eyes and take a look. Lin Jian hesitated but opened her eyes, watching the clouds getting closer. It felt really nice, but he was holding her too tightly. Just as Lin Jian thought about moving away a bit, Beijuke suddenly spun around. Lin Jian gasped and held onto Fong Chingfeng even tighter. Fong Chingfeng embraced Lin Jian, who was now snug in his arms, and smiled broadly, full of joy and excitement. Beijuke could sense its owner's feelings and couldn't help but let out a loud call. In that moment, it felt like one person and one phoenix were burning with a fire brighter and more passionate than the sun. But it was a bit mischievous. Fong Chingfeng silently encouraged, "Little phoenix, don't stop. Dive and flip, show your skills." Upon hearing this, Beijuke let go completely. It rolled left and right, doing whatever was thrilling. It couldn't let its owner think it wasn't capable. Little Phoenix has been restless lately. It's rare for it to fly, and now it won't listen to me. Beijuke heard its owner's complaints, even though it was him who let it go wild. But as long as the owner was happy, that was enough. Don't worry, you won't fall. You can really enjoy the experience. Lin Jian felt reassured that she wouldn't fall, and it actually felt pretty good. If you want to scream, just scream. As soon as Fong Chingfeng finished speaking, Beijuke rolled over.
Ah! Ah!
The screams changed from fear to excitement. Lin Jian truly experienced what it was like to soar through the sea of clouds, spinning, rolling, and diving. It was more thrilling than any high-altitude activity. Lin Jian held onto Fong Chingfeng tightly, her heart racing. But it was also a complete release of all the stress and frustration she had felt over the past 2 months. Finally, Beijuke stopped among the clouds. This time, Lin Jian successfully stepped out of Fong Chingfeng's embrace. Fong Chingfeng noticed her back was a bit damp and took off his jacket to drape it over her. Lin Jian had just sweated a bit, and since his jacket was a bit large, she didn't refuse. Fong Chingfeng's clothes, like him, smelled clean and fresh. Below is our destination. Lin Jian glanced down and quickly looked away. It was too high. Feeling better? Feeling a bit strange facing Fong Chingfeng directly, Lin Jian looked up and asked, I felt like you weren't very happy before. A bit, but I'm much better now, thank you. Lin Jian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. So, were you trying to cheer me up just now, General Fong? I didn't know you were so observant. And what about you? Can you tell that General Fong wants to kiss you?
Huh?
Here? Why did you suddenly? Lin Jian looked at the clouds nearby and then at Fong Chingfeng. They were in midair. What's sudden about it? Fong Chingfeng replied, dissatisfied. You promised 2 days, and now it's been over 2 months. You went to purify Su Ming. You protected and saved the crown prince, and even have a child with him. Although it was due to special circumstances, you don't even remember to kiss me. I'm your second match, yet everything has been taken from me. You promised me, and you've forgotten everything. Lin Jian felt embarrassed. No, I haven't forgotten. Just then, the North Vermilion bird circled around a fluffy cloud, and Fong Chingfeng stood under it, looking like he had grown out of the cloud. His pouting expression was incredibly cute. Even his messy hair looked just right. Before, he had styled his hair like an adult, but now, Lin Jian couldn't help but smile. She leaned in and gave Fong Chingfeng a quick kiss. That was a kiss. Fong Chingfeng was stunned. She really kissed him.
Ah!
Inside, he was screaming like a gopher, causing the North Vermilion bird to fly a bit unsteadily. Lin Jian watched as Fong Chingfeng blushed in front of her. That was too quick and too short. After a pause, he unconsciously touched her cheek. What I just said was that I would kiss you, and you didn't object, so. As he finished speaking, Fong Chingfeng leaned down and gently kissed her. This time he wanted to savor it. A light peck, then gradually deepening. The wind howled in her ears, and Lin Xian's heart raced loudly, as if she were on cloud 9.
No, she really was on cloud 9.
Lin Xian had only seen clouds once while flying, taking many photos, thinking they were beautiful, but only able to look through a small window. Now, she could reach out and touch the clouds while doing something sweet and shy. The North Vermilion bird was happy, flying slowly, occasionally circling around, rising and falling like a cradle. But the wind was a bit strong. Lin Xian fixed her hair and tugged at Fong Chingfeng. "Let's go down. I want to sit back and enjoy the view." Fong Chingfeng was reluctant, but still let the North Vermilion bird fly well, circling down. Lin Xian exclaimed several times, making the North Vermilion bird even prouder, as if it had become a fun ride or a children's roller coaster, enhancing Lin Xian's experience. Hearing the North Vermilion bird's proud sounds and seeing Lin Xian's excited face made Fong Chingfeng's heart soften. The sunset here is beautiful. Fong Chingfeng had already thought it through. This time, he didn't drive down. He would let his mother leave first, claiming she had something urgent to attend to, and lock up the garage, pretending there was no car to go down the mountain. Tonight, Lin Xian would have to stay with him on the mountain. At that time, they could do whatever they wanted. Fong Chingfeng chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, just happy." As the two slowly descended, they noticed a few people halfway up the mountain. Lin Xian was instantly drawn to the figure with their back to them. Wearing a simple white shirt and black pants, a gun was tucked neatly at their waist. With incredibly long legs and a model-like figure, not to mention the gun holster accentuating their muscular lines, the person stood tall and impressive. It was simply stunning. Seeing a real-life version of someone who could take your breath away, Lin Xian seized the opportunity to take a closer look. The more she looked at that back, the more familiar it seemed. Hearing the noise, the person turned around, instantly revealing an even more striking face, with a charming mix of exotic features that exuded authority. With a chiseled jaw, a high nose, and sharp contours, their expression was cold. The cool and reserved vibe, combined with the gun holster, was simply captivating. Lin Xian looked at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Shireen, as if she was transported back to the moment they first met in the library, stunned by his charm and physique. Suddenly, she was struck by his good looks again. Shireen also saw them. "Xian? General Fong, what are you doing here?" He suddenly realized, "I almost forgot. This is the Fong family's vacation villa." Fong Chingfeng looked at Shireen, feeling speechless. "What are you doing here?" His tone was harsh, and his mood was sour. He couldn't understand how, after bringing Lin Xian to the peaceful mountain, they could run into someone so perfectly matched for her right outside his home. What frustrated him more was Lin Xian's earlier gaze. He hadn't realized she liked this kind of thing. If he had known, he would have worn it for her sooner. It was just a gun holster. He had plenty of them. He could have worn one for her. Fong rode the wind, feeling a mix of emotions. Recently, there have been frequent incidents of animals causing pollution, and the Federation is investigating the reasons. "I came to help with the cleanup and investigation," Shireen explained. "I didn't expect to run into you." During the time the Crown Prince was recovering after being saved, Shireen had seen Lin Xian less often. He learned about the Crown Prince waking up and having a child through the news. Shireen was already busy with work, and this time he was completely caught up in it, trying not to think too much. Unexpectedly meeting Lin Xian brought him joy, but also a hint of sadness. He and the Crown Prince had met Lin Xian around the same time. The Crown Prince actively pursued her, making her the Crown Princess and preparing a new home for them, while they grew closer. Shireen, on the other hand, felt like an outsider, stuck in place. He had to find ways to get closer to her, but their relationship hadn't progressed much. Compared to others, he was naturally reserved, following rules and plans, not knowing how to charm or flatter people. As his confidence waned, he noticed Lin Xian's gaze. Looking down at his ordinary outfit, which he usually wore, he realized she liked the gun holster strap. That was the only exception today. He suddenly remembered the unusual clothing and accessories his father had prepared for him, like strange, transparent shirts and undergarments, which he had discarded. There were some more normal outfits, all formal wear, just paired with formal straps and armbands, which he thought he could wear on dates with Lin Jian. At the time, he didn't think much of it, just wanting the straps to help him stand tall, so he kept them. Unexpectedly, it seemed Lin Jian liked similar things. His father certainly wouldn't do unnecessary things. To win his mother's affection, his father must have had some skills. No wonder he always said Shireen was not as good as him and wouldn't compete for attention. He really wasn't as good as his father. Although their relationship was strained, he didn't want to follow his father's every word, but the clothes weren't to blame, and he could still wear them later. While talking with Lin Jian, Shireen couldn't help but glance at her several times. Back in the dorm, everyone used to share videos, which were favorites among them all. He never expected to see something even more impressive than what was in the videos. The gun holster strap and Shireen's reserved, cool demeanor matched perfectly. The more reserved he was, the more intriguing it became. Shireen felt nervous under her gaze, but he showed no signs of it. Seeing her pleased, he decided not to put his jacket back on and held it in his hands instead. The gun that was supposed to be put back in the holster was left untouched for now. After a few casual exchanges, Fong Chingfeng was clearly upset. Shireen kept talking, and Lin Jian kept glancing at him. She couldn't take it anymore. "My mother is waiting for us. Let's go inside." If he didn't speak up, Shireen might follow him home and ruin his plans. Fong Chingfeng knew this was rude, but who cared about manners at this point? He didn't give Shireen a chance to respond. "Mr. Shir, I won't take up your time. You can get back to your work." He stressed the word work to make it clear that Shireen shouldn't try to charm Lin Jian and to encourage Lin Jian to stay quiet. Then he pulled Lin Jian away. Lin Jian could only hurriedly wave to Shireen. "Shireen, we'll be in touch." Shireen wanted to say something, but Fong Chingfeng quickened his pace. As he walked back to his colleagues, Lin Jian wanted to take a picture of his back. It looked really good. "Are you still looking?" Fong Chingfeng gritted his teeth. He had just been affectionate with him, and now Lin Jian was looking at another man. He was feeling jealous. "Do you want me to take a few pictures for you?" Seeing Lin Jian's eyes light up made Fong Chingfeng even more upset. When he met Mrs. Fong, he was still fuming, and she gave him a firm pat. "You little rascal, how dare you lie to me? You said you were bringing the purification master, but instead, you brought Miss Lin back. You could have told me earlier so I could prepare." Bringing a match back was a big deal. Mrs. Fong was very striking and young, with a neat red bob that made her look like Fong Chingfeng's sister. Lin Jian was taken aback by her beauty. Mrs. Fong warmly led Lin Jian into the house and immediately started giving her an electronic bank card. "I didn't prepare a gift and didn't know what you liked, so I'll be straightforward. Here's some money. Buy whatever you want. This is pocket money for our first meeting. Please take it." In the future, she would just send money for holidays, which was convenient. She then took out a second card. "This is Chingfeng's. All his savings from childhood, along with his bonuses and income from his properties, are in here. Today, it's all yours." The pace was too fast, and Lin Jian was stunned. "You don't have to give me this, do you?" In modern times, it's common for husbands to hand over their salary cards to their wives, but this was in a different context. Before coming, Lin Jian only wanted purification and didn't expect this. "It's necessary. I had to manage it before, but now that he has a match, it should be handed over to you. I'm just worried that reaching out to you on my own isn't right. Otherwise, I would have given this to you earlier." Seeing that Lin Jian still didn't want to accept, Aunt Fong expressed her concern. "Are you refusing because you don't like him? Do you think he's too proud and want to end the match?" Lin Jian replied, "No, I don't want to end the match." Fong Chingfeng remained silent. "I'm still here." Aunt Fong ignored him completely. "That's good. He can be proud and jealous, so if you have any issues, feel free to correct him." Lin Jian couldn't refuse any longer and had to accept. When she saw the balance displayed by the smart device, she was shocked. It was far more than just a little pocket money. Fong Chingfeng's amount was also quite excessive. Why is there so much money? Because this is all his property, Aunt Fong explained matter-of-factly. In the future, all his salary, benefits, and bonuses will go into this card. You can just give him some pocket money occasionally. Lin Jian said, Isn't that a bit much? Maybe he should handle it himself. No need, just keep it, Aunt Fong insisted. Fong Chingfeng shook his head. You are my match, so it should be given to you. Use it as you wish. If it's not enough, I'll find a way to earn more. Seeing Lin Jian still hesitating, Fong Chingfeng leaned in and quietly asked, What are you hesitating about? You've already kissed him and touched him. Do you not want to take responsibility? Lin Jian suddenly looked at Aunt Fong, worried she had heard. Aunt Fong remained unfazed and suddenly answered a phone call. Oh, really? Okay, I'll be there right away. Aunt Fong understood her son well. Just one look at his proud demeanor told her what he was thinking. Since he had already mentioned responsibility, she knew she had to be perceptive. She wanted to give them some space, so Lin Jian quickly stood up. Wait, Aunt Fong. I haven't done the purification yet. Please hold on. Seeing her getting busy, Lin Jian quickly released the purification energy, expertly directing it with swift movements. Her purification skills were becoming more proficient, and her ability was continuously improving. After 3 waves of energy, Aunt Feng's mental clutter was mostly cleared away. After the discomfort, she felt an unprecedented clarity, and the torment from the mental clutter faded. She realized that Fong Chingfeng was right. He had brought a purification master, who just happened to be Lin Jian. So you are the purification master. Fong Chingfeng didn't explain it to me. She felt a mix of emotions. I didn't expect it to be you. She couldn't help but hug Lin Jian and said, Thank you, Jian. I haven't felt this relaxed in such a long time. She was so excited that she ended up giving Lin Jian a quick kiss on the cheek.
Mom.
Fong Chingfeng, who had been proudly smiling, shouted and pulled Lin Jian away, saying, What are you doing? He quickly wiped Lin Jian's cheek where she had kissed. Come on, you're jealous of your mom? Are you made of vinegar? I'm a woman, I'm your mom. What's wrong with a little kiss? Even if I were a boy, you shouldn't be so concerned about this. It's all up to Jian. Mrs. Fong took the opportunity to lecture Fong Chingfeng. Seeing Lin Jian smile and say it was fine, Mrs. Fong felt relieved but also deeply jealous of her son for the first time. I don't know what good karma you had in your past life to deserve such good fortune. Did you bribe the matching system to get such a great match? Fong Chingfeng was young and faced challenges with infertility. Although he had a bright future, he also had serious emotional struggles, which was a big concern. His competitors couldn't beat him in the workplace, so they resorted to making sour comments, saying the Fong family would die out, no matter how glorious they were. But then Lin Jian appeared, and with the Marshal and the Crown Prince successfully having children, there was hope for Fong Chingfeng too. Those people had recently changed their tune. They didn't know that Lin Jian was the purification master. If they found out, they would surely be extremely jealous. Remembering how Fong Chingfeng had previously complained about matchmakers, Mrs. Fong kicked him lightly. Remember the responsibilities of a matchmaker. I'm leaving now. Mrs. Fong quickly left to give her son some space. A good matchmaker like this needed to be kept close, like a shadow. She contacted Fong Chingfeng's father, urging him to share some good things with Fong Chingfeng so the young man would perform well tonight and win Lin Jian's favor. Lin Jian, feeling a bit tired after flying around and using her purification abilities, said, Let's go back. Fong Chingfeng replied, Our car had a problem and is stuck. Don't you remember? If you're tired, let's rest here. Isn't there any other car? I wonder if Shireen has gone back. There are no other cars. Shireen is busy with work, and it wouldn't be good to disturb him. Just rest here. I'll have someone bring the car back. Plus, don't you want to see the sunset?
Yes.
Fong Chingfeng quickly took her to rest. He cleverly made the bathing systems in the other rooms malfunction, leading Lin Jian to his room. Thinking about Lin Jian sleeping in his bed, Fong Chingfeng felt restless and received something nice shared by his dad. When he opened it, Fong Chingfeng instantly felt excited. He had learned about this before. There was no way to rush things. But he couldn't calm his heart. While preparing a candlelight dinner, Fong Chingfeng remembered the gun holster strap of Shireen. He found similar formal shoulder straps online in various styles, but he didn't want to copy others. He wanted to be original. Finally, his gaze landed on a waist chain. Watching a demonstration, he was shocked because it looked really appealing. After some hesitation, he bought it, thinking she would definitely like it since she liked the gun holster strap. She won't be able to resist. Tonight, she would surely be wild. When Lin Jian woke up, it was already evening. The beautiful sunset was in place, and Fong Chingfeng had prepared dinner. This is the perfect spot to watch the sunset while having dinner. Maybe because it was a bit cold on the mountain, Fong Chingfeng changed into a casual, loose sweater, which made him look more charming. Cheers to the beautiful sunset. A little wine would make everything feel more natural and help Lin Jian forget about going back. Fong Chingfeng cleverly prepared some tasty fruit wine that could easily get one tipsy. Everything went smoothly. Lin Jian had a moderate tolerance for alcohol. The fruit wine started off sweet and tangy, like a drink, and by the time the effects kicked in, she was already half drunk. Fong Chingfeng was so nervous that he drank a bit more too, and soon he felt a little tipsy. When he raised his arm, Lin Jian vaguely saw something. "What do you have on your waist?" As Lin Jian's memory started to blur, she pulled at Fong Chingfeng's shirt. He resisted, saying it wasn't appropriate to show. She lunged at him and pinned him down. "Am I being inappropriate? I just want to see." In the confusion, Fong Chingfeng seemed to ask her, "Lin Jian, do you know who I am?" She replied, "Fong Chingfeng." He seemed to chuckle softly, "As long as you know who I am." Then it seemed she got what she wanted. When Lin Jian was awakened by the smart assistant, she felt a headache, a dry throat, and some soreness in her body. It felt a bit like the morning after a night at the base. Lin Jian froze for a moment. Did she really lose control with Fong Chingfeng last night? As if responding to her thoughts, someone moved beside her. Lin Jian stiffly turned her head and then saw Sherbowen? Sherbowen?
Lin Jian was shocked.
Sherbowen? Sherbowen sat up, his usually deep voice now a bit hoarse. "You're awake?" Seeing the marks on Sherbowen's neck, Lin Jian quickly stepped back in surprise. She stepped back too fast and almost fell off the bed. Sherbowen rushed over to pull her back. "Are you feeling unwell?" He touched Lin Jian's forehead. "No fever. Do you have a headache?" Lin Jian did have a headache, not just physically but also mentally. Her hand rested on Sherbowen's broad chest, which felt firm, but inside, she was screaming. What is happening? Why is Sherbowen in her bed? And isn't this Fong Chingfeng's house? Did she lose control last night at Fong Chingfeng's place? Fong Chingfeng would be furious if he found out. Her gaze landed on the gun holster on the nightstand and the clothes on the floor, making Lin Jian suspect that this was why things got out of hand. Never underestimate a woman's desires.
Nervously, Lin Jian withdrew her hand.
"I drank too much last night, and I might have been a bit
wild."
She felt that the last two words were hard to say and inappropriate. Suddenly, the blanket moved, and the next moment, Fong Chingfeng lifted it. "It's so stuffy," Fong Chingfeng said irritably, pushing the blanket aside. The sweater he wore last night was gone, revealing a glimpse of a waist chain. It was quite a sight. But Lin Jian could only think in panic. What is going on? Why is Fong Chingfeng in this bed too, looking like that? Did she lose control with both of them last night? Her body ached, with some bruises. Did she go too far? Lin Jian couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. But her clothes had changed into Fong Chingfeng's t-shirt. Fong Chingfeng groggily opened his eyes and saw Lin Jian wearing his shirt. Though his mind was foggy, he instinctively felt that something had happened last night. After a moment of surprise, he smiled, a mix of pride and shyness. "Why do you look like that? Was it because he did so well last night?" "Major Fong is awake too," Sherbowen said calmly. Fong Chingfeng, initially thinking he was imagining things, turned to see Sherbowen. Looking at his exposed chest, Fong Chingfeng felt like he had been struck by lightning. "What is going on? Why are you in my house and in our bed?" He was shocked. He pinched himself, feeling the pain. Fong Chingfeng looked at Sherbowen and then at Lin Jian, feeling completely overwhelmed.
You
both."
We.
Fong Chingfeng tried to remember. but his thoughts were jumbled. It wasn't just me and Jian. Why did you do this? Did you take advantage of the situation? He was furious and charged at Sherbowen. Sherbowen, unable to explain, wrapped the blanket around Fong Chingfeng and dragged him toward the bathroom. It seems Major Fong needs to clear his head. Lin Jian, equally confused, quickly picked up her clothes and fled the scene. After washing her face and changing back into her clothes, she took a deep breath and exited the bathroom. Sherbowen was making coffee while a robot beside him prepared breakfast. He was dressed, his shirt slightly wrinkled, giving him a relaxed look. Just as Lin Jian was about to speak, Fong Chingfeng emerged with wet hair. Seeing her, he felt wronged. Lin Jian, how could you purify both of us at the same time? What is going on? Sherbowen paused, and Lin Jian nearly choked on the air. Stop talking nonsense. I don't think that's it. Sherbowen, please explain what happened. Sherbowen replied succinctly, you both got drunk last night, and Jing Bufei also came by. Jing Bufei was here too? Fong Chingfeng felt even more confused. Yes, I was about to leave but saw his car on the way and got worried, so I came back. Knowing he wasn't welcome, Sherbowen reluctantly finished his tasks and prepared to leave. He had seen Jing Bufei's license plate before and recalled it, which is why he returned. When I came back, he was on the ground holding a child. Wasn't he unconscious the whole time? Jing Bufei had nearly lost the child before because the girl was precious, so he had remained unconscious during the pregnancy. Wait, isn't it time for the child to be born? He carried the pregnancy the whole time? Yes, the child is born, but there are problems. A genetic disorder has caused developmental issues. Sherbowen had gathered all the information. Genetic disorders are hard to treat, and the child may never develop normally, possibly facing challenges like not walking, being unable to care for themselves, and even having diminished or absent senses of taste and smell. Such situations are difficult to change, and the child suffers. Generally, doctors would advise against keeping the child for the sake of both the parents and the child. But Jing Bufei wanted to keep the child, Lin Jian added. Because if he completes the pregnancy and raises the child, he won't have to go back to prison. Exactly, Sherbowen nodded. Fong Chingfeng frowned, using a child as a tool. He's so selfish. For the child, being born is like entering. People online are criticizing him. It seems that Jing Bufei has been triggered, just as we predicted long ago, bringing the child to create a scene. For Jing Bufei, waking up after being forced into a coma during pregnancy felt like being in. Before the coma, his belly was small, but when he woke up, it was large and marked with stretch marks. Due to a lack of exercise, he was swollen all over, and what made him angrier was that there were problems with the child. He lost everything for this child, only to find that the child was not viable. Their family still needed an heir. His father had been hoping for this child, and now everything was ruined. Meanwhile, Lin Jian and the Crown Prince had a child, and the whole internet was discussing whether their child would be twins. Jing Bufei, feeling provoked, escaped from the hospital, holding the child and desperately searching for Lin Jian to create a scene. He doesn't care about the child's life at all. He wanted to pin everything on you last night. When I returned, he was confessing to Jian, reminiscing about the past, saying he wanted to start over with you, kneeling outside in repentance. It sounds disgusting and overly sentimental, just stirring up your anger, especially you, Fong Chingfeng. Sherbowen looked at Lin Jian and Fong Chingfeng. You both are really angry. One wants to cut him down, and the other wants to burn him. Jing Bufei was already posing for evidence. Your anger is out in the open. Sherbowen recalled the scene he saw last night, feeling helpless. If I had been even a second later, it could have turned into a disaster. Fong Chingfeng's anger was not ordinary. It could have instantly taken that girl's life. I stood in front of him, called an ambulance, and kept an eye on Jing Bufei, not giving him a chance to harm the child. Lin Jian felt terrified upon hearing this. Both she and Fong Chingfeng were drunk yesterday, and Jing Bufei had deliberately provoked them, leading them to fall into his trap. His threat was powerful. If he had actually harmed someone, Jing Bufei would have succeeded in his scheme, solving his problems with the daughter and blaming them for compensation. He probably plans to use this to threaten you, to avoid prison time for Fong Chingfeng, and to force you to have a child with him. He might even ask for more. After all, regardless of the reasons or whether the baby had issues, killing an infant is a serious crime. It could completely ruin Fong Chingfeng. A cold glint flashed in Sherbowen's eyes as he observed Jing Bufei's gaze towards Lin Jian. He might even demand that Lin Jian carry a child herself. When Sherbowen realized Jing Bufei's intentions last night, even if he hadn't been drunk, he almost lost control. Jing Bufei's gaze was just too annoying. He held back his anger and didn't act on it. If given the chance, he would definitely want to get rid of those eyes and that thing beneath him. Lin Jian felt very uneasy and noticed some redness on Sherbowen's arm where he had been burned by Fong Chingfeng last night. Did Fong Chingfeng burn you? Yes, Sherbowen nodded. It's fine, I've treated it, but there are still some marks. Lin Jian felt guilty.
But it must have hurt a lot at the time.
Really, it's okay. Drink some water, it will help your throat feel better.
Thank you.
Lin Jian took the warm water that Sherbowen handed her, trying to calm down. Fong Chingfeng looked apologetic. He knew the power of his fire. I'm sorry, thank you. Sherbowen didn't respond and handed him a cup of water. He wasn't helping Fong Chingfeng, he was helping Lin Jian. Fong Chingfeng took a sip and was shocked by the coldness. He struggled to swallow and changed the subject. Even though you helped me a lot, you shouldn't just join us like this. He gritted his teeth, feeling like crying. You're using this to repay me? How shameless. My carefully planned romantic dinner, the wedding night I looked forward to, and you. Don't think that just because you did something good and gave me water, I will forgive you. Fong Chingfeng felt both love and hate. He even wanted to kill Sherbowen. I appreciate what you did, but I will never forgive you. He had no memory of the wedding night he had been waiting for, and now there was an extra man involved. He was so angry. Sherbowen remained expressionless. It seems you were really drunk and forgot everything. Stop watching so many dramas. If you drink that much, you won't have the energy for a wedding night. Fong Chingfeng was stunned. No wonder he had no unforgettable memories. It turned out there was no wedding night. So, Fong Chingfeng suddenly looked up. So you took advantage of the situation, right in my house, on my bed. I'm going to kill you. Fong Chingfeng lunged at Sherbowen, and Lin Jian felt a headache coming on.
Don't.
In the next moment, Fong Chingfeng suddenly lunged forward, and Sherbowen seemed to have anticipated it, catching him easily.
What?
What did you do to him? I added something to his water. He won't be able to calm down for a while. Sherbowen remained indifferent and tossed Fong Chingfeng onto the sofa. Lin Jian looked at Fong Chingfeng and felt a bit sorry for him. She prepared a beautiful romantic dinner with a lovely sunset, but ended up drinking too much. In the end, she had a vague memory of unbuttoning his shirt and calling out something playful. Feeling embarrassed, she said, I'm sorry. We agreed to cooperate, but I lost control. Fong Chingfeng is jealous. I'm sorry. I promise not to let them bother you. Lin Jian noticed the scratch marks hidden in his collar and felt her face heat up. I will never drink again. Drinking caused trouble. She thought it would just be a little fruit wine, but the effects were much stronger than she expected. Sherbowen glanced at her and said, You can drink less. Thinking about last night, his neck turned red, as if her lips had left a mark there. But nothing happened last night. Seeing Sherbowen's flushed neck, Lin Jian recalled a bit more. She seemed to remember kissing him and asking why he was so warm before playfully pushing him down.
But,
he said nothing happened? Lin Jian felt relieved yet surprised. She was truly worried she might have forced herself on him. That's good. I was really afraid I left you with a bad impression. Sherbowen's eyes flickered.
No.
His voice was a bit hoarse as he emphasized, not with you. Are you okay? Lin Jian blurted out at that moment. Sherbowen looked at her in disbelief.
What?
His usually calm face broke into a smile. Lin Jian shook her head. No, it's nothing. She just wondered if he was really as indifferent as he seemed, or if he was just not that interested. I heard you. Sherbowen clenched his teeth, unsure how to express his feelings at that moment.
You.
For the first time, Sherbowen was at a loss for words. He sighed. You were drunk and not in your right mind. I couldn't take advantage of that. That's why nothing happened. Lin Jian was drunk, but he was sober. He couldn't just act recklessly in Fong Chingfeng's house. He had hesitated and struggled, but ultimately held on to his principles. Yet now, Lin Jian doubted herself. What about his own struggles last night? He wasn't someone who easily acted on impulse, but at that moment, he really wanted to prove himself to her, like the male leads in movies. That's not what I meant. I just spoke too quickly. Lin Jian couldn't help but scold herself. I know you are a gentleman, thank you. Otherwise, I would really feel embarrassed. Although I still feel quite embarrassed now. She really wished she could turn back time and slap herself for saying that. Don't hit yourself. Shireen took her hand. You have a headache, right? Eating something and having a cup of coffee will help. Shireen worked slowly and methodically. Even in the kitchen, he had a serious vibe. Okay, thank you. Lin Jian glanced at Fong Chingfeng but didn't dare to mention that he hadn't eaten. She walked to the dining table and sat down. As she moved, the soreness in her arms and legs was hard to ignore, and there were bruises on her elbows. Did I scratch your neck? Shireen nodded. Yes, you scratched me because I stopped you from dancing with Fong Chingfeng. Dancing? Lin Jian felt a chill. How could there be dancing? After I sent Jing Buffet away, you kept looking at Fong Chingfeng's waist chain and asked him why he wasn't dancing, saying, it would look better if he twisted. Fong Chingfeng can't dance, you should teach him, but you were both drunk and couldn't stand straight, falling all over the place. It didn't help that I tried to stop you. Whenever you saw Fong Chingfeng, you would pull his clothes and insist he dance. I was worried you might fall and get hurt, so I had to keep you apart. But Fong Chingfeng threatened to burn me if he couldn't see you, and I was afraid he would actually set the house on fire, so I had to watch both of you. That's why the three of them ended up on the same bed. Lin Jian. The dangers of being a heavy user of short videos were clearly evident in her. She felt even more embarrassed. She almost buried her face in the bowl. I didn't know I would act like this when I was drunk. Confirmed, all the soreness and pain were from her own actions. Lin Jian braced herself and thanked him again. Thank you, otherwise, Fong Chingfeng and I wouldn't know how much we would have fallen. Maybe we would have both gotten concussions or even started a fire. She didn't have a good tolerance for alcohol, and she didn't expect Fong Chingfeng didn't either, plus neither of them had good drinking manners. With Jing Buffet's earlier antics and the risk of fire, they could have faced serious consequences. I'm sorry you had to go through this again. Being with Shireen seemed to connect her to strange situations. After Shireen reminded her, she recalled everything. She really did those things. And not just those things. Fragments of her lost memories surged back. It seems that Shireen used a towel to wipe her face and hands. When she saw Shireen, she grabbed his holster strap and said, the belt is gone, but the holster strap guy is here, and he's even more handsome than those models.
Hee.
She giggled and reached for the strap, trying to unbutton his shirt, and then all her memories from the night before came rushing back, and she began to feel embarrassed. Lin Jian felt overwhelmed. Shireen shook his head and said, no need to apologize. Just be careful with drinking around people you don't know well. He was actually relieved that Fong Chingfeng hadn't gotten too close to her. At first, it was a bit uncomfortable, but now every encounter with her brought unexpected events and new conversations. Each time left a strong impression, stirring his emotions and heart rate. Though it was strange, he didn't dislike it. I won't drink easily again. After breakfast and coffee, Lin Jian felt more awake, and her headache had lessened. Shireen looked at Fong Chingfeng and said, when he wakes up, you can explain to him. Okay, I'll have someone pick us up. I'll wait outside.
All right.
Lin Jian woke Fong Chingfeng and carefully told him the good news that nothing had happened between her and Shireen. Fong Chingfeng felt relieved. As he got into the car with Lin Jian and Shireen to head back, he suddenly realized, what was he relieved about? He had wasted his efforts. He felt like crying. He really couldn't touch alcohol again. When he received a video call from the Crown Prince, he immediately knew the Crown Prince was testing whether he had succeeded. The Crown Prince had been messaging him all night with a mix of serious and random concerns, worried that he and Jian had gotten too close. Fong Chingfeng had ignored it yesterday and was still annoyed today. Although he tried to hide it, the Crown Prince knew him too well. No matter how much he wanted to save face, the Crown Prince saw right through him. In a good mood, the Crown Prince directly contacted Lin Jian. From what I've observed, the embryo hasn't split, and our child might just be a singleton. Lin Jian nodded. She was fine with either one or two since she already had a pair of twins. But in just over 6 months, she would be a mother of 3. If there were twins or triplets, they would need at least 10 matches to ensure 6 children. Wait, the 5th match, Jiang Wang, didn't count. If there were 5 matches and only one from the Crown Prince, it could guarantee fewer than 10 children. She asked, "Do you feel disappointed?"
No.
The Crown Prince knew that Lin Jian hadn't deeply connected with Fong Chingfeng, and he felt very good about it as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "Actually, I've thought about it carefully. It's better not to have twins. That way, I won't have to worry about favoritism. Many parents try to be fair, but they still end up showing favoritism, which can be hurtful. It's hard to treat them exactly the same." Having suffered from his parents' favoritism, the Crown Prince said, "How to balance the relationship between 2 children and be fair will be up to the Marshal. I will focus on loving one child and give him all my love without holding back." Lin Jian nodded. "You're right. I believe the Marshal can balance things well." The Crown Prince's eyes flickered. "I believe in the Marshal. But can I trust you, huh?"
Ah.
Lin Jian was caught off guard. "I won't show favoritism, but I'm starting to worry that you might. Will you favor the Marshal's child more and neglect our child?" He leaned closer, his handsome face just inches away. Lin Jian took a step back, wanting to assure him that she would try her best to be fair, not just to them but also to their children. The Crown Prince quickly followed, tilting his head to gently peck her cheek. "Could you like me a little more and also love our child a bit more?" Lin Jian covered her face and looked around. "Okay, I promise. Just don't let anyone see."
If they see, they see.
"We are meant for each other." The Crown Prince straightened up, "But even if we are meant for each other, feelings need to be nurtured." He operated his smart device. "Take a look and see if you like it. If you do, we'll go." Lin Jian opened the message from the Crown Prince, which contained a picture of a hot spring. "This is a natural hot spring resort my grandmother left me. It's quite relaxing. You've been working hard lately. It's perfect for you to unwind." With Fong Chingfeng involved, the Crown Prince wouldn't back down. He had plans of his own. Lin Jian felt tempted by the hot spring. In modern times, good hot springs are expensive, while cheap ones are often dirty and not well maintained, leading to infections. She had never been to one. "Where is it? Is it far? When shall we go?" "Not far. We could go tonight. To get ahead of the Marshal, the sooner, the better." Lin Jian hesitated, "But Su Ming is coming back from the base today. Didn't we plan to have dinner together?" The Crown Prince replied, "Right." He said it through gritted teeth, frustrated that Su Ming was returning, clearly having heard about her outing with Fong Chingfeng last night. That old fox, Su Ming, had gotten ahead of him and was now meddling in their affairs, ruining his plans. He could cancel, but he had no doubt they would shamelessly join him in the hot springs. They definitely would. That's just how they are. His ring was taken that way before. He had even picked out his robe for the hot springs yesterday and made plenty of preparations. His trip to the hot springs couldn't be ruined like this. The prince could only grit his teeth and postpone the trip. "Then let's go tomorrow." The prince looked down at Lin Jian, showing no hesitation in his thoughts. He just wanted to go to the hot springs with her. The prince's gaze was intense, and Lin Jian felt overwhelmed, her mind flashing back to moments when the prince had been unconscious. It was truly. During the evening gathering, with Shireen missing, the tension was less intense, but the atmosphere felt a bit strange. It wasn't until Jing Bufu stubbornly came to threaten them that the mood heated up. Jing Bufu wanted to create trouble but lacked evidence, leaving Lin Jian speechless. Why would he still dare to come knowing he would fail? He must be desperate. He was once a promising general in the naval battle team, but since going to prison, his future has been ruined, his child has problems, and he has been pushed around by Ruan Yijiao suitors. Ruan Yijiao, wanting to win against Lin Jian, was now focused on having the second prince's child, but her previous suitors were suffering. They offered money and benefits but received nothing in return, and they couldn't completely offend Ruan Yijiao and the second prince, so they could only pick on easier targets. Shirbo was still the most informed. I heard he has volunteered for this marine animal riot cleanup task. Fong Chingfeng raised an eyebrow. Cleaning up marine animal riots is the most troublesome and dangerous. But as a former general of the 2nd Military Corps, he is strong. His mental power is S-level, and his spirit form is a whale shark. Lang Chi provided an objective assessment. Whale sharks are large, with strong biting and impact abilities. Most importantly, they have incredible digestion, capable of eating insectoids, and their mental power can crush them. They were the main fighting force of the Naval Battle Department. Although his character was questionable, his abilities couldn't be denied. He wants to achieve merit through this cleanup to return to the battlefield. Ming didn't want to talk about such a person. I see his mental state is very poor. Any slight misstep could worsen his mental pollution, bringing him to the brink of collapse. But that wasn't his concern anymore. He had stopped caring long ago. After Ming mentioned it, the discussion continued among Fong Chingfeng and the others, while he quietly squeezed Lin Jian's hand under the table. Lin Jian was taken aback and turned to look at Ming. However, Ming did not look at her, as if he were secretly holding someone else's hand instead of hers. Just as she was about to pull away, Ming did not let go. His fingers, whether intentionally or not, lightly brushed across her palm, causing a tingling sensation. Lin Jian took a sip of water to hide her feelings. Why were there suddenly so many people eating? His flirtatious behavior was inappropriate. Lin Jian found herself recalling many past memories and realized that Ming seemed to want something more. Indeed, this man had changed after his deep transformation. He was completely different from before. He was both insecure and understanding, yet could not help but flirt. She shot a warning glare at Ming, but it was useless. Before she could free herself from his grip, she suddenly felt a tickle on her calf. Turning her head, she saw a fluffy white tail gently brushing against her. In disbelief, Lin Yan looked up and saw the crown prince calmly talking with Fong Chingfeng, looking quite dignified.
But he was also using his tail to tease her leg.
The movement was light, but it was so soft and fuzzy that it made her very ticklish.
Lin Jian felt overwhelmed.
Why could the crown prince act like this? Perhaps because of her gaze. The tail seemed excited, almost playful. Lin Jian tried to avoid it, but as she stretched her leg to the other side, she bumped into another person's leg. Sitting next to the crown prince was Shirboen, who looked up in surprise. Lin Jian realized she had bumped into Shirboen and was about to apologize and move away when the tail came back, this time applying a slight pressure to hold her in place, making it impossible for her to move. Lin Jian felt a rush of embarrassment. The crown prince was acting so differently, playfully entangling her under the table. More importantly, Shirboen glanced at her a few times and suddenly became fidgety, loosening his tie. He must think she was deliberately trying to touch him. After drinking too much before, now this. Her reputation, her image. Lin Jian wanted to break free but felt both ticklish and amused, struggling to hold back her laughter, which caught the attention of the nearby Lang Chi. What's wrong? He asked. I choked a little, Lin Jian made an excuse. Lang Chi gently patted her back and then took her hand, starting to press on acupressure points. Is it here? You said it would help digestion. Yes, it's here. Lin Jian felt stiff all over, her expression frozen. Across from her, Fong Chingfeng noticed she was staring at the shrimp and, after a moment, peeled 2 shrimp for her and handed them over. Choked and still looking at the shrimp, I can only eat these 2, no more. After saying this, he noticed Lin Jian was still, and he frowned. What's wrong?
Do you want me to feed you?
He glanced at the crown prince Lang Chi, Ming, and Shirboen, snorting. There are so many people here. You have hands, it's ridiculous. Lin Jian felt completely numb. Both her hands were held, and even her feet were not free. Shirboen didn't pull away either. Among the 5 of them, Only Fong Chingfeng was eating quietly, while the others were secretly causing trouble under the table. How did she not notice this before? Of course, the Marshal didn't count. He was concerned about her. Seeing Fong Chingfeng completely unaware of what was happening under the table and feeling pleased, Lin Jian thought he was adorably innocent. I can eat by myself. Lin Jian forcefully pulled her hand away from Su Ming, using too much strength and accidentally hitting something. Su Ming let out a muffled grunt and then coughed as he left the table. I'm done eating, you all go ahead. Lin Jian. Watching Su Ming leave quickly, she realized she might have hurt him. Fong Chingfeng looked at Su Ming with suspicion, while the crown prince sensed something and finally let go of his tail. Lin Jian was free and bit into the shrimp that Fong Chingfeng had peeled for her. Bowen looked a bit disappointed, and Lin Jian didn't know how to explain, so she pretended not to see him. After the meal, Lin Jian was anxious and tired. After Su Ming left, he didn't return for a while. Initially annoyed, Lin Jian couldn't help but feel worried. Did she hurt him badly? It shouldn't be too serious since she didn't use much force. But she heard that men could be quite fragile. Unable to sit still, Lin Jian found an excuse to look for Su Ming. The crown prince watched her back, pursing his lips, then exchanged glances with Fong Chingfeng. Fong Chingfeng didn't notice anything unusual under the table, but he could tell what Su Ming was thinking just by looking at him. The two exchanged a silent glance, somehow reaching an unspoken understanding. Don't let Su Ming get close to Lin Jian tonight. Fong Chingfeng had previously said he didn't want to cooperate with the crown prince, but now they had no choice but to work together. What do you think? How about we camp in the yard tonight while everyone is here? Sounds good. They finished their discussion as they passed each other. Su Ming stood in the restroom, looking at his perfect features in the mirror, his eyes filled with criticism. He was beautiful enough, but if he didn't win her affection, it was all useless. She really just wanted to save me and fulfill her duty as a matchmaker. Although she doesn't hate me, she doesn't like me either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have avoided him since then. He craved her so much that it drove him crazy, causing him pain and sleepless nights. Even when he did sleep, he dreamed of her. She had only accidentally bumped into him, and he had hidden here. But it seemed like she never thought of him. If before he could use the excuse of the crown prince's incident, later on, she never remembered him again. Sometimes he doubted that night was just a beautiful dream. He could only confirm it was real by looking at the photos he took and the sheets he kept. Today, he returned with courage, but she remained indifferent. She even got annoyed with him. Everyone calls me a charming fox, but she has completely forgotten about me and doesn't want to be near me anymore. She still contacts me and cares about me, but she doesn't want me back. Su Ming urged the nine-tailed fox not to play dead. Don't pretend you can't hear me. It's your problem, right? Why is there no attraction at all? The nine-tailed fox shook its head. No, it's because you didn't perform well that night. If you had, you would have left a lasting impression, but she didn't feel that at all. Before, when I entered her dreams, you still didn't get it right. The nine-tailed fox was frustrated. You look great, and you have good qualities, but unfortunately, you still need to improve. Su Ming, who was already anxious, felt worse and began to recall if he had performed poorly. Is it really my fault? Of course, you need to work harder and practice well. It's better to fix things now than to regret later. Otherwise, you might never get her attention again. The nine-tailed fox said firmly. Once the Marshal takes out the nurturing pouch, you might not have another chance. Fong Chingfeng thought Su Ming was under no pressure, but he was just as troubled. When Lin Jian arrived, Fong Chingfeng couldn't calm down and was doing something wrong. Su Ming, are you okay? Su Ming trembled at the sound of her voice, recalling what the nine-tailed fox said, and gritted his teeth to speak.
Qian, in need.
Your help. What? Why are you hesitating? If there's a problem, we need to address it. Lin Jian was getting anxious. Open the door. Su Ming felt a rush of joy in his eyes, but just as he was about to open the door, he heard the crown prince's voice. Dian, we plan to go camping. Do you want to have a barbecue? What are you doing here? Su Ming isn't feeling well. Really? Then let's find the robot. Or has he fainted? I'll have the robot force the door open.
Su Ming, punto non id ai fine.
He said this through gritted teeth. Indeed, nothing could be accomplished at the villa. Su Ming is fine, let's go. Fong Chingfeng is waiting too. The Crown Prince and Fong Chingfeng's initial cooperation was quite effective. That night's camping and barbecue were enjoyable. Bien Su and Hanzhou's spirit forms happily ran around, and Lin Jian felt very happy. She was surrounded not only by a border collie and a German shepherd, but also by a white tiger, a snow wolf, a lion, a northern phoenix, and a nine-tailed fox. Yes, the nine-tailed fox finally dared to appear in front of people, but it was still quite timid. It only dared to talk to Lin Jian and clung tightly to her. The northern phoenix stood on Lin Jian's shoulder and pecked at the nine-tailed fox several times while flying. The nine-tailed fox cried out pitifully, and Lin Jian had to hold it tightly to comfort it, giving it a couple of kisses. While a few people were busy setting up tents, Fong Chingfeng suddenly got hit several times on the head. By midnight, Lin Jian fell asleep in the middle of the spirit forms. The men looked at each other, all sleeping in the same tent. The Crown Prince remained alert, worried that someone would disrupt his hot spring plans. However, the next day, Lin Jian and he set off smoothly, without any disturbances. But they weren't going to the hot springs. They were leaving for official business. It was still about the increasing animal pollution incidents. This had happened every few years, but this time it was unusually severe. Even human spiritual pollution had worsened, affecting several areas. After investigation, it was discovered that the abnormalities were caused by someone conducting experiments. There was a lot of talk on the Star Network, and many people were panicking because this time the spiritual pollution seemed to have a contagious state. The Crown Prince and his team, being in important positions, were all busy and couldn't escape the situation. Lin Jian knew the situation was special, so she joined them in their efforts. On the first day, Lin Jian followed the Crown Prince. On the second day, she accompanied Fong Chingfeng. On the third day, she worked with Shireen, and on the fourth day, she might work with Su Ming again. Although it wasn't planned, she ended up rotating among them for purification work. In the end, everyone was busy except for Lang Qi. Fortunately, Lin Jian returned every day. She felt tired after each day's purification and needed to recover. For her safety, they made sure to send her back every night. Because of this, the doctor's earlier suggestion for Lin Jian to spend more time with Lang Qi was indirectly fulfilled. Even though Lin Jian had to work during the day, she returned every night to accompany the Marshal. A few people are living busy and fulfilling lives. Although they are busy with work and can't focus deeply on purification, everyone feels good and happy. Every 4 days, they get to work with Lin Jian, which seems fair, and no one is left out. During this time, Lin Jian's balanced approach has greatly improved the situation. It's unclear if it's Lin Jian's daily efforts or if her positive mood has influenced the children, but overall, the baby's condition has been getting better. They feel great, but Lin Jian's frequent appearances around them have caught the attention of reporters. This gives Ruan Yijiao an opportunity. She isn't pregnant, and the second prince has lost his ability to have children, leaving her anxious. When she finally finds a mistake by Lin Jian, she quickly contacts her old partner, He Kewai, to criticize Lin Jian for being inappropriate and overly attached to them. Given the serious situation, this isn't the time for romantic feelings. As the crown princess, she should set a good example, but unfortunately.
Sigh.
Moreover, according to reliable sources, the crown princess does not fulfill her duties. Within a day, news criticizing Lin Jian for being inconsiderate and hindering the crown prince's work spread widely, drawing a lot of backlash. However, some people couldn't hold back their comments. Those who don't understand should stop talking nonsense. The situation is serious but not out of control, and it's all thanks to Miss Lin. Critics should think carefully to avoid future regrets. You don't understand. She is a purification master. After the last comment, it was quickly deleted, but someone took a screenshot and asked other netizens. The netizens remained silent. Yet, more and more people began to speak up for Lin Jian. Coincidentally, News about the mysterious purification master traveling with her also emerged, preventing the situation from worsening. Official news is always reliable. Suddenly, people began to speculate if Lin Jian was the purification master, since those who survived the recent incident were speaking in her favor. Combined with the earlier netizens' comment, it sparked much discussion, but there was no confirmation. Ruan Yijiao, faced with the speculation, simply laughed. The purification master is Lin Jian? Ridiculous. However, since Lin Jian dares to associate with the purification master, she must be prepared for backlash. If the purification master gets angry, even as the crown princess, with the Marshal prince protecting her, she could still face disgrace and downfall. With this thought, Ruan Yijiao quickly formed a plan. Why not go with the flow and intentionally promote her? When the time comes to find the purification master, we can call her and see how she handles it. Imagining Lin Jian being forced to step forward only to be criticized, Ruan Yijiao quickly contacted He Kewei to announce that Lin Jian was the purification master, attributing all the credit to her. Soon, news spread everywhere claiming Lin Jian was the purification master, and everyone was amazed by her achievements, praising her wildly. Jing Bufei was stunned by the news. Is she really the purification master? To make a name for himself, Jing Bufei handed his troubled daughter over to a parenting robot and focused on clearing polluted animals, but his mental strain worsened. Unable to reach Lin Jian, he asked Ruan Yijiao instead. Ruan Yijiao smiled knowingly. Maybe that's what the news says. She was just waiting for the right moment to pressure Lin Jian and enjoy the spectacle. Seeing her expression, Jing Bufei sensed something was off. He felt a mix of relief and disappointment. With worries on his mind and days of effort, he became distracted and eventually succumbed to the pressure. His mental strain intensified, nearing a breakdown, and he was taken to find the purification master. Jing Bufei held on tightly, refusing to fall apart. You are lucky. The purification master is with the prince and is nearby. You will be seen soon. Just hang in there, the doctor reassured them. As the words finished, the door opened. A person in a white coat and mask entered. Is it them? Yes, they are from the Marine Combat Team and volunteers. Thank you for your help. Can you still hold on? Yes, for this group I can manage, but another batch might be too much, came a soothing female voice that Jing Bufei found familiar, almost like Lin Jian's. He wanted to sit up but lacked the strength. The purification master treated each person until it was Jing Bufei's turn. He struggled to open his eyes and felt a black cat jump onto his head, extending its paw. Behind him, someone stepped forward. His mental form was battered, taking up most of the room, weak from lack of water. The purification master paused when she saw him and the whale shark but reached out to place her hand on the whale shark's head. At the same moment, the black cat's paw rested on his head. In the next instant, an intense pain surged through his body and mind, a soul-deep ache that he felt. But after the agony, he felt a bit lighter overall. Recently, all the mental pollution has been cleared away. Whale Bufo has regained some strength. He looked at the person about to leave and quickly grabbed her clothing.
Wait, Thien?
Is that you? Even though she was wearing a mask, her forehead and eyes resembled Lin Jian. But Lin Jian hated him and wouldn't treat him. Yet, she did treat him. Could it be that she still had feelings for him? Thinking of this, Whale Bufo felt touched. Do you still have me in your heart? I knew it. I love you too. Can we start over? In the next moment, he was kicked away. Lin Jian quickly walked away. Facing the doctor's surprised gaze, she awkwardly laughed a couple of times. I have some old grievances with him, and I'm a bit tired. I want to go back and rest. Yes, you've worked hard. The doctor hurriedly sent her off. You are so kind to save him despite your past. Lin Jian chuckled. She hadn't expected to run into Whale Bufo. This time, Whale Bufo was indeed in need, so she didn't overlook him. But she was tired, so she didn't put in much effort, just a little help. After saying goodbye to the doctor, the prince had already come to pick her up. Tired? Not really. Lin Nan touched her nose. Every time I purify, I gain something. Now that my identity is revealed, There are praises everywhere. I can't say I'm tired. Lin Jian was prepared for her identity as a purification master to be exposed, but she didn't expect such extensive publicity. I wonder what Ruan Yijiao means by helping me promote so much. Never mind, I'm tired. Let's go home. Tomorrow, I have to go to the hospital with the Marshal, so I can't join you all for the next activities. The prince wanted to tell Lin Jian that Ruan Yijiao might have made a mistake, but hearing the last sentence made his heart sink. That day had finally come. The next day, after the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that the fetus was in good condition and the previous issues had been resolved, meeting the conditions for removing the pregnancy sac. Don't worry, it's just a minor surgery. Wolf Chi was about to enter the operating room again. But compared to last time, he felt much more relaxed and full of anticipation this time. They were about to find out the baby's gender, which felt like their first meeting. In a couple of days, if there are no complications with the fetus and I recover, I can be discharged. Okay.
Lin Xian nodded.
The surgery to remove the pregnancy sac was quick and well practiced. 3 hours later, Lin Jian and Wolf Chi saw the removed pregnancy sac. They also saw the baby inside. It's a boy, 2 boys. They are developing well and are very beautiful. Lin Jian paused for a moment. She couldn't see what was so beautiful. They seemed so small, not much bigger than her hand. They looked like 2 little hairless monkeys. Lin Jian felt both curious and a bit unfamiliar. In contrast, after months of pregnancy, she found herself really liking the babies. Their noses and chins look a bit like yours, she said. Really? Lin Jian replied, unable to see it at all. Although she couldn't tell and thought they were a bit odd-looking, they still spent 2 hours in front of the nursery. The 2 babies were active, as they could already hear sounds and kept moving closer to them. Whether it was a coincidence or not, when Lin Jian and Lang Qi placed their hands on the nursery, the babies reached out too. Lin Jian gasped several times and then clearly felt the babies kicking their little feet, as if they were happy. Don't overthink it. Don't exaggerate. She kept reminding herself, but in the end, she couldn't help but say, Marshal, they are so smart. Yes, smart and cute just like you. Just like you. The doctor was speechless, feeling overwhelmed by the comments. The 2 babies, who had been a bit restless, slowly fell asleep to their voices. 2 days later, once the babies had adjusted and Lang Qi had fully recovered, they left the hospital. They were in great spirits. However, Fong Chingfeng, Crown Prince Shireen, and Ming felt like the sky was falling. Especially Fong Chingfeng and the Crown Prince, who had not anticipated being delayed by official business. They had tried to get ahead of the Marshal but had failed. Once the Marshal was no longer in the nursery, what could stop them? So, on the day Lang Qi was discharged, Fong Chingfeng and the Crown Prince made time to return to the villa. They were still unwilling to accept the situation. To their surprise, someone else had returned before them. Shireen and Ming were also at the villa. They haven't come back, Ming said hoarsely. The Marshal probably guessed we would return, so he avoided us. Where are they now? They haven't already. The Crown Prince had already found clues through the robot's hints. Lin Jian mentioned a hot spring. They must have gone there. The Crown Prince immediately called Lin Jian via video. She didn't answer the first time, but on the second call, she finally picked up. However, Lin Jian wasn't visible on the screen. All he could see was the mist rising from the water. The surface of the water rippled, crashing against the thick stone slabs around it. What's going on? Crown Prince? Lin Jian was slightly out of breath, her voice a bit hoarse and unsteady. The Crown Prince felt as if his blood had frozen upon hearing the sounds of water from the other side.
You
are in a hot spring. Lin Jian exhaled. Yes, is there something? I can't take a video call right now. Nothing, just wanted to know where you are. The video call quickly ended. The Crown Prince felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Had he really made a fool of himself for someone else? The romantic hot spring trip he had imagined was always delayed, and now Jian had gone with someone else. Recalling Lin Jian's unusual voice, his mind automatically flashed images of intimacy.
They
seemed to be deeply enjoying themselves. After all, he was the one she loved most. The crown prince felt disheartened. He wanted to deceive himself, to find an excuse, but he couldn't and found none. Lin Jian had always liked the Marshal. The Marshal was the perfect match for her, and he, who came later, had no right to speak. Even if he had suggested the hot spring first, it wasn't his exclusive plan. Lin Jian going with the Marshal was not wrong. He kept telling himself it was fine. Fong Chingfeng couldn't comfort him at all. He felt as if the sky had fallen. What if Lin Jian tells us to stay away from her tomorrow?
Impossible.
Ming shook his head.
Absolutely impossible.
Fong Chingfeng's gaze was sharp. Of course, it's not impossible for you. You can still ask her to take responsibility. The sly one had tricked Jian first. The two seemed ready to fight, and Shireen took a step back. As the last one in line, he shouldn't even be here. It was the touch under the table and the time spent together that had stirred his feelings. The crown prince had no energy to intervene and simply tugged at Fong Chingfeng's arm. Don't do that. I don't want to either. He took advantage and is acting innocent. The tension between them was palpable when Shireen appeared just in time. General Su, Major Fong. If you really fight, the lady will be upset. The lady always says we are family and should get along well. If you both behave, she will like you. Fong Chingfeng scoffed. Easier said than done. You aren't a match, so what right do you have to interfere? Always stirring trouble. You just want to be Lin Jian's match too. He had been annoyed with Shireen for a while, always talking nonsense and siding with the Marshal. Lin Jian has always been nice to him and Hanzhou, especially to Bien Su. Bien Su lowered his gaze, his eyelashes trembling, and his voice was hoarse. I really don't have the right to say anything, and please, Major Fong, don't joke about it. What am I? What right do I have? I don't dare to hope, but if I could be a match for her, it would be the greatest fortune of my life. I would never compete or make things difficult for her. Bien Su's eyes were slightly red as he looked steadily at Fong Chingfeng. Besides, it's only natural for the Marshal and his wife to be together. The Marshal is the first match, and the lady likes the Marshal. Their deep connection is only logical. No one present had the right to disagree. Fong Chingfeng felt a pang in his chest. If he claimed he had no right, why was he getting emotional? If he had no right, why say he wouldn't compete? He just wanted to elevate himself, mocking Bien Su for being ungrateful and unaware. Bien Su, you really know how to say both good and bad things, turning your desire into something noble and elegant. Bien Su was about to speak when he looked up and froze, a hint of panic and surprise flashing in his eyes. Marshal.
You're
back? He was hesitant to look at Lang Chi, unsure how long he had been standing there or how much he had heard. Bien Su's heart raced. His thoughts shouldn't have surfaced. If he got reassigned, he might never see the lady again. The Marshal gave Bien Su a long look but said nothing. Bien Su had always been smart and measured. He knew what he was doing. What are you all doing here? Lang Chi asked with a polite smile. Fong Chingfeng was shocked. We came to celebrate you. Didn't you remove the gestational sac? We thought we could learn from you. He quickly made up an excuse. We thought you were out with Lind. We didn't expect you to be here. The more Fong Chingfeng spoke, the more confused he became. If the Marshal was here, then who was with Lin Jian? Could it be a new love interest? This outcome was not better than being with the Marshal. The Crown Prince and Ming were also surprised. So, Jian. Who is she going to the hot springs with? Hot springs? Lang Chi lowered his gaze and said, she should be with the president. Jian, and I just got out of the hospital, and she received a call from the president asking for her help with purification. As the president of the Federation, Bao Min was always decisive, and this time, he was unexpectedly involved. Oh, so she went with the president. The Crown Prince understood. No wonder it was hard to video call. The atmosphere in the villa suddenly became relaxed. Lang Chi nodded. Yes, Jian has her own career plans. He said a few more words. As matchmakers, we should try not to cause her any trouble and support her work well. Although Lang Chi seemed the same as usual, a few people noticed he was a bit disappointed. Lang Chi was feeling down, but the others strangely felt more at ease.
Okay, volonté disturbed Jai-en.
Listening to the Marshal. It seems Ji-en really likes them. She is eager to make friends with other girls. The Crown Prince had noticed earlier that Lin Ji-en always wanted female friends, which is why she was so indulgent with Shireen. He knew Lin Ji-en liked the Marshal, but it wasn't to the point of making special exceptions for him, which made the Crown Prince feel better. The villa was filled with a warm atmosphere. Only Su Ming seemed a bit distracted. He felt that Lin Jian's voice was off, and she seemed uneasy. He had carefully collected her emotional tones in his mind. Her earlier voice was clearly not normal. He sent a message to Lin Jian, but she didn't reply. Waiting for a response, Su Ming bit his lip, wondering if he was overthinking it or if he really couldn't keep her. Lin Jian didn't reply because she was busy and feeling guilty. After resolving Bao Min's mental distress, Bao Min noticed Lin Ji and was sweating and, to thank her, invited her to relax in a hot spring. She also offered a massage. When Lin Ji and saw the uniquely handsome robots appear before her, she was stunned. This is a massage robot developed based on your acupressure points. Pick one you like. Now you can test if they are up to standard.
Ling Thien.
She knew about this. Those businessmen were clever and had previously come to buy the usage rights, which she agreed to. But she didn't expect the result to be robots that looked almost like real handsome men. Lin Ji and had trouble choosing and randomly pointed at one. Bao Min raised an eyebrow and picked one too. The two found a comfortable spot, lying on the smooth stone of the hot spring, enjoying the massage. The robots moved gently, applying just the right amount of pressure, and they were dressed appropriately for the environment. Their arm lines and chest muscles looked exactly like those of humans, and Lin Ji and couldn't help but glance at them a few times. They are the latest generation and can provide special services. Bao Min noticed and hinted, if you're interested, you can have some fun. Just then, the robot pressed on her waist, and Lin Ji and flinched slightly. No, that's okay. But Bao Min said the robots are actually quite good. At that moment, the Crown Prince called via video, and Lin Ji and didn't dare to answer, pretending she didn't hear. However, the second video came, and Lin Jian remembered the incident with the Crown Prince. Worried something might happen, she decided to answer it. But fearing she might give herself away, her tone sounded a bit guilty. She had previously mentioned going to the hot springs with the Crown Prince, but now she had gone alone, along with a cooling robot. After ending the video call, Bao Min shook her head, saying, I never realized the Crown Prince was so clingy. I must say, the robot's techniques were quite impressive. It was strong enough, and its hands and fingers were specially designed to provide better service. Their temperature also adjusted based on human contact, warming up as they touched. Lin Jian found it great. The massage felt more professional than what she could do herself, and the pressure points were accurate. The robot was also considerate, adjusting its speech based on their preferences. After the massage, Lin Jian looked at it and liked what she saw. Its body and face were both appealing. She felt a bit tempted to buy one for herself. However, thinking about Fong Chingfeng's possible reaction, she dismissed the idea. The next day, when Lin Jian returned to the villa, she was surprised to find the robot she liked in the trunk. At that moment, Fong Chingfeng was busy taking care of her luggage, replacing the household robot. When he saw the man in the trunk, he immediately exploded with anger.
Who is he?
He looked at Lin Jian, disbelief in his eyes. You actually hit a man in the trunk. He must be the wild man from the hot springs last night, right? Fong Chingfeng was greatly shocked. Do you want a seventh match? Lin Jian was also stunned. No, he's just a robot. The robot smiled from the trunk. Yes, I am a robot and I will now serve Miss Lin. Programmed to recognize Lin Jian, it stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and placed her hand on its forehead. After successfully verifying her voice and fingerprint, it looked up at Lin Jian. Master, I am now at your service as Robot 888. Master can set my program and even give me a name. I will belong to you until the end of my days and will never betray you. Last night, Lin Jian had casually chosen a cute puppy model. Now, after completing its programming, the robot did not get up but rubbed its cheek against her hand. Please take care of me, master. Lin Jian's hand trembled slightly as she pulled it back.
Get up, I didn't buy you.
The robot tilted its head, looking confused. But I belong to you. You can do whatever you want. Looking at him, I really want to pinch his cheeks, but Fong Chingfeng beside me is already fuming. Master?
Haha.
So this is your new favorite? You've even reached out to a robot. Lin Jian. You're exaggerating. Don't casually call it a new favorite. I didn't buy this. Well, you must have shown some interest for the leader to cater to you. The Crown Prince appeared and confirmed with just one glance. Still a robot with special service functions. It seems we haven't worked hard enough or done well enough. Hearing special service functions, Fong Chingfeng instantly flared up. Aren't we enough? You want a robot without even purifying us first? How much do you dislike us? He gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe I'm worse than a robot. How do you know it's not good if you haven't tried it? Seeing Fong Chingfeng about to drag Lin Jian to give it a try, the Crown Prince spoke up helplessly. Jian probably doesn't dislike us. She's just curious about the robot. She could spend a long time looking at cars and starships, and she's also very curious about police robots and medical robots. Lin Jian nodded vigorously. That's right, I'm just curious. No one who travels through time isn't curious. I will return the robot right now. Does the master not want me anymore? Then goodbye, master. Although I've only lived for 10 days, meeting you has been my honor. I will follow the program to return to the factory. You just need to confirm my destruction. Lin Jian. Destruction. Yes, we can only have one master. The Crown Prince explained. Those with special functions usually only have one master. The robot shouldn't have emotions, but it looks so pitiful. Noticing Lin Jian's dilemma, the Crown Prince said, Why not keep him? After all, it's the leader's goodwill. Destroying him directly might seem like we have an issue with her. Fong Chingfeng was so aggrieved that he flared up, and the Crown Prince summoned the white tiger. Take him to the bathroom to cool off. Lin Jian couldn't help but follow. This. Don't worry, he just can't accept it for now. The Crown Prince walked alongside Lin Jian. Speaking of which, I have quite a connection with robots. When Jian first met me, she also mistook me for a robot. At this point, the Crown Prince lowered his voice. If Jian likes it, she can treat me like a robot. I've written many operating programs for robots and am very familiar with them. I can guarantee that I can operate according to their responses. The game between robots and their masters is also quite interesting. The Crown Prince finished speaking and bowed slightly, performing a prince's greeting. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Jian was shocked. She never expected things to develop this way. The robot mentioned that the master felt awkward, but when the Crown Prince said it, it felt completely different. Another strange experience had been added. The Crown Prince pressed a button on his wrist. Battery low. I urgently need to be charged. After saying this, he stood still, his hand frozen in the air, truly resembling a robot with a drained battery. Lin Jian's curiosity was fully piqued. How do I charge you? She tried to poke the Crown Prince's wrist. A hint of a smile flashed in the Crown Prince's eyes, but he didn't move. The charging port is at the back of my neck. Lin Jian stood on her tiptoes and placed her hand on the back of the Crown Prince's neck. Like this? The Crown Prince watched her come closer. His throat moved slightly, and his voice became a bit hoarse. Yes, but it's still not enough. Charging this way is slow.
Then.
There's a faster way, the Crown Prince said, then leaned down and gave Lin Jian a quick kiss. This is faster. The robot 888, following behind, froze at this scene. No matter how it calculated, it couldn't process it. Robots don't charge this way. How could a human pretend to be a robot? But 888 noticed that there was more than one shameless human pretending to be a robot. Another red-haired human joined in. The red-haired human's charging method was holding hands and hugging. He always dragged out the word master in a teasing manner, pretending poorly, and occasionally threatened it from the corner. Stay away from her. If you dare to touch her, I'll take apart some of your parts. 888 found life as a robot somewhat difficult. Fong Chingfeng was unaware of 888's disdain. He suddenly had a realization, thanks to the Crown Prince's guidance. There's no need to get worked up over a robot. Why not take the opportunity to be practical? How can you say it's not necessary? That's also a rival in love. I've heard some people like robots. Why are you still letting him stay? Aren't you afraid Lin might use him? But the more you try to stop her, the more curious she will be. Even if she does use him, he's just a robot. That's better than a human. The Crown Prince said through gritted teeth, "You should stop. I'm not comfortable either, and I have to keep comforting you." Anyway, the crisis of the Marshal not having offspring is right in front of us. You should know that the robot isn't the main issue. The Crown Prince was very patient with Fong Chingfeng, but when it came to charging methods, he suggested holding hands. Fong Chingfeng smartly evolved to hugging, but he still couldn't match the Crown Prince's cleverness. Lin Jian entered the game of robots and their owners. Every day, the prince and Fong Chingfeng needed to recharge her. Whale Bufu unexpectedly saw the prince recharging and was stunned. Since the day he was purified, Whale Bufu felt like everything was a dream. He often wanted to confront Lin Jian, but had never succeeded. This time, he finally caught her, only to see her with the prince. Whale Bufu felt a mix of anger and regret, as if something that belonged to him had been tainted. At that moment, Ruan Yijiao contacted him. "I heard you were purified by the Master of Purification? Is the Master male or female? It isn't Lin Jian, right?" Whale Bufu looked at Ruan Yijiao's nervousness and glee, remembering that it was because of her that he abandoned Lin Jian and didn't have children with her. In the end, she only gave him a problematic child, and he couldn't hide his resentment. The purification wasn't thorough. "I'm still at risk of collapsing at any moment. Can you purify me?" Whale Bufu stared directly at Ruan Yijiao. "I haven't mentioned our daughter's symptoms to anyone, as it's not good for you either, but the whale family needs a child to inherit the whale shark spirit." He was threatening Ruan Yijiao, demanding she give him a deep purification and a healthy child. His entire future had been ruined because of her, and she had to make it up to him. Whale Bufu's attitude changed. Ruan Yijiao, who once seemed untouchable, no longer held that status in his eyes. She was now just a means to an end. He thought that if Ruan Yijiao played along and gave him a deep purification along with a healthy child, he could still hide the fact that their child had issues. Ruan Yijiao was disgusted. "Have you lost your mind? What do you think you are? You want deep purification from me? The child's problems are your fault. All my other children are fine. Just tell me if you saw the Master of Purification. Why are you rambling?" Whale Bufu clenched his fists tightly and suddenly looked up. "Yes, I saw them. Was it a male or female? It can't be Lin Jian, right?" Whale Bufu nodded. It was a female, very mysterious, not her. He was sure it was Lin Jian, but why should he tell Ruan Yijiao? She had no right to know the truth. With this confirmation, Ruan Yijiao felt no more worries. Just then, the laboratory responsible for the animal contamination was found. The experiment was conducted on an island, and when it was discovered, the laboratory self-destructed, causing the island to fall into chaos. Those who went to investigate the anomalies on the island became trapped, suffering from mental distress, and many lost their lives without knowing it. Perhaps the laboratory intentionally released the test subjects, leading to varying degrees of chaos across the central star. People were filled with fear. Ruan Yijiao immediately began to praise Lin Jian, claiming that as a purification master, she would surely come to the rescue. She pressured Lin Jian to step in, hoping to see her fail and be ridiculed. To Ruan Yijiao's surprise, Lin Jian truly did come to the rescue. She cleaned up, saved, and purified, moving from the experimental island to various chaotic areas. Lin Jian's figure was always visible. Brilliant lightning appeared in the sky. She could be seen riding on the back of a snow wolf, sitting on the tail of a nine-tailed fox, or atop a lion, as well as on a white tiger and a northern vermilion bird. She might even appear on a starship. The companions and the ways she appeared changed, but the dazzling lightning remained constant. Batch after batch of people were saved, and those who had suffered mental breakdowns successfully returned to the real world thanks to her. The stunning lightning not only purified and saved lives, but also obliterated the insect creatures. Lin Jian's persistence gave hope to those in despair. As video after video surfaced, and the people of the Central Star went wild for Lin Jian, Ruan Yijiao was left speechless. Is Lin Jian really the purification master? No, it can't be. These must be edited videos. The powerful yet gentle figure in the videos could not possibly be Lin Jian. She had worked hard to ruin Lin Jian's reputation, not to promote her. In reality, Ruan Yijiao had spent a lot of money and effort, inadvertently creating a platform for Lin Jian. She elevated Lin Jian's status beyond her own. When all the chaos ended, Lin Jian had become the new generation's goddess of hope. The title might sound overly dramatic, but for those she saved from despair, it was the best title. She gained a lot of admiration. Lin Jian felt awkward, but the prince was very pleased. Previously, some people promoted the worship of insect creatures because they felt weak and feared them, even admiring them, hoping to become as strong as the insects. They believed that the insect creatures represented the direction of human evolution, which led some to willingly allow themselves to be parasitized by them, hoping to become powerful and no longer fear mental distress. But now the insect worshippers are afraid to show themselves, because many people believe it is better to admire Miss Lin than to worship the insects. Lin touched her nose and said, "It's good to have such an effect. There is really no need to worship the insects. Your presence has eased this situation. If it weren't for you, this incident could have truly destroyed many people's hopes and wouldn't have been resolved so quickly." The Crown Prince's expression was serious. Humanity has faced the three great challenges of the insects, mental pollution, and difficulties in reproduction for far too long. As soon as the Crown Prince spoke, Lin Jian immediately thought, and now the birth rate of SSS-level mental powers has also decreased, right? Everyone is focused on twins, wanting to know about their mental powers. The Crown Prince nodded. Yes, I am also very curious. Now we just have to wrap things up. You can go back with the Marshal to welcome the twins' arrival. Originally, Lin Jian and Lang Qi's child was already receiving a lot of attention because of the twins, and now with Lin Jian's rising fame, the interest has skyrocketed. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Lin Jian and Lang Qi went to the nurturing center. When the twins were born, their genders were finally revealed. They are boys, both are boys, and they can inherit the Marshal's legacy in the future. According to the latest news, the two boys look exactly alike, but their hair colors are different. One takes after the father and the other after the mother. Upon hearing this, the crowd's excitement grew. If one child resembled Lang Qi and the other resembled Lin Jian, it would be even more perfect. At the entrance of the nurturing center, they were almost surrounded by reporters. The initial test results for their mental power potential will be announced in 2 hours, so please stay tuned. Lin Jian and Lang Qi were anxiously waiting. Seeing that the older brother who was born first had silver hair and the younger brother had black hair, Lin Jian and Lang Qi were pleasantly surprised. Are they really going to inherit our mental forms? Perhaps their abilities will be the same? That should be the case. I hope so, Lin Jian said with some worry, as she was not a native. The black cat was not originally her mental form, and the lightning purification came from a lightning strike. She and Lang Qi pressed their faces against the glass, watching the two children slowly spin in the mental power testing device. To avoid discomfort for the children, the settings were very user-friendly. After about 5 minutes, the two children were returned to them. When they were held in their arms, the two children seemed to become lively, their eyes starting to twirl around. Lin Jian looked at the child in her arms, with silver hair and amber eyes, just like a smaller version of Lang Qi. The sight was simply adorable. Unable to resist, Lin Jian gave the child a kiss. Lang Qi was also gazing at the child, whose bright, dark eyes resembled Lin Jian's. His heart softened, wishing he could give the child the best of everything. He couldn't help but kiss the child too. In the end, they placed the two children together, looking at each other and feeling very fond of them. The doctor nearby watched with eager eyes, even pouting when they kissed, wishing he could take the children home. It's amazing that the two babies opened their eyes right after birth and recognized their parents, he said. When both of them turned to him, he finally remembered what he needed to do. Miss Lin, Marshal, the children's mental energy seems a bit unstable. They appear to be cautious, so we can't measure it yet. We may need your help. When they go in, please talk to them to soothe them and help them relax. Then we can try measuring again. Why are they cautious? It might be the unfamiliar environment. The doctor didn't say that having such awareness at such a young age indicated strong mental energy. Lin Jian and Lang Qi agreed to cooperate after checking the children and finding no issues. However, this process made Lin Jian a bit anxious. I just feel like they are different from others. Lang Qi held her hand. Don't worry, there won't be any surprises. And no matter their mental energy or whether they inherit our abilities, no matter what the world thinks, they are our treasures. As parents, they naturally hoped for their children to be exceptional and wished for them to succeed, but holding their two children changed Lang Qi's heart. These were the children that continued their legacy, who had already faced challenges before birth. Just being born healthy was a great blessing. As long as they grow up healthy and happy, that's the best. He had lost hope for having children but was blessed with two treasures. How could he be greedy? He gently said, Jian, don't worry. No matter the outcome, I will protect them. If they were exceptional and wanted to soar, he would support their dreams. If they were ordinary and preferred a quiet life, he would ensure they had a peaceful and happy life. He felt confident and capable, ready to support them no matter what. Hearing Lang Qi's gentle yet firm words, Lin Jian relaxed. Yes, I trust the Marshal. I'm in this with you. I lost my usual calmness because of the attention from those reporters outside. The timing of the two children's birth was perfect. At this point, Lin Jian remembered what the Snow Wolf had said earlier. No matter the mental strength, they meet the Snow Wolf's expectations. It mentioned wanting a thunder cat. As soon as Snow Wolf was mentioned, it howled and appeared forcefully. In the helpless gaze of Wolf Chi, it licked the younger brother. Thundercat. Then it licked the older brother. Little Snow Wolf. Snow Wolf wagged its tail excitedly, acting like a playful dog. Usually calm and aloof with others, Snow Wolf was so happy it lost its composure, making Lin Jian smile at the Marshal. The Marshal appeared calm, but judging by Snow Wolf's behavior, he was likely just as happy. The usually aloof red envelope, who rarely spoke to anyone except Lin Jian and seldom appeared outside, couldn't help but show up after Snow Wolf arrived. It stretched its neck to look at the younger brother, then the older brother, curious if there would really be a Thundercat. Would the Thundercat look like a tabby cat, or would it resemble its current dark appearance? But this answer would take some time to discover. The stronger the mental strength, the sooner the mental entity would appear. It could show up just days after birth. However, there are exceptions, and some may not awaken their mental entity for months or even years. Snow Wolf was very happy to see Red Envelope. The atmosphere was warm with two children and two mental entities. We haven't chosen names for the two children yet. Although it was known they were two boys, they hadn't decided on names yet. Lin Jian and Wolf Chi discussed the children's names calmly, but this made the reporters and everyone waiting outside anxious. 2 hours have passed. Why is there still no result? The reporters were just as eager for answers, but all they received were updates that testing was still ongoing. After another half hour, many began to speculate. Could it be that the results are not ideal and they don't want to announce them? It's very possible. Too much attention can also be stressful. Many sympathetic individuals, whether grateful to Wolf Chi and Lin Jian or simply fond of them, began to speak up for them. Mental strength doesn't define everything. No matter the level, the children raised by the Marshal and Miss Lin will surely be great. Exactly. While mental strength is important, it doesn't mean everything. Of course, there are always those who thrive on chaos, like Ruan Yijiao, who, after helping Lin Jian, had been trying to get pregnant without success and naturally didn't want to see any good results. Such a big deal, and I thought it would definitely be SSS level, but it's just this? Marshal, did you see? No matter how good Lin Jian's purification ability is, she still only produces useless children. Are you regretting it now?
Ha ha ha.
Maybe the twins are not just below SSS level, but there's something wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hiding and staying silent. Ruan Yijiao finally relaxed and felt proud, sharing the daily lives of her two S-level psychic children without saying much. Not just Ruan Yijiao, but even the queen and the second prince felt relieved. If the twins' psychic abilities reached SSS level, then the crown prince's child might also be SSS level. The second prince still hadn't regained his fertility and had no children, making it really hard for him to move forward. They truly didn't expect Lin Jian to be that purification master. At that moment, both the second prince and the queen felt a bit regretful, wishing they had acted more humbly and sincerely, knowing she was the purification master. But unfortunately, there was no way to turn back time. During this period, the queen and the second prince remained quiet, avoiding the spotlight of the crown prince and Lin Jian. They were genuinely afraid that if they spoke up again, they would have to take action. While they stayed silent, the emperor was unusually active in paying attention to Lin Jian. He praised Lin Jian multiple times on his official account and even added her contact information. Lin Jian was discussing the nicknames for the two children with Snow Wolf. Do you really think it's good for the brother to be called Little Snow Wolf and the younger brother to be called Little Thunder? Snow Wolf nodded. Sounds nice. Just as Lin Jian hesitated, she suddenly received a message from the emperor. Jian, even if the children's psychic abilities are not SSS level, don't be afraid. You are the strongest, and your father is your biggest support. Lin Jian couldn't help but frown. The emperor had never given her a good impression. He looked down on her before but changed his attitude when he learned she was the purification master. He had invited her to the palace several times and kept sending her gifts, all precious ornaments. Occasionally, he would even send her photos of himself. But even if she had time, she wouldn't go. The crown prince had warned her not to be alone with the emperor and not to engage with him. Previously, the emperor didn't know her purification methods and shamelessly wanted to have a deep purification session with the master. Lin Jian kept her distance from the emperor, especially since he was sending her photos for no reason. After ignoring the emperor's messages, Lin Jian saw the news and realized that there were already various speculations online about the psychic abilities of the two children. The former vice president of the Imperial Research Institute, who was previously denied observation, explained that even if parents are outstanding, low fertility values may not allow children to reach their parents' mental strength levels. In fact, many children may face issues like developmental delays, hinting that twins could also have problems. You are the one with issues. Your whole family is. Lin Jian's sharp retort surprised the doctor. Sorry for the delay. The results are in. After a full hour's wait, the mental strength tests for the two children were finally ready. Preliminary tests show both children have SSS-level mental strength potential. The doctor's voice was filled with excitement. Two SSS levels were nothing short of a miracle. Lin Jian and Lang Qi exchanged glances, both filled with joy. SSS level. That's amazing. Lin Jian felt a weight lift off her shoulders, knowing she wouldn't negatively influence her children. After learning the results, they left through the back door. This turned out to be the right choice, as after an hour and a half delay, the maternity center finally announced the confirmed news. The Marshal and Lin Jian's twins were both SSS level. This news was enough to shake the entire galaxy. Without mentioning the resentment of the second prince and the empress, Jing Bufei looked at his beautiful but vacant-eyed daughter, who couldn't even lift her head, filled with regret. SSS level. If I had properly nurtured Jian back then, my child would also be SSS level, and our Jing family would have the perfect heir. His anger was palpable, but many others were thrilled. The more SSS level descendants Lang Qi and the crown prince had, the greater humanity's hope of resisting the insect race. On their way back, many in the military were contacting Lang Qi. Lin Jian received a video call from Elder Qi, who was beaming with joy. After seeing the twins, he subtly asked when arrangements would be made for Fong Chingfeng and Su Ming. He didn't say it directly but kept insisting, Miss Lin, whatever you need, just ask. Our military will fulfill it. Elder Qi was flushed with excitement and anticipation. Lin Jian replied. Seeing that Lin Jian hadn't given a clear answer, Elder Qi quickly understood and shifted the camera to show a group of talented young individuals training in his office. Miss Lin, do you still need bodyguards? We can select a few. They may not be SSS level, but they are all S level and quite capable. The young talents immediately began training vigorously.
Lin Jian was stunned.
Old Qi, don't think that just because you look honest, I don't know what you're planning. Before she could speak, Wolf Qi suddenly leaned closer.
Old Qi.
Wolf Qi's presence was gentle, and his smile was soft, but Old Qi hurriedly moved the camera away and quickly ended the video call. Wolf Qi shook his head. Old Qi is getting old and a bit confused. You should avoid video calls with him from now on. Now that Jen was still a purification master, she needed to take good care of herself. Lin Jian chuckled and nodded. Okay. But Marshal, were you jealous just now? Wolf Qi neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply covered Lin Jian's younger brother's big, shiny eyes and gently kissed her forehead. I know I shouldn't, but Jian, let me indulge a little sometimes. The nurturing center was already crowded with many important figures, and countless reporters were rushing in, all wanting to see the two children. Looking at the news showing the jam-packed nurturing center, Lin Jian felt relieved when she returned to the villa. I'm glad we left early. The incident involving the two children had become a hot topic, especially since they were still rated SSS level. Doctors believed that besides the parents' qualifications, it might also relate to Lin Jian's purification ability and the Marshal's personal involvement in nurturing. That evening, among those who had made appointments for purification, there were more soon-to-be fathers. The nurturing center also saw an increase in surgery appointments for personal nurturing, inspired by the two SSS-level children. Their children might not be SSS level, but at least they wouldn't be worse. Lin Jian couldn't help but laugh at the news and comments. Marshal, you've become the best example. You didn't shy away from people, you were open, which encouraged many soon-to-be dads to take the plunge into personal nurturing. Some people had previously made snide remarks, but now they were all silent. Wolf Qi said, that's good. Personal nurturing helps the child bond with the father. Since there were too many women matched with partners, raising children often fell to the fathers. However, many people were emotionally distant, which was not ideal for the children. 3 months from now is the most critical stage of development. After Wolf Qi spoke, he quietly looked at the crown prince. Lin Jian, Fong Chingfeng, along with Su Ming and Shireen, also turned to look at the crown prince. The crown prince, who was watching the twins, said, well, he was the only one whose fetus was already 3 months along, making him the perfect candidate for connecting with a nurturing pouch, so it was normal for everyone to look at him. I'm considering it too. Fong Chingfeng grinned. Don't worry, before, the Marshal was called the most handsome expectant father, and you will be the most handsome expectant prince. Having a child of SSS grade that you personally nurtured brings a great sense of achievement, and you will also share in that. Fong Chingfeng was so charmed by the two children that he felt both excited and a bit jealous. Your child with Jian will surely be adorable too. The prince smiled confidently. Of course. The twins had already won the affection of everyone, and the prepared childcare robots were pushed aside. They wanted to care for the children themselves after just a little guidance from the robots. The prince, soon to be a dad, rushed to grab his younger brother. While someone else handled feeding and burping, the prince followed closely behind, and Su Ming and others were busy helping without knowing exactly what they were doing. Fong Chingfeng was still mumbling to himself, taking notes and studying, eagerly waiting to care for his own child once born. Lin Jian, as the expectant mother, hardly got a chance to join in. But she couldn't help but smile, secretly taking photos and videos with her smart device. It was wonderful. The two children were about to be born, surrounded by so many people who loved them, growing up in a loving environment. The arrival of the two children made the villa even livelier. Once the twins fell asleep, everyone quietly slipped out. Fong Chingfeng grabbed the prince. Are you going to nurture the child yourself or not? The prince hesitated. The fetus was well protected now, but if he nurtured it himself, he felt exposed. I'm just afraid someone might harm the fetus. Fong Chingfeng replied, but you can't hide the fetus forever. Once born, won't you also be worried about someone harming the child and hesitate to let them be seen? You have a point. The prince was still uncertain. Besides the unpredictability, nurturing the child himself meant he couldn't deeply purify with Lin Jian for the next few months. That would put him behind. Fong Chingfeng clicked his tongue. What are you hesitating for? This is about the child's entire life. What's wrong with nurturing them? The prince chuckled. Don't think I can't see your little scheme. You just want me to nurture the child, so you have one less competitor. He struck back, but it's been a while, and you still haven't purified with him. Is it possible that I could have already taken the nurturing opportunity while you haven't purified with her? Fong Chingfeng was taken aback. I had good intentions. How could you accuse me like that? And it's absolutely impossible. I won't be like you, already showing a big belly and still not deeply connecting with Jian. Fong Chingfeng looked up. I won't do that. Even if I become a pregnant husband, I won't be like you, still a novice. The crown prince laughed in anger. It seems you've forgotten. I really am expecting. The doctor will have Jian spend more time with me, so just wait for her to be with me every day. Fong Chingfeng choked a bit. That's not certain. Lin doesn't really like you that much. That hit hard. The crown prince shot back. Fong Chingfeng, Jen doesn't like you as much as you think. You're just being narcissistic. Fong Chingfeng scoffed. I don't believe you. You're just angry and resorting to personal attacks. I'm not lying. Jian has said she likes the Marshal the most. The rest are about the same. The crown prince leaned closer to Fong Chingfeng. That means you're just like me. Either decide not to have kids for now, or be ready for the same preparations as I am. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fong Chingfeng was determined to break the crown prince's curse, but Lin Jian, as a new mom, was completely focused on their 2 children. She even asked him which name sounded better for the kids. In the end, the crown prince decided to personally experience pregnancy and accompanied him for the procedure. This time, Lin Jian, as an experienced person, even comforted the crown prince. Don't worry, the surgery is very advanced and will be over quickly. The news of the crown prince choosing to experience pregnancy spread, pushing the trend of personal pregnancy into popularity. News about Lin Jian, the twins, and the crown prince's personal pregnancy filled the entire galaxy. Space pirates and those from the Dark Star were also paying attention. The Dark Star, home to the Dark King, is known as the Dark Castle. The Dark Castle resembles a giant shell built along the coastline. Some say the real castle lies beneath the ocean, but no one has ever seen it. At this moment, a banquet was being held inside the Dark Castle. The banquet was lively, with guests in suits, half beast, half human, or mechanical bodies, all sorts of attendees. They weren't as refined as those from the Central Star. They gathered to smoke, drink, and have fun, even having a dual area, as strength is what matters on the Dark Star. They were rowdy, but no one dared to make too much noise and only acted up on the first floor. The second floor was only accessible by invitation or request, permitted by the Dark Emperor. From the first floor, one could vaguely see a figure sitting behind a beaded curtain. With blue hair tied in a ponytail and fitted clothing covering the entire body, not revealing any skin, only the perfect body proportions could be seen. The muscles were not exaggerated, but full of power. The face of the Dark Emperor was hidden behind a black mask, revealing only his intense blue eyes. No one had ever seen his face or knew his gender. Some speculated that the Dark Emperor was a woman because of his hair. However, after rumors spread that he had a wife, people assumed he was male. Previously, some had sent handsome men to the Dark Emperor, hoping to win his favor, but now everyone was sending women instead. Yet, whether they were real women or transgender individuals, none caught the Dark Emperor's interest. Anyone who sent gifts ended up facing dire consequences. Over time, it became clear to everyone that the Dark Emperor was in a bad mood lately. No one knew who had upset him, but he had been killing and punishing people more frequently, without any pattern. Some even speculated that he might have been abandoned by his wife, but this theory was baseless and seemed ridiculous, so no one believed it. Some approached him cautiously, while others saw it as an opportunity, claiming they had good ideas and gifts for him. The Dark Emperor agreed to meet them. The two individuals, resembling sneaky weasels, finally arrived at the legendary second floor, surrounded by water filled with various marine animals. They were unsure if the water was separated by invisible glass or controlled by someone, as the mist enveloped them. At the center of the water, a large screen displayed the central news. The Dark Emperor quietly watched the news. Suddenly, the two individuals brightened up. "Dark Emperor, this is the gift we want to present to you, Lin Jin. We heard you are troubled by mental pollution, and she can help purify it." The Dark Emperor slowly turned his head. "What?" His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a teenager going through a voice change. However, the two thought he always sounded that way. "This is the famous Miss Lin, who has been making headlines lately. If you invite her to our Dark Star, you won't have to worry about mental pollution anymore. Why should all the benefits go to them on Central Star?" Previously, the blessed maiden Ruan Yijiao was with them, but Miss Lin should be here with us. The two chimed in. "The Crown Princess can't compare to the Dark King. You are so exceptional, Dark Emperor. Even if she is reluctant at first, she will surely be charmed by you. Then you can have 1 or 2 pairs of twins and everything will be perfect." The Dark Emperor seemed to smile slightly. "You have quite the imagination." The two were encouraged. "As long as you are happy, Dark Emperor, we can do anything. Just be generous and let her purify us too. With her joining us, our strength in the Dark Star will surely increase significantly. If we could also be granted a few children, that would be even better." The Black Emperor replied ambiguously. "Oh, so you have such thoughts?" The two men exchanged glances. "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We are all men here. We understand." Suddenly, both men felt something was wrong as a strong killing intent surrounded them. They realized they wanted to escape, but there was no chance. The water around them seemed to boil, turning into hands that grabbed their ankles. In the end, they were lifted up by the water. Once they were gone, the second floor returned to calm. The robots skillfully handled the bodies. The people on the first floor saw the bodies being dragged down but did not react much. They simply abandoned the thought of meeting the Black Emperor. Their conversations varied, but occasionally words like Central Star, twins, purification, and Lin Jian could be heard. After 11 o'clock, everyone at the banquet on the first floor left, and peace returned. This was the Black Emperor's rule. It was said that anyone who stayed past midnight would disappear. No one dared to linger. The first floor fell silent. The second floor continued to quietly replay news from the Central Star. The Black Emperor stroked his chin. "Why do I keep watching this woman? They say this woman makes me so angry?" A surge of unnamed anger almost consumed him. He yawned and muttered that it was pointless to keep watching, yet his gaze remained fixed on the video. He scoffed. "No wonder there are rumors of abandonment. I can't help but watch this woman uncontrollably every day." He forced himself to close his eyes. The hour hand slowly moved past midnight. After midnight, the person on the sofa slowly opened his eyes. He continued to stare at the news on the video, but his expression had completely changed. It was filled with greed and pain, as if he wanted to engrave the person inside his mind forever. The twins. Both SSS level. You must be very happy, right? His voice was dark and hoarse, almost inaudible. After saying this, he clutched his head in agony. The smart brain continuously sounded alarms. Hearing the alarm, the medical robot skillfully transported him back to the large bathtub in his room and injected a suppressant. The person in the bathtub, in pain, kept thrashing around and rolling for a full 2 hours. In moments of confusion, he would softly utter the word, "wife," faint and intermittent, until he finally fell asleep. Or rather, he passed out from exhaustion, sinking into the large bathtub. When Lin Jin woke up, she couldn't help but look around. She was originally asleep, but felt someone calling her wife. That voice, which had disappeared for a long time, seemed to have returned these past few days. However, it only appeared in the deep of night, and the sound was very faint. She had to listen closely, but it was already gone. She even doubted if she had misheard. The voice had completely vanished, and beside her was the crown prince. His surgery had gone smoothly, and the doctors said it was best that his parents were by his side. So, Lin Jian spent the night with the crown prince in the love nest he had personally created. What's wrong? The crown prince had just fallen asleep but was alert. When Lin Jian woke him, he opened his eyes. Nothing, go back to sleep. Okay. Although the idea that pregnant women shouldn't engage in intense activities had come back to her, they were now sharing the same bed. When the crown prince woke up and saw Lin Jian lying across from him, he felt a mix of happiness and deep emotions. Wait, why was his vision blurry? Lin Jian opened her eyes and saw a tear fall from the crown prince's eye. The scene was quite beautiful, but it startled Lin Jian awake. What's wrong? Are you in pain? I'm not in pain, and I'm very happy. Then why are you crying? Am I crying? The crown prince raised his hand and touched the tear marks on his face, looking shocked and confused.
Why?
Why am I crying? The crown prince couldn't explain it and decided it was just his eyes being sensitive after waking up. However, over the next 3 days, he became inexplicably emotional. First, he saw Lin Jian and the Marshal taking care of the twins, and he felt a mix of envy and bittersweetness, eventually tearing up for no reason. Although he held back his tears, something was clearly off. Even while eating or looking out the window, he would suddenly feel sad, and his eyes would get warm, almost causing tears to fall. The crown prince tried his best to control his emotions. Although both men and women can cry, this was clearly unusual for him. Lin Jian and Lang Qi noticed it, and even Fong Chingfeng sensed something was wrong. In the end, Lin Jian and Fong Chingfeng accompanied him to the hospital. After several expert consultations and reviewing many medical books, they confirmed that he was being influenced by the pregnancy. When a woman naturally becomes pregnant, she experiences pregnancy symptoms, and her emotions can change accordingly. The crown prince is showing similar symptoms. Crown prince. Fong Chingfeng couldn't help but laugh. I was worried you would have morning sickness, but instead of that, you've become a crybaby. From now on, if I tease you, will you just cry? Fong Chingfeng had cried during her teenage years and even had a photo taken by the crown prince, which she was still occasionally reminded of. She had been looking for a chance to get revenge, but the crown prince had always been calm and composed. Now, she finally saw an opportunity and quickly took out her smart device to take a picture. Lin Jian pulled Fong Chingfeng back, saying, "Don't be silly." Although the crown prince crying created a striking contrast and a kind of fragile beauty, they couldn't tease him on purpose, especially since he was already uncomfortable due to his emotions from being pregnant. He is already feeling unwell. We need to care for his feelings. Fong Chingfeng wasn't that heartless and was also afraid of retaliation, so she nodded in agreement. After learning the truth, Lang Qi and the others treated the crown prince with kindness. However, the crown prince still wanted to cry. He didn't want to be cared for so delicately. His mood was not great, and he was constantly followed by reporters. Not only him, but Lin Jian, Lang Qi, and the twins also faced difficulties going out. Although they had set up privacy measures, there were always people waiting outside. The two babies were very sensitive and would wake up at the slightest approach of a stranger. After a few days, the babies had cried several times due to lack of sleep. Lang Qi and Lin Jian finally decided to take the twins to Diamond Star. Ever since Lang Qi had gifted it to Lin Jian, the paperwork had not stopped, even though he had returned to life. Lin Jian had declined before, but Lang Qi had insisted. Now, Diamond Star was under Lin Jian's name. She had seen it many times through video and had even tried various herbal remedies, but she had never been there in person. Since Lang Qi still had vacation days left, they decided to go to Diamond Star. This would be a trip for the family of 4, and Lin Jian was very excited. Previously, her parents would take her younger brother on trips to broaden his horizons, as he wanted to visit the same places as his classmates. When she expressed her desire to go, her mother would lament about finances and suggest she marry a wealthy man who would take her traveling. She was thrilled, and Lang Chi organized the itinerary smoothly, so Lin Jian didn't have to worry. She eagerly picked out outfits, preparing to take photos during the trip. Seeing her excitement, Lang Chi felt lighter on his feet. While they were happy, Fong Chingfeng and the others felt like the sky was falling. Clearly, we could move to another place. My family has so many properties, we could go anywhere, yet we have to go to Diamond Star. I think the excuse of going for the babies is just a cover. The real reason is for a private honeymoon trip. The Marshal's gaze darkened as he leaned down to kiss. Worry surged in his heart again. Unfortunately, Lang Chi was on leave, and both Fong Chingfeng and Su Ming were drafted, making it impossible for anyone to truly take a break. He could only watch them depart with regret. I want to go too. Not long after Lin Jian set off, while teasing the two little ones with the Marshal, she received a video call from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was already in a bad mood. After Lin Jian had only been with him for a few days, he had a dream about someone wanting to harm the baby, and his emotions spiraled out of control. In the video, his eyes were slightly red. The elegant, independent, and composed Crown Prince, if not affected, might never show such an expression in his lifetime. Lin Jian couldn't help but glance at Lang Chi. Lang Chi sighed softly. Let him come, but make sure security is tight. After Lin Jian ended the video call, and once the two babies fell asleep, she leaned closer to Lang Chi and hugged his arm. Marshal, even if the Crown Prince comes tomorrow, we still have 2 days alone together. Lang Chi swallowed hard, his heart racing. You, he said, tapping Lin Jian's forehead, you must not have slept well last night because you were too excited. Take a nap. You'll wake up when we arrive. Lin Jian fell asleep resting on Lang Chi's shoulder, and when she woke up, she found herself lying on his lap. Lang Chi was leaning slightly, one arm serving as her pillow, while the other supported her. The two babies were already awake, with the snow wolf playfully tapping one and soothing the other. Lin Jian, still sleepy, couldn't help but laugh at the busy snow wolf. Our snow wolf will definitely be a great helper with the kids. You're awake. Yes, your arm must be sore and numb by now. Lin Jian had slept very well, feeling completely safe. She smiled and gently massaged Lang Chi's arm, then gave his chin a quick kiss. We just passed the dark star, and on the way back, we should try to avoid it as much as possible. Lang Chi was speaking to Lin Jian when her kiss interrupted him. His gaze darkened, and just as he was about to kiss her back, the spaceship's AI suddenly sounded an alarm. Encountering a massive energy magnetic storm. All personnel, please. Lin Jian felt the world spin, and everything that followed became chaotic. She realized the terrifying nature of cosmic-level disasters. The guards, who had been silently absent, reappeared, and Lin Jian was first sent to the escape pod. Don't be afraid. The ship really can't take it. Our escape pods are connected, so even if we separate, I will still come to rescue you and the baby. Lang Chi's final words were a reassurance as he gently touched Lin Jian's face, glanced at the child, and closed the escape pod. Lin Jian held one child while Lang Chi held the other. Lin Jian couldn't hear the sounds outside, only seeing the chaos and feeling the intense shaking. She carefully held her brother close and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." After some time, Lin Jian couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. When she woke up, she was rescued by a spaceship and was overjoyed, thinking that Lang Chi had come to find her. But when she opened the rescue pod, she saw a face she almost forgot. She couldn't remember the face clearly, but the woman's long curly hair suddenly reminded her. This was the woman who had once tried to harm her with drugs. Lin Jian immediately directed her lightning attack at the curly-haired woman. The woman quickly fired a gun at Lin Jian. Afraid of the bullet hitting her brother, Lin Jian ducked to protect him. The needle from the gun hit her shoulder. The lightning struck the curly-haired woman, leaving her covered in blood, but after quickly taking a pill, she revived. She got up and said, "You are indeed the famous purification master, Miss Lin. You almost took my life." Seeing the child in Lin Jian's arms, her eyes lit up. Is this the Marshal's baby? Lin Jian tightened her hold on her brother, but the curly-haired woman snatched him away. Her eyes were filled with obsession. One of the SSS-level twins looks just like the Marshal.
How could there be such a cute baby?
Lin Jian felt darkness closing in, and her last impression before fainting was her brother crying weakly. When she woke up again, she was lying on a soft bed in a beautifully decorated room. As soon as she opened her eyes, a robot approached her. "Miss Lin, be careful." The curly-haired woman entered with a smile. "Miss Lin, you're awake. Here is a wedding dress we prepared for you. Please see which one you like. This is the most popular wedding dress from ancient times, specially gathered for you by the Black Emperor. After the wedding, you will truly be the Dark Queen." "What wedding dress?" Lin Jian felt her mental strength was still suppressed. "Where is my child?" The curly-haired woman seemed not to hear her question and just held the clothes up to her.
They all suit you, Miss Lin.
"I've also scheduled a skincare appointment for you. It will arrive in an hour. Miss Lin, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something first?" Lin Jian couldn't hold back any longer. "I want to see the Black Emperor." "Miss Lin wants to see me?" A male voice came from behind. Lin Jian turned to see a man in a suit with a black mask on his face. He bowed slightly and said, "It is my honor." Lin Jian looked him up and down. "Are you the Black Emperor?" There were rumors before that the Dark Emperor wanted to marry her, and today, it strangely became true. "Everyone is just joking," she said. The Dark Emperor stood in front of Lin Jian and said, "But if you marry me, I will give you the best of everything. As long as you are willing to marry me, I can give you whatever you want. You will become the master of the Dark Castle. I want my brain chip, my brain chip." Her brain chip had been taken away. "Not for now. I don't want our wedding to be disturbed, and the magnetic storm outside hasn't passed yet. Even if you get your brain chip, you won't be able to use it." Lin Jian took a deep breath. "Do you know me?" "Who doesn't know Miss Lin? Because of your fame, I have to temporarily restrict your freedom. Don't worry, we don't have arranged marriages in the Dark Star. It's all one husband and one wife, just a husband and a wife. I will be loyal to you." Lin Jian's patience was running out. "What about my child? I want to see him." "Not for now, but as long as you agree to publicly marry me and record a video saying it's voluntary, your child will be safe." Lin Jian took a deep breath. "Okay, but I want to see him first. Once our wedding ceremony is complete, you can see him. Don't push your luck."
"Fine."
The news that the Dark Emperor was getting married spread throughout the Dark Star overnight. The Dark Emperor is marrying the Dark Queen, the famous purification master Lin Jian. The news also circulated. However, Lin Jian couldn't sleep. Although she wasn't harmed, she had lost her mental power and didn't know the situation of the Marshal and her 2 children. Tossing and turning, she couldn't sleep. By dawn, while washing her face to wake up, she suddenly heard a voice say, "Lin."
Lin Jian was startled.
"Lin Jian, have you been captured by the Dark Emperor? Where are you?" That ghostly voice appeared again.
"Lin Thian?"
"Miss Lin? Master Purifier Lin, please respond." Hearing the voice again through the water, Lin Jian's first reaction was to think it was Shireen. But Shireen's previous voice was clear and pure. It had changed to something unrecognizable, neither male nor female, and not as hoarse or unpleasant. Moreover, the tone didn't sound like him. He spoke as if to a stranger, with a hint of impatience and sarcasm. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously. "Don't worry about who I am. Describe your surroundings so I can better determine your location." Lin Jian confirmed. "Are you Shireen?" "What's Shireen?" "No, if you don't tell me your location and just shout for help, don't blame me for being late." He became more impatient, but Lin Thian still sensed a hint of familiarity. Before, Shireen treated the Crown Prince and the others like this, even being sarcastic with the Marshal. "If you're not Shireen, how can I trust you?" What if, in her hurry, she fell into another trap? After all, Shireen had deceived her before. On the other end, he paused. "All right, I am Shireen. If you are Shireen, then help me contact the Marshal. You had his contact information before."
"Impossible."
His voice was annoyed. He didn't have the Marshal's contact information and didn't want to get into trouble. Shireen, even though we had conflicts before, and I said some harsh things, you deceived me first. Considering I was sincere to you in the past, please help me contact the Marshal. Tell him that my child and I are on Dark Star. The child is in their hands, and the Dark Emperor is forcing me to marry him. I am at a loss. Being manipulated while carrying twins, and now just days after giving birth, she had lost him again. As Lin Jin spoke, her emotions began to spiral out of control. I can endure, but the child was just born a few days ago. He is so small and fragile. I am really afraid something will happen to him. On the other end, hearing Lin Jian's frantic voice and her words about enduring, he suddenly became agitated. What are you enduring? I can't help you send a message, but I said I would come to save you. He paused. Don't act recklessly. Stay calm. But his wedding is scheduled for tomorrow. I need to save myself. Otherwise, I will fall into the Dark Emperor's hands tomorrow night, and I must save the child. The child can't wait. The child was her weakness. If the Dark Emperor threatened her with the child tomorrow night, she would have no way out. Don't talk about falling into the Dark Emperor's hands. That chameleon is a fake, a temporary Dark Emperor. He is not the same powerful and wise Dark Emperor as before. His methods are dirty. If you act carelessly and he discovers you, what will happen? Just like now, hiding somewhere, watching you. If he notices something unusual, you could be ruined in an instant. Fake Dark Emperor? Where is the real one? Although the Dark Emperor was mysterious, it was previously unclear whether he was male or female. However, the information confirmed by the Crown Prince was that the Dark Emperor's spiritual form was a water-based creature, skilled in water attacks, which is why the Dark Castle was built on the coastline. Shireen probably became associated with the Dark Emperor because of the water-based merfolk. Lin and I keenly sensed something was off. What happened on Dark Star? The Dark Emperor has changed people, so my child is in even more danger. Forget about the child for now. You know how serious this is, so focus on keeping yourself safe. I will help you find your child. The voice in the water sounded impatient. Don't think like you're on the Central Star, Mississippi. This is the Dark Star. Do you know why it's called the Dark Star? Because it's full of darkness. There's nothing you can't imagine that they can't do. You think it's just a matter of life and death?
Wrong.
Dying on the Dark Star isn't scary. It might even be a good end. He didn't want to see her being forced to take strange drugs to make her obedient, nor did he want her to be controlled by odd substances. Right now, the fake Dark Emperor still feared her identity as a purifier and the Crown Prince Marshal, wanting a good start, so he wouldn't take risks for now. But if she resisted, the chameleon would change its face immediately. If you don't want to suffer, don't act recklessly. Wait for me to rescue you. He added, I will be quick. I will definitely save you before tomorrow night. He had his own plans, but now he had to adjust them a bit. Lin Zhen could sense that his emotions were changing because of her, feeling he was like a shadow. She took a deep breath. Okay, I'll trust you one more time, Shireen. I hope you're not lying this time. If you are, that's fine, but please save my child. The voice on the other end sounded a bit agitated. Are you going to tell me your location or not? I will. Just as Lin Jian finished describing, she suddenly heard Shireen say, Someone is coming. Don't let the fake Dark Emperor find out you can contact me. Lin Jian froze. Amidst her nervousness and confusion, the air suddenly filled with the voice of the fake Dark Emperor. Miss Lin, who are you whispering to? Who? Where are you? The shadow of the fake Dark Emperor gradually appeared before Lin Jian, still wearing a mask. It's me.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I'm just worried about my child. Lin Jian suppressed her unease and forced a smile. We are getting married soon. Can I see my child? The fake Dark Emperor's sticky gaze fell on her, not responding to her words. Miss Lin, you truly are someone the Crown Prince Marshal holds dear. You remain calm and polite. To share you with the Crown Prince Marshal and the Dark is truly a blessing in my lifetime. Lin Zhen felt a heavy weight in her heart, knowing that seeing her child was nearly impossible now. She took a half step back. The fake Dark Emperor stepped forward. Speaking of children, I've always tried hard but never succeeded. I used to blame fate, but now it seems the connection lies with Miss Lin. I wasn't in a hurry at first, but when Miss Lin mentioned children and thought about having an SSS-level child, I started to feel a bit impatient. My mental strength isn't as strong as the Marshal's, and the only way to have an SSS-level child is through natural conception. How about we just wait until our wedding night? That way, it will have a good meaning, and maybe the child's abilities will be even better. The fake Black Emperor saw through her attempt to delay, but agreed in the end. All right, let's wait until the wedding night. I don't want to force you. It's best if you are willing, so it doesn't become too awkward. He pretended to be a gentleman and stepped back. I sincerely want to marry you and have children, and I hope you can see my true feelings. While it sounded nice, he really just wanted Lin Jian to settle down and give up hope. Lin Jian watched him leave, and when he was gone, she didn't show any unusual reaction. She was afraid the fake Black Emperor was just pretending to leave and would blend in with the surroundings. This was the special ability of the chameleon-like spirit. After trying on a wedding dress, Lin Jian took the opportunity to return to the bathroom. She washed her hands for a long time, but didn't hear any sounds. Shireen, you must keep your promise. This time, don't lie to me. Lin Jian whispered. In her anxiety, the day of her grand wedding with the fake Black Emperor arrived. The curly-haired woman diligently helped Lin Jian get ready, and Lin Jian heard others calling her Huang Jia, Huang Shao. She asked several times about the child, but the woman didn't answer. When she inquired why she had acted against her before, Huang Shao remained silent and continued to do her makeup. Lin Jian was too scared to sleep, fearing the fake Black Emperor might suddenly appear beside her. Her eyes were bloodshot, showing her exhaustion, but after Huang Zhao's makeup, she became the most beautiful and sweetest bride. The wedding dress was stunning, with exquisite pearl embroidery that sparkled, pure and dreamlike. The skirt was 6 meters long, adorned with golden gems. When she put on the transparent long veil, she looked like a beautiful painting. All right, you look beautiful. Huang Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement mixed with jealousy. No wonder the Marshal likes you so much. For the first time, her words carried emotion, but she spoke so softly that Lin Jian didn't hear her. Lin Jian looked at herself in the mirror. She was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, she never expected that her first time wearing the legendary wedding dress would be at this time, in this place, and in this environment. After Lin Jian finished her makeup, there was a knock at the door. Dressed in a tailcoat and still wearing a mask, the fake Dark Emperor saw Lin Jian, and a glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Lin Jian forced a smile, suppressing her disgust. Next, the bride's waiting room where Lin Jian was seemed to turn into an exhibition hall, with people coming and going. All the followers of the fake Dark Emperor came to pay their respects to the Dark Queen. Their actions appeared respectful, but occasionally, their eyes held greed and desire when they looked at Lin Jian. The fake Dark Emperor seemed to be showcasing some kind of trophy. I told you it's real, Miss Lin. Why don't you believe it? The Purification Master is in the heart of darkness. You are fortunate. Miss Lin is not only the Purification Master, but also the mother of twins. You know that twins with SSS-level mental strength are rare, right? With Miss Lin on Dark Star, more and more children with SSS-level mental strength will be born. Are you still worried about Central Star? He proudly boasted, or rather, he was trying to recruit and make promises. Lin Jian felt a chill run down her spine. She wasn't foolish. She realized she was being treated as a bargaining chip. Although Huang Shao wouldn't say a word more, Lin Jian had already confirmed from various clues and the information she encountered today that the previous Dark Emperor seemed to have been killed, and Dark Star was currently in chaos. This fake Dark Emperor was the biggest force on Dark Star and had a long-standing grudge against the deceased Dark Emperor. The previous Dark Emperor had suddenly risen to power, trying to control everything, making Dark Star's reputation questionable. And this battle, due to the Dark Emperor's inexplicable defeat without a fight, had led them to a great victory. Now the fake Dark Emperor was gathering these forces. Lin Jian was one of the biggest bargaining chips. The fake Dark Emperor told others. Following him would lead to purification, and if they remained loyal and achieved success, he would even have Lin Jian bear their children. After arriving in the starry realm, Lin Jian faced many challenges, including people like Eng Shiji. But overall, Central Star still protected women's rights. She felt the weight of the name Dark Star deeply. Lin Jian's fear, disgust, trembling, and anger were all sensed by the fake Dark Emperor, but he either didn't care or wanted this effect. He directed the close-up shots recording the wedding, waiting for the real Dark Emperor to take the bait. Rumors say that Lin Jian is the woman of the Dark Emperor. Although there is not enough evidence, it's better to act on caution than to miss an opportunity. Not to mention, Lin Jian is very useful. She can purify, bear children, and can be studied. She can reward subordinates, is beautiful, and can also take revenge on the Dark Emperor. It's truly a win-win situation. Get ready. If the Dark Emperor or his people come, make sure they don't come back. The fake Dark Emperor deliberately made the news public to eliminate future threats. If the Dark Emperor is still alive, he will be lured in and dealt with on the spot. The fake Dark Emperor played this move well, and it worked effectively. After seeing Lin Jian, many people indeed switched sides. This is the Dark Star. There is no loyalty, only the promise of benefits. Miss Lin's situation here is confidential from the central authority. If she gets taken back, there will be nothing left for us. Even if the magnetic storm outside hasn't cleared, once it does, isn't the Dark Castle blocking all signals? What are you worried about? We're not foolish. We know we have to wait until Miss Lin truly accepts us or has a child.
Ha ha ha.
The fake Dark Emperor and his subordinates talked openly about Lin Jian. In the end, he told her to rest well because the ceremony would start soon.
Lin Jian clenched her fists tightly.
If Shireen deceives her again and breaks his promise, she will have to rely on herself. An hour later, the wedding ceremony officially began. The first floor of the Dark Castle was set up as a bizarre wedding venue, complete with a fake priest. Now let's welcome the bride and groom. At the last moment, the groom appeared, taking Lin Jian's hand. She suddenly turned her head sharply. In a tuxedo and mask, he looked almost identical, even in height, but Lin Jian sensed something was different. She didn't dislike his hand, and his scent seemed to have changed. The groom carried a familiar fragrance. Shireen. It must be him. He really came. This time he didn't deceive her. Lin Jian let out a breath. I thought you wouldn't come. Behind the mask, the groom forced a bitter smile, struggling to hold back his tremors. How could he not come? He had been acting strangely lately, occasionally losing his memory at night. Fearing complications, he locked himself away, ensuring no one else was around after midnight. But when he woke up yesterday morning, the door was covered in blood from impacts, and a large bloody message on the wall read, "Find him, save her." Seeing Lin Jian about to marry the fake Dark Emperor drove him to madness. He had to save her, or he might completely lose control. He saw the news and seemed to go crazy, with only one thought in his mind. He must find her and save her. In the end, he could only reach out to Lin Jian in a blood-filled bathtub. Today, he came as promised to rescue her. But no one told him how beautiful she would look in a wedding dress. His heart raced, as if it wanted to escape. The moment he touched her hand, he almost lost his balance. Groom, do you accept this lady as your wife? Will you love and be loyal to her in poverty, sickness, or disability until the end of life? Even though it was a fake wedding, he took the question seriously. I do. When he heard Lin Jian say she was willing to, he couldn't help but laugh. Let's go to the bridal chamber. Shouldn't you kiss the bride first? If I kiss her, I won't be able to control myself. We should go to the bridal chamber first. They went upstairs, and no one dared to follow, except for the mysterious priest still calling out downstairs. The groom may lift the veil and kiss the bride. Hearing this made his body feel strange. Looking into her beautiful eyes filled him with joy, but his heart also began to ache, as if it were being torn apart. He took a deep breath, lifted the veil, and kissed her. My instinct tells me you are my cure. Indeed, she was his cure. He felt as if he had found rain after a long drought and didn't want to let go. He wanted more. The bed creaked under their weight. His hot lips met her cold mask. Breathless and on the verge of losing control, Lin Jian pushed him harder. Shireen calmed down. Right now, he was just standing in for the groom. If the real Black Emperor returned, it would be over. This was not the time for distractions. Hearing the name Shireen made the man's dizzy mind clear up. His lustful gaze locked onto Lin Jian, and he remained seated, looking down at her. Who is Shireen? It was fine before, but when you kissed me, don't call someone else's name. It affects my mood.
You.
Lin Jian looked into the eyes behind the mask, familiar yet somewhat strange. I'm not Shireen. I only said that because you didn't believe me. But you are him. I can feel it. Lin Jian trusted her instincts. I told you I'm not. You need to see clearly. The man lowered his gaze to Lin Jian, his fingers gently brushing her lips. Did that Shireen treat you like this? His hands were rough, and Lin Jian felt a shiver down her spine. She and Shireen had been close before, but this felt different. She had never felt so clearly that he was truly a man. The heat was overwhelming, making it hard for her to breathe. It seems not, the man said, noticing her expression, his voice suddenly cheerful. She thought they were very close, but it seemed it was just that. Remember, the one who kisses you like this is me. As if to make Lin Jian remember better, he kissed her again. It was still the same heat, urgent. Lin Jian could only push him away again, saying, Stop.
Stop it.
You're not Shireen, so why are you kissing? Just kiss. He leaned down and playfully nipped at her. It didn't break the skin, but Lin Jian still felt it. His voice grew hoarse as he licked his lips and suddenly smiled. You keep calling for Shireen, and I'll kiss you each time. As long as you call for Shireen, it means you want me to kiss you. At this point, he really wanted Lin Jian to call out a few more times. If you get too carried away, don't blame me. Lin Jian was at a loss for words, listening intently to the sounds around them, faintly hearing something unusual. This isn't the time for that. What are you planning to do next? She was anxious, but he remained calm and unhurried. Kiss me once, and I'll tell you. The chaotic sounds of fighting outside became more apparent, followed by hurried footsteps. Master Chung. It's bad. The Black Emperor's people are coming back. In their tension, the people outside called out their old titles. Lin Jian immediately struggled, saying, Get up. Get up for what? The person above her not only didn't get up but instead leaned more heavily on her, resting on her shoulder. His breathing was right next to her ear and more importantly, he had been supporting himself, but suddenly let his weight down. Lin Jian panicked. Shireen. The man teased, at a time like this, you still want me to kiss you. Just as Lin Jian was losing her mind, he suddenly pulled her close, and their positions changed, with Lin Jian now on top of him. In the next moment, there was a barely audible click, and Lin Jian felt herself falling. With a loud splash, they fell into the water, or rather into the sea. Caught off guard, Lin Jian immediately held on to the man tightly. He chuckled softly and then began to pull at her wedding dress. Lin Jian couldn't help but slap him, saying, What are you doing taking off my clothes at a time like this? Lin Jian almost choked on the water from the scolding. The man touched his cheek, a slight smile on his lips. If you like the wedding dress so much, then keep wearing it. After saying that, he tightened his hold around her waist and quickly swam in a certain direction. Lin Jian then realized she had misunderstood. The dress was too long, which was why he seemed to be untying. Just as she was about to apologize, she saw his fish tail emerge, the familiar peacock blue tail, with fins as thin as a cicada's wings. As he swam, the long tail sparkled like scattered starlight, graceful and beautiful. She had touched that tail countless times and ridden it many times. She was very familiar with it. Although the color of his hair had changed from purple to blue, the tail was exactly the same. He still dared to say he wasn't Shireen. He clearly knew about this special passage and had just tried to scare her on purpose. Annoyed, Lin Jian kicked his fish tail several times, which made the man glance at her a few times. When they reached the shore, Lin Jian seized the opportunity to grab his tail in secret as revenge. Miss Lin, you can't breathe underwater, so why are you in such a hurry? The man transformed his fish tail into legs. It seems you really like the tail. It's not a problem to indulge your little hobby. Lin Jian's wedding dress got wet and became heavy, but the man seemed unfazed, effortlessly carrying her in a princess hold to the bedroom bath. Let's wash up before the wedding night, so you don't catch a cold. Lin Jian replied, Who wants to have a wedding night with you? He pretended not to know her, acted so mischievous, and now talked about a wedding night. Still pretending? You called me Shireen and touched my tail. With so many hints, I'm not dull. He placed her in the water at a comfortable temperature and then joined her. You like the tail, so I'll indulge your hobby. Lin Jian swatted his hand away. Is this the legendary underwater dark castle? Although she had only caught a glimpse, she had already seen its true form, a dreamy underwater castle with a hint of European charm. It stood tall in the water, yet there was no water inside the house. You guessed right. You can rest assured, no one here can harm you. Do whatever you want. He kissed Lin Jian. This is what you just asked me to do. After soaking in the warm water for a while and feeling her body temperature return, she was about to leave the bathroom. Not playing anymore? He held Lin Jian's hand. I'm not in the mood to play. Have you forgotten? I still need to save my child. Lin Jian looked at him seriously. Can you help me, or give me a recovery potion? I want to restore my mental strength. If you help me, I can help you purify. Purification. The man nodded. Since you insist on helping me purify, I can't refuse. As he spoke, he casually took out a recovery potion from his pocket. Lin Jian realized he had been prepared for this all along, yet still said those words. She opened it and drank the potion. Can I borrow a set of clothes? She wrapped herself in a towel, turned away to remove the cumbersome wedding dress, and walked towards the wardrobe. The man was still in the bath, looking at the wedding dress on the floor with a hint of regret. She looked beautiful in that dress. However, seeing her in his shirt would have its own charm. The man swallowed hard, left the bath, and casually removed his tailcoat. Underneath, he wore a waterproof combat suit that fit snugly, showing off his perfect physique without revealing any skin. He approached Lin Jian. Are you planning to fight your way out? Can you come with me? Lin Jian turned around, momentarily stunned. With his blue hair tied in a ponytail and still wearing a mask, he looked even more impressive without the tailcoat. The combat suit matched the mask perfectly. He seemed taller and stronger, as if he had matured significantly. Now, he didn't have to worry about lacking tools for deep purification anymore. Lin Jian averted her gaze, wondering if he had grown because of his transformation. Was this the successful state of transformation? She didn't know who he had transformed with or how it happened. Although spiritual beings usually have secrets known only to their kind to avoid revealing weaknesses, the merman clan was even more mysterious. Apart from the messages sent by the prince, most information was superficial, and outsiders knew very little. The man noticed her gaze. It's chaotic outside right now. It's safer to wait until the area is clear. But the child can't wait. I drugged Huang Xiao before. She must be reacting now. I need to interrogate her about the child's whereabouts before she gets treated. Drugged? Yes. Since the fake Black Emperor always seemed eager to please her, she had tested him yesterday by saying she liked flowers and mentioned a few names with good meanings, hoping to decorate her room. In the end, he really did send her some. She hadn't chosen the names randomly. The beautiful, harmless flowers could be combined to create special poisons. She had put in a lot of effort to get the drug into Huang Xiao, and she had prepared it well for the fake Black Emperor. He would definitely drink a whole jar. Seeing that Lin Jian was determined to go out, the man stepped past her. You go out to deliver food, just wait. What do you mean? Lin Jian chased after him. I mean, I'm going to help you catch him back. Don't run around. After saying that, with a splash, Shireen disappeared into the water. While Lin Jian anxiously waited, Shireen quickly returned, holding someone in his hand. It was Huang Xiao, who was suffering from poisoning. Her lips were pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Looking at Lin Jian and then at Shireen, Her eyes were filled with fear and regret. The fake Lord Cheng had guessed correctly, but unfortunately, Lord Cheng still couldn't defeat the real Black Emperor and ended up being killed. At this moment, Huang Xiao even doubted that Lord Cheng's success and his recent experience as Black Emperor were actually traps set by the real Black Emperor to catch them all. Now, Lord Cheng's fate was unknown. He might have already died, and she was not far from death herself. Where did you hide the child? I don't know. As soon as Huang Xiao finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood. If the poison I gave you isn't cured, you'll die in 2 hours. There are no robots here to help you. As soon as Lin Jian finished speaking, Huang Xiao gasped. So it was Miss Lin who poisoned me. I was wondering why suddenly. Now that you know how serious it is, just confess. Shireen, watching from the side, clicked his tongue. Your way of questioning isn't effective. Let a professional handle it. Huang Xiao didn't dare to look up at him, but she shivered, fear flashing in her eyes. If she were really interrogated, No need, I'll tell the truth. She took a deep breath. I really don't know where we are now because I had already returned the child to the Marshal.
What?
Lin Jian was stunned and didn't react for a moment. You might not believe me, but I would never harm the Marshal's child. Huang Zhao's voice was low. I am a fan of the Marshal. When my city fell, it was the Marshal who came to save us. I genuinely admire him and would never want to hurt his child. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Marshal directly. The previous threats were all lies. I even took photos. Huang Xiao pulled up a photo for Lin Jian to see. In the photo, the Marshal's rescue pod was opened, and both children were in the Marshal's arms while she lay beside them. The Marshal is very perceptive. I saw he was about to wake up, so I took the chance to run with you. Huang Xiao didn't mention that she had been eager to do something for the Marshal when the opportunity arose, but as soon as she got close, it felt like she was startled awake and couldn't go through with it. She regretted countless times over the past 2 days. If she had known to leave the child behind, pretending to be a savior might have brought her closer to the Marshal. After dealing with Lin Jian, she would still have a chance. She felt very regretful, but Lin Jian seemed to not believe her. Huang Xiao gritted her teeth and unbuttoned her shirt, revealing scars on her back. This is the punishment I brought upon myself. You asked me why there was a smell of blood, right? It's because I couldn't seek treatment from a robot. I came to serve you as punishment. You rejected the closeness of Lord Cheng, and later he took out his frustrations on me. Lin Jian suddenly remembered that Huang Xiao had disappeared for a while yesterday and returned acting strangely. Her attitude towards her had noticeably changed. Yin's expression darkened. I have been looking for the child you mentioned, but I've searched almost everywhere on Dark Star and found nothing. What she said is likely true, but we should double-check to see if we can uncover anything else. Huang Zhao's expression changed. What I said is all true, but it didn't help. She was still dragged away. Lin Jian felt a bit relieved upon hearing Yin's words. Is the status of women on Dark Star really that low? She asked. Are you talking about Huang Xiao? Her ID says she's a man. She looks this way because of surgery. On Dark Star, they create what they lack, but the women who are modified have a status similar to that of comfort robots.
Lin Xin bit her lip, surprised.
He just said that chameleon wanted to get close to you? Did he touch you?
When?
Just yesterday morning. Didn't you say he came? I made an excuse about being newlyweds. Shireen seemed relieved and approached without saying a word. Fortunately, speaking of newlyweds, today you are marrying me, and he has nothing to do with it. From now on, you are my wife. Now that we have a lead on the child, you can feel safe continuing our wedding night, right? He said this while wrapping his arms around her waist. Hearing the word wife again made Lin Jian feel complicated. When she felt the warmth, she was speechless. What are you doing again? Are you crazy? She stepped back forcefully. Didn't you say you weren't Shireen? So we're strangers now. Do you think it's reasonable to act like this with someone you just met? Or do you want to force women like that chameleon you mentioned? Don't compare me to that chameleon, and we are not strangers. I have been watching you. As soon as you fall asleep, you enter my dreams. Every time I see you, my restless heart calms down, but my body feels like it's on fire, just like now. I know clearly that you are my antidote. Lin Jian understood immediately, but more questions began to arise. If you are not joking and not a stranger, then who are you? I still don't know your name. He scoffed, someone who can do anything to you. As for names, you know what you've done.
Lin Thien.
Why does it make her sound like a heartbreaker? He pressed closer, and Lin Jian had to back away until she ran out of space and sat on the bed. When she tried to get up, he leaned in closer. She caught a familiar scent again, the same one she had smelled on Shireen before. In her daze, her chin was grabbed, and before he touched her, she could already feel his warmth, as if he could ignite her. You just called Shireen again. As night deepened, Lin Jin was in his arms, and his body temperature was rising, higher than any other late night. It felt like a trapped beast inside her was about to break free. He had reached his limit. This time, he would not let her go. He didn't give her a chance to speak and kissed her directly, holding her hands above her head. Lin Ren was almost out of breath. The room's temperature kept rising as it approached midnight. The one who had been holding on suddenly stopped moving. Lin Jian finally caught her breath, and her hands were free. Gasping, she did what she had wanted to do all along. She lifted his mask. She finally saw his face. Though familiar, it wasn't exactly Shireen's appearance. He looked fully grown. His skin was still fair and delicate, with long brows like willows and soft features, but he leaned more towards a man. He had the bone structure of a man but the softness of a woman, with a clearly defined jawline and sharp features. Unlike Shireen, who looked like a beauty with a filter. Yet he had an inexplicable connection to Shireen, and Lin Jian felt an odd familiarity. Not only did he resemble Shireen, but he also reminded her of someone else, though she couldn't recall who. What stood out more were the scales on his cheeks and forehead, resembling a fish's tail. They weren't ugly. Instead, they added an enchanting quality, making him even more attractive. Was this the reason he wore a mask? Your face. He quickly covered the scales and put the mask back on. It's ugly, isn't it? Did it scare you? Lin Jian couldn't describe how she felt at that moment, but she clearly realized that he was Shireen. Not ugly, but what's going on with you now? Shireen promised softly. Jian, don't be afraid. I will protect you and take you home. You hate me for lying to you, but this time, you must let me protect you. In just these 2 sentences, Shireen's voice trembled, and he was covered in cold sweat, as if he was enduring some unspeakable pain. Lin Jian couldn't help but worry. Shireen, are you in pain? She reached out to him, but he blocked her hand in midair. Don't touch me. Just as Lin Jian was about to speak, Shireen suddenly rushed out of the bedroom, leaving her confused and alone. Something was really wrong with Shireen. Is it because he hasn't fully transformed? Or has he split into 2 people? Lin Jian needed to calm down, not just to think, but also because of the earlier intimacy. After washing her face, she heard the voice calling her wife again. This time, the voice was still hoarse, but the tone was familiar. It was Shireen from earlier. Wife, I miss you so much.
Xian, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. I didn't mean to. I can't tell them the truth. His broken voice came through, filled with a sense of losing control. Lin Jian sighed and turned off the sound, sitting up straight. She looked around and finally focused on the room at the end of the bedroom. The door was made of different material, looking newly replaced, with signs of being forcefully opened from the inside. There was even a trace of blood at the entrance. When Shireen brought her in, he had already given her access to the dark castle, so Lin Jian used her eyes to unlock the door. As she pushed it open slightly, she heard a sound of suppressed gasping. After a moment, Lin Jian stepped inside. She immediately saw the merman struggling in the bathtub. His mask had fallen to the ground, and he was pressed against the edge of the tub, sweat rolling down his neck, his blue hair already soaked. His brows were furrowed, biting his lip tightly, as if enduring pain, like a wild beast trying to break free from a cage. His whole body, including his tail, trembling. More importantly, he was wearing a restraint collar around his neck. Lin Jian had only heard of it before. It was said to be worn in cases of severe mental distress or accidents, causing great suffering to the wearer. Hearing the noise, he raised his head sensitively. When he saw Lin Jian, his pupils dilated, and he quickly turned his face to hide the scales. Lin Jian frowned and approached. "Shireen, did you have a problem with your transformation?" In just those 2 steps, blood started to seep from the corners of his eyes. "Don't come closer. I'll be fine in a moment." Shireen's pained voice made Lin Jian stop in her tracks. He buried his face in his arms, and a pearl of pink and blue fell into the pool. Tears fell from him again, but this time, it wasn't an act. Seeing Lin Jian again, she still cared for him and was willing to come close, which made him happy but also hurt him more. Thinking about the scene he had just woken up to, he struggled to hold back his emotions. "Jian, don't pay attention to the person I was during the day. Stay as far away as you can. If he gets close to you, just slap him." Lin Jian asked, "Why?" He fell silent. That person from earlier had no memories or feelings connected to her. Lin Jian pressed on, "Why have you changed like this?" He smiled sadly, realizing it was his own fault for being too greedy and arrogant, leading to his current situation. The merfolk had many secrets, such as having 2 identities before transformation, male and female, similar yet different, like siblings. Once they reached adulthood, if they transformed into a man, they would take on the male appearance. If they became a woman, they would adopt the female form. After a successful transformation, both their mental and physical powers would greatly increase, marking their maturity and ability to reproduce. If the transformation stopped or failed, they could enter a chaotic state, which could lead to issues like growing scales, losing control of emotions, or even severe depression that could cost them their lives. The merfolk were known for their deep love, often fixating on just one person. As the number of merfolk dwindled, they found a way to cope by forgetting the one they loved. With 2 identities already, if things went wrong, they would use merfolk methods to forcefully split into 2 personalities, one with no emotional memories and another that retained all feelings. They would suppress the personality that remembered everything, like with Shireen, to survive. But Shireen felt too regretful and deeply attached, not wanting to forget Lin Jian. The part of him that should have been suppressed always woke up at night. This also affected the part of him that had no memories during the day. In the end, even without memories, he was still drawn to Lin Jian, constantly following her news and feeling anger at the thought of her being hurt. That wasn't all. The daytime version of him was also influenced by the lingering hormones in his body. The scent released during the merfolk's emotional transformation was meant to help them bond, but when the transformation stopped, it remained in his system. Eventually, he felt as if he had entered spring. He thought that if he just endured and dreamed a little, it would eventually pass. But then he encountered Lin Jian again, and he felt certain she was the cure he needed. Finally, that fool approached her. "There are things I can't fully explain because they involve secrets about the survival of the merfolk, which are forbidden to share. I can't say why, but please keep your distance from me. In the future and tonight, just go." Lin Jian didn't ask further. She had watched enough dramas and read enough novels to guess the situation. When Shireen left so abruptly, she didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. Behind her back, he would say, "Wife, I miss you." But in front of her, he said, "Stay away from me." Facing his mixed signals, Lin Jian confirmed, "Are you sure you want me to leave?" Shireen nodded. "Yes, please go. I'm begging you." With her there, he would only suffer more, losing control and feeling overwhelmed. Lin Jian's voice faded as she left, and Shireen plunged into the water, struggling to suppress his urge to chase after her. "I can't get close, I must stay away. I can handle this. I'm fine." I can't let her think I'm using her. Back in her bedroom, Lin Jian couldn't shake the image of Shireen's face from her mind. Why did it look so familiar? Where had she seen that face before? After thinking for a while without an answer, she fell asleep quickly, having not dared to sleep for the past few days. The next day, Lin Jian woke up late. The castle was empty, with only robots around. She waited for Shireen to appear, but he never did. It was only in the evening that he finally returned. When Lin Jian saw him, he had just washed off the smell of blood. "Where did you go?" "I had to take care of some trash." "By the way, the news about Huang Xiao has been confirmed. It's true. The child is safe." "That's good." Lin Jian felt relieved. "I wish we could contact the Marshal to avoid worrying them about me." No one responded, and the man's expression was sour. Who would have thought that everything was going well yesterday, only to lose consciousness in an instant? When he regained awareness, he found himself in the territory of Chengyi, the chameleon, surrounded by filth. The warm embrace he had held turned into a foul-smelling corpse. Rats and garbage surrounded him. He didn't want to deal with that trash, but he would handle it himself. He didn't want to lose control of his body unexpectedly and wake up in such a place. Chengye's dark business extended beyond the black market. It connected to the central star. Any movement must be uprooted entirely, or it would return. He could only handle it first, and this kept him busy for a whole day. If he weren't so capable, he might not even make it back tonight. He gritted his teeth, but his face remained calm. He knew he would lose his memory, but this time it was too ridiculous, as if it was specifically meant to keep him away from Lin Jian, even using such a method to distance him.
But who was he?
No one could stop him. He would come back, and he would get close to Lin Jian. The man wiped his hair, and coincidentally, there was a number 5 on the towel.
Lin Jian suddenly had a realization.
5. The 5th match. Jiang Wang. She finally remembered who he resembled. It was Jiang Wang, whose ID photo she had only seen once. Although his features had changed compared to the photo, it was definitely him. "Are you Jiang Wang?" Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Miss Lin finally remembers my name? That's rare." He wouldn't mention that he had deliberately chosen that towel. "It really is you."
You.
"You didn't die?" At first, Fong Chingfeng had firmly told her that this person did not exist. Why would I die? Who said I was dead? It was all so confusing. "You actually didn't die." Lin Nan was greatly shocked. This was why he looked familiar, but she couldn't recall. Who would have thought Jiang Wang would come back from the dead? She had prayed to him so many times before. "Of course, I'm not dead. If I were, why would you have registered me as your match?"
Lin Thian.
Could she say it was because she wished he were dead? Jiang Wang scoffed. "I thought you would never remember. Do you know how strange it feels to suddenly be considered a married person? There aren't many matches in our dark star, and I'm just one of your matches."
Lin Thian.
She awkwardly laughed. No wonder he said last night that he could justify anything he did to her and claimed she knew what she had done. Lin Jian felt everything was bizarre and absurd. But it all seemed to make sense now. Thinking carefully, she suddenly recalled the voice calling her wife from the water, right after she registered Jiang Wang as the 5th match. He must have received the news and started looking for her, then. Got scolded by her. And when they first met, even though he looked like a woman, he still called her wife. When Shireen saw Jiang Wang's memorial tablet, his expression was so strange, and he kept sneaking fruits for Jiang Wang because they were the same person. But that wasn't right. They might have been one person before, but now they considered themselves 2 different people. Lin Jian's gaze was complicated, and Jiang Wang was displeased. "What kind of look is that? Don't look through me at someone else, and don't use that complicated expression. Since we've talked about it, I need to remind you not to pay attention to that guy who comes out at midnight. He's not me. He's the spirit that has taken over my body. You said he's a liar, and he deceived you, so ignore him from now on. If you see him, just kick him, and don't let him take advantage of you." At this point, he paused. "He didn't replace me to deeply purify you last night, did he?" Lin Jian.
No.
"That's good. Anyway, he's very dangerous, especially when he goes crazy. He's an out-of-control madman, so stay far away from him." Lin Jian. Both of them wanted her to stay away from each other. Shouldn't she listen to both? "He also told me to stay away from you." "That won't do." Jiang Wang was angry. "I'm your match." "What is he?" He leaned closer. "Today, dealing with trash is very dangerous."
Why don't you help me?
How can I help? He didn't answer, but wrapped his arms around Lin Jian's waist from behind, his damp hair brushing against her neck. My situation is very dangerous. I can't make mistakes. But I still have memory loss and control issues, and I've become very strange. If this continues, I won't even know how I died. His voice grew hoarse, and his grip tightened slowly. Not sensing Lin Jian's rejection, he gently kissed her earlobe.
So please help me.
His body temperature slowly rose. You don't want me to die, right? I'm also your match. Lin Jian, I don't want that. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, his hands tightened instantly. Lin Jian was pulled to sit on the windowsill, reaching to take off his mask, her hand unconsciously brushing against the restraint collar. Jiang Wang leaned down and kissed her hand. Once this is on, it can only be removed when the values are normal or by a woman. Do you want to take it off? Lin Jian looked at it twice. How do I take it off? The button is at the back. As Lin Jian was exploring, her hand was grabbed. Looking again. Oh, Shireen had returned. The change in his expression was quite obvious, a mix of clarity and struggle. He trembled and tried to pull away, but Lin Jian wrapped her legs around him. You've come back. You really want to run again. Seeing the mask thrown aside, Shireen immediately covered the scales on his face. So ugly. She must hate it. Unexpectedly, Lin Jian pulled his hand down and gently kissed the scales. Shireen shivered. Jian, you're not ugly, and after tonight's deep purification, it should be gone, right? The moment the light dimmed, Shireen slowly gathered his hands and asked, Do you know what you're saying? Lin Jian patiently replied, Yes, I know. I also know you are Jiang Wang and have all your memories, unlike you. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. You really have many identities. But Shireen, I forgive you. Lin Jian said with a kiss. I know you can't speak the truth when you talk to everyone in the Dark Star. You did want to use me, but then you developed feelings, though you didn't dare to show it. You don't want me to be your weakness. You don't want me to be in danger. I know all of this. You feel guilty for bringing me into this. But it ends here. Yin's eyes turned red, and his nose followed suit, making Lin Jian pause as she reached for the suppressor collar. Do you want to shed tears? That could be nice. They say tears are the best gift from a man, and here, Shireen could turn them into pearls. He had relied on this ability to stay close to her. Shireen chuckled, finally relaxing. His hand around Lin Jian's waist tightened. Thank you. Thank you for understanding and forgiving me. His warm lips crashed against hers like a wild beast breaking free from a cage. In his eagerness, he accidentally bumped noses, causing Lin Jian to feel a sting and want to pull back. But he quickly followed, holding her neck to prevent her from retreating.
Thien.
His whispers broke through the intense and chaotic kiss, filled with uncontainable love, releasing all the feelings he had suppressed before. I like you. I really like you. Lin Jian's breath was already uneven. I also like you. Finally, she managed to say it. As soon as the words left her lips, Shireen suddenly stopped. Jian, can you say it again?
No.
Lin Jian's gaze fell on his trembling Adam's apple, and with a suppressor collar. It was just too much. Go on, don't worry. With this on, I won't get too excited and hurt you. Shireen coaxed Lin Jian. Lin Jian replied, What? Is this your way of making it special? Do I have to say it twice? No, I just want to hear it. Shireen's body was hot, but he looked at Lin and intently. Lin Jian's heart softened. I also like you. Her last words faded between their lips. A single sentence made the beast within him break free from its cage completely. At 2 a.m, did you succeed in transforming? Not yet. I took too long before, and now the side effects are pretty serious. The voice was intermittent. At 4 a.m, are you ready? It's too hot. Go into the water. Morning came. Then it got dark again. Then light and dark again. Lin Jian regretted it. She bit down the hand that came back, almost drawing blood before finally letting go. If you don't want to die, get lost. But her voice had no power because it was too hoarse and too quiet. Stop making excuses about not having transformed yet. I don't believe you. She should have realized earlier, when his tail became more vibrant and beautiful, and the scales on his face faded, making him glow. Instead of waiting until he had grown several centimeters taller to realize she had been deceived. But it wasn't that she was foolish. It was just hard to think. Lin Jian once saw a girl online sharing her honeymoon experience. She had carefully chosen the location, made many plans, prepared lovely dresses, and brought a camera to capture sweet memories and photos. But in the end, she didn't take the last photo or visit a single attraction. She didn't even leave the hotel. She came as she left. At that time, Lin Jin didn't understand and was quite shocked. Now she understood. She had had enough. Shireen, who had been pushed away, finally restrained himself and didn't dare to come back. Lin Jian ate something and fell asleep immediately. Shireen kissed her again and again, finally falling asleep satisfied while holding her. They slept for over 10 hours until the next morning. When Shireen was completely relaxed in deep sleep, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. His first feeling was great. He felt refreshed and comfortable all over, and he instantly felt stronger. He could sense the water's force more intensely, and it felt broader and clearer. What was happening? When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Jin tightly holding him, and he paused for a moment. Then his memory returned, and at the most critical moment he was robbed again. He fell into darkness completely. But this time, it seemed something unexpected had happened. He looked at the marks left on Lin Jian's neck, feeling cold all over. His hand, which had been holding Lin Jin, suddenly tightened. When Lin Jian woke up, she saw Shireen. No, it seemed to be Jiang Wang, staring at her intently. Unwillingness, anger, sadness, pain, and a sense of helpless despair. You've lost your mind. I told you not to pay attention to that ghost. He tricked you before. It was as if the most precious treasure had been taken away, his handsome face twisted in pain, struggling to breathe. Why didn't you listen to me?
Why?
Jealous anger and a sense of betrayal nearly consumed him. I am your match. Lin Jian, it's me. Why did he always take his place at the most critical moments? Why didn't you push him away? How could you treat me like this? Lin Jian. When he woke up, the satisfied person looked wronged. The same face, even with red eyes, still looked good, but this was true injustice. I didn't recognize him at first. Lin Jian quickly came up with the worst excuse. Didn't recognize him? Jiang Wang thought seriously for a second and almost believed it, then saw the time on the smart device. 3 days, and you say you didn't recognize him? 3 days. 3 days. Jiang Wang was even more shocked. How could you treat me like this? I want to kill him, kill him. Lin Jian. If he dies, you die too. Have you thought about the fact that you are the same person? Although Shireen said not to mention it, she basically understood that they were actually one person. Jiang Wang was just his alter ego, forcibly split into 2 personalities to survive. Since there were no precedents, he didn't know if they would eventually merge again. Shireen knew they were the same person, but still hesitated to bring it up. Jiang Wang, who had no memories, clearly found it hard to accept this fact. Lin Jian could only gently guide him, hoping he would accept the truth. We are not. I don't even know him. You clearly said he was a liar, and yet.
You should be with me.
I was the one who fell for you at first sight and saved you. Lin Jian touched his nose, about to say something when Jiang Wang suddenly pressed his lips together. You also need to compensate me for 3 days and nights. Lin Jian could only respond with 2 words, dream on. Jiang Wang. Do you dislike me? Lin Jian. I don't dislike you, but you all need to solve your own issues. I don't care if you kill each other. Whoever wins can talk to me. Lin Jian decided to stop worrying about it and let it go. She couldn't do anything anyway. Compensation was impossible. She will die. Can you tell me what's happening outside before you fight? Can I go out? Can I contact someone? Jiang Wang's eyes shifted, and just as he was about to say something, the smart brain beeped. It seems the magnetic storm is over, and the smart brain signal is back. My smart brain was taken away. Can I borrow yours? Jiang Wang didn't want to lend it. If I lend it to you, you will leave. He looked down. The child is safe. You don't need to worry. If you contact someone, that Marshal prince will definitely come, and you won't see me again. Lin Jin knew he was blinded by jealousy, so she suggested, but I have to contact them. I need to confirm the child's safety.
They must be worried about me.
Forget about the magnetic storm. If you disappear and they can't reach you, they might misunderstand and think you are holding me captive. It won't be easy to explain then, and you won't be able to hide your identity as the Black Emperor. Jiang Wang glanced at her. How do you know I am the Black Emperor? I only told you that the fake Black Emperor Chengyi is not real. Of course, I can tell. You make it pretty obvious. You even praised yourself as mighty and wise before. The fake Black Emperor Chengyi tried to imitate him, but upon closer inspection, the mask looked rough, like it was made in a hurry, and it didn't suit him at all. Jiang Wang's mask was much more refined. He could move freely in the castle, replace the fake Black Emperor, and knew the secret switches in the upper castle. He was also very familiar with the real castle underwater, not to mention how terrified Huang Xiao was of him. You really have many identities like an onion. Peel one layer, and there's another and another. At this point, Lin Jian asked, Quick, tell me what other identities you have. Jiang Wang replied, None. He paused. Do you mind my identity as the Black Emperor? I don't really mind. I don't know much about the Black Emperor, but I know you. I think if you want to survive and rise in the Dark Star, you'll do whatever it takes. But the fake Black Emperor hates you so much, and you are a person with principles. Anyway, I used to wonder why the Black Emperor stood up for me, and why there were rumors about me being the Dark Queen. Now I understand. She matched with Jiang Wang first, and that's why he sought her out. Shireen probably wanted to take her away to this underwater castle to live a carefree life, without the Marshal and others. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes. Shireen has quite a connection with you.
Lin Thian. Here we go again.
She rubbed her forehead and ignored his words. Were you forced to stay on Dark Star because of that accident? Pretty much. Jiang Wang didn't want to say more. Lin Jian didn't press further. Anyway, if you want to keep your secret about being the Dark Emperor, I can keep it for you. But if we wait too long, they'll definitely notice. The longer we wait, the worse it gets, so can I borrow your smart brain now? I'm not afraid of them. Lin Jian sighed and stood on her tiptoes to give him a quick kiss. Jiang Wang, can I use your smart brain for a bit? Jiang Wang blinked twice. You're acting cute and you're trying to charm me. Yet he couldn't resist. Lin Jian finally used the smart brain. She also figured out how to deal with Jiang Wang. Be soft, not hard. Worried that the Marshal and the others wouldn't believe her, Lin Jian took a photo to ease their minds and to confirm that she was safe. Her actions were indeed correct. In the days she had gone missing, everyone was nearly going crazy. They were frantic and close to breaking down. Due to the magnetic storm, they couldn't make contact, and even searching for her was heavily restricted. When Lang Qi woke up, he found himself holding 2 children, but Lin Zhen was nowhere to be seen. They had considered whether Lin Zhen might have been taken to Dark Star, knowing well the attraction she had for those people. With her purification ability and the SSS-level twins, it was like placing a piece of meat in front of a hungry dog. Who could resist? But the magnetic storm caused Dark Star to be completely sealed off. No starships could enter. When the massive magnetic storm finally passed, they were discussing splitting up to search deeper into Dark Star when Lin Zhen sent a message just in time. Although it was from an unknown number, her photo was convincing, and she immediately asked about the children. Lang Qi felt relieved seeing her safe, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Jian sent a message. She is safe now. As Lang Qi informed Fong Chingfeng and the others, he quickly asked, How are you doing? Is it convenient to video chat? Lin and glanced at Jiang Wang, who was watching her closely. Not really convenient, but Marshal, I can safely return in a couple of days.
Don't worry about me.
Lang Qi sensed that Lin Jian seemed to be cautious about something. His heart tightened again as he looked at Fong Chingfeng, who was rushing over with bloodshot eyes, mirroring his own. Chingfeng calmed down. Jian is at least safe for now. Everyone was in a similar state. Despite all the security measures, no one expected an accident would happen. Fong Chingfeng was so anxious that he was practically smoking, trying to use his sense of smell to find Lin Jian, and his nose was almost giving him trouble. The crown prince was already emotionally unstable, and now his eyes were red and swollen. He hadn't shown it openly, but he probably couldn't hold it in privately. The usually calm Shireen had been losing his composure lately, and Su Ming's gloomy demeanor was hard to hide. Wolf Chi couldn't bear to think about what would happen if Lin Jian really got into trouble. So many SSS-level individuals were out of control. Fortunately, Jian was safe.
Where are you right now?
Is it okay to talk? Wolf Chi thought that if she couldn't say, it meant Jian's situation wasn't good. Lin Jian looked at Jiang Wang's threatening gaze and sighed. I can't say, but I'm safe with Jiang Wang, so don't worry. Wolf Chi's heart skipped a beat, relieved that he had quickly closed the mind-sharing connection. Jiang Wang? Wasn't he dead? Fong Chingfeng had worked hard to find him, and now he was alive. With 5 people already causing enough chaos, the sudden appearance of Jiang Wang, who was supposed to be dead, and not allowing Jian to reveal their location, clearly indicated he had intentions toward Jian. Wolf Chi rubbed his forehead. Yes, that Jiang Wang, the one from Shireen. Lin Jian quickly sent this message before closing the mind connection. Wolf Chi was speechless. He looked at Fong Chingfeng, who was resting on his arm, unable to see anything but still looking around with a complicated expression. Fong Chingfeng had once confidently claimed that Shireen had nothing to do with Jiang Wang, saying, I can't be that unlucky. I finally picked someone, and he's still alive. I can't trip over the same stone twice. The crown prince will definitely be the first and the last. But now Jiang Wang was alive, and he was indeed Shireen. The crown prince was his friend, so he was already concerned, and with Jiang Wang, Lin Jian had brought both matching individuals into the mix, carefully chosen. Wolf Chi had sought out Shireen, and now he felt uneasy about it, not daring to think about how Fong Chingfeng would feel when he found out. Wolf Chi replied with mixed feelings, so Jian, you're on Dark Star. He didn't phrase it as a question, but as a statement. Lin Jian shrugged, I didn't say that. Jiang Wang gritted his teeth. You did this on purpose. They know about Shireen too. But even if they come now, they won't find you on Dark Star, especially underwater. Even if they are marshals, they will return empty-handed. You must stay with me for 3 days. No, 3 days isn't enough. It must be 4 days. 1 extra day is necessary.
Lin Xian.
Wolf Chi sent another message. Why doesn't Shireen let you say where you are?
Did he
change? Although the tone was calm and it was a question, Lin Jian immediately felt guilty. She had clearly said she was going to Diamond Star with him, but just as Lin Jian was feeling guilty, Jiang Wang quickly replied, yes, he successfully changed. How did you know, Marshal? You should congratulate me. There was a hint of mischief in his words, especially annoying. Wolf Chi's expression suddenly became serious. Jiang Wang? Or should I call you Shireen? Good eye, Marshal. That's right, I am Jiang Wang. I hope you won't disturb our little world for now, as I need some time to enjoy this change. Lin Jian. Jiang Wang, are you crazy? How can you speak to the Marshal like that? Why can't I? Jiang Wang couldn't take it anymore. How could Lin Jian protect the Marshal like this? Thinking about the news of Lin Jian and the Marshal, especially that legendary kiss, and remembering the 3 days and nights she spent with Shireen behind his back, his eyes turned red. You didn't even ask for my opinion before registering me as your match, and now you have this attitude. It's one thing to favor Shireen, but you also favor others. What am I supposed to be? Jiang Wang almost called her a heartless person. Just then, the Marshal sent another message. Jiang Wang, you are impressive. Just a few words, but they carried a hidden sharpness. Then he sent another message. Jian, are you watching?
Lin Xian.
This is driving me crazy. Wolf Chi had always been easy to talk to, but now he was angry because of Jiang Wang. She could feel his frustration and jealousy in just a few sentences. And the person in front of her was also feeling jealous. Fuming, she jumped onto Jiang Wang's back and playfully ruffled his hair. You're going to get in trouble. If you make the Marshal angry, you'll regret it. Jiang Wang, you need to know your place. When she finally jumped down, Jiang Wang's hair was messy, his eyes were red, and he looked awkwardly shy. Well, I don't care. I'm your match, so you have to protect me. She was so close to him, and even jumped on him. Lin Jian didn't notice Jiang Wang's unusual reaction. She only saw another message from the Marshal. Fong Chingfeng is right next to me, but Jin, I won't tell him this news for now. When you come back, you can explain it to him. After all, I can't put out Fong Chingfeng's little flame if it ignites.
Ling Xian.
She was also thinking about Fong Chingfeng. She originally wanted to discuss what to do with the Marshal, but Jiang Wang forced the Marshal to stop caring. Without him to mediate and suppress Fong Chingfeng, Lin Zhen felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Then she looked at the oblivious Jiang Wang. I will take care of you, but there is someone else who would be happy to deal with you, Jiang Wang. Let Jiang Wang handle the anger from Fong Chingfeng himself.
She
couldn't manage it anymore.
Who can manage me?
That's a joke. Although she hated Shireen, this time the division had greatly enhanced his abilities. Though he hadn't tested it after the successful division, his mental strength must have reached SSS level. Since Lin Jian was unwilling, Jiang Wang felt frustrated and sad but couldn't force her, so he turned his anger into strength. His adult abilities had already increased, and with the abundant water element of the Dark Star, he was almost unstoppable. The fake Black Emperor Changyi, who had escaped, was like a chameleon and couldn't hide underwater. In the end, Jiang Wang led a team to destroy the largest underground operation on Dark Star, dealing with those pests and rescuing hundreds of women and thousands of transgender individuals. They resembled women in appearance, and if one didn't know beforehand, they looked even more beautiful and refined than ordinary women, with better figures. They even had private breeding facilities, which were busy, along with some children and pregnant women. Most of these women were not quite normal, unable to distinguish whether their condition was due to nature or nurture, and many were mentally unstable or even foolish. In addition, there were some experiments that were hard to separate from the animal pollution that had just been resolved. Describing the fake Black Emperor Changyi as filled with sin and evil was not wrong at all. Because Lin Jian contacted the Marshal and others, Jiang Wang worried that when he returned, Lin Jian would be missing. To show her his heroic side, he had Lin Jian pretend to be an ordinary short man following him. However, halfway through, seeing Lin Jian's tense expression, he realized he had made a mistake. Later, he intentionally kept Lin Jian from seeing, forgetting that she was a woman from the Central Star and had never witnessed such darkness. Once everything was over and the fake Black Emperor Changyi was captured, Jiang Wang tried to coax her by saying, "Since he treated you like that before, do you want to take revenge yourself?"
Ling Xian.
It was the first time she had seen the face of the fake Black Emperor Changyi, and it fit the look of a villain quite well. With just one sentence from Jiang Wang, Changyi immediately locked onto Lin Jian and suddenly smiled. "This isn't my bride, is it? What a pity. I shouldn't have worried so much about the future. If I had just acted, sleeping with the Crown Prince and the Black Emperor's woman would have been worth it." Before Jiang Wang could lose his temper, Lin Jian took action herself. A flash of lightning struck. Mr. Chung was left badly injured, lying on the ground and twitching, barely breathing, with an indescribable smell in the air. Jiang Wang looked at Lin Jian, his eyes shining. He liked her strength. If we could always be together, we would be unstoppable. This dark star would be under our control, and we would truly be the kings of darkness. Then we could do whatever we wanted, much more freely than on Central Star. Lin Nan replied, "Don't forget, I have 3 children, 2 born and 1 on the way." Jiang Wang said, "Then bring them here. We can decide how many more we want." Lin Jian found it hard to respond. "Are you planning to completely oppose the Crown Prince and the others? Focus on the important matters. Let's not talk about this." Mr. Chung was still alive and wanted to expose his connections to Central Star. Jiang Wang had cleared some of them out, but not all. Mr. Chung casually mentioned a few names before shaking his head. "I told you, you can't investigate them all. It's naive to think that killing me will end the supply chain. How ridiculous. Black Emperor, do you know why the Dark Star exists? Because the people of Central Star need darkness. These industries and the existence of those who change their identities are not because of me. They exist because they are needed. You kill one of me, but soon a second, third, or fourth will appear. The darkness of the dark star is like wild grass. It can't be completely burned away. It will always grow back. The people behind this are not something you can just uncover. You, the so-called King of Darkness, are quite laughable, wanting to eliminate darkness while being in it. You are ruining the future of the dark star. Those who need darkness can tolerate a temporary absence, but over time, you will become a nuisance. He continued to express his views, but Jiang Wang decisively ended the conversation to prevent further manipulation of others. The long-standing issues in the dark star were finally addressed, but Mr. Cheng's words left a bitter feeling in people's hearts. Lin Jian remained optimistic. As long as we do our best, that's enough. No need to overthink. For the people who were rescued, Jiang Wang had already made plans. He would let them choose their own paths, whether in acting or other careers, giving them some freedom. As for the women, Lin Jian had purified them. Some returned to normal, while others did not. After a period of rest, Lin Jian would take them back to the Central Star to start new lives. After a long day and the purification, Lin Jian was tired and quickly fell asleep when she returned to the underwater castle. Jiang Wang, watching her from the bedside, found her increasingly adorable, feeling that her eyes and nose were perfectly placed. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of her sleeping face. However, 2 of the photos accidentally captured the red marks on her neck due to the angle. Jiang Wang found this displeasing and was about to delete them when he received a message from Lang Qi, who wanted to talk. Lang Qi, calming down, didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Jian and wanted to have a serious conversation with Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang felt that Lang Qi's tone and behavior resembled that of a proper wife setting rules for other women, which he disliked. Does he think he can control me? How ridiculous. I am the King of Darkness, and won't accept the rules of the Central Star or be controlled by a man. I am a respectable match, not some hidden concubine. Jiang Wang sent the photos of Lin Jian with the kiss marks on her sleeping face, captioning it, "Marshal, she is exhausted. Please don't bother her too much." He let out a villainous laugh. I can't be the only one feeling bad. Not satisfied, he also sent the wedding photos of Lin Jian in a wedding dress, taken when he pretended to be the Black Emperor, along with pictures taken by his friends. He even included the video of the priest asking if they wished to marry. He wrote, "I wanted to confess to the Marshal that Lin Jian and I had a wedding ceremony. I'm sorry, but aside from the prince's ceremony, you don't have any formal events, right?" That's true. After all, when Lin Jian was forcibly taken by the Black Emperor to marry, you were all absent. I was the only one who risked everything to rescue her, which led to this unique wedding. Lin Jian in a wedding dress is truly beautiful. I really like it. What do you think, Marshal? After sending the messages, Jiang Wang felt relieved, as if he had vented some of his feelings.
Wolf key.
When he received the first photo, he paused in his breath. Although he had prepared himself mentally, seeing it for real still made it hard to breathe. After finally calming down, he saw the second, third, and fourth photos, and even a video. Lin Jian looked beautiful in her wedding dress. He knew Jiang Wang was trying to provoke him, but after watching the video, Wolf Chi felt a deep sense of sadness and regret. What started as uncontrollable jealousy had now turned into heartache. In the end, he found comfort by looking at his 2 little treasures. It's okay, Jian cares about me and we have our 2 babies. She likes me. After calming down, he noticed the sharpness in Jiang Wang's words and shook his head. Looks like he really is a tough one. He had known Jiang Wang was not simple, confronting all of them with a woman's identity. Now that his true identity was revealed, he seemed even more daring. Wolf Chi thought for a moment and sent a photo of Lin Jian holding his hand. His large hand enveloped her small one, with the baby's tiny hands and feet visible. He loved that photo and looked at it several times a day. Accompanying the photo, he wrote, Thank you, Mr. Jiang Wang, for sending the photo. It shows Jian in her wedding dress. She looks beautiful, and I will cherish it. We didn't hold such a ceremony because we were too busy taking care of the kids. Jiang Wang received the message and photo. The smile on his face slowly faded. Wolf Chi's message came again. The kids and I miss Jen. I believe she misses us too. I'm coming to get her. Just then, as Wolf Chi sent his message, Lin Nan turned over in her sleep and mumbled, Marshal. Baby.
Quiche.
Jiang Wang. He immediately covered Lin Jian's mouth to stop her from making any more sounds. In her dream, Lin Jian struggled to breathe and playfully slapped him. Marshal, stop kissing, I'm sleepy. Jiang Wang.